Chapter 1. The Fruit of the Divine Tree. Lin Chuan awoke from his slumber, overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. Compounding his discomfort was the sensation that his head was on the verge of exploding, inundated with a cacophony of complex and disjointed information. This torment persisted for more than 10 minutes before it finally subsided. What on earth is happening? What transpired? Lin Chuan strained to recall the events preceding his unconsciousness. He only remembered that he was to attend a comic convention, intending to cosplay as the ultimate antagonist Kaguya Otsutsuki from Naruto. His costume and props had been procured from a certain online marketplace, and he had even completed his makeup, complete with the two horns atop his head. Lin Chuan recalled that it was at this moment, while standing before the mirror, that he had foolishly licked the prop representing the divine tree's fruit, and then everything went dark. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Chuan found himself no longer in his own home, but rather in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Oh no! Could it be that the counterfeit goods from that online store were poisoned? Have I actually died? Lin Chuan lamented, tears welling in his eyes. But wait, why does my body still hurt if I'm dead? He exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively touching his body and discovering that he was clad in a loose-fitting robe, reminiscent of ancient attire. As his fingers brushed against the skin beneath the fabric, he gasped in agony. Every inch of his body was marred with scars, some of which were festering and oozing pus. What on earth? Why does my body bear so many wounds? Lin Chuan mumbled in disbelief. And why is everything before me shrouded in darkness? In the next moment, Lin Chuan's hands reached up to his eyes, only to be horrified to find two empty sockets where his eyeballs should have been. This revelation sent a jolt of terror through him, nearly causing him to leap to his feet, yet the injuries he bore left him too weak to rise. Without further ado, Lin Chuan abandoned his examination of his wounds and immediately delved into the tumultuous torrent of information that had surged through his mind moments prior. After a brief perusal, he discerned the crux of the matter. I have traversed into another world, and this is a realm of cultivation. Lin Chuan uttered in a daze, struggling to come to terms with his new reality. Fine, I've crossed over, but why is my body in such a frail state? And more alarmingly, I've inhabited the body of a blind person. Silent tears streamed down his face, despite the absence of eyeballs. Just as he contemplated whether to end his own life in hopes of second chance at reincarnation, his hand brushed against an object, and by its texture, he recognized it instantly. The divine tree's fruit. Although it was merely a counterfeit prop purchased online, it seemed that his journey into this new world was somehow tied to this item, as the last memory he retained was of his tongue making contact with the fruit. Holding the fruit in his hand, Lin Chuan hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it. Given that his crossing into this realm was precipitated by this very object, he was almost certain it held some special significance. However, the uncertainty loomed. Was this fruit meant to be eaten? What if it were merely a weapon? After a long moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan tossed the fruit into his mouth and swallowed it whole, murmuring, "Well, this body is barely clinging to life, and being blind, am likely not far from death anyway, so I might as well eat it." As he swallowed it hastily, he sat in silence, awaiting the manifestation of a miracle. Yet, 1 minute passed without any sign of change. 10 minutes elapsed with still no miracle, and by the time half an hour had passed, despair began to envelop him. Heaven and earth, why has this happened? My crossing was not an easy feat. Why must I inhabit such a wretched existence? While others might find a way to triumph, even in adversity, why must I be trapped in the body of a blind person? Lin Chuan lamented, collapsing to the ground in anguish. God, can I not have one more chance? Just once, An hour later, Lin Chuan was engulfed in hopelessness, reflecting on his misfortune while sifting through the memories of this boat's original owner. He felt no attachment to his previous life. He had been an orphan, a mere nobody from a second-rate university, with hardly any friends. Perhaps this journey was the greatest blessing he could receive, yet it appeared he had not crossed into a better fate. Tears. After perusing the memories of the original owner, Lin Chuan sighed deeply. The previous Lin Chuan bore the same name and had an even more tragic fate. Though born into a prominent family, he was the product of an affair between his father and a maid, making him an unwelcome existence. His talent for cultivation was abysmally poor, and when his half-brother suffered an eye injury, the family resolved to extract his eyes for transplantation, discarding him in this wretched place to fend for himself. Lin Xuan felt a profound sadness, coupled with an uncontainable fury. At that moment, he felt as though he and the original Lin Xuan had merged into one. The emotions and experiences of his predecessor became his own, the visceral pain of their shared existence resonating within him, as if it were his own lived experience. As Lin Xuan pondered, delving into the memories of this world, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of voices outside the door, seemingly belonging to a group of children. I'm telling you, a new kid just arrived here, completely lacking any background. He's the perfect target for practice. I practiced my punches on him last night, and the results were surprisingly effective. Does he not resist? Resist? If he dares to fight back, they'll kill him. Besides, everyone living in this place is an orphan without parents. Even if he dies, no one in the family would care. That said, he's surprisingly docile. Every time we come near, he huddles in the corner with his arms around his head, never putting up a fight. That's why he's the perfect target for practice. But we need to be careful today. We went a bit too hard yesterday and killed a good one. True, let's just focus on his limbs today, avoid the head. As the children spoke, for rough-looking kids, around 7 or 8 years old, barged into the yet at this moment, the pair of white eyes subtly transformed, deep within their depths shimmering with cerulean starlight that converged towards the center of the pupils, causing the entire iris to gradually shift from white to a delicate sky blue. This eye. The 4 children gazed in terror at Lin Xuan, whose eyes were slowly changing, as if sensing a terrifying aura brewing within. Quick, kill him. Kill this monster. It was uncertain which child shouted first, but the 4 immediately snapped back to reality and resumed their assault on Lin Xuan, no longer perceiving him as a mere tool for practicing their fists, but rather as a target they desperately wished to eliminate. Thus, they unleashed their full strength. Lin Xuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the power within his eyes erupted explosively. In the next moment, he felt a warm current suddenly surge into his hands, swiftly mending his injuries. Soon, it was not just his hands. This unique energy flowed into every part of his body. Lin Xuan raised his gaze and discovered visible blue energy streaming from the 2 arms he grasped, continuously flowing into his body. The moment this energy entered him, it rushed towards his wounds, healing the injuries he had previously sustained. What is this? Lin Xuan marveled, staring at the influx of energy, which bore an uncanny resemblance to chakra from the world of Naruto. Moreover, it was not limited to his hands. He was inexplicably absorbing the chakra from the 4 children. The pale blue chakra wafted from them like mist, which he continuously absorbed. What have you done? Stop. If you dare to harm us, I will make my brother kill you. I have no strength left. He's absorbing our power. Monster. The 4 children screamed in terror, their expressions akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. They attempted to retreat, but found themselves unable to move. As time passed, they felt increasingly fatigued, as if a certain force was relentlessly siphoning their energy, though this energy was entirely different from the spiritual power they had cultivated. Lin Xuan was astonished by the unfolding events, feeling his injuries heal at an astonishing rate, rapidly liberating him from a state of near death. Is this chakra? Why am I able to absorb their chakra? Lin Xuan pondered, glancing at the 4 children. In their wide, fearful eyes, he finally recognized his own appearance at that moment, as well as those unforgettable cerulean irises. Rinnegan, having been an avid fan of Naruto in his past life, he immediately recognized the unique eyes, the sky blue irises, with a deep blue pupil at the center emanating strands of white silver light, represented the ultimate form of the Byakugan, the Rinnegan. Bang! Bang! As Lin Xuan continued to absorb the chakra of the 4 children, they, already diminutive in stature, soon collapsed to the ground. This was merely a result of Lin Xuan's slower speed. Otherwise, the chakra equivalent to that of Naruto would have been instantly drained by the Otsutsuki, leaving these children no chance against the full power of the Rinnegan. Get out! In the next moment, Lin Xuan abruptly retracted the Rinnegan, causing the cerulean irises to dim and vanish, reverting to the white pupils of the Byakugan. It was not that Lin Xuan wished to harm the four children before him, but as a newcomer to this world, he did not want to recklessly take lives until he fully understood the situation, lest he attract formidable enemies while still weak. Watching the four children stumble out of his house, Lin Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to examine the changes within himself. Why do I possess the Byakugan and Rinnegan? Wasn't Kagaya Otsutsuki supposed to awaken the Rinne Sharingan after consuming the fruit of the god tree? Lin Xuan mused, uncertain yet not disheartened. For being familiar with Naruto, he knew that the ultimate form of the Byakugan, the Rinnegan, was equally formidable and fearsome. However, the deviation from the original storyline kept Lin Xuan on edge. After thoroughly checking himself inside and out, he found that his injuries had mostly healed, yet he did not discover any further anomalies. Then there's only that technique left, Lin Xuan thought to himself, directly attempting to refine the chakra within him. To his surprise, he succeeded effortlessly, perhaps due to having consumed the fruit of the god tree. The chakra he refined was purple rather than the blue seen in Naruto, but he paid no mind to such trivial details, instead slowly forming seals to activate the Byakugan, based on his recollections from reading the manga. Byakugan. As Lin Xuan uttered the incantation, the purple chakra surged towards his eyes, causing the veins around them to bulge. In the next moment, the surroundings and his internal state were vividly presented before him. Unlike the black and white world of Naruto, Lin Xuan saw a world filled with color, as if he were gazing directly through his eyes. Ignoring the shift, Lin Xuan first focused on his own body. Aside from the intricate network of veins, what caught his attention was a fruit in his abdomen, the very fruit of the god tree he had swallowed not long ago. This fruit had not been digested, but instead rotated slowly within his belly. However, if it drifts above Roy's head, then I must apologize. The corners of Roy's mouth lifted slightly. At last, he had found an opportunity to visit the Konoha hospital, merely relying on his family's connections. He was nothing but a waste. Tisich. Roy cast a disdainful glance at Sarutobi Asuma. Upon hearing this remark, Asuma exploded with rage. He despised being labeled as a mere product of his family's influence. And Roy's contemptuous gaze felt like a piercing attack. Noticing that Hinata also cast her gaze over, Asuma felt even more humiliated. He had to act. With that thought, he charged directly at Roy. A mere orphan from a foster home dared to confront him. It was sheer folly. Executing a standard Konoha fluid technique, he unleashed a whip kick aimed at Roy. Bang! Roy swiftly dodged Asuma's assault and retaliated with a kick to his opponent's lower back, sending him flying. Initially, only Might Guy intended to intervene, while the others merely watched the spectacle unfold. When they saw Asuma being sent flying, they were momentarily stunned. How dare you kick my lower back? You are finished. Asuma scrambled to his feet and lunged once more at Roy. This was no longer merely about losing face. If he couldn't handle Roy, he would be utterly humiliated. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Spilling from the classroom into the playground outside, the number of onlookers steadily increased. Soon, the teachers arrived. The show had begun. Roy's overall abilities were already at the level of a lower-ranked ninja, facing Asuma. He had the upper hand. Asuma, who had been consistently pressured, was gradually losing his composure. After all, he was just a 7-year-old child. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He resorted to ninjutsu. Roy barely managed to evade the flames and charged at Asuma, grappling him fiercely. Each punch targeted the most painful spots. With his dual-wielding hands, he was unafraid of injury. In mere seconds, both of them collapsed to the ground. The son of the Hokage attempted to kill me. The teachers recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed over. Before they could assess the two boys' condition, Roy let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound was filled with anguish and resentment, coupled with Asuma's identity as the Hokage's son. A wave of murmurs rippled through the students. Take them to the hospital first. We should report this to Lord Hokage, one of the middle-ranking teachers stated before leading the two away from the playground. In the Hokage's office, Asuma was knocked unconscious by a classmate, and Roy. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a perplexed expression as he reviewed the information. He was aware of the situation in class, aside from the son of Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Kakashi, no one could possibly overpower his son. Upon learning that Roy had suffered multiple fractures while Asuma had been knocked out, it dawned on him that so, they exchanged injuries, did they? Asuma was indeed ill-equipped to handle such a confrontation. Lord Hokage, perhaps. No need. I'll visit him myself. The child's words were not significant enough to warrant concern. Before the Umbu ninja could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Although Roy's statement was somewhat problematic, it bore little weight coming from a child with no background. As long as he personally offered his condolences and put on a show of concern, that would suffice. There was no need for the matter to escalate. In Konoha Hospital, during the Second Shinobi World War, many injured ninjas were present. The medical ninjas were already swamped with work, and when the two boys were brought in, they could only be placed in the large ward. "Sister, I'm really fine. Look." Roy moved his body to demonstrate his recovery. The medical ninja examined him several times, but found no issues. This handsome young boy had such a robust constitution. He had arrived with broken bones. "We'll observe you further. Don't run around. I'll report your condition to the hospital." Unable to ascertain any problems, the medical ninja left with those instructions. As for Asuma, he remained unconscious. Ding! A notification from the system sounded. "Injury detected. Please proceed with treatment swiftly." Indeed, this place was a treasure trove of experience for Roy. "Uncle, your wound is worsening. Why hasn't a medical ninja come to treat you?" Roy innocently approached a ninja and asked with naive curiosity. "Right now, due to the war, there aren't enough medical ninjas that a batch has been dispatched to the front lines, and the hospital staff is overwhelmed. We can only hold on for now," the ninja replied. A hint of helplessness in his tone. "I know medical ninjutsu. Would you like me to treat you? Otherwise, if it continues to get infected, your arm could become useless." Without waiting for a response, Roy extended his hand and began to perform healing techniques. As for the dual-wielding hands, it was far too miraculous to be used carelessly in front of so many people. The ninja initially intended to stop him, but quickly realized that Roy genuinely possessed medical ninjutsu. The wound on his arm was slowly mending. Though the pace was slow, it at least ensured that it wouldn't deteriorate further. After several minutes, Roy wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Uncle, I can only do this much. It won't worsen, but you'll need more potent healing techniques to restore your arm, but I'll go check on other uncles." With that, Roy bounced over to another injured ninja whose condition was also deteriorating. With the success of the first case, the other ninjas did not refuse him and began to cooperate with Roy's treatment. Moreover, Roy discovered that even simple healing granted him rewards. Though meager, every little bit counted. After completing the debridement for the third ninja, Roy earned a solid 12 points in Constitution and 39 points in Chakra capacity. Chapter 4. Infiltrating the hospital, astonishing everyone. "Roy, Lord Hokage has come to see you. Didn't I tell you not to move around and disturb the other patients?" The medical ninja initially wore an expression of anger, but upon noticing that the wounds on several individuals had ceased to worsen, she cast a puzzled glance at him. "I know a basic healing technique. Seeing their wounds worsen, I thought I'd lend a hand. Why parents sacrificed on the battlefield because they didn't receive timely treatment. I don't want these heroes of the village to suffer the same fate upon returning." Apologizing, Roy's tears began to flow, and with a hint of choked emotion, he stood and bowed to the medical ninja. This left the young woman at a loss for how to react. Coupled with Roy's heartfelt words, several ninjas felt their eyes welling with tears. This little guy is doing an excellent job. His medical ninjutsu is quite proficient. Yes, my arm should be saved. I owe this young man my gratitude. Don't blame him. We don't mind. We fight so hard for the sake of these village children. 3 ninjas spoke up in defense of Roy, a child with such awareness. What else could they desire? This was exactly what they sought to protect. "No, it's my fault. I violated hospital regulations. Punish me." Roy continued, "It's fine. I forgive you." The medical ninja felt somewhat awkward. It seemed she had long ceased to harbor any resentment towards him. "Yes, just forgive the doctor. She was merely a bit anxious." "Right, young man. Let us understand each other." Initially, Roy was apologizing, but somehow it turned into a situation where he was forgiving the medical ninja. "Ahem. Roy, are you all right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, bringing an end to this farce. "Lord Hokage, I'm sorry. I accidentally knocked Asuma into the hospital. I won't do it again." Roy immediately confessed his mistake that IT was a joke. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen could squash him like a bug without effort. I'm aware of the events that transpired. It was Asuma who struck first. You need not apologize. Who imparted the healing technique that you have mastered? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gently, adopting a demeanor of an affable elder. It must be said, this facade could indeed deceive many. The injured ninjas, in their hearts, could not help but admire the magnanimity and vision of the Hokage. I discovered a scroll among my parents' relics, which contained this technique that I merely studied it for a while. Roy fidgeted nervously, his fingers incessantly twisting the hem of his garment, akin to a child who had misbehaved. Self-taught. You say, that indicates you possess a commendable talent for medical ninjutsu. You might consider pursuing it further. Who knows, you could become an exceptional medical ninja in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked amiably. Is that true? Hokage-sama, may I directly come to the hospital to study and develop my skills as a medical ninja? Roy raised his head, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a glimmer of hope. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to adhere to protocol and establish his persona more firmly. Hokage-sama, our hospital is indeed short-staffed at present. This young boy can employ healing techniques and would be a great help. Shall we allow him to stay and assist? One of the medical ninjas interjected. Very well, Kanai. I entrust this child to you. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer. There are matters in the village that require my attention. After Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, he turned and departed. You young lad, have you always aspired to become a medical ninja? Kanai approached Roy, her curiosity piqued. Indeed. Sister Kanai, may I take charge of their treatment? If permissible. No, you shall observe for now. Before Roy could finish, Kanai interrupted him, taking some instruments and approaching the nearest injured patient. His arm had been struck by the enemy's poisonous sand, leaving it completely numb. How do you propose we treat such an injury? Kanai presented the medical record to our OY.T. Join the ranks of medical ninjas is no simple feat. The challenges and dangers they face are not less than those encountered by combat ninjas. Take this patient, for instance. The residual poison in his arm is hazardous that, if mishandled, even a medical ninja could succumb to its effects. I believe we should first excise the necrotic tissue, followed by the use of an antidote technique to expel the toxins. Supporting medications can suppress the poison, and finally, we can apply a regeneration technique for recovery. Roy responded earnestly. Upon hearing Roy's words, Kanai nodded in approval that it seems you have acquired a considerable amount of knowledge regarding medical ninjutsu. However, not everyone can master the regeneration technique. Under such circumstances, I can. Before Kanai could elaborate, Roy raised a small hand. What? Kanai was momentarily taken aback. This child, appearing no more than 6 or 7 years old, had already astonished her with his healing skills, and now he claimed to know the regeneration technique as well. Yes, I can perform the regeneration technique. However, my chakra is insufficient to complete on my own that I will need Sister Kanai to handle the initial treatments, while I take care of the final step. With a confident smile, Roy patted his chest in assurance. Allow young Roy to give it a try. If this poison is not expelled soon, even if I survive, I doubt I could ever tread the path of a ninja again. At that moment, the injured ninja spoke up. Very well. Though this may be somewhat irregular, under the patient's consent and the urgency of the situation, it can be done. Consequently, Kanai commenced the debridement procedure. After employing the antidote technique to remove the toxins, Roy promptly followed up that a green light emanated from his hands, perfectly complementing Kanai's efforts. 20 minutes later, Roy was drenched in sweat. Kanai remained vigilant, prepared to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. That moment, a figure appeared behind Roy. Kanai was about to bow in greeting when she was halted by the individual's gesture. Her gaze was entirely fixated on Roy's technique. Though low on chakra, every bit was utilized in the most appropriate manner. A 7-year-old child demonstrating such mastery over chakra was nothing short of extraordinary. Who would have thought she would encounter a prodigy in medical ninjutsu? Was this a sign, perhaps, of fate stemming from her choices? No, my chakra is dwindling. Roy felt a twinge of panic. You are performing admirably. At that moment, a hand rested upon the back of his hand, accompanied by a soft sensation on his head. The flash of green light illuminated the scene, and the ninja's arm was restored flawlessly. Chapter 5. Becoming Tsunade's disciple. He attempted to turn and see, but was blocked by an imposing figure. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." The voice from the injured ninja behind him revealed the identity of this formidable presence. Senju Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja of Konoha, granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin, a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Was she not on the front lines? How could she be here? "What is your name?" Tsunade's question interrupted Roy's thoughts. Our OY.my father is Mori, and my mother is Ninako. Currently. That is enough, I understand. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Tsunade directly expressed her intent before Roy could delve into a lengthy introduction. "Greetings, Sensei." Roy immediately bowed deeply. "Can I take care of the patients here? You may attend to other wards for now." Tsunade beckoned Kanai and proceeded to examine several other ninjas. After a brief assessment, Tsunade returned to Roy's side. "How do you think we should manage these patients?" Tsunade's gaze locked onto Roy. Among them, several injuries have been treated, yet the final steps remain incomplete, the evident handiwork of this young lad. For the hospital has never employed such methods that a few wounds are deteriorating and require immediate attention. Preventing further deterioration is paramount. It won't take long, as this is their main issue. Additionally, like the uncle we just treated, toxins must be expelled without delay, especially in cases where antidote pills are insufficient. Listening to Roy's words and witnessing his passionate demeanor as he began to take action, his approach towards the injured mirrored that of a devoted family member. This enthusiasm is indeed a promising trait. "Boy, come here and stand straight. The regeneration technique and healing technique you employed earlier were commendable. Your enthusiasm is sufficient, but often one must also consider the method." "Watch closely," Tsunade declared, raising her hand and commencing treatment. Observing Tsunade's technique was a sight to behold. Her proficiency was unparalleled. Coupled with her immense chakra, she had mastered numerous high-level medical ninjutsu. Each patient was swiftly treated under her capable hands. Roy watched intently, his heart racing. These experiences were invaluable to him. Tsunade was not leaving a single drop of soup for him. "Sensei, I shall assist as well," Roy exclaimed, eager to lend a hand, with a sufficient chakra reserve alongside his own. He was still capable of contributing. Half an hour later, Roy sat exhausted on his own hospital bed. "You possess decent stamina. However, you still require training. From today onward, you shall study under me, and no slacking off is permitted." After imparting a few instructions, Tsunade departed to attend to other matters. Her primary task during this village visit was to select promising medical ninjas to send to the front lines, following the death of Chiyo's son at the hands of Hatake Kakashi. The elderly woman had become nearly frantic, launching assaults against Konoha and relentlessly experimenting with new poisons, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Were it not for Tsunade's presence here, the losses would have been unimaginable. As Roy rested, a gritted voice broke the silence that it was Asuma, just awakening. Seeing Roy appear unfazed only reignited his fury. This brat not only disregarded his authority, but also stripped him of his dignity. "Oh, young Asuma, you're awake? I sincerely apologize for my heavy-handedness. Well, I suppose I have now become a medical ninja. Allow me to assist you with your treatment." As Roy spoke, he gradually approached Asuma. "What do you intend to do?" "Roy, I warn you, I'm the son of the Hokage," Asuma exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. "This is a hospital. If you dare to act recklessly, don't touch me." As Asuma noticed Roy's hand resting upon him, he was startled into an upright position, only to be overtaken by excruciating pain from his injuries, crying out in agony, "Is this truly the son of the Hokage?" Compared to the Hokage himself, his demeanor is vastly inferior. Not to mention, even his elder brother, Shinjiro, surpasses him. Whispers among the surrounding ninjas filled the air, further distressing Asuma. "What happened to your hand?" Roy's voice penetrated Asuma's thoughts. "Why, hand is fine." "Ah." Roy interjected, "Please, do not move. I might misalign it. Allow me to try again." With a decisive crack, he repositioned it that Asuma's piercing cries echoed once more. After a series of attempts, Roy finally succeeded in realigning it. However, Asuma had already fainted, ceasing his cries. Healing technique. Roy raised his hand and unleashed his healing jutsu, subtly activating the duality technique. Under the influence of the duality technique, Asuma's injuries were swiftly mended. Yet Roy feigned exhaustion, scaling back to his own bed to begin practicing the duality technique. The following morning, Tsunade arrived at the ward. Lady Tsunade, several patients, having regained their strength, stood immediately. It was no jest. Tsunade was revered on the battlefield as a saint of healing. A significant portion of those who returned alive from the front lines owed their survival to her. Their respect for Tsunade stemmed from the depths of their hearts. Rest well, for Roy. The young man treated Sarutobi Asuma after you left yesterday. He was quite fatigued, but did not seek rest, instead commencing chakra refinement. He is quite a remarkable child. A ninja spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt a swell of pride for the disciple she had taken on in a moment of impulse. Teacher, you... Roy, roused by the commotion, opened his eyes. Upon seeing Tsunade approach, he quickly descended from his bed. Let us go. Your condition has improved. Return with me in a couple of days. We shall conduct your evaluation at the academy. And I will take care of the subsequent matters. From now on, you shall train under my guidance, Tsunade stated, leading Roy out of the infirmary. Soon, they arrived at the Senju clan compound at Sister It that moment. A boy of around 12 emerged. Senju Rope, Tsunade's younger brother. Who is he? Noticing Roy, Rope's face revealed a hint of hostility. This is my newly accepted disciple. Roy, he will be residing with us henceforth. Roy, this is my brother. Rope, he has already graduated and is preparing to participate in the Chunin exams. Tsunade introduced Rope with genuine warmth. Chapter 6. Rope, are you ill? A notification chimed, indicating the presence of an injured individual. Directing attention towards Senju Rope, his talent was somewhat awkward. He was neither exceptional nor subpar. Furthermore, with the ongoing expansion of the Second Great Ninja War, most of Konoha's Chunin would be dispatched to the battlefield. Rope, having recently attained the rank of Chunin, would soon meet his demise in the war. Kato Dan also perished during this conflict in a brief span. Tsunade lost 2 close family members, leading her to develop hemophobia. Disillusioned with Konoha's higher-ups, she ultimately chose to leave the village. Your sister's disciple. Does that make him my junior as well? Well, I shall look out for you, Rope declared, puffing up his chest with a peculiar expression on his 12-year-old face. Rope, you are unwell. Before Rope could revel in his moment, Roy's retort rang out. Huh? You are the one who is ill. My sister is the strongest medical ninja. If I were sick, how could she possibly be unaware? Rope exclaimed, flustered. However, having been overly protected by Tsunade since childhood, he could only muster such retorts. Had he been like Asuma, a privileged second-generation ninja, he might have already resorted to violence. Roy, were your remarks in jest? Tsunade inquired sternly, for she did not perceive Roy as one prone to frivolous statements. Rope is indeed unwell, and I must conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the truth. Roy nodded, turning his gaze towards Rope. The system indicated an injured individual. If it were an external injury, it could be easily identified. Yet Rope evidently did not possess any external wounds. Take a look. Tsunade did not hesitate to trust Roy's judgment. Sister, Roy is a medical ninja. Heed his words. Tsunade interrupted before Rope could object. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Rope could only acquiesce. Duality technique. Roy placed his hands upon Rope, and a radiant red light emanated. What is this? Tsunade observed Roy's usage of the duality technique with an air of intrigue. This medical ninjutsu was unfamiliar to her, yet it felt imbued with profound intricacies. Found it. In no time, the duality technique pinpointed the source of the ailment. Rope was afflicted by a form of poisoning within his meridians, which had begun to cause stiffness. Teacher, Rope is poisoned. It appears to be a chronic toxin that has infiltrated his meridians. It would be nearly impossible to detect without meticulous examination. Roy disclosed his findings. Treatment was feasible, yet it would expose his unique capabilities. Meridians? Tsunade rushed to Rope's side, grasping his hand with urgency. Releasing her chakra, she commenced her examination. Boom! A few minutes later, Tsunade collapsed onto the ground. Despair etched across her features. Chronic poison, meridian stiffness. This implies that Rope not only cannot advance further, but may also succumb to this affliction. Most critically, with the meridian stiffening, even Tsunade found herself powerless. The Senju clan's direct lineage had dwindled to just the two of them. Others had either assimilated into the village or perished on the battlefield. Now, her sole remaining brother lay poisoned. Even the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world was rendered helpless. Must it truly come to this? Teacher, I can treat him. However, the resources required will be significant, and I must make some preparations. Additionally, I need to gain experience with more patients to be fully assured. As Roy spoke, he helped Tsunade to her feet. You can heal him? Roy, I do not wish for you to use my brother's situation as a means to... I can, Roy affirmed with certainty. I have 3 days before I must return to the front lines. As for the injured, I will arrange for them. Tsunade, renowned as one of the legendary Sannin and the strongest medical ninja, quickly made an astute assessment point. 3 days would suffice. Teacher, I request that we begin immediately. Roy exclaimed with enthusiasm. It was no exaggeration. With Tsunade's assistance, as long as his chakra was adequate, he would have ample opportunities to treat patients. Each would serve as a valuable learning experience. Moreover, with Tsunade's reputation as a shield, even if he exhibited any peculiarities, he would remain protected. Understood. Rope, you should return for now. I will take Roy to the hospital, Tsunade stated, turning to exit the courtyard. Brother Rope, you are currently ill-suited to be a ninja. The battlefield is not as exhilarating as you might imagine. If possible, remain in the village until the war concludes and restore your health. Roy smiled as he finished speaking and followed Tsunade's footsteps. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, has she accepted you as her disciple? Indeed, this child is a worthy candidate for cultivation. There is no need for concern. Yes, she's still unwilling to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze dimmed slightly. Lady Tsunade will understand your heartfelt intentions. In 3 days, I will accompany her to the battlefield. Once the mission to assassinate the Wind Shadow is accomplished, the war should come to an end. Standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen was Kakashi Hatake, who had returned recently to recuperate. My body has nearly healed. I am prepared to return to the battlefield. Previously, he had fought fiercely against Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Enduring the relentless pursuit of Chiyo and her brother, Ebizo, Kakashi, this time the command will be entrusted to Orochimaru. Your primary responsibility will be the assassination of the Wind Shadow. AS for the selection. Shino! Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, summoning Sarutobi Shino and Sarutobi Rihue over. I understand, Hokage-sama. We shall depart tomorrow. There is no need to inform Lady Tsunade if we are not engaging in direct combat. You two, please prepare and gather at the village entrance tomorrow. Kakashi had no objections and excused himself promptly. Father, why must we participate in the assassination of the Wind Shadow? Sarutobi Shino expressed his discontent. His implication was that they were initially meant to gain experience on the front lines, with the safety ensured by the presence of Sarutobi clan ninjas. Now, however, they were being sent to carry out an assassination. Kakashi is quite formidable. You merely need to follow his instructions to assist. As for the glory of the mission, you will share in it as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen said wearily, although Sarutobi Shino wished to voice more. He was pulled away by his wife. After they left, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the documents in his hands. Indeed, is it still not possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of disappointment. His tenure had been considerable, and it was time to select the next Hokage. Yet his own son. Chapter 7. Shizen, the acquisition of Imperial tools. Inside the Konoha hospital, Uncle Nagasawa, do not remove the bandages from that arm just yet. The wound has healed, but it requires further rest. As a medical ninja, one must possess ample patience and meticulousness when attending to the injured. This is a responsibility upon his shoulders. Roy, you truly live up to being Lady Tsunade's disciple. How wonderful, Uncle Nagasawa said with a broad smile. You flatter me, Uncle Nagasawa. I just treated Uncle Shun beneath the tree. Roy chuckled innocently before moving on to the next patient. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 43 medical points. Acquired 21 solid chakra, and received a surprise gift package. Dual wield proficiency 0.3. Current proficiency 1. The system's notification rang out, signaling that Roy was one step closer to strengthening himself. After treating several patients, Roy exchanged greetings with the other medical ninjas before settling down in a nearby rest area. Indeed, my chakra is nearly depleted. Roy-kun? At that moment, a soft voice reached Roy's ears. Are you Shizen? Upon seeing the girl before him, Roy recalled her name. Yes, Lady Tsunade mentioned you possess great talent and asked me to learn from you. Roy-kun, you are truly impressive. Shizen looked at Roy with admiration. After all, it was her first time hearing Lady Tsunade praise someone like this. Impressive? Not really. Most of the patients here have already received some emergency treatment. By observing closely, you will discover the appropriate methods for healing. Once you become accustomed, you will understand. Roy shook his head. His swift acceptance by the patients stemmed not only from his mastery of healing techniques and dual wielding, but also from the reputation of being Tsunade's disciple. Everyone's tolerance for him was quite high, and after a few sessions, he became proficient. Shizun's admiration deepened, and she even took out a little notebook to jot down Roy's sayings. A charming blush adorned her cute face. It seemed that to gain Lady Tsunade's recognition, she would need to work even harder. Soon, news of a Tsunade disciple spread throughout the hospital. Have you heard? Lady Tsunade's disciple was at the hospital all night last night, starting treatment as soon as the patient showed any signs of recovery. Truly dedicated. Yes, that child is quite remarkable, albeit a bit young. Otherwise, I would have given him a try. He is so cute. He will definitely grow into a handsome man. Some medical ninjas chatted and joked, while the main subject, Roy, had already begun a new round of treatments. Shiz, you will handle the bandaging here. Be swift about it. Shizen, go and fetch me some disinfectant and prepare antidote pills. The two busy figures hurried about in the ward. 3 hours later, Roy wiped the sweat from his brow. Medical ninjas truly endure great hardships. This is still in the hospital, without any threats. What about the battlefield? Meanwhile, Shizen was learning rapidly. From her initial panic, she had now reached a point where she could keep pace with Roy's efforts. Roy-kun, if you have anything to say, please do so directly. Noticing Shizen's hesitance to speak, Roy inquired with curiosity. As for the title of junior sister, that was Roy's own designation. I'm so tired, I want to rest a bit. Am I really that useless? Shizen felt a bit dejected. She was merely assisting, while Roy bore the greater burden. Yet now, she longed for a break, causing her self-esteem to falter. I am also quite fatigued. Not stopping means preparing to rest. Don't overthink it. After saying this, Roy leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Hearing Roy's soft snoring, Shizen couldn't help but smile, leaning against him for a brief nap. System panel. With a thought, Roy summoned the panel. Host. Roy age, 7 ninjutsu, 28 physique, 61 chakra, 32 solid chakra, 1690 ninjutsu. Lightning release. Thunder step. Fire release. Young snake. Basic chakra extraction technique. Genin comprehensive value. 10 items. Surprise gift package X7 system functions. Personal space 1000 cubic meters. Healer S heart level 1. Heal any living being. Can acquire a certain value of healing points. The system's only currency. Surprise gift package wealth. 329 healing points. In just 1 day's time, Roy's strength had increased several-fold. System, open surprise gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ninjutsu fire release. Flowing fire. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 yen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 29 solid chakra. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 physique. The surprise package once again brought a significant enhancement. At this moment, Roy opened the system store. Would release 100,000 healing points Sharingan, 20,000 healing points basic random treasure chest, 100 healing points gazing at those powerful bloodlines, and Kekkei Genkai. Although Roy felt envious, he did not press for them. This system brought Roy not only healing ninjutsu, but also improvements in physique and ninjutsu. If limitless enhancement were possible, then his physique would surpass even the mightiest of beings. System, purchase 10 special detoxification pills. System detoxification pill. Upon use, can remove most toxins and suppress toxins that cannot be removed for half an hour. System, purchase basic random treasure chest X3. To having briefly checked, Roy made his decision. The bloodline limits were temporarily out of reach. He would first buy some random treasure chests and detoxification pills. These items would be helpful for his journey to the battlefield. Indeed, Roy had resolved to accompany Tsunade to the front lines. With his performance here, along with successfully treating Shinjiro later, Tsunade would not refuse him. System: open random treasure chest. Roy willed it, selecting to open the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 3 packs of Kappa's Senbei, B-grade item Kappa's Senbei, from the world of One Piece. Consuming it restores a large amount of stamina. Note: can be used repeatedly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired Master Roshi's Stinky Socks. A-grade item, Master Roshi's Stinky Socks. Originating from the world of Dragon Ball, this peculiar item is infamous for its foul odor. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Imperial Artifact, Cursed by Evil Spirits. S-grade item, Imperial Artifact, Cursed by Evil Spirits. Hailing from the world of Akame Ga Kill, this armor-type artifact possesses the ability to render its wearer invisible and allows for secondary transformation. As the system's notification chimed, Roy stood up abruptly. An Imperial Artifact. Gazing at the longsword in his inventory, excitement bubbled within him to Roy-kun. Are you all right? Quietly, Shizen opened her eyes, groggy, and looked towards Roy. It's nothing. You continue to rest. Be good. He gently ruffled Shizun's hair, suppressing his exhilaration. Chapter 8. Good boy the Suma. Indeed, the system's offerings are of exceptional quality. With the Imperial Artifact in hand, Roy felt at least a semblance of safety in the early stages, granting him a degree of self-preservation. Calming his emotions, he placed Shizun on the bed before leaving the hospital and arriving at a public training ground. System. Raising his hand, Roy summoned the Imperial Artifact, cursed by evil spirits with a mere thought. Setting aside the artifact's potency for the moment, the great sword in his grasp could undoubtedly rival the renowned blades of the ninja world. I thought you would hide in the hospital for the rest of your life. Just as Roy prepared to familiarize himself with the artifact, a familiar voice pierced the air. Tsurutobi Asuma? Umbu. Confronted by Asuma and 2 masked ninjas behind him, a cold smirk crept across Roy's face. The Umbu, initially established to protect the Hokage, had now become mere enforcers under Asuma's command. Indeed, this village had decayed to such a level. Kneel and apologize, or you shall not leave this place today. Remember, there are some individuals you can never hope to challenge in your lifetime. For you, I am that very existence. Asuma boasted, his face brimming with arrogance. As the son of the Hokage, summoning a few Umbu for assistance was hardly a challenge. Asuma-sama, it would be prudent to resolve this matter quickly. In return, we have duties to attend to, and should the Hokage learn of this? One of the Umbu members interjected, clearly unwilling to let it be known that he had come to intimidate child. Most importantly, this child was a disciple of Tsunade. The wrath of that esteemed figure was not something he could bear. That I understand. No need for your chatter. Asuma approached Roy, raising his hand to deliver a slap. Completely disregarding the possibility of resistance from Roy. With the Umbu present, he felt assured that Roy would not dare retaliate. Smack. In the next moment, Asuma was sent flying. Instantly, Roy lunged forward, pinning Asuma to the ground and unleashing a torrent of blows. Asuma-sama. The Umbu members reacted 3 seconds later, preparing to intervene. You intend to lay a hand on my disciple. A serene voice halted them in their tracks. The voice belonged to Tsunade Senju, the princess of the Senju clan. Tsunade-sama, we meant no harm. This is merely a child scuffle. We were merely attempting to mediate. In an instant, the Umbu appeared as remorseful children, shifting uncomfortably. Children will be children. Playful fights are quite normal. They're the future pillars of Konoha. If they cannot handle such minor skirmishes, how will they confront the battlefields of the ninja world? Let us observe. Tsunade settled on a high wall, taking a swig from her flask. This predicament was indeed a conundrum for the 2 Umbu ninjas. Should they intervene, Tsunade would undoubtedly take action. Yet, should they refrain, Asuma would surely find himself back in the hospital. Ultimately, recognizing the vast disparity in strength between themselves and Tsunade, they chose to stand aside and watch. Roy, do you dare strike me again? Smack. What are you waiting for? Kill this brat. He is merely a civilian ninja. What are you afraid of? Bang. Roy, try hitting me again. Bang. Stop. I was wrong. Bang. Roy, spare me. I won't do it again. Help. The cries echoed incessantly to AS for safety concerns. There was no need for worry. Who was Roy? He was a medical ninja. A medical ninja possesses profound knowledge of the human anatomy. Moreover, with his mastery of the dual healing technique. Even if he beat someone to near death, he could restore them. For this good child who, despite the late hour, had come to provide Roy with experience, he had no intention of letting him off easily. Dual healing technique. Just as Asuma's voice grew faint, Roy employed the technique, healing all his injuries. Haha, I knew you wouldn't dare challenge me, that I must have fallen under your genjutsu. My body is perfectly fine. Asuma, oblivious to the reality of his condition, began to boast, failing to realize the strength of Roy's genjutsu. His declaration was met only with the force of Roy's fists. The cries of agony resumed. An hour later, Roy's chakra was nearly depleted. Asuma had experienced the exquisite sensation of being beaten thrice, and although his injuries were healed, he no longer had the strength to boast. Thank you, esteemed ninjas, for witnessing our practical training that I did not hold back. It is merely that Asuma is a bit fragile, Roy said, rising with a smile directed at the two Umbu members. That smile instantly gave them the impression of being toyed with. However, upon reflection, they realized that Roy was not at fault. It was Asuma who sought trouble and was subsequently punished. Take him and leave, Tsunade commanded as she descended from the wall. Understood, Tsunade-sama. The two ninjas, no longer wishing to linger, departed with Asuma in tow. Your progress is remarkable. Just now, you emanated a powerful chakra fluctuation. Were you preparing to execute some formidable ninjutsu? Tsunade observed her disciple with satisfaction. What is wrong with beating Sarutobi Asuma? It's his own clan that is utterly incompetent. They deserve to be punished. The memory of how, due to an intelligence failure, numerous ninjas from the Senju clan had fallen into the enemy's trap without a single return made Tsunade regard Roy with increasing fondness. Well, Roy extended his hand, unveiling the long sword before Tsunade. A sword technique? Or is this a unique ninja blade? Tsunade sensed the aura of the cursed by evil spirits, but gleaned nothing substantial. However, its design was evidently not that of an ordinary blade. Master, can you create a barrier to prevent others from witnessing the situation here? Roy decided it was time to reveal the existence of the cursed by evil spirits to Tsunade, dismissing any thoughts of her coveting it as mere paranoia. Upon hearing Roy's request, Tsunade quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the area. Chapter 9. Joyous Acquisition of Wood Release. After establishing the barrier, Tsunade regarded her disciple with keen interest. Every aspect of Roy had left her astounded. Whether it be his talent and diligence in medical ninjutsu, or his decisive nature in combat and grasp of battle opportunities, her disciple could not be one who solely excelled in medical arts. Cursed by evil spirits, as Tsunade contemplated, Roy unleashed a thought, summoning the malevolent spirit. In an instant, a terrifying figure of a super dangerous creature surged behind Roy. The ominous aura was so intense that Tsunade instinctively released her chakra, bracing herself for action. The next moment, the dreadful creature transformed into armor, donning Roy's form. The manifestation of the dangerous creature was necessary to tailor the armor to fit Roy's physique. Once released, it would not reappear. The long blade in his hand morphed into a spear, complemented by glimmering silver armor and a crimson cloak. Though not towering in stature, the presence was immensely imposing. This a special weapon? Tsunade asked, momentarily taken aback by the aura of the malevolent spirit. Yes, sensei. This was left to me by my parents. However, I am uncertain of its origin, Roy replied, severing his connection with the malevolent spirit. Utilizing this power consumed chakra, and when that was depleted, it would draw upon Roy's life force for sustenance. After Tsunade dispelled the barrier, she leaned in close to Roy's ear and whispered a few words before leading him away from the scene. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the confrontation between Roy and Asuma unfold within the crystal ball. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his expression soured to an extreme. Asuma had the audacity to involve the Umbu in troubling Roy. The crux of the matter was that not only had he failed to reclaim his honor, but he had also been bested in the process. Despite his usual amiable demeanor, he was acutely aware of the importance of reputation. Lord Hokage, there's no need to get so worked up over a child's matter. Once Shino returns from his mission, we can continue to advance our plans. Danzo interjected, suppressing a chuckle. It was amusing to see the son of his rival getting bested, especially by a mere commoner. Observing Sarutobi's disgruntled demeanor was quite gratifying. The Uchiha have been making some moves lately. We should keep a close watch. Also, the one named Uchiha Shursui is quite the genius, and his resolve for the will of fire is unwavering. That it may be time to initiate contact, Sarutobi mused, pulling his thoughts back into focus. That Asuma's matter was, after all, merely a dispute among children, and it was not his place to interfere. Furthermore, more pressing issues demanded his attention. Be vigilant regarding the battlefield. Whether it be Orochimaru or Shino, we must ensure they overshadow Hatake Tsukumo. Otherwise, Danzo's concerns lingered. Hatake Tsukumo had performed exceptionally well in this war, to the extent that many ninjas were already speculating that he would be the next Hokage. Naturally, they were complicit in this speculation, but their intentions were not to elevate Tsukumo, but rather to undermine him. Very well, go deal with those disobedient individuals. You need not concern yourself with matters here, Sarutobi concluded, returning to his paperwork. Danzo smiled faintly before vanishing into the shadows. That a night passed without incident. The following day, at the Senju compound, Roy addressed his brother Rokutree, who lay in bed. It may be a bit painful, but you must hold on, brother. Rokutree's attitude toward Roy had significantly shifted. He had observed Roy's diligent care for the injured during his time in the hospital, and the sincerity reflected in his clear, focused gaze was undeniable. Rokutree foresaw that in the not-too-distant future, Roy would undoubtedly become an exceptional medical ninja, due to the influence of his sister. Rokutree had come to accept Roy's presence. Twin healing jutsu. Roy placed his hands upon Rokutree, and a radiant crimson light surged forth. Initially, a purple toxic mist emanated from Rokutree's body. Tsunade, witnessing this, wore an increasingly grim expression. The only ones capable of inflicting harm on Rokutree were those nefarious individuals. While she fought valiantly on the battlefield, her younger brother had been ambushed at home. All notions of compromise and stepping back for a broader perspective felt utterly absurd. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. If not for the need to remain vigilant, she would have sought out those old fools. Sensei, I need assistance. Roy's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. It seemed that this was indeed a considerable strain. The toxins being expelled lingered stubbornly in the air. If Roy continued, he risked succumbing to the poison himself. Yet he lacked the additional chakra to safeguard his body. Find a fine-tuning extraction. Tsunade formed a series of seals, liberating the surrounding toxic mist with haste. Half an hour later, Roy found himself utterly exhausted, seated on the ground with beads of perspiration cascading down. Sensei, it's all right now. The toxins within Brother Rokutree have been neutralized, and the damaged meridians are fully restored. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. You have gained 39 medical points, 50 chakra, and the would release bloodline limit. The system's alert resonated. A wave of vitality surged through Roy's body, rapidly restoring his previously fatigued state. The source of this revitalization was the newly acquired wood release. Are you all right? Tsunade did not immediately check on her brother, but instead helped Roy to his feet. After a brief examination, she noted his vitality was not only robust, but vibrantly active. Far from the state of exhaustion one would expect after such a drain. It's fine now. Let's check on Brother Rokutree. His condition is quite frail and requires nurturing. Roy promptly redirected Tsunade's attention away from himself. Upon hearing this, Tsunade recalled her ailing brother and approached Rokutree to assess his condition. As Roy had indicated, he was indeed somewhat weakened, but still within manageable limits. The issue with his meridians had been resolved, and recovery would not pose a significant challenge. However, Tsunade had other matters to attend to. Roy, I leave Rokutree's care to you. I need to step out for a moment. With that, Tsunade departed the Senju compound, leaving Roy unaware of her intentions. The following day, news broke that the Hokage building had collapsed and was undergoing urgent repairs. Due to Rokutree's condition, Tsunade decided to remain for an additional 2 days. It was during this time that the life of a legendary figure would be forever altered. The next day, an Umbu ninja hurriedly arrived at Tsunade's side. White Fang's mission has failed. The front lines have expanded once more. Just a single statement compelled Tsunade to abandon her preparations and head to the Hokage's office. Chapter 10. Those who abandon their comrades are even less than worthless. White Fang. It was no surprise that Hatake Tsukumo's mission had ultimately failed. Roy was well aware that Tsukumo's inability to forsake his comrades had led to this failure. This incident resulted in the suicide of Hatake Tsukumo, a formidable ninja revered as the White Fang of Konoha. As Kakashi's classmate, Roy felt compelled to witness the events for himself. After administering medicine to Rokutree, Roy made his way to Kakashi's home. What a White Fang of Konoha! To forsake a mission to rescue a comrade, do you have any notion of how many ninjas' lives that decision has cost on the front lines? I, Sarutobi Shino, would rather perish on the battlefield than not contribute to my village. Yet you chose to abandon your mission midway. A piercing voice rang out before Hatake Tsukumo's door. The crowd gathered was substantial, and had Roy not been slight of build, he would have found it difficult to maneuver through. The instigator of the ruckus was none other than Sarutobi Shino, the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having executed a mission alongside Hatake Tsukumo, his lack of strength led to the failure of their task when Tsukumo intervened to save him. Rather than showing gratitude, this individual came forth to tarnish Tsukumo's reputation, even stating that those who cannot complete a mission do not deserve to be called ninjas, that he had elevated himself to a moral high ground built upon the sacrifices of others. Are you suggesting that in the face of a mission, one should abandon their comrades? As Sarutobi Shino was in the midst of a fervent tirade, an incongruous voice resonated through the air. He turned to look, yet could not discern the speaker. Who? He bellowed, his face reddening with anger. Roy, the disciple of Lady Tsunade. Roy reiterated the question with unyielding resolve. Initially, as he regarded Roy as merely a child, Shino had prepared to chastise him, but upon hearing Tsunade's name, he hesitated. Even Shino dared not lay a hand on Tsunade's disciple, for if she were to confront him, he would surely face her wrath, and even his Hokage father would not dare to intercede. Creaking open, the previously sealed door revealed the once vibrant Kakashi Hatake, now appearing utterly despondent. It was evident how deeply this incident had affected him. I am sorry. I have disappointed the expectations of the village. This incident is my fault. Indeed, I am but a worthless failure who disregarded the mission's regulations. Kakashi spoke these words with a quivering voice, each syllable laden with remorse. So it was truly because of Kakashi that the mission failed? All this talk of Konoha's White Fang is mere bluster. He could not even adhere to the rules of the mission. What a disgrace, murmured the onlookers. If he had followed the rules and prioritized the mission, my husband could have returned, rather than remaining on the battlefield. As Kakashi's words echoed, the crowd began to murmur, their intent clear, to incite disdain for Kakashi within the village. Kakashi, unaccustomed to such treatment, felt his spirit wane further, his eyes losing their luster. Ding, injury detected. Host, please expedite treatment. The system chimed in, targeting Kakashi as a prodigy. Kakashi had always been compared to others, the shining star of the village. He had ascended from Genin to Chunin, and ultimately to Jonin, embarking on a legendary path. During the Second Shinobi War, he led Konoha's ninjas in vanquishing Chiyo's offspring. On the battlefield, he earned the title of Konoha's White Fang through his unparalleled swordsmanship. Adorned in glory, he was even deemed worthy of becoming the fourth Hokage. Yet before he could acclimate to such a claim, he plummeted into despair. Kakashi struggled to comprehend why he had forsaken the mission to save a comrade. Was he truly deserving of such criticism? His heart began to fill with disappointment towards the village, himself, and life itself. Then why don't you just die? You speak with such righteous indignation. If you believe Uncle Kakashi's rescue was a mistake, you should have chosen to take your own life when he extended his hand. How shameless to return, Roy interjected, stepping protectively in front of Kakashi, his voice imbued with righteous fury. Kakashi, once despondent, found a flicker of hope in Roy's small figure. Roy, what are you doing? Kakashi, not far off, looked on anxiously. The speaker was none other than the Hokage's eldest son. The repercussions of Shino's word would undoubtedly reverberate. Do you, Kakashi, also believe Uncle Kakashi was in the wrong? Roy inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. This stoic figure, who often wore a mask of indifference, was now visibly flustered. I believe my father has done no wrong. Kakashi responded, momentarily taken aback before stepping closer to Roy, arms outstretched to defend his father. I too believe Uncle Kakashi was right to not abandon his comrades. What error lies in that? Uchiha Obito emerged from the shadows, standing resolutely alongside them. Rin, too, stepped forward, her silence speaking volumes of her unwavering support. Dear friends, do you wish for your loved ones to forsake their lives to fulfill a mission while they fight valiantly? Indeed, those who disregard rules may be deemed failures. However, to abandon a comrade's life is a fate even beneath that of a failure. Roy's voice rose above the murmurs, resonating with profound conviction. The fervor of his words rekindled a glimmer in Kakashi's previously dulled eyes. Kakashi, you all step back. I have been foolish, Kakashi stated, pulling away from the children as he stepped forward, his countenance gradually regaining its former vigor. Shino, I shall accept the consequences of this mission as failure. But do you truly believe that one who would abandon their comrades would be given the opportunity to shout here? His gaze turned steely. Begone. With that, Kakashi pivoted, leading the children back into the courtyard. Chapter 11. Healing Kakashi, my blade is greater than yours. Upon returning indoors, Kakashi's demeanor had clearly shifted. Roy, you are Tsunade's disciple. Correct? You possess great potential. In time, you shall become an exceptional ninja. Kakashi regarded Roy with a newfound warmth, a smile gracing his features. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Kakashi's psychological treatment. You have gained a chakra boost of 30 and acquired the ultimate swordsmanship technique. Murasamed. As Kakashi's emotional turmoil began to dissipate, the system chimed in, yet the scan still indicated Kakashi as an injured party. Without pausing to review his rewards, Roy stepped closer. Uncle Kakashi, your injury? He inquired, curiosity piqued. The system could only detect the presence of injury, not its precise location, and Kakashi had wrapped himself tightly, making it difficult to ascertain. Have you noticed? Kakashi replied, shaking his head in resignation as he pulled back his sleeve to reveal a gruesome wound on his arm. Father, your hand! Kakashi exclaimed, as the son of the famed White Fang, aware that such a severe injury would hinder his swordsmanship significantly. Some techniques may never be wielded again. Konoha's White Fang. His blade is shattered. Your distress is not solely due to the village's rumors or Sarutobi Shino's ingratitude. It is also because of your own blade, is it not? Roy began to comprehend the depths of Kakashi's despair. In his attempt to protect Sarutobi Shino during a mission to assassinate the Kazekage, Kakashi had not only failed the mission but also sustained an irreparable injury. The dual blows to his reputation and physical prowess had driven this once great talent to the brink. Indeed, my hand may never recover. Kakashi lamented, I can help you. I am a medical ninja. Roy interjected before Kakashi could finish. A medical ninja? With such an injury, even Lady Tsunade herself would find it impossible to heal. The damage is to the meridians, and it has been too long. Had effective treatment been administered from the outset, Kakashi, a seasoned warrior, understood the gravity of his condition. He may very well be confined to the village, relying on its protection, and in rare cases, he might even be used as leverage in negotiations with other villages. The mere thought of such a fate ignited a desire for self-destruction within him. I truly can, Roy insisted, grasping Kakashi's hand firmly, his resolve unwavering. Roy, you must assist my father, Kakashi urged. Yes, Roy. Uncle Kakashi is a great ninja. Do not let him down again. You can do it, Roy-kun. The children rallied around him, their fervent encouragement resonating within the room. Kakashi, initially inclined to refuse, fell silent at their words. Why indeed should he contend with a child? Allow him to give it a try. It poses no harm. Under the adept hands of a skilled healer, the injured meridians were swiftly restored at AS for the remaining superficial wounds. A standard treatment would suffice. I asked that satisfactory. Truly resolved? Konoha Shikamaru felt the surge of power coursing through his arm. This familiar sensation was unmistakable. With a swift motion, he drew his short blade. A flash of white light gleaming at a nearby boulder was instantaneously cleaved in two. That indeed, Konoha Shikamaru's swordsmanship had reached a level where he could seamlessly integrate chakra into his strikes. This blow was one that only a select few in the ninja world could effortlessly withstand, easily counted on one's fingers. Thank you, Dr. Roy. I am merely a classmate of Kakashi. This is within my capabilities. No need for gratitude. Moreover, having chosen the path of a medical ninja, every patient is my responsibility. IT is my duty, Roy humbly replied, waving his hand. The more Konoha Shikamaru observed Roy, the more he found him agreeable. Turning his gaze to Kakashi, who stood nervously on the sidelines, his face a canvas of anxiety, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. Kakashi, sensing the scrutiny from Shikamaru, found himself momentarily bewildered. Firstly, I, Kakashi, have not provoked any of you. Uncle Shikamaru, I recall you were the commander on the front lines. Now that you have returned, who is directing the battlefield? Uchiha Obito interjected eagerly. IT must be Lord Orochimaru, Shikamaru mused. Went on a mission. I'm not the commanding officer. Kakashi, invite your classmates to dinner. I shall make a brief visit to the Hokage's office and return. With that, Konoha Shikamaru vanished from sight. Roy, you are truly remarkable, having mastered such powerful medical ninjutsu. Even Uncle Shikamaru praises you. Lin's wide, glistening eyes reflected admiration. I am formidable too. I simply do not wish to be a medical ninja. I aspire to be a battlefield hero like Uncle Shikamaru. One day, I will become Hokage, Obito declared, clearly unwilling to concede in Lin's presence. He must be the center of attention. Though somewhat foolish, his sincerity was genuine. Indeed, a fool, Roy thought. May I engage in a spar with you? Kakashi expressed his gratitude for Roy saving his father. Yet at this moment, he was more curious about the extent of Roy's abilities. He promptly unsheathed his short blade, having trained in swordsmanship under Konoha Shikamaru since childhood. He began wielding a real sword at the age of 4, certainly. Let us proceed to the training ground. The Hatake residence boasted a training area. After receiving Roy's consent, the two made their way there. We shall not employ chakra, only taijutsu and swordsmanship. Do you possess a sword? If not, I do, and it is larger than yours. Before Kakashi could finish, Roy summoned the demon sword. Upon seeing the massive blade in Roy's hands, Kakashi's expression twitched. He realized he had perhaps overestimated the situation. Swordsmanship was not merely determined by the size of one's weapon. Kakashi had confidence in his skills and sought to defeat Roy to prove to his father that he was not weak. That may be true, but my sword is indeed larger, Roy chuckled, launching an attack with his long blade aimed at Kakashi. Initially, Kakashi perceived Roy's strikes as riddled with openings, a victorious smile gracing his lips. However, it was not long before that smile faded. Indeed, he was bested by Roy's seemingly flawed assault. Staring at the short blade that lay a short distance away, Kakashi found himself momentarily dazed. Chapter 12. Kakashi is not as handsome as I am. The resolve of a medical ninja. Roy picked up Kakashi's short blade and approached him. You won't let this defeat shatter your spirit so easily, will you? In my eyes, you are a genius. Roy offered the blade back to Kakashi, attempting to console him. Genius? If someone else were to say that, Kakashi would relish it. Who wouldn't want to be called a genius, to be the object of admiration, especially at his age? Yet, having just been defeated by Roy and then being called a genius felt like salt in an open wound. A painful reminder. Roy, you needn't say such things. Kakashi accepted the short blade, lifting his gaze to meet Roy's with steadfast determination. He would not abandon his swordsmanship. Moreover, he now had a short-term goal, to defeat Roy. Kakashi, how about a deal? Let me see your face, and then I will grant you the opportunity to challenge me. That if you refuse, once I become a certified medical ninja, you may never have the chance to challenge me. Roy said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. If there were any mysteries left in the world of Hokage, Kakashi's mask face was undoubtedly one. As for why Kakashi always wore a mask, Roy surmised it was merely for the sake of pretense, akin to a rebellious child believing such an appearance to be cool. Very well, Kakashi replied, lifting his mask. A youthful face appeared before Roy. While not as striking as Roy, it was nonetheless commendable. Indeed, the secret behind the mask was nothing more than a facade. Will you challenge me now, or would you prefer to wait until you feel adequately prepared? Roy asked, gripping the enormous sword with ease. I will seek you out once I have trained sufficiently, Kakashi replied, replacing his mask and silently retreating into the room. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Roy, you are incredibly strong. However, I will not concede the title of Hokage to you. Would you consider becoming my subordinate in the future? Obito chimed in, unfazed. There were moments when he genuinely envied this guy. Perhaps it was this untainted spirit that led to his drastic change after the upheaval. Persevere. You will undoubtedly become Hokage. I believe in you, Roy encouraged, patting Obito's shoulder. This affirmation brought Roy considerable trouble. In a fit of excitement, Obito insisted that Roy enumerate 100 qualities that would enable him to become Hokage. Was this not an outright challenge? Eventually, after being bombarded with questions, Roy lost his patience and gave him a good thrashing, after which Obito settled down. Roy, hurry to the hospital. They say they're understaffed and a large number of injured have been sent back from the front lines. Just as Obito pleaded with Roy to at least list 99 traits. A ninja appeared. Understood. Lin, please explain to Uncle Shikamaru that I have urgent matters at the hospital. With that, Roy dashed towards the hospital. Upon arrival, he promptly headed to the public ward. Here lay ordinary ninjas, devoid of family backgrounds, relying solely on the village for support. Typically, they were assigned to public wards, while those from prestigious clans received preferential treatment in advanced rooms. Some, like the Sarutobi clan, were even granted direct access to VIP ward for treatment by elite medical ninjas. Why are even children being summoned to assist? We fought valiantly on the battlefield, barely managing to return to the village, only to perish in the hospital. Everyone, please remain calm. I have faith in the village. You may believe, but I do not. This is utterly. My arm's wound has healed. Amidst the murmurs, Roy remained unfazed. After all, how could a group of veterans influence a player on the rise? After completing the first wound debridement and administering basic treatment, Roy moved swiftly to the next patient. Ino, you are in charge of bandaging. Remember to disinfect everything thoroughly. Moreover, we must increase our speed. Time is of the essence. AS medical ninjas. We must always be prepared to wrestle with death for our patients. Upon seeing Ino arrive, Roy called out urgently. Understood. In mere moments, the atmosphere transformed, rendering silence as invigorating as a surge of adrenaline. Even the grumbling ninjas found a semblance of tranquility that a child possessed such awareness. Yet they did not. Thus, they awaited Roy's treatment in quietude. As the vanguard of ninjas, their injuries were no trivial matter. Many bore grievous wounds, some even with mangled limbs, although regeneration techniques could restore their bodies. The expenditure of chakra required for such advanced medical ninjutsu was beyond what Roy could sustain alone. They could only perform initial debridement, disinfection, and bandaging to prevent further deterioration of their conditions. Striving to ensure their survival that as long as they lived, hope remained. After the fourth bout of exhaustion, Roy was forcibly pulled from the infirmary by Shizen to Roy Senpai. I know you are formidable and eager to assist these people. But you must also take care of your own health. Shizen expressed her dissatisfaction, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Roy with a pitiful gaze at, oh, please don't cry, I'm just following your advice. Roy lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Despite possessing memories from a past life, he lacked experience in comforting a girl. All right, but you mustn't deceive me, Shizen replied, a smile breaking through her tears as she extended her pinky. Fine, Roy conceded, shaking his head in resignation, realizing how endearing women's expressions could be. After a brief respite, Tsunade arrived. How are the patients faring? Upon noticing Roy resting outside, Tsunade directly inquired about the situation. Most have received emergency treatment. But my chakra and stamina are limited, Roy replied with a weary countenance. Observing the family ninjas, each ward hosting 2 or 3 medical ninjas. His frustration grew, not aimed at the medical ninjas, but rather at the morbid system of Konoha. Understood. You rest. I will handle the rest, Tsunade stated, pushing the door open and entering. My student has already provided urgent care for many. Leave the rest to me. Let's take a moment to stabilize everyone's spirits. As Tsunade's words resonated, she commenced treatment. That little boy is Tsunade-sama's disciple. One ninja exclaimed, I thought as much. This child is extraordinary, exhibiting awareness beyond that of an ordinary child. Nonsense. You were just saying you wanted a little brat to treat you. That would be a disservice. Laughter erupted among the ninjas, their spirits lifted. with Tsunade, the renowned healer of Konoha, and her disciple personally attending to them. What more could they complain about? It felt as though they had suddenly gained recognition, dulling their physical pain. Chapter 13. The commanding Tsunade and the interruption of a leg. Meanwhile, Roy's words reached Tsunade's ears. Others interpreted it as her guidance to Roy, but only she knew it stemmed from the boy's own resolve. Her satisfaction with this disciple deepened. Concurrently, the Hokage building was swiftly restored, for the efficiency of ninjas at work was commendable. In the Hokage's office. Father, I, the Hokage, want to know if that boy named Roy is the one who hospitalized Sarutobi Shinji? No, this little brat cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. Otherwise, we may face greater troubles, Sarutobi Shinji expressed with displeasure. His original plan involved placing all blame on Hatake Tsukumo. Yet this little rascal had unraveled his preparations with just a few words, even branding him as ungrateful. Hatake Tsukumo has just applied to return to the front lines, and I have approved it. Shinji, forget it. You may leave now. Sarutobi Hizashi had intended to offer some words of encouragement, but they faltered on his lips. He understood that Sarutobi Shinji, both in talent and temperament, was not suited to become Hokage. Nevertheless, for the sake of higher-ups, he had considered accumulating enough military achievements and prestige for Shinji. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Clearly, this matter required thorough contemplation. Hokage-sama, can that boy provide us with resources? At that moment, Danzo emerged. His interest in Roy was not a fleeting whim. He had conducted investigations. Roy's victory over Sarutobi Asuma indicated extraordinary talent for a mere child of an ordinary ninja. Moreover, his displayed aptitude for medical ninjutsu and his decisive, clear thought when confronting Sarutobi Shinji were compelling indicators. This talent was one that their root organization could not afford to overlook. However, confining him to a medical ninja role felt like a waste. He is Tsunade's disciple. If you desire him, approach Tsunade directly. My involvement would only complicate matters. Sarutobi Hizashi was acutely aware of Tsunade's notorious temper. Seeking to recruit a disciple at this juncture could provoke her to lash out at him. Very well. He is merely a child, Danzo concluded, issuing brief instructions to a nearby root member, who promptly vanished. Hokage-sama, I find Hatake Tsukumo's return to the battlefield somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, given the assassination of the Wind Shadow and previous events, reconciliation on the front lines appears impossible unless we possess sufficient strength to swiftly vanquish Tsunagakure. Danzo shifted the conversation towards the war. Are you suggesting that Hatake Tsukumo could be the key to breaking the deadlock at the front lines, thereby elevating his reputation once more? Sarutobi Hizashi pondered gravely. He acknowledged Tsukumo's excellence, but could not permit him to ascend to the position of Hokage. The Hatake clan and the Sarutobi clan have been bitter rivals since the Warring States period. In Hizashi's eyes, Tsukumo's rise would inevitably lead to the suppression of the Sarutobi clan, an outcome he could not accept. More importantly, he could not relinquish the power associated with the Hokage title. Indeed, thus I propose we send him to assassinate the Wind Shadow, granting him an opportunity to atone for his previous mistakes. This way, the glory of victory on the battlefield will be attributed solely to your disciple. Orochimaru. A cunning smile crept across Danzo's face that on the surface, he appeared to support Sarutobi Hizashi, alleviating his concerns. Yet beneath, he had already established clandestine contact with Orochimaru. Will he agree to this? He will. Danzo understood Hatake Tsukumo well. The moment he recovered, he would demand to return to the battlefield. This behavior indicated a tenacious character, easily provoked with a slight push. Understood. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, then began to contemplate how to persuade Hatake Tsukumo to reignite the assassination plan. Meanwhile, within Konoha Hospital, in a span of mere hours, Roy and Tsunade had completed initial treatment for over 40 patients in a shared ward. Although somewhat fatigued, Roy reaped a multitude of rewards, notably in the form of increased chakra capacity and physical constitution. At present, his physique had surpassed the 100 threshold, reaching the level of an ordinary chunin. Remarkably, he was only 7 years old. His chakra reserves had also breached 4 digits. Suddenly, a masked ninja appeared before Roy in an instant. Roy, I am a member of the root organization, Diga. Lord Danzo greatly admires your talent, and considering your lack of clan background, you are hereby invited to join the Root organization. Now, please accompany me to report." Upon finishing, the Root member extended his hand, intending to seize Roy and whisk him away. However, a pristine white hand grasped the arm of the Root member. "Did you just say you want him to join the Root organization?" Tsunade's authoritative voice resonated, carrying an undeniable weight. Her gaze was piercing. "This is Lord Danzo's wish, and I hope you understand, Lady Tsunade. Regardless of the department within Konoha, it is all for the sake of the village." Before the ninja could finish speaking, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. She then closed the distance, her demeanor fierce. What a joke! They had the audacity to target her. The sordid affairs of the higher-ups were of no concern to her. The cries from outside quickly ceased, and Tsunade dragged a ragged ninja into the hospital, unceremoniously tossing him into the lobby. "Roy, remember you are my disciple. Why words may hold no weight elsewhere, but here, in Konoha, I dare anyone to lay a finger on you," Tsunade declared with an air of authority. The Root organization member, who had intended to explain himself, was rendered completely unconscious by her roar. These words soon reached Danzo, who was seething with rage, crushing his teacup in his hand. It had been ages since anyone dared to lay hands on his Root organization. "Tsunade, if it weren't for the sake of my old teacher. Tenzo, take 2 squads and bring that boy back to me." Danzo's interest in Roy intensified. A medical genius with an extraordinary physique. If he could withstand that thing, then the very thought of it made Danzo even more determined. By evening, the lobby of Konoha Hospital was littered with members of the Root organization. Indeed, all members of the 2 squads had been thoroughly beaten down by Tsunade. That moment, Danzo entered the hospital, flanked by several ninjas, his brow furrowed in displeasure. When Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of the situation, he hurried over, sensing trouble brewing. Inside the hospital, Danzo surveyed the fallen members of the Root organization, his expression dark enough to drip with malice. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood her ground, seemingly unfazed. "Tsunade, do you realize what you are doing? Inflicting such harm on the village's ninjas will be regarded as treason," Danzo said coldly, his face shadowed with anger. "Oh, Lord Danzo, are you preparing to declare me Senju Tsunade a traitor?" she replied, raising her voice with a hint of amusement. The commotion had drawn a crowd of ninjas, all seasoned from battle. Tsunade's status as the strongest medical ninja was well recognized among them. Hostility towards Danzo began to brew within the onlookers. Even the clan ninjas stood in solidarity with Tsunade. After all, if it weren't for her antidote to Chiyo's poison, they would never have returned to the village. Danzo soon sensed that the tide was turning. What did these ninjas intend to do? "You shameless old man, it was your people who attempted to forcibly take me away, prompting my teacher to act," Roy exclaimed, his voice tinged with indignation. "Since when has the village resorted to such force against its children? Is it reasonable to abduct a child simply because he is of high rank in Konoha?" "Roy, I understand, being Tsunade's disciple. My arm was healed by her. He is a remarkable child, yet he is being driven to tears at it is truly disheartening." The shift in sentiment was palpable. Even Tsunade's actions began to seem entirely justified. Under normal circumstances, she would have disregarded such comments, acting as she pleased. But now, for the first time, she felt that aligning with public sentiment held its merits. "Tsunade, your disciple possesses exceptional talent. He is a treasure of Konoha. You still intend to head to the battlefield, yet I hope he can remain here under my tutelage. Do you not trust me?" Danzo's tone shifted to one of negotiation, no longer as domineering as before. With this shift, the animosity towards him from the gathered ninjas noticeably diminished. "Teacher, I don't want to go. That guy looks like a creep." "Who is he?" Roy clung to Tsunade's clothing, his expression one of reluctance. "Do not worry. He cannot take you away." Tsunade smiled at Roy. "How about joining me at the front lines?" Roy nodded vigorously. Little did they know, Danzo's actions had prompted Tsunade to decide to take Roy to the front lines. Though the battlefield was perilous, it somehow seemed safer than being with that creep. Danzo, Tsunade, he is but a 7-year-old child, not even graduated from the Ninja Academy. He is not qualified for the front lines. Danzo exclaimed, exasperated. On his way here, he had heard rumors of Roy defeating Kakashi and his extraordinary physique. In the public ward of the hospital, he had provided medical care to numerous individuals. All of this pointed to the fact that this child was indeed a prodigy, and Danzo was determined to claim him for himself. Qualifications? You do not get to decide that. Lord Danzo, if you truly wish to lose all semblance of dignity, then so be it, Tsunade retorted without mercy. Within the village, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's words held no sway over her. Indeed, he lacked the face to stand before Tsunade and lecture her. Taking Roy away means ensuring that the village's genius does not perish on the battlefield. I hope everyone can grasp what kind of situation a child like him would face on the front lines. Not only would he be in grave danger, but he could also endanger our other comrades. Danzo argued, appealing to reason and emotion, as if Tsunade's actions were the epitome of treachery. Whoever wishes to test me, come forth. Tsunade's chakra surged forth, radiating an oppressive aura directed at Danzo. Danzo felt the weight of her chakra. His expression shifted dramatically. It was now a matter of no longer being embarrassed. It was about facing a humiliating defeat. Make your move. I will hold Tsunade back while you take the boy. Danzo commanded, immediately locking onto Tsunade. Several members of the Root organization moved to encircle her, while two others lunged towards Roy. Today, your Root organization will find no peace. Danzo, Tsunade stated, knowing she could not unleash her full strength in the hospital without endangering the patients. Danzo had chosen this location, likely anticipating that very restraint. How shameless! With a swift sound of slicing air, two of the ninjas attempting to seize Roy found their arms cut open. The two, initially filled with anger, raised their hands to capture Roy, only to be taken aback by the unexpected length of the weapon concealed within the small in the next moment. Both fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Are they dead? Tsunade rushed to Roy's side, quickly assessing the state of the two. Dead. Teacher, were they not already on the brink of death? I merely grazed their skin. Their demise has nothing to do with me. Is it true that members of the Root organization cannot sustain even a wound without dying? Roy questioned cautiously, instinctively retreating behind Tsunade. Tsunade understood Roy's reaction. It was perfectly normal to feel this way upon witnessing death for the first time. However, it was fortunate that he would not be traumatized by the inevitable deaths he would encounter in his medical practice in the future. Tsunade, not only have you harmed your fellow ninjas from the village, but you have also allowed your disciple to kill members of my Root organization, Danzo accused. What utter nonsense! Tsunade glared at him. Her chakra reaching a level of uncontrollable intensity, a 7-year-old child using a knife to merely graze your subordinates results in their deaths. Do you take us all for fools? If they are so fragile, they should not be ninjas at all. Tsunade believed that this outcome was likely a result of Danzo's own machinations, that it was likely that these two had set themselves up for failure. With that, she unleashed her sealing technique, releasing her chakra toward Danzo. As for Roy, he was surrounded by numerous injured ninjas. Today, if anyone wished to harm Roy, they would first have to contend with them. The audacity to frame a child for the deaths of Root organization members could only come from Danzo, who had no regard for shame. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also arrived at the Konoha hospital. Just as he was about to enter and assess the situation, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, shattering the hospital's entrance. Danzo emerged from the cloud of dust, flanked by several ninjas, his face contorted with fury. That woman, Tsunade, is truly mad that I never imagined she would dare to take action within the confines of a hospital. Danzo, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Hiruzen's expression darkened instantaneously, regardless of who instigated the chaos here. He immediately fixed his gaze upon Danzo. This man was beginning to spiral out of control. Hokage, I assure you, this is not my doing. That it was your apprentice, Tsunade, who wreaked havoc upon the hospital structure. Danzo retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. You old fool, spouting nonsense without knowing the facts. Tsunade, she is a medical ninja, deeply bonded to this hospital. You truly believe she would willingly assault it? He continued, demanding to know their intentions. The Hiruzen's anger intensified, that if Danzo would just admit his fault, he would provide him a way out and resolve the matter swiftly. I am responsible for the damage inflicted upon the hospital. However, our esteemed Hokage, the root organization has come with a contingent of ninjas, intent on forcibly taking my apprentice. Had I not been here today, would my disciple have been seized? They even allowed the root ninjas to attack my apprentice, who ultimately killed them. How absurd is that? 2 of Danzo's subordinates have been slain, their arms slashed before they fell lifelessly. Tsunade's voice rang out from the dust, and as she finished speaking, she emerged, conveying the entire situation to Hiruzen. After hearing her words, Hiruzen's expression darkened even further. Could Danzo not act discreetly when seeking out individuals? Now, not only had he failed to obtain what he desired, but he had also stirred up such turmoil. It was laughable to hear him speak of his subordinates being killed by a mere 7-year-old child. Had this man's brain been devoured by a zombie? Danzo, apologize. You shall take responsibility for the damages here and reflect on your actions, Hiruzen said heavily. However, just as Danzo was about to respond, Hiruzen shot him a piercing glare, silencing him. Hiruzen felt a sense of obligation toward Tsunade, especially given that she was his apprentice, and no need for apologies. I shall pay a visit to your root organization's base, Tsunade declared, making her way toward the location of the root organization. Upon hearing her words, Hiruzen's countenance changed dramatically. Danzo was equally taken aback. The base housed numerous secrets, and considerable resources had been expended in its construction. With Tsunade's destructive capabilities, would the base even remain intact? The 2 hastened after her. As for Roy, no one cared about his whereabouts at that moment. Standing atop the Konoha hospital, he mused, Tsunade-sensei is truly formidable. Roy felt a surge of admiration. Although he understood that having Tsunade as a supporter was advantageous, she would not bow to pressure from higher-ups. He had not anticipated her to be so bold as to confront the root organization directly. It seemed Danzo would have to pay dearly to quell Tsunade's wrath this time. Roy, why do they want to take you? Ino asked, her large eyes filled with concern. Perhaps it's because I'm quite strong. After all, I did kill 2 members of the root organization, Roy replied with a smile, clenching his fists. Indeed, those 2 had perished by Roy's hand, not due to their weakness, but rather their unpreparedness for a sudden assault, compounded by the fact that he wielded the Imperial tool, 1 strike to kill. As for how he could utilize 2 Imperial tools, Roy speculated it was due to the influence of the system. Neither of them had likely anticipated that a mere arm wound could lead to death. That I know you're scared, right? You don't have to pretend in front of me. Come here, Ino said, pulling Roy into an embrace. Her words unleashed his pent-up emotions. Taking a life was undeniably distressing. The acrid scent of blood, the chilling touch of a corpse, Tio asserted that he was unafraid would be allied at a few minutes later. Roy had managed to regain his composure. All right, Ino, I'm feeling better now. Let us go. There are still many injured who need our attention. Medical ninjas must not allow their emotions to interfere with the lives of those in need. With a smile, Roy took Ino along to continue their healing efforts. This incident served as a stark reminder to Roy of his limitations. His strength was still insufficient. Had Tsunade not been present today, or had the opposition been better prepared, he would have found himself in an endless abyss that it was time to grind for experience. There was no room for nostalgia at this moment. Meanwhile, at the root organization's base, Tsunade had already smashed a massive crater with a single punch and was preparing to strike again. Tsunade, halt. State your demands first. There is no need to act hastily. Hiruzen interjected urgently. Boom. Tsunade showed no signs of restraint and continued her assault. Witnessing the destruction of his base, Danzo unleashed Wind Release Ninjutsu, ready to retaliate against Tsunade. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Hiruzen immediately intervened to stop him, that if the conflict escalated further, it would only bring harm to Konoha. Tsunade, please reconsider. We are needed on the front lines. Just then, Kakashi appeared. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tsunade threw another punch before walking over to him. Hokage, Danzo, please refrain from attacking those close to me. Otherwise, I may truly become a rogue ninja next time, Tsunade declared, leaving without a backward glance. Kakashi said nothing further and quickly followed her. Watching the ravaged base, Danzo seethed with fury, wishing he could strike Tsunade down immediately, but he knew Hiruzen would not permit it. Danzo, did you lay hands on Shinjiro? Hiruzen suddenly realized that Tsunade's fury was connected to previous events. With tension still high, Danzo had stirred up yet another commotion. Humph. Danzo's temper flared, and he snorted coldly before departing with his entourage. Left standing in the aftermath, Hiruzen felt a sense of dismay. Hokage, we should return. The repercussions of this incident are considerable. Many ninjas and their families have begun to complain about Danzo. If this situation is not handled properly, it will incite public outrage. At that moment, an Umbu ninja appeared behind Hiruzen. Kneeling to report the situation, Hiruzen's head throbbed, and he shook it, turning to leave. Chapter 16. Sarutobi Shinizuki causing trouble? Just kill them. What? Are you saying the Hokage wants you to assassinate the Wind Shadow again? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tsunade was at a loss for words. This was a failed mission once already. What chance was there for success now? Was this not merely compelling Kakashi to restrain the forces of Tsunagakure to secure a decisive victory on the front lines? What was the endgame? Was it Orochimaru? Tsunade found herself puzzled that I've applied for accompanying ninjas. But is it still that guy? Tsunade discerned from Kakashi's hesitant demeanor that this mission likely still involves Sarutobi Shinizuki. Yes, his strength is insufficient for this task. However, after I mentioned the considerable likelihood of success in the assassination, he sought me out, claiming it was the Hokage's directive. Kakashi too felt exasperated. Such individuals merely sought to seize credit for themselves. Be cautious. If the task is unfeasible, do not insist on it. Ensure your own safety. All right, I need to return and check on my apprentice. Tsunade uttered a few simple words before bidding farewell to Kakashi Hatake at Konoha Hospital. The injured in both the public and private wards had received preliminary emergency treatment. The next step required time for recuperation and specialized medical care. Merely the urgent care had exhausted all the strength of Roy and Shizi at that moment. The two young ones were resting in the lounge. Taking advantage of the time, Shizen was diligently recording the day's findings. This girl truly exemplified hard work. Roy, step outside for a moment, Tsunade called out as she approached. Noticing Shizen's presence, I have examined those two. They are neither poisoned nor injured by blades. Can you tell me how they met their demise? Tsunade inquired candidly. If it were merely a case of deceit, Danzo would not resort to such foolish methods. The only plausible explanation was that Roy had killed the two Tsunade, had considered poison and various secret techniques, but found no signs of either. Roy produced the sword Muramasa. It's similar to your great sword? Does it possess any peculiar attributes? Tsunade asked, intrigued by Roy's ominous aura. Indeed. This blade is called Muramasa. According to the notes left by my parents, it is a cursed sword imbued with the power of malevolent spirits. Any individual struck by it, should their skin be breached, will have their life claimed by the spirit, Roy elucidated. Naturally, he felt emboldened to share this with Tsunade, not only because she was his mentor, but also due to her unwavering integrity. Even upon discovering the extraordinary nature of the sword in his possession, she would not attempt to seize it. Much like an insurmountable toxin, quite impressive, your physical prowess, combined with these two exceptional ninja blades, should sufficiently prepare you to confront ordinary dangers on the battlefield. Ensure you rest well. Tomorrow, you will depart for the front lines alongside Kakashi Hatake, Tsunade stated, leading Roy away. As for Shizen, she was cradled by Tsunade, heading towards the Senju clan's territory. Upon reaching the Senju area, they found Kakashi already present. Lady Tsunade, I have some lingering doubts that I wish to address, Kakashi remarked, exuding a sense of helplessness. With the inclusion of Shinji, Sarutobi, the probability of successfully completing this mission will decrease significantly. Though he is the son of the Hokage, Sarutobi is quite weak and rather arrogant. Let us proceed inside, Tsunade replied, guiding everyone into the courtyard. After placing Shizen on a bed, she made her way to the living room. Noticing Roy's presence, Tsunade refrained from elaborating. She understood that Roy wished to grasp the situation on the battlefield. Lady Tsunade, is there a way to prevent Shinji Sarutobi from joining us? Even if I were to go alone, the likelihood of completing the mission would be greater. Kakashi expressed his thoughts candidly. Taking him along. Should danger arise, we could simply eliminate him and return to complete the mission, Roy suggested, somewhat perplexed. Such doubts should not arise in Kakashi's mind. That if the roles were reversed, and Roy wished to accompany them. It would indeed be advantageous. They could dispose of him en route, claiming he fell victim to the wind shadow, but in doing so, they could herald themselves as heroes of Konoha, attributing the mission's success to his valiant sacrifice. Even if Ruzin Sarutobi were to harbor resentment, he would have no grounds to voice it. Kill him? Roy, Tsunade initially intended to reprimand, but then considered the underlying implications. Indeed, for Kakashi, this would be the most prudent resolution. Otherwise, should the mission fail and they return to the village, the pressure Kakashi would face would be no less than it is now. No, it is unacceptable to harm a comrade. Kakashi is a man of integrity. He must not be allowed to do so. Take him along, and regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails, consider it as if you are acting independently and if he exposes himself or finds himself in peril. Simply adhere to the mission protocol, Tsunade concluded, refraining from uttering the words of eliminating Shinji Sarutobi, yet recognizing that they could not allow his failure to jeopardize the mission. Thus, this was the only course of action. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. Kakashi rose, expressing his gratitude to Tsunade before departing. The only medical ninjutsu you currently possess is basic healing techniques, along with that peculiar regeneration technique. I shall teach you some foundational medical arts. Remember them well and gradually acclimate yourself. Tsunade instructed. 2 hours later, Roy lay in his bed, with Shizen already fast asleep beside him. Indeed, as children, they were quite the handful. And given Tsunade's nature, tidying up a room was an extraordinary feat. System. Panel. With a thought, Roy summoned his interface. Host. Roy age. 7 ninjutsu. 38 physique. 128 chakra. 52 fixed chakra. 871. 1028 ninjutsu techniques. Lightning release. Thunder step. Fire release. Little snake. Basic chakra extraction technique. Basic healing technique. Swordsmanship. Supreme swordsmanship. Bloodline limit. Would release. Dual wielding genin. Comprehensive value. 10 items. Imperial tool. Malevolent spirit. Imperial tool. 1 strike to kill. Muramasa. Surprise gift pack. 3. System functions. Personal space 1000 cubic meters. Divine healer level 1. Heals any living being. Can acquire a certain value of healing points. The system's exclusive currency. Surprise gift pack. Wealth. 139 healing points after reviewing his system panel. Roy did not rush to open the gift pack. A 10-fold opening would yield good fortune. And he had also noticed an issue. His chakra was exceedingly low. It was time to begin refining chakra. Embracing the training method of dual wielding, Roy gradually entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 17. Arriving at the front lines, a paradise of experience. 2 days later at noon, they arrived at the front line encampment. Tsunade, you're back. I've heard you went back and pummeled Danzo's subordinates, even destroying the root organization's base. A sinuous voice echoed. Indeed, it was Orochimaru. Roy, this is Orochimaru. He is the current commander. Most arrangements will be directed by him in the future. As for daily matters, limit your interactions with him. He can be rather eccentric, Tsunade stated without reservation. Lord Orochimaru, I am Roy, Sensei's disciple. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Roy greeted with a smile. After all, he was a companion of Tsunade, and at this stage, Orochimaru had yet to betray the village. Basic courtesy was still in order. Tsunade's disciple. Is it quite commendable? Well, the medical team is currently overwhelmed. Chiyo's poison is indeed a troublesome matter. Orochimaru replied, displaying a sense of exasperation on the battlefield. Orochimaru primarily handled combat and overall command, while Tsunade was responsible for medical support and coordination. Their collaboration proved effective. Very well. Tsunade did not elaborate further and led Roy away from the area. Roy, being recognized by both Danzo and Tsunade, you must be quite a remarkable young man, Orochimaru mused, licking his lips. Meanwhile, Roy sensed Orochimaru's gaze and could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, being exceptionally talented often attracted unwanted attention. Were it not for Tsunade's protection, he might very well be lying on the operating table in the laboratory by now. Upon reaching the medical team's location, Roy was taken aback. Various festering wounds, severed limbs, and severely injured bodies lay before him. Was this the reality of the battlefield? Without waiting for the system's notification to conclude, Roy approached an injured individual and began tending to their wounds. Lady Tsunade, This is a medical ninja. One of the medical ninjas observed curiously as they regarded our OY.M.Y disciple. Roy, he will be fighting alongside us from now on, Tsunade stated. Tsunade offered a brief introduction before immersing herself in her daily healing duties. Initially, the onlookers believed that Roy, being so young, would be unable to withstand the pressures of the battlefield, merely assuming he was Tsunade's apprentice there to gain experience. However, their perception of Roy soon transformed. Not only did he demonstrate remarkable precision in treating injuries, but his efficiency was also exceptionally high, already rivaling that of intermediate medical ninjas. His demeanor did not reflect that of someone performing treatment for the first time. Tsunade had mentioned that during his time at the village hospital, Roy had become well-versed in the treatment protocols. The earnestness with which he approached his tasks was commendable. He was destined to become an outstanding medical ninja. In fact, I believe he already qualifies as one. Within just over an hour, Roy had earned the recognition of all present. It is indeed remarkable for a child to achieve such a feat. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing basic treatment. You have gained 4 to physique and 23 to chakra capacity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing basic treatment. You have gained 2 to physique and 19 to chakra capacity to 8. This moment, Roy was completely absorbed in the delightful notifications from the system. There are 2 categories of medical treatment. Basic treatment, which can also be understood as emergency care, yielding modest rewards due to its minimal chakra consumption, allowing Roy to continue treating more ninjas. Everyone followed Roy's method, first performing emergency care to stabilize lives before embarking on more thorough treatments. Tsunade quickly recognized Roy's technique and propagated this approach. Previously, the shortage of medical ninjas often resulted in many ninjas succumbing to severe injuries before receiving treatment. By employing Roy's method, the survival rate of the injured could be significantly enhanced. Understood, Lady Tsunade? The group began to adopt Roy's treatment style, that in just half a day, they had managed to perform emergency care on all the injured. And most of the medical ninjas still retained considerable stamina and chakra. Little Roy is truly impressive. Indeed, I now understand why he was chosen as Lady Tsunade's disciple. The real test for us is about to begin. Let us commence. As the group of medical ninjas continued to treat the injured, discussions about Roy began to circulate. Soon, news of the child prodigy spread throughout the front lines, undoubtedly boosting the morale of the Leaf Ninjas. Meanwhile, Roy was lost in the euphoria of his newfound experience. That evening, within the command tent, under the leadership of Orochimaru, the other team members gathered. Naturally, Roy was brought along by Tsunade. Currently, the offensive from Sunagakure remained fierce. Driven by personal sentiments, Chiyo, the overall commander, was reluctant to retreat easily, indicating they would have to hold their ground for a considerable time. Orochimaru pointed to their current combat position. Fighting against Sunagakure posed a significant challenge due to the presence of numerous puppet masters and toxins, which made attrition warfare particularly troublesome for the Leaf. While the front line was manageable for the moment, continued attrition without support from other fronts could lead to dire consequences. If it weren't for Hatake Sakomo's failed mission, we would have returned to the village by now, Tsurutobi Shinosuke remarked with discontent. He believed that the failure of the mission lay squarely on the shoulders of team leader Hatake Sakomo, though he was oblivious to the specifics and disinterested in knowing them. Indeed, wouldn't it be better if medical ninjas accompanied us to the front lines? At that moment, a youthful voice piped up from a corner. Medical ninjas? What business does a child have here? So Navi? Tsurutobi Shinosuke laughed heartily. Maybe, from my observations today, many ninjas' injuries are not as severe as they seem. The reason they require treatment is often due to infection and deterioration of wounds. If a medical ninja were present in the squad, immediate care could be administered during combat. Moreover, medical ninjas are not weak, They can't hold a candle to my teacher. Roy stepped closer to Tsunade, a proud expression on his face. Upon hearing Roy's words, Tsurutobi Shinosuke almost retorted, but found himself at a loss for words, nearly choking on his own indignation. All right, Roy. No need to stir trouble. Most medical ninjas are not adept at combat. Their primary role is to remain in the rear to ensure medical support. Tsunade, though tempted to see the Sarutobi clan members get rebuffed, acknowledged the truth of the situation. Chapter 18. The Emergence of a Pest. Hearing Tsunade's words, Roy nodded and sat down, choosing not to speak further. Humph. A mere medical ninja thinks they can step onto the battlefield? Lady Tsunade is indeed formidable, but that is merely an exception. Other medical ninjas who venture to the front lines will likely be the first to fall when combat begins, Sarutobi Shiraku remarked bluntly. This is absurd. He is the nephew of Sarutobi Hisashi. When did matters on the battlefield become the concern of a mere child? What of Tsunade's apprentice? It's foolishness, truly foolish, a mere medical ninja. The Sarutobi clan has some nerve, considering they hesitated to engage in battle, resulting in several casualties and numerous injuries on the first day. They hide in the rear, claiming to conserve strength for critical moments. But the reality is that they're simply cowardly. In this war, what have you done besides disgrace the Leaf Ninjas? Tsunade stood up, delivering an unrelenting reprimand. Orochimaru felt somewhat uneasy, as he had consented to such decisions. For the higher-ups of the Leaf, this was a common occurrence, a hidden rule of the ninja world where clan ninjas were deemed more valuable, while ordinary ninjas were seen as expendable. This was typically unspoken, but Tsunade had brought it into the open, which could lead to dire repercussions. Roy was taken aback. How could these individuals be so shameless? Meanwhile, some captains of the defected ninjas turned their ire toward Sarutobi Shiraku. Tsunade, do you realize that speaking out of turn comes with consequences? Our Sarutobi clan's ninjas have fought valiantly in this war. And if they don't appear on the battlefield tomorrow, don't blame me, Orochimaru. Tsunade interrupted Sarutobi Shiraku, turning to Orochimaru with a smile before leading Roy out of the tent. She had no desire to participate in such discussions. The more she learned, the more disdain she felt for the village. Tsunade, what troubles you? At that moment, a figure appeared outside the tent. It was Cat Dan, a ninja who had recently been pursuing Tsunade, and also the uncle of Roy's junior apprentice. Cat shit, it's nothing. Those Sarutobi ninjas are utterly shameless. I shall take my leave now. Having said that, Tsunade turned and departed. Although Cat Dan wished to say something further, he ultimately refrained, slowly lowering his raised hand, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. Roy observed all of this. In his impression, Tsunade and Cat Dan should have been lovers by now. Why did their relationship seem so peculiar? With a tinge of suspicion, Roy entered Tsunade's tent. Since Roy had just arrived, he would temporarily share a tent with Tsunade. Roy, you should rest for now. Tomorrow, I will take you to continue your training, striving for you to master more medical ninjutsu as soon as possible, Tsunade said, pulling out a flask and taking a swig. Teacher, the suggestion I made is actually feasible. As medical ninjas, our control over chakra and physical conditioning is commendable. With just a bit of practice, we could master some self-defense techniques, or even train to become powerful ninjas like you. Equipping each squad with 2 medical ninjas would significantly reduce casualties. Roy took a seat and spoke slowly. Such suggestions and arrangements were originally proposed by Tsunade. However, it was Roy who articulated this viewpoint prematurely. That I acknowledge your perspective, yet it is not suitable at this moment. Despite the multitude of ninjas present here, including the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mido, and Uchiha clans, these 4 prominent families comprise half of the contingent. Regrettably, this half is primarily here merely to fulfill their presence. As Tsunade expressed this, a deeper frustration welled within her. She recalled how the Senju clan had suffered a devastating attack due to intelligence failures from the Sarutobi clan, resulting in the loss of many powerful clan members during that battle, which directly led to the decline of the Senju clan. The high-ranking ninjas among them, one of the front line, seemed only to engage in trivial pursuits. Had it not been for Tsunade's foresight, she might have already taken action against those individuals. Well, I have refined my chakra. Roy nodded and began his practice of the dual technique. Within the camp, Orochimaru, are you preparing for us to participate in the war tomorrow? The Uchiha clan's bio looked at Orochimaru with evident dissatisfaction. He was the son of Uchiha Kuki, a jonin of Konoha. All he needed was to partake in this conflict before returning to assume his family's designated position. Participate in the war. Such matters are for the ordinary ninjas. What concern is it of mine? Let me be clear, I will not go. The ninjas of my clan will also refrain from involvement, as they are my direct subordinates. Mido Seigaku displayed an air of indifference. Regardless, he would not partake. Those who wish to go may do so. Shimura Makoto and Sarutobi Haku exchanged knowing smiles as they regarded Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you aspire to become Hokage, Yet mere achievements here will not suffice. You will require the backing of the major clans. Otherwise, your ambitions are futile. Indeed, at this juncture, these four clans were exerting pressure. Oh, you choose not to participate. I see. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, paying little heed to their words, and continued to attend to his tasks. Tsunade's threats were not directed at him, but rather at the individuals before her, though they likely remained unaware of this. Given the circumstances, it seemed best to allow them to manage their own affairs. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's retreat, the others exited the tent with smug expressions, believing that even if Orochimaru were to become Hokage, he would merely be a puppet, though they refrained from voicing such sentiments aloud. The following morning, Roy awoke and immediately commenced his medical duties, that he aimed to elevate both his physical condition and chakra levels to that of a special jonin in a short span of time. Thereafter joining the front lines to fight alongside the ninjas, for that was the optimal place to gain experience. This little fellow, Tsunade mused as she observed Roy dashing away, a smile gracing her lips. She had not anticipated the fortune of acquiring such an excellent disciple, which was indeed delightful. Sunedano, Sunagakure has launched another assault. Ninja have already been dispatched to counter it. However, one ninja arrived, reporting that none of the four clans had yet intervened. All remaining holed up in their tents. Tsunade's temper flared at this revelation. It appeared that Orochimaru had tacitly approved of her actions. Thus, it was time for them to learn the cost of betraying the village. Tsunade rose and, filled with fury, vanished from sight. Chapter 19. Tsunade takes action, caught the attention of Orochimaru. At the temporary medical team S location, Roykun, "You're up early," a medical ninja greeted with a smile. "Nanison, you're early too. I truly wonder how you maintain your beauty despite late nights and early mornings," Roy complimented, grinning as he entered the tent. "This little fellow. In the future, I wonder how many girls will dream of him." Nana quipped. Roy possessed ample talent, worked diligently, had a sweet tongue, and was quite the charming young man. Inside the tent, Roykun, "You've arrived. My wound has scabbed over. Could you prioritize my treatment? I'm eager to return to the battlefield." A ninja who had initially doubted Roy's abilities spoke cheerfully. "You're nearly healed. Let us attend to others first. My wound has worsened. It seems the poison hasn't been adequately cleared." Thanks to the treatment from the previous day, Roy had developed a rapport with many ninjas, making today's treatment sessions more lively. After all, everyone had emerged from danger, and their mindsets had improved considerably. Furthermore, given Roy's youth, they regarded him as a junior, resulting in a more relaxed atmosphere. "All right, let us start with Uncle Naiba. He's the one in the worst condition. Keeping him here will drive him mad," Roy joked as he began to treat Naiba. By noon, Roy had completed treatment for over a dozen ninjas. The other medical ninjas gradually rotated shifts. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he was left with little of his own. Roy planned to open a surprise treasure chest before engaging in physical training. Both his physique and chakra must keep pace. "Hurry, hurry! We have numerous injured." It was the Tsurutobi clan-s ninjas that, in an instant, a large group of ninjas was brought in, including Tsurutobi Haku, who had boasted so loudly the previous day. Roy felt curious. Weren't these individuals supposed to avoid the battlefield? The strange occurrences did not cease. As soon after, ninjas from the four major clans began to arrive in succession, each appearing to bear significant injuries. "Tsunade, when you return, you'd better be prepared. How dare you attack fellow villagers? This is clearly an attempt at betrayal," several agitated ninjas shouted. Hearing this, a smirk crept onto Roy's face, and no wonder Tsunade had not shown up today. She had gone to confront these individuals. Truly, she was a worthy teacher, acting decisively. System, open the surprise treasure chest. After securing his burdens, Roy accessed the panel to unveil the chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the surprise treasure chest. Constitution 3. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the surprise treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the surprise treasure chest. Kanahagakure flowing technique. As the final treasure chest opened, the Kanahagakure flowing technique materialized. Though it was not an exceptionally powerful technique, it was at least suitable for Roy at present. Advanced sword techniques demanded far too much from the body, which Roy could not fully utilize at this stage. the Konoha flowing technique was far more appropriate. As a surge of memory flooded his mind, Roy felt as if he had been honing this technique for an extended period. In the forest, he diligently practiced. This training continued until the afternoon. Once his chakra reserves were fully replenished, Roy returned to the medical team. Sanadano, we were wrong. Please treat us first. We are determined to return to the battlefield. Sanadano, forgive us if my hand doesn't heal soon. I want to be able to use it. Sanadano, silence. Before they could continue, Tsunade coldly rebuked, causing an immediate hush among them. Fearful of attracting her ire and facing punishment, Sarutobi Haku and Uchiha Baihu, who lay nearby, had completely lost consciousness. They had been beaten and, despite their bravado, were dragged out by Tsunade for another round of punishment until they were left unconscious, discarded like dead dogs. Prioritize the treatment of those headed to the battlefield. As for these individuals, let them remain here for now. Upon seeing Roy return, Tsunade made a brief remark before moving closer to him. Teacher, won't this be a bit inappropriate? Roy inquired with a smile. Enough. I can't contain my laughter. Come, I'll teach you the technique for separating toxins, Tsunade said, leading Roy aside for instructional guidance. Meanwhile, within the tent, Orochimaru wore a helpless expression. He was aware of Tsunade's actions but felt powerless to intervene. Although her methods were somewhat questionable, they were not without justification. Even the higher-ups of Konoha dared not address the matter openly. Orochimaru, Sunagekyu's assault has intensified today, and the Jinchuriki has also made an appearance. At that moment, a ninja approached to report, I said about Fubuki. I'm aware of this fellow. You may leave for now, Orochimaru stated, directly heading towards the medical team. After informing Tsunade of the matter, she cast a glance at those inept individuals. Everyone, focus on treating the recently arrived injured. I intend to take them to the battlefield. Upon finishing her words, Tsunade also glanced at Roy. Understood, Sensei. Roy nodded, then began to unleash his medical ninjutsu. Soon, all the dozens of ninjas cast aside here had fully recovered, including the 4 who had been knocked out, now back on their feet. All of you, proceed to the front line. Those who do not wish to go may continue to lie down. Tsunade stated coldly, her gaze fixed on them. Tsunade, I will go, Sarutobi Bey, initially intent on making a bold statement, was silenced by a mere glance from Tsunade. He understood that failing to comply would surely provoke her wrath once more. He would seek to settle scores with her upon returning to the village. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. Tsunade led a contingent of elite ninjas from the Konoha clans into the fray. Roy, your medical ninjutsu is quite impressive. How about considering following me for further training? Orochimaru inquired with a smile as he approached Roy. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, but I still need to attend to the injured. Once Sensei returns, I will discuss it with her, Roy replied hastily, rushing off to continue his treatments. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then felt even more pleased with Roy. Having observed up close, he sensed the formidable vitality coursing through Roy's body. The rapid enhancement of his physique had granted Roy a qualitative change, enabling him to not only extract chakra more efficiently, but also to endure a greater output of chakra. Such transformation in just over a day piqued Orochimaru's curiosity, though being the object of his intrigue was not necessarily a pleasant circumstance. Chapter 20. The assassination of the Wind Shadow, the resolute action of Hatake Tsukumo, with Tsunade leading several prominent clan ninjas into the front line. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Although the 4 major clans incurred losses, victory on the frontal battlefield was essentially assured. Meanwhile, at the Sand Village encampment, Sister, perhaps we should retreat? If this continues, our ninjas will be decimated. Ebizong voiced his concerns. He understood Chiyo's obsession, knowing it stemmed from the loss of her own nephew on the battlefield, a pain that weighed heavily upon him as well. Yet, war cannot be swayed by emotions. No way. As long as Konoha does not surrender Hatake Tsukumo, I will not withdraw. Chiyo had become desperate, the agony of losing a child rendering her incapable of rational thought. Sister, there's no need to say more. Tonight we shall launch a surprise attack on Konoha, Chiyo declared, departing to concoct her poisons with determination. This time, she would ensure Konoha paid a steep price. Simultaneously, outside the Sand Village, Hatake Tsukumo and his companions had arrived. Indeed, due to prior events, the defenses of the Sand Village had intensified. Hatake Tsukumo felt a sense of helplessness. Last time, they had seized an opportunity through a surprise attack, but due to Sarutobi Shinji's blunder, their mission had failed. Reflecting on past events, he felt a tinge of annoyance. This time, we will not enter the Sand Village. Rihue and I will distract the guards if you fail to complete the mission. Don't blame me, Sarutobi Shinji stated, exchanging a knowing glance with Sarutobi Rihue before stealthily advancing. Observing this, Hatake Tsukumo felt unable to intervene. Did these two truly believe that the Sand Village lacked formidable ninjas now? They had barely managed to infiltrate last time, and yet they still contemplated diverting the guards. Hatake Tsukumo thought Sarutobi Shinji must have lost his mind. However, with the two already advancing, he could only proceed with his own plan. It is a Konoha ninja. Lock down the area. Inform Lord Wine Shadow. They were just two individuals, yet it was the same one injured last time. Immediate capture was essential. He is the son of the Hokage. Do not kill him. He can serve as leverage against Konoha. In an instant, they not only revealed their presence, but also their identities. Sarutobi Shinji, son of Sarutobi Hizashi. Such a bargaining chip, if obtained, would surely intimidate Konoha. The guards were soon filled with excitement. More than 20 elite sand ninjas charged forth. During his previous escape from the Sand Village, Hatake Tsukumo had identified a gap in their defenses. He slipped directly into the village. Thanks to the commotion caused by Sarutobi Shinji, the Sand Village's attention was quickly diverted this moment within the Wind Shadow's office. Lord Wind Shadow, we have surrounded Sarutobi Shinji and Sarutobi Rihue. Next, we can use these two as bargaining chips to negotiate sufficient resources from Konoha. Moreover, we have ample reason to compel Lady Chiyo to retreat, the Wind Shadow's Dark Guard reported swiftly. Hearing this, the Wind Shadow was filled with delight. He had not anticipated that these two would make a return so soon. Inform everyone. We must capture them alive. Before the Wind Shadow could finish, the Shadow Guard before him collapsed. Outside, all the Dark Guards met the same fate. Upon seeing Hatake Tsukumo, the Wind Shadow remained calm. What of it? Can you truly slay me and rescue those two? It was likely that Sarutobi Shinji and Sarutobi Rihue were already captured. You are no match for me. I'm sorry, Hatake Tsukumo declared. His short blade gleaming with a pure radiance in the night, a massive surge of chakra converged upon the blade. Lord Wind Shadow. Soon, a throng of sand ninjas rushed in, accompanied by the captured Sarutobi Shinji and Sarutobi Rihue. Give up! You cannot escape from here. Yet before the Wind Shadow could finish, Hatake Tsukumo launched a surprise attack. The short blade pierced the Wind Shadow's shoulder in an instant. Just the detonation of the chakra embedded in the blade would ensure the Wind Shadow's demise. Hatake Tsukumo, release the Wind Shadow at once, or I shall execute these two. Chiyo's voice rang out sharply. Originally believing that capturing these two would render Hatake Tsukumo hesitant, they were instead met with his unwavering resolve. As the son of the Hokage, sacrificing for the cause of war was the highest honor. That I believe that even if the Hokage were present, he would make the same decision as I. Hatake Tsukumo showed no signs of compromise, the blade still holding the Wind Shadow captive. He was not concerned for Sarutobi Shinji and Rihue's safety. Rather, he pondered how to break free. More sand ninjas continued to converge. And if he delayed any longer, escape would become impossible. Hatake Tsukumo, what are you saying? Quickly release the Wind Shadow. Save me. Did you not say that comrades are more important than the mission? Sarutobi Shinji was on the verge of tears. Had he known it would come to this, he would have remained in the shadows, allowing Hatake Tsukumo to handle the assassination alone. Furthermore, his previous attempts to shift blame onto Hatake Tsukumo now seemed utterly foolish. Yet, it was too late for regret. Now he could only hope that Hatake Tsukumo would not act impulsively, or he would surely meet his end as well. Hatake Tsukumo, if you, just as the Wind Shadow was about to speak. Hatake Tsukumo acted swiftly. The explosive chakra obliterated the Wind Shadow's heart in an instant, and he quickly made his escape. That I'm truly sorry that a swift strike ensued, showing no regard for the presence of Sarutobi Shino and Sarutobi Rihei standing in front. It dealt a grievous blow to several sand shinobi before breaking through. as it passed by Sarutobi Shino and Sarutobi Rihei. It deftly seized a kunai from the fallen sand shinobi and plunged it into the hearts of the two. This series of actions left the sand shinobi utterly bewildered by the time they regained their wits. The figure of Hatake Tsukumo had vanished without a trace. The wind shadow was attacked, and the entire village went on high alert, initiating a manhunt for Hatake Tsukumo. The news of the wind shadow's assassination swiftly spread throughout the village. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo had already escaped the village through the breach. On the front lines, a voice exclaimed, "Lady Chiyo, it's bad news. The wind shadow has been attacked and has perished." Alongside him, Sarutobi Shino and Sarutobi Rihei also met their demise. The assailant was none other than Hatake Tsukumo. The situation from the Sand Shinobi village was promptly relayed to the front lines. Chapter 21. Return to the village. Upon hearing this news, even the most furious Chiyo regained her composure. The assassination of a village leader would undoubtedly lead to chaos if she remained. "Withdraw." Chiyo gritted her teeth, her face reflecting a sense of reluctance. "The Sand Shinobi are retreating?" Orochimaru expressed surprise upon receiving the news. According to the plan, he was set to lead the ninjas in a direct confrontation the following day, while Tsunade and the four Great Clan ninjas intended to launch a surprise attack from the rear. However, unexpectedly, news of the Sand Shinobi's retreat arrived that very night. Indeed, it is said that the Wind Shadow was assassinated, and both Lord Shino and Lady Rihei have also fallen, a ninja cautiously reported. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru hurried to find Tsunade. Such intelligence was unlikely to be false. When Orochimaru arrived at Tsunade's tent, he found Hatake Tsukumo, bloodied and seated before her. "Tsukumo, this assassination was orchestrated by me." Before Orochimaru could finish his inquiry, Hatake Tsukumo provided a definitive response. Shino was exposed during the assassination and was slain by enraged Sand Shinobi. "Regrettably, I could not even retrieve their bodies," Hatake Tsukumo said with a sorrowful expression, though it appeared somewhat peculiar. "Tsunade, please attend to Tsukumo's injuries first, that I will relay the news back to the village," Orochimaru suggested, though he wished to inquire further. However, pursuing the truth seemed unnecessary at this juncture. Orochimaru was already aware of the events that had transpired in the village. Sarutobi Shino had been saved once, only to later slander Hatake Tsukumo, blaming him for the losses on the front lines. Had it been Orochimaru, he would consider it courteous not to have killed Shino himself. Moreover, he had no expectation of extending a helping hand on the battlefield. As he figured it out, after Orochimaru departed, Hatake Tsukumo gazed innocently at Tsunade. His theatrical performance stemmed entirely from a single remark by Roy. The Senju clan had sacrificed so many ninjas, so what of Sarutobi Hizashi's son? Coupled with the earlier slander against Hatake Tsukumo by Sarutobi Shino, the situation unfolded as it did. Roy shook his head and returned to his training. This guy really isn't suited for scheming. He is too straightforward. The following day, the victorious ninjas returned to Konoha, heads held high as the Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi was naturally present to greet them at the village entrance. "Where-s Shino? Where-s Rihei?" Sarutobi Mei, Hizashi's wife, hurriedly approached Hatake Tsukumo to inquire. "They have sacrificed themselves to fulfill the mission." Both chose to distract the Sand Shinobi. While I held the Wind Shadow captive, I was still prepared to trade his life for theirs. Yet, Shino rebuked me fiercely. "You fool, how many times must I tell you? If you cannot adhere to the rules and only care for your comrades, you are worthless." He insisted that I must complete the task and not allow the war to continue. I found his words compelling, and ultimately I assassinated the Wind Shadow, thus ending this conflict. They, however, fell at the hands of the Sand Shinobi. Hatake Tsukumo spoke with passion and seriousness as he recounted the events. In his narrative, Sarutobi Shino emerged as the hero of the mission. Whether they believed him or not was of little concern to him. Protecting one's comrades is a fundamental duty that I do not believe that Uncle Tsukumo's prior actions were erroneous. Prioritizing the rescue of comrades should always be the first consideration. At this moment, Obito interjected somewhat indignantly. "What do you know, child? Lord Shino is a hero of Konoha, sacrificing his life for the war. That is the will of fire." "Indeed, Lord Shino is worthy of our admiration." Several ninjas, all from the Sarutobi clan, chimed in, showering praise. Sarutobi Hizashi had intended to voice his thoughts, perhaps to reproach Hatake Tsukumo, but given the current circumstances, he could only swallow his words. You did well. Now, everyone is weary. Let us return to rest. We will discuss other matters in a few days, Sarutobi Hizashi concluded, pulling his wife away from the scene to make tea that moment. Sarutobi, Mei was on the verge of a breakdown, and it was crucial to prevent her from causing a scene. After all, it was Sarutobi Shino who had once berated Hatake Tsukumo as worthless. Now, in such a situation, Sarutobi Hizashi could not utter a single word of reproach, let alone offer praise to the other. Witnessing this scene, Roy felt a newfound respect for Sarutobi Hizashi. Even in the face of his son's death, he managed to maintain such composure. Truly, this man was quite shrewd. Sister, you've returned. I've made my decision. I will not go to the battlefield. I wish to become a teacher. Make tea that moment. Senju ran over to share his decision with Tsunade. A teacher? That is not a bad choice. Come, let us go home, Tsunade replied, leading Roy and Rope toward their abode in the Hokage's office. Orochimaru stated, Do you know anything? As the frontline commander, and given that Hatake Tsukumo had returned with the main force, any peculiarities or intelligence would likely have come to his attention. Are you inquiring about Shino? Orochimaru responded that I was not involved in that mission and know little about it. I only know that Hatake Tsukumo returned severely injured. He added with a laugh. Although he had pieced together some information, revealing it now would only invite trouble that I understand. You may leave now. Also, Orochimaru, prepare yourself. There are matters that require your attention. Sarutobi Hizashi offered a brief reminder before dismissing Orochimaru. Indeed, the original candidate for the position of the first Hokage was his son, Sarutobi Shino. Now that Shino had perished, the most esteemed and currently recognized disciple of Sarutobi Hizashi, Orochimaru, became the leading candidate. Jiraiya, due to his overly reckless and honest nature, was deemed unsuitable for the position, as he could not be controlled. As for Tsunade, she was not even considered, given her temperament and stance toward the higher-ups. Chapter 22. The Fate of the Foolish Devotee. At the training grounds of the Senju clan, two figures collided with a resounding thud before quickly retreating to distance themselves. Sister, how have you trained Roy? How is it that he has grown so much stronger after just one outing? Senju Rope rubbed his arm, clearly having sustained an injury from their recent spar. His physique was somewhat unique. However, if you cannot defeat even a child, Rope, your training regimen may need to be more rigorous. Tsunade forced a smile. Indeed, this encapsulated her current mindset. Observing the calm demeanor of Roy, her disciple, she couldn't help but think how exemplary he was. Not only was he endowed with remarkable talent, but he also demonstrated unwavering diligence in his training and never complained during medical duties. Essentially, he was without fault. Yet, on the other hand, he was her own younger brother. Such conflicting emotions left Tsunade feeling somewhat helpless. Sensei, Shunshu has been working very hard. Since the last time, he has made considerable progress, Roy said, his innocent smile brightening the atmosphere. In that moment, Shunshu felt increasingly awkward. The comparison was utterly infuriating. After their training concluded, the trio returned indoors. Sensei, you both should rest. I shall prepare dinner, Roy declared before swiftly darting into the kitchen. Having had the fortune of tasting Tsunade's cooking once, Roy vowed never to eat again. Shunshu, why did you choose to become a teacher? Tsunade inquired curiously as she took a seat. I have sparred with Roy a few times, and we have always reached a stalemate. He told me that I am ill-suited for the path of a combat ninja. Moreover, if something were to happen to me, you would be heartbroken. Sister, I also understand that I could never be like you. Shunshu replied, a hint of despondency in his voice. Yet his words were imbued with sincerity. He wasn't throwing a childish tantrum. After all, compared to Roy, he was already an adult. His melancholy was only natural. That little rascal. All right, Shunshu, just focus on living well. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. That if you happen to fancy a girl, be sure not to let her slip away. The two siblings opened their hearts to one another. Before long, Roy emerged from the kitchen, bearing the meal he had prepared. Meanwhile, a small figure appeared outside the Senju clan's territory. After much hesitation, they ultimately chose to leave. The following day, Roy awoke early. After preparing breakfast for the two, he donned his weighted gear and began his morning training, a regimen he had established for himself. The routine included morning exercises, a visit to the Konoha hospital, followed by evening training in the art of the dual-handed technique. Despite having a system at his disposal, he remained determined to put in the effort, at the very least. He aimed to master the powers bestowed upon him by the system. Roy. Indeed, the journey of youth is never devoid of companions. "Join me," a fervent voice called out. "Guy." Upon hearing that voice, Roy immediately recognized its owner. The exuberant Might Guy, known as Konoha's foremost taijutsu enthusiast, appeared to have run several laps around the village already. Very well, Roy nodded and joined Guy in a run. However, it wasn't long before Guy sensed something amiss. Roy was astonishingly faster than he. After completing a lap, he found himself defeated. "Roy, have you been secretly training at some point?" Guy exclaimed, his face displaying disbelief. "That I refuse to accept this. I demand a taijutsu spar with you." All right, Roy readily accepted the challenge. Their battle quickly drew a crowd, including Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and Yuhi Kurenai, who were on their way to the ninja academy. "Isn't Roy a medical ninja? How can his taijutsu be so formidable?" murmured the onlookers. "Did you know Roy has already been to the front lines with Lady Tsunade? I envy him. Is this even a medical ninja? He seems stronger than a regular taijutsu ninja." Several voices whispered amongst themselves, while the girls, including Yuhi Kurenai, cast admiring glances towards Roy. Witnessing this scene, Asuma Sarutobi's ire flared once more. Yet he dared not provoke Roy, fearing another beating. Besides, with Roy now a medical ninja, entering the hospital would be akin to a sheep walking into a lion's den. The very thought of Roy's prowess made Asuma shrink back. "I must divert Kurenai's attention, right? Kurenai is here watching Roy and Guy's fight. She probably hasn't had breakfast yet. I'll go buy her some." With this thought, Asuma felt like a genius. No girl could resist such a display of tender affection. Meanwhile, Roy's battle concluded swiftly, with him emerging victorious. His enhanced physique, coupled with the techniques of Konoha's taijutsu, meant that having Guy as a sparring partner yielded substantial gains. Thus, Roy grew increasingly stronger, ultimately overpowering Guy. "Guy, do not give up. You will undoubtedly become the most outstanding taijutsu ninja in the future. I'm off to breakfast." "I'm quite hungry," Roy stated, exiting the training ground. "Oh no, I forgot to bring money." He suddenly realized. Upon hearing Roy's declaration of hunger, several girls rushed off to buy breakfast. Kurenai wanted to treat Roy, prepared to do the same. "Kurenai, you must be hungry, right? I prepared breakfast for you. Please eat," Asuma said. Just as Kurenai turned around, carrying breakfast, "Oh, Asuma, thank you. You're truly the best partner," she replied, handing him some money, then accepting the meal. This action left Asuma utterly flabbergasted. "Kurenai, we've been good friends since childhood. You don't need to pay me," he stammered, sensing something was amiss in the unfolding scenario. "I need to pay you for this. It's meant for Roy." Kurenai's next words shattered Asuma's composure. To think that the breakfast he prepared was intended for Roy. Delivered personally by Kurenai. In that moment, Asuma felt as though his world had crumbled. "Thank you. I will bring you breakfast tomorrow as a way to repay you. I'm heading to the hospital now," Roy said, not pondering further. After expressing his gratitude for the meal, he made his way toward the hospital, oblivious to Asuma's disheartened state. As other girls returned, learning that Roy had accepted Kurenai's breakfast, they felt a twinge of regret for not having a friend like Asuma. Such revelations undoubtedly dealt another blow to the still recovering Asuma. This scene was witnessed by Tsunade, who thought, "It seems my little apprentice is quite popular after all." Chapter 23. The Meeting of Two Maidens. The arrival of a little brother. Upon reaching the hospital, Shizen was already present. "Roy-kun, you arrived early as well. Here, I bought you breakfast," Shizen said, offering him a meal. Roy accepted the breakfast with delight, realizing that Kurenai's offering was hardly sufficient. Asuma had purchased it according to Kurenai's appetite, which was entirely inadequate for Roy's needs. Given Roy's enhanced physique, his demand for sustenance had notably increased. After devouring his second breakfast, Roy and Shizen commenced their experience-gathering journey for the day. By afternoon, Roy had garnered a significant number of rewards, though most were related to proficiency and chakra volume. without any special items emerging. While somewhat disappointed, Roy understood the nature of the system's reward mechanism, which was inherently random. Rare items would not appear easily. Even if the system were to bestow numerous rare rewards upon him, he would struggle to assimilate them. For now, 2 Imperial artifacts were sufficient for Roy to absorb. Regardless of whether it was the cursed demon or the one-cut kill, both required an immense amount of chakra, necessitating that he consume his meals in moderation. Roy-kun, Lady Tsunade said I should go to her house tonight. Shall we return together? Shizun said playfully as she tidied up her belongings. One could not help but remark on Shizun's innocent charm. She remained a young girl at heart and was also one of Roy's admirers. Compared to the other girls, she was more acutely aware of Roy's exceptional qualities. All right, let's go, Roy replied with a smile, changed his outfit, and stepped out of the hospital with Shizun. Roy-kun. Just as they exited, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Kurenai, are you injured? Roy cast a glance at the crimson sunset, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. The system offered no hints. What could Tsunade be doing in the hospital? Roy, could you perhaps offer me some guidance? I too aspire to become an exceptional ninja, she inquired. Who is she? Originally, Tsunade sought to draw closer to Roy under the pretext of offering instruction. After all, she was the first girl to have prepared breakfast for him. However, upon noticing Shizun standing behind Roy, a flicker of rivalry and jealousy ignited within her. It wasn't that Roy was oblivious. How could he possibly fathom that this 7- or 8-year-old child harbored such sentiments? Thus, he spoke nonchalantly. This is Shizun, my junior. We are both studying medical ninjutsu under Lady Tsunade. The moment those words left Roy's lips, Tsunade's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Junior, studying together, she regarded Shizun with a sense of impending dread. Hello, we're heading home now. We need to prepare dinner for our teacher tonight, so we might not have time to train with you, Shizun interjected, clearly understanding Tsunade's intent. The subtle competition between the young girls was utterly lost on Roy. Ultimately, Tsunade decided to accompany him, claiming she would assist him in cooking. This scene did not escape the attention of Obito, who happened to be passing by. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Roy is quite impressive. I must find time to learn from him, Obito thought, a determined glint in his eye as he hurried home. Another passerby, however, held a different perspective. Asuma was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Why does this guy, already with such an adorable junior, feel the need to pursue my Tsunade? This resentment is unbearable. If I cannot confront him directly, must I not consider alternative strategies? Unaware of the unfolding drama, Roy busied himself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Shizun stood to the side, their faces flushed, looking somewhat flustered. Indeed, cooking was not as simple as they had envisioned. Initially filled with enthusiasm, they soon found that the knives and vegetables were far from cooperative. In the end, Roy consented to allow the two to learn, but forbade them from wielding knives and ingredients for the time being, resulting in the current predicament. Sister, is that Shizun? And Tsunade, the daughter of the sunset? Rope Tree, who had gone to school for an internship today, recognized Tsunade, while he was even more familiar with Shizun. However, the two of them appeared rather peculiar. Rope Tree, do you remember what I told you? If you like a girl, go after her, or consider if there are girls who like you. Tsunade intended to boast about how both girls were smitten with Roy, but then recalled that her brother currently had no girlfriend, which inexplicably irritated her. Why is this coming up again? Rope Tree replied, somewhat speechless. However, Roy, the unknowing catalyst of this situation, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he had inadvertently caused. Soon, dinner was served. Although Tsunade had not participated much, Tsunade insisted she stay for the meal. Wow, Roy-kun, your cooking is truly delicious. After just a small bite, Tsunade felt utterly captivated. As for Shizun, this was her first experience as well, though she opted for a more reserved approach and did not voice her admiration. After dinner, Roy escorted Tsunade home. Tea parting, Tsunade vowed to diligently study culinary skills to impress Roy in the future. Roy, of course, did not decline such a proposition. On the way back, Roy sensed he was being followed. Come out. Upon reaching an open space, Roy turned to see who was trailing him. With his current level of perception, such clumsy stalking was utterly transparent that Roy-kun, it's me, Obito, sheepishly emerged from the shadows. Obito, do you need something? Roy inquired, Intrigued by this future harbinger of the fourth great ninja war, in Roy's mind, Obito should be a simpleton at this age. If he was seeking him out this late, it likely wasn't just for a casual greeting. Roy-kun, I wish to follow you in your training. Please, you must agree, Obito stated, even bowing deeply in respect. This unexpected plea from a junior left Roy momentarily speechless. Wait, hold on. First, tell me what kind of training you wish to pursue. Taijutsu, Roy mused briefly. Obito appeared to possess a fair amount of talent and was somewhat diligent. He probably wanted to learn Taijutsu after witnessing Roy's battle with Guy earlier to know, Roy-kun, I mean Roy brother. Please, you must teach me how to win a girl's heart. Obito exclaimed with fervor. Huh, Roy was taken aback. This fellow had come for that reason. Chapter 24, Teaching Obito, Encountering an Ambush. To be honest, it would likely be difficult for an average person to accept such a premise in a short time. How old was Obito? He was already pondering such matters. Ahem, Obito, why do you think I could teach you? Roy asked, perplexed. His time was spent either training or at the hospital, even utilizing his evenings for practice. What had led Obito to believe he could impart wisdom on courting girls? Roy, you're being a bit ungrateful. Look, Tsunade has completely ignored Asuma and only wants to hang out with you. And Shizen, her eyes are practically glued to you. Isn't that impressive? Obito continued to gaze at Roy with admiration. If you teach me, you'll be my big brother, he added earnestly. How could Roy manage to capture the affections of two such adorable girls? Isn't that remarkable? Realizing the implications, Roy finally understood. Obito, do you have feelings for Ino? He asked directly at this stage. Obito was still a bit of simpleton, easily guided. He stammered, a flush creeping across his cheeks. The innocent and pure nature of youthful affection was unmistakable. You know what type of boy Ino likes? Or is your approach aligned with her preferences? Roy inquired softly. I don't know. That's all right. It's normal not to know. Now, listen closely to what I have to say. Never forget your admirable qualities. Continue to be yourself. Then, train diligently to enhance your strength. Come train with me every evening. Rest assured, as a medical ninja, I can heal you even if you get injured. Roy succinctly laid out his plan. That's it. Obito was bewildered. He had come seeking advice on how to pursue girls, not for training guidance. Do you trust me? Roy exuded confidence. That I do. Obito, whose intellect was already somewhat limited, was quickly swayed by Roy's unique charisma. After a brief interlude, Roy led Obito through their evening training routine to his surprise. Obito kept pace with him rather well, indicating a solid physical condition, already meeting the standards of Genin. That we'll leave it at that for tonight. Remember, you must come every evening, Roy instructed. Now, head home. With that, he turned toward the Senju clan's compound. Following this, Roy's life resumed its familiar rhythm. Hospital, home, training. Lin, you're here too? Tsunade greeted the approaching Lin with a bright smile, though a hint of wariness lingered in her gaze. Obito mentioned he's been training here with Roy, so I came to check it out. Roy-kun is quite impressive. Red, you must pay close attention, Lin suddenly remarked. Lin, I'm not fond of Roy's type. He is far too remarkable. That I prefer someone more ordinary, someone who allows me to feel a deeper sense of connection. Lin squinted her eyes, chuckling as she continued, someone a bit clumsy, not particularly eloquent, and perhaps even possessing a peculiar streak of bad luck. This moment, Lin's face flushed crimson upon sighting two figures approaching from a distance. Indeed, Obito and Roy had just finished their training session for the afternoon. Roy, here, she called. Senior brother, here. Red and Shizen immediately rushed forward, offering towels. Lin also extended a towel to Obito. I will definitely become Hokage and strengthen the village, Obito declared, gratefully accepting the towel with a goofy grin. You always seem to find yourself in trouble. I will be watching over you. You must do your best, Lin said softly, her smile radiant. That moment, Obito felt as if he were about to take flight, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sensation. However, Roy had advised him to remain composed. Thus, Obito quickly reined in his emotions. Lin, I promise not to disappoint you. I will forge my own path step by step, and I hope you'll be by my side on this journey, he asserted firmly. Although these words were taught to him by Roy, hearing them spoken aloud sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Lin continued to beam with joy. Obito intended to escort Lin home and would not accompany Roy any longer. Let us return. Otherwise, when Tsunade-sama arrives and finds no meal prepared, she will be quite upset. Red, will you be joining us for dinner tonight? Roy inquired with a smile directed at Yuhi Kurenai that it's normal for children to have such admiration. He thought, not wishing to distance himself from this situation. He preferred to let it unfold naturally. Primarily, he himself was quite the talkative one, though his practical skills were lacking, absolutely. I have even learned to cook. So this time I will surely be of help to you? Roy-kun, Kurenai replied excitedly. Although Shizen felt somewhat reluctant, she found it hard to refuse. The three made their way towards Tsunade's residence. Suddenly, a few masked ninjas appeared before the trio. The leader of the ninjas declared, "This is the child who was with Tsunade on the battlefield. Take him away," and charged towards Roy. "Step back," Roy exclaimed, pushing the two girls behind him as his weapons. The evil spirit and Murakumo materialized in his hands. Clang! With a single strike, Roy was sent flying backward, while the leading ninja staggered a few steps back, astonished. How could this be? Wasn't this just a child of over 7 years? Such strength was already on par with the Chunin's capabilities that it seemed imperative to promptly report this information in battle. Distraction could be fatal. With a swift motion, the ninja's arm was cut, narrowly avoiding a mortal wound. Not only was Roy strong, but his tactics were also decisive. He would undoubtedly grow formidable in the future. However, given that Roy was Tsunade's disciple, intervention might be warranted. Bang! Before the man could act further, he collapsed to the ground. The other two glanced towards one side and, indeed, observed Asuma approaching, his demeanor strikingly impressive at that moment. They rushed towards Roy. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Asuma unleashed a powerful ninjutsu aimed at the two assailants. The massive fireball engulfed them entirely. Chapter 25. Grateful to Asuma. Upon seeing Asuma's arrival, a glint of cold light flickered in Roy's eyes. In the next instant, he maneuvered Murakumo through the haze. The following moment, he too was sent flying backward. Roy-kun, senior brother. The two girls rushed forward, worry etched on their faces upon witnessing Roy's plight. I'm fine. Who was that attack from? So powerful. Roy exclaimed, somewhat exaggeratedly. Was it Asuma? Kurenai inquired. Noticing Asuma unleashing fire techniques in the distance, the fierce flames had completely enveloped their adversaries. Strangely enough, Asuma's fire techniques, which usually couldn't even touch Roy, seemed remarkably potent now. The three ninjas appeared to be at least of Chunin caliber. Yet they were utterly powerless against Asuma. Truly, Asuma was impressive. Shizen, could you do me a favor? Right now, Roy said. Although Shizen felt a bit perplexed, she promptly chose to leave the area. Kurenai, too, was bewildered. When did Roy and Asuma become such good friends? However, given that Asuma had subdued the enemies, it seemed they were temporarily out of danger. The distance to Tsunade's residence was merely a 10-minute walk. Soon enough, Tsunade arrived. After assessing Roy's injuries and finding no serious harm, she regarded the flames with intrigue. Roy, has that brat Asuma been casting fire techniques all this time? Tsunade asked, observing Asuma, who was executing ninjutsu clumsily. Indeed, thanks to Asuma, we would have been in peril otherwise. These three enemies were quite formidable. One of them possessed strength at least on par with a special jonin. Roy praised. Special jonin? Upon hearing this classification of strength, Tsunade's expression grew serious. She trusted Roy's judgment, as he had treated numerous special jonin before. Having experienced the battlefield, Roy could accurately assess a ninja's power. However, the question remained, how was Asuma, a student from the Ninja Academy, able to subdue these ninjas? As expected, teacher, we should express our gratitude to Asuma. Roy remarked, I was too reckless earlier. I am truly grateful that he overlooked past grievances to come to our aid. Noticing Tsunade's change in demeanor, Roy realized she had likely pieced together the situation. That's right. Just like before, Asuma brought the umbu with him. However, this time, it seems he is not seeking trouble, but rather attempting to showcase his prowess before Kurenai. What are you plotting, you rascal? Tsunade muttered softly, rising from her seat. Asuma, enough. The enemies have been dispatched, Tsunade called out. Asuma, who had been basking his own glory, suddenly froze, his actions coming to a halt dead. Asuma's pupils dilated. Panic etched on his face. How could his ninjutsu possibly have killed them? It was inconceivable that I am a medical ninja. These two corpses have been utterly mangled by your fire techniques. The other, though not directly attacked by fire, has also succumbed. You should return. I will inform the Hokage and ensure you receive proper commendation. Tsunade concluded, casting Roy a disapproving glance. This little rascal truly knows how to stir up trouble. Teacher, let us return and prepare dinner. Please hurry back, Roy said, leading the two girls away. As for Asuma, he was no longer concerned about how to impress Kurenai. It's over was the most genuine thought in his mind as he slumped to the ground. In the Hokage's office, bang, the door swung open, and a corpse was unceremoniously tossed onto the floor. The mask had been removed from the body. Tsunade, what is the meaning of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, a grave expression overtaking his features as he gazed at the figure on the ground. This is Fukan, a member of the Umbu. Tsunade, have you truly resorted to violence against the Umbu? No, it was not Fukan whom I assigned to surveil the Senju clan, she replied. Hokage-sama, today my disciple was ambushed by 3 ninjas. This individual was one of them, if I am not mistaken. His name is Fukan, correct? The fury etched upon Tsunade's visage was palpable, barely contained. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rose to his feet. The last time Danzo instigated trouble, Tsunade had wreaked havoc upon the base. Now, members of the Umbu had audaciously ambushed her disciple and were caught red-handed by Tsunade herself. If this situation were mishandled, it was likely that his Hokage building would also suffer the consequences. Tsunade, there must be some misunderstanding here that I did not orchestrate this incident, and I owe my gratitude to Asuma that it was he who intervened just in time to eliminate the 3 assailants when Roy was overwhelmed. Asuma is truly a remarkable young man. Just as Sarutobi attempted to elucidate, Tsunade abruptly interrupted him. Asuma. In that moment, Sarutobi felt as though his CPU were on the verge of burning out. The Umbu's unilateral actions against Tsunade's disciple were already perplexing enough. But now Asuma was somehow involved. Surely, it could not be that Asuma had instigated them. With this realization, Sarutobi began to piece together certain truths. Asuma was known for his exuberance, by the way, Sarutobi, fearing another of Tsunade's admonishments, instinctively inquired, "It's nothing, I merely came to express my gratitude to Hokage-sama. The Umbu infiltrated forces from other villages. This warrants further investigation, lest it tarnish your reputation, that I shall take my leave now." With that, Tsunade succinctly concluded her remarks and departed. Once Tsunade had left, Sarutobi briefly examined the lifeless body of Fukan. It was evident that Tsunade had not inflicted the fatal blow, beyond a small superficial wound. There were no signs of severe trauma. How could one perish under such circumstances? There were no toxins, nor internal injuries. Umbu, summon Asuma. Sarutobi spoke, suppressing the bewilderment churning within him. Understood that a figure outside the window responded before vanishing into the night. Minutes later, Asuma was brought forth. Father. Asuma, still in a daze, had just witnessed the Umbu carry away 2 corpses from the ground, the very ones he had dispatched. Was this incident orchestrated by you? Sarutobi inquired with a smile. Tsunade praised you. Asuma, flabbergasted, struggled to comprehend the situation. I merely went out for some training and stumbled upon my former classmates being besieged by 3 individuals. Consequently, I unleashed a fire release technique. Asuma, being an earnest youth, quickly recounted the events. So, you are saying that you witnessed 3 individuals overpowering Roy, and Tsunade did not intervene. Furthermore, were there only 2 other girls present? Sarutobi recognized Asuma's mischievous nature, yet he was aware that Asuma would not fabricate such a story in this context. Tsunade's assertions were astonishingly true. Asuma, I shall inquire once more. Was it you who summoned these individuals? Sarutobi inhaled deeply, his expression gravely fixed upon Asuma. This. Asuma instinctively took a step back, though he had yet to respond. Sarutobi had already discerned the answer. The members of the Umbu were not traitorous ninjas from Konoha, but had been summoned by Asuma for a performance. Yet, how could a mere act lead to such dire consequences? Asuma, you may return, Sarutobi said, somewhat flustered, gesturing for Asuma to leave. After Asuma's departure, the Umbu ninja returned with 2 more corpses. The bodies were severely scorched. However, chakra signatures detected at the scene belonged solely to Asuma. The 2 had indeed perished due to the fire release technique. The Umbu reported their findings. You claim that Fukon's death could be attributed to a sudden demise. What are these 2? 2 Umbu members were allegedly slain by your own son. Is it truly feasible that a mere fireball technique could annihilate Umbu operatives? Such a tale would be met with disbelief. Indeed, I believe it, Asuma chimed in. Danzo, you have arrived? Examine this corpse. Sarutobi's expression turned grave. Isn't this one of your Umbu members? How could they have met such a tragic end? Was it the Uchiha clan that executed the fire release? Upon seeing the bodies, Danzo's demeanor shifted. He had been disgruntled when Sarutobi had failed to prevent Tsunade from demolishing his base. And now he found a twisted sense of satisfaction in the demise of Umbu members. It was not the Uchiha clan. I refer to this particular corpse. I recall that your organization also experienced 2 peculiar fatalities at the hospital recently. Did you not? Sarutobi had summoned Danzo due to a sudden recollection of the previous hospital incident. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Danzo began to examine Fukon's remains. After his inspection, a slight seriousness clouded his features. Are you suggesting that the assailants from last time and this time were one and the same, capable of silently eliminating special Jounin-level ninjas right beneath our noses? Danzo spoke with a weighted tone. As for whether it was Tsunade, he outright dismissed the notion that if it were Tsunade, she would have likely opted for a more direct approach rather than employing such a cryptic method. We cannot dismiss this possibility. However, the unfolding events may be quite grave. Begin investigating those who have recently entered the village. After Sarutobi concluded his remarks, he instructed for the bodies to be taken away. Moreover, given the circumstances of their deaths, they would not be memorialized at the Spirit Mound, as they were not casualties of war or protectors of the Hokage. In contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the Hokage's office, Roy had already commenced his meal. With the presence of Hinata and Shizen, the pace of preparation had noticeably quickened, and both women demonstrated considerable culinary aptitude. After finishing his meal, Roy accompanied Hinata home. By the time he returned, it was well past 10 o'clock at night. Were those 3 you eliminated? Tsunade inquired as she sat in the main room, observing Roy's return. Yes, Roy replied calmly as he took a seat. Well done, although I am unaware of the methods you employed to dispatch those individuals. I bear you no ill will. You are my disciple, and should you encounter a similar situation in the future, do not hesitate to act. I will always stand behind you. Tsunade beamed as she patted Roy's shoulder. Her expression filled with joy. Over the years, she had suppressed her emotions far too much. It was to the point that she almost acquiesced to Kato Dan's advances. However, with an exceptional disciple like Roy at her side, Tsunade's focus shifted entirely to him, leaving her no room to contemplate anything else. Simultaneously, she began to discern certain truths. Perhaps Kato Dan was not the right fit for her. In contrast, she found herself more drawn to Shizen, sensing that Kato Dan's pursuit of her was not without ulterior motives. All right, go rest now. With that, Tsunade departed the main room, carrying a jug of sake, while Roy returned to his own quarters. After tucking Shizen in, he commenced his training for the night. In the dead of night, the Root organization and Umbu collaborated swiftly to investigate the situation within the village. Their findings were alarming. Numerous spies from other ninja villages had embedded themselves within Konoha. Some had even established families here. All of these individuals were taken into custody. Moreover, the number of ninjas monitoring the Uchiha clan had doubled. In the study of Uchiha Fugaku, several ninjas expressed their dissatisfaction regarding the higher-ups' actions. Previously, there had been a veil of secrecy, but now it seemed they had cast aside pretense and laid everything bare. Such surveillance was a profound insult to them. Understood. Natsum, assemble a small team and commence training tonight. Ensure that it is conducted in full view of those individuals. Should they make any moves, treat them as training targets. Sarutobi Izashi found himself somewhat discontented. He also realized that if this continued, the rift between the village and his clan would deepen once more. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Outside, Kushina remarked, "Stay with me tonight. Minato has gone on a mission and is unlikely to return soon. Uchiha Makoto, with a reluctant expression, grasped Kushina's hand. No, I must return. Otherwise, when that fellow comes back, he probably won't even have a meal. With a wave of her hand, Kushina set off towards her in Minato's home. Just as she stepped out of the Uchiha clan grounds, Kushina sensed several presences that, am I being monitored? Although dissatisfaction brewed within her, she could not express it. Minato was exceptional, and she refused to be a stumbling block in his path. Upon noticing Kushina's exit, a ninja from Yambu was dispatched to report the situation. The close ties between the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan were far from beneficial. Chapter 27. The Price of Battle. On a brisk morning, Asuma had not attended school for several days. It was rumored that he was under house arrest by Lord Hokage. What? Why? Isn't he the Hokage's son? I don't know, perhaps he made a mistake. Hurry, or we'll be late. A group of children debated while running, and Roy, who had risen early for his morning exercises, overheard their conversation. Obito, Guy. After completing a lap, Roy entered the training ground where Might Guy and Uchiha Obito were already waiting. Roy boss. The two exchanged brief greetings, exchanged glances, and immediately launched an assault on Roy. Indeed, Obito had been training with Roy for the past couple of days, naturally leading to practical combat. However, his skills still lagged far behind, resulting in a thorough defeat. Even when Might Guy joined in, there remained no match for Roy. Thus, they established a routine of sparring every morning. Roy, be careful this time, though we won't lose to you, Guy declared. Charging at Roy with gusto, his mastery of the Leaf Village's taijutsu was on full display. One must admit, Might Guy was an undeniable genius in martial arts. Fire style. Great fireball technique at that moment. Obito unleashed his ninjutsu, sending a massive fireball hurtling toward Roy. Guy seized this opportunity to cut off Roy's escape route. Excellent. You're progressing rapidly. You can now coordinate your efforts. Roy smiled and gradually vanished from sight. Seeing this, Guy was momentarily stunned while Obito was perplexed, wondering how Roy had disappeared. Bang! In the next instant, a fist connected with Obito's torso. Before Guy could react, Roy had closed the distance. The ensuing battle was straightforward, largely consisting of series of blows. Shadow clone technique. Guy's physical prowess and willpower were formidable, making a swift victory improbable. Thus, Roy instantly conjured shadow clones, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Clones? Roy, this technique lacks offensive capability and is merely for confusion. Bang, bang, bang! In the following moments, Guy realized that these clones could indeed pack a punch. Mere seconds later, both Obito and Guy lay on the ground, unable to rise. That I want to try as well. That a familiar voice emerged. It was Kakashi Hatake. After his last battle with Roy, he had not appeared before him. Wait, let me treat these two first. Roy nodded and approached his fallen comrades. Dual healing technique? Roy executed the technique, knowing that only with its mastery could he utilize the advanced healing technique. Soon, both of their injuries were fully healed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Treatment completed. Health increased. Ding! Dual healing technique proficiency 0.4. After healing them, Roy felt his health further enhanced. Taking out his weapon, he looked at Kakashi with a calm demeanor. Without excessive dialogue, they engaged in combat. One could not help but acknowledge that Kakashi had made considerable progress in swordsmanship. However, Roy had received top-tier rewards for his own sword techniques. WY this time. His mastery had surpassed 30 to him. Kakashi's assaults revealed numerous flaws. Kakashi, you grip your sword too tightly. This rigidity is detrimental. Didn't Uncle Shiboka tell you that our swords possess souls? You must also maintain physical coordination to avoid fatigue. As they fought, Roy corrected Kakashi's errors. After several minutes, Kakashi was panting heavily, his stamina waning. That I concede. Kakashi sheathed his sword and bowed to Roy. Kakashi, you are a genius. You should have remembered everything I just said, right? Also, you need to enhance your physical conditioning. Eat more and keep up with your training. Roy assumed the role of a mentor, launching into a teaching session that I understand. Wait, just as Kakashi intended to leave. Roy called out to him that, yes, there's something else? Kakashi queried, puzzled. Since you lost to me in battle, you owe me a reward. Roy looked at Kakashi with a serious expression. That a reward. Kakashi was bewildered, glancing at Obito and Guy, whose expressions were a mix of pain, conflict, relief, and even anticipation. What is this? The reward is to take a beating from me, after which I'll heal you, as a medical ninja. I believe that as a reasonable request. No, Roy articulated his demand, a beating followed by healing. Kakashi was perplexed, but ultimately nodded. He surmised that Roy likely wanted to refine his medical ninjutsu, and wouldn't hit him too hard. Bang! 3 minutes later. Kakashi lay on the ground, bruised and battered. He regretted allowing Roy to unleash his full strength. Dual healing technique. After gaining another experience boost, Roy stood up and departed with Shiz. As Kakashi felt the pain dissipate from his body, he slowly sat up. You both know, don't you? Kakashi directed his gaze at Obito and Guy, who nodded, indicating they had grown accustomed to the beatings. In fact, they felt somewhat uneasy if they didn't receive a thrashing every day. Hearing their explanations, Kakashi harbored serious doubts about their sanity. However, unbeknownst to him, their eccentricities were already well established. After straightening their attire, the trio headed towards the school. Meanwhile, Roy and Shizen had arrived at the hospital. Ding! Patient Minato Namikaze is detected. Please prioritize treatment. Just as Roy was about to activate the patient scanner, the system alert chimed in. Shizen, please head to the public ward and check if there are any new issues with the patients we treated yesterday. I will see to the VIP ward. With that, Roy ascended the stairs. Before long, he encountered a red-haired woman pacing the corridor. Kushina, it seems Minato's room is just here. Chapter 28. Meeting Minato. Gift of the Flying Thunder God. Roy hastened toward her. Sister Kushina, I am a disciple of Lady Tsunade. Roy, how is Minato's condition? Roy approached earnestly. Disciple of Lady Tsunade. Minato's injuries are quite severe. He is still undergoing treatment. Ju-X and I approached. She felt a surge of enthusiasm upon hearing Roy's words. Although the other medical ninjas from Konoha were commendable, they paled in comparison to Tsunade. Does Roy's arrival imply that Lady Tsunade will be here as well? She inquired. My teacher asked me to assess the condition of Brother Minato first before reporting back to her. Roy replied matter-of-factly. Nodding in understanding, Ju-X and I promptly communicated with the medical ninjas nearby. It must be said that Tsunade's reputation was indeed advantageous. Upon learning that one of her disciples had arrived, they unanimously agreed to allow Roy entry. Moreover, Roy's recent performance had been exemplary, demonstrating the capabilities of a competent medical ninja in basic treatment. Before long, Roy stood before Minato, whose body was swathed in bandages, his complexion a pallid hue. Who could have inflicted such injuries? Roy pondered. Placing his hand upon the body of Namikaze Minato, he sensed a feedback regarding his condition. 4 ribs were fractured, and both legs and arms had sustained catastrophic breaks. Despite this, Minato had managed to survive. What a resilient soul! Commence treatment, Roy declared, initiating the healing process. Such injuries were trivial in his view. Even if the meridians were damaged, he possessed the capacity to heal them, let alone mere physical wounds that in no time, the life-threatening injuries were mended by his skilled hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing emergency treatment. The patient is no longer in life-threatening danger. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique, fixed amount of chakra. The system's notification resonated in his mind. Flying Thunder God? Roy mused, momentarily stifling his curiosity. There was no significant issue, merely some fundamental injuries, with a healing technique. He could easily address them. I shall take my leave now, Roy stated, turning to exit the infirmary. How is he? Ju-X and I asked with urgency as Roy emerged. Brother Minato has escaped danger. He merely needs to rest well now. He assured her. Sister Ju-X and I have a matter I wish to consult you about, Roy said, lifting his gaze to the somewhat anxious Ju-X and I. Consult me? She replied, visibly relieved upon hearing that Minato was safe. However, she was not a medical ninja. What could Roy possibly want to ask her? Does Brother Minato have mastery over the Flying Thunder God technique? Roy inquired directly. According to the timeline, Minato had not yet acquired the skill. The Flying Thunder God? I don't believe so. Ju-X and I shook her head, indicating she had not witnessed it. Thank you that I shall attend to other patients now. I will be in the public ward on the first floor. Should you need anything, feel free to find me, Roy replied, waving as he departed. He did not dwell on why the system had rewarded him with the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon returning to the public ward, He resumed his quest for experience points. His physical constitution was currently of utmost importance. Following that was the proficiency of his healing technique, which the public ward could adequately satisfy. At noon, Roy took Shizen to lunch and noticed Joe Xinai at the hospital cafeteria serving food. "Roy, over here. Please serve me 2 more portions, one with extra meat. Children have hearty appetites." Joe Xinai called out, spotting Roy and beckoning him over. She then brought the meal to the table. Minato had awakened, and the medical ninjas informed that his injuries had healed. Now, he merely needed 3 days of rest before he could be discharged. "Thank you for your assistance. Once Minato is discharged, come to my home, and I shall prepare a meal for you. You may bring along your little girlfriend as well." Jiu Xinai warmly expressed her gratitude as Roy sat down, her appreciation seemingly growing with each word. "I'm a medical ninja. It is my duty," Roy replied modestly. "By the way, I have something for you to pass on to Brother Minato. This ninjutsu is quite suitable for him," he said, handing her a scroll before immersing himself in his meal. It was not mere pretense. He was genuinely famished. The enhancement of his physical constitution, combined with a morning of intensive work, warranted such hunger. Observing Roy devour his meal, Jioxin chuckled softly. This boy resembles Minato from back in the day. Moreover, he seems to possess an extra dash of charm. She mused, glancing at the bashful Shizen beside him, realizing that such a cheeky lad would undoubtedly be quite popular. After their meal, Roy returned to work while Jioxin took the scroll to see Minato. "Minato, today I encountered a rather intriguing young lad. He is even more handsome than you were back then, and he was the one who examined your condition." Jioxin enthused. "This young man you speak of is a medical ninja?" Minato asked, momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, he seems to be less than 8 years old. He has already gained Lady Tsunade's recognition and can independently carry out treatment tasks. By the way, this is what he asked me to give you." "I'm not certain what it is," Jioxin explained, recalling the scroll Roy had given her. "For me?" Minato was taken aback. Why would this young boy, praised by his girlfriend, present him with a gift? Upon unrolling the scroll, he was astonished to find it contained the space-time ninjutsu. As a prodigy, Minato readily recognized its formidable potential. This realization only deepened his confusion. Neither he nor Jioxin seemed to have any particular rapport with either Tsunade or Roy. Why would they bestow such a precious gift upon him? Furthermore, this ninjutsu had been developed by the second Hokage and was long relegated to the Forbidden Techniques repository. Apart from the third Hokage, no one else could access it. However, considering that Roy was Tsunade's disciple, it seemed reasonable for him to possess such a treasure, especially since the second Hokage had held Tsunade in high regard. 3 days swiftly passed, and during this interval of training, Roy experienced significant growth, even gaining a few inches in height. Standing next to Kakashi, he towered over him by half a head. During dinner, Tsunade welcomed 2 guests into her home. "Lady Tsunade, thank you so much. Without you, I would not have healed so swiftly. Here are some gifts in gratitude," the visitors, Minato and Jioxin, expressed, although they had heard that Minato's condition began to improve following Roy's treatment. They still attributed the credit to Tsunade's guidance of Roy. After all, a 7-year-old child, no matter how gifted, could not possibly perform such advanced medical ninjutsu. Chapter 29. Minato's Persuasion. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by their sudden expression of gratitude. "Ah, please have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly," she said, glancing toward the kitchen. It was likely that Roy had once again leveraged her name for his endeavors. However, she reasoned, good deeds were always welcome. "Teacher, Brother Minato. Sister Jioxin, you should have informed me of your visit. I could have prepared a few more dishes," Roy said, setting down the ingredients and greeting them briefly before diving back into the kitchen. "Lady Tsunade, your disciple is truly remarkable. His temperament and talent are commendable," Minato observed, noting Roy's composed demeanor and sensible approach to matters. "Indeed," Tsunade replied. "By the way, Minato, where is your teacher?" She inquired directly. "I have no idea where he is," Minato admitted sheepishly. When it came to Jiraiya, he genuinely had no clue, as his teacher was elusive and rarely seen. Shortly thereafter, Shizen and Yuhi Kunai emerged from the kitchen, presenting the dishes Roy had prepared. Indeed, Kurenai had begun to consider this place her home. frequently coming here after school to assist Tsunade with chores, while also learning some martial arts. Most importantly, she looked forward to Roy returning so they could cook together. Yuhi Kurenai's daughter. She was Roy's classmate, and they have a good relationship, Tsunade explained casually, noticing Jio Xnai's puzzled expression. These two girls harbor feelings for Roy. Kushina felt a twinge of surprise. While Minato had indeed been exceptional, it seemed that such circumstances had not arisen in his case. Moreover, ever since Minato had been with her, it appeared that no rivals had emerged. What Kushina was oblivious to was that it was not a lack of rivals, but rather a fear of competing against him. To begin with, Minato had no clan, being a prodigy among the common folk of ninjas. Those who held clan lineage in high regard would never permit anyone to associate with Minato. Furthermore, Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails, and her fiery temperament meant that no one dared to provoke her. After dinner, Tsunade engaged in conversation with Kushina, while Minato accompanied Roy back to the village. On their return journey, Minato inquired, "Roy, what motivates your desire to become a medical ninja? I have heard quite a bit about you in recent days, and it seems you possess considerable talent in that field. However, your taijutsu and ninjutsu are also formidable. Have you considered pursuing a path as a combat ninja?" Minato, being a straightforward individual, expressed his thoughts candidly. In terms of taijutsu, he could suppress my guy, and in kenjutsu, he surpassed Kakashi Hatake. He could already master the simultaneous release of 8 shadow clones with his ninjutsu. Excluding other techniques he had not yet showcased, he was already a competent genin. Moreover, Roy was merely 7 years old. With a long road ahead of him, IT would be ashamed to confine himself solely to the role of a medical ninja. Being a medical ninja is commendable, Roy replied with a smile. In the future, medical ninjas will become vital, even core members of any team. There is no conflict in that. After the lessons learned from the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had submitted a proposal for medical ninjas to join combat teams. And Roy understood that this would indeed be implemented in the future. Medical ninjas and combat teams. Indeed, with Lady Tsunade's presence, the performance on the front lines has been quite impressive. But, Roy, you should have broader prospect for development. I'm afraid of death, Roy interjected, cutting Minato off before he could finish his thought. This young man aspired to become Hokage, inheriting the will of fire. As for Konoha, Roy had no sense of belonging, nor even a modicum of affection. Being a medical ninja was quite satisfactory. He could quietly cultivate his strength from the rear. Unbeknownst to these individuals, numerous crises still lurked within the shinobi world. Not far from them, a formidable figure remained concealed in the shadows, the most powerful Uchiha Madara. Fear of death. Minato found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Each person's aspirations and character were distinct. Roy had his own choices, which he had no right to interfere with. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable. All right, I've arrived home. Sister Kushina mentioned that she would be staying here tonight, so you should return by yourself. Roy entered the courtyard and promptly shut the door, leaving Minato somewhat bewildered outside. I never said I wouldn't stay here, Minato mumbled vacantly before turning to leave. In the Hokage's office. Minato appeared before the Hokage. Hokage-sama. Knowing that Minato had visited Tsunade, an Umbu member had approached him shortly after his departure. Minato, you executed your mission exceptionally well. Moreover, you prioritized the evacuation of your comrades and successfully extricated yourself. Quite commendable. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised him heartily. It was merely my duty, Minato replied modestly. I was wondering if you summoned me at this late hour for an urgent task, having not participated in the battle against the Sand Village due to other assignments. Minato was eager to complete his tasks and build his reputation, aspiring to become Hokage and protect Konoha. There are no assignments at present. You should take some time to rest and reflect on your relationship with Kushina. By the way, your teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also mentioned Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei is still traveling abroad, but I've heard he will be returning soon. Minato felt puzzled. Why has everyone been inquiring about Jiraiya lately? Is the village facing some crisis? All right, I understand. Minato, I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work. The future of Konoha needs young individuals like you to safeguard it. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated cheerfully. One could not deny that his persuasive skills were quite impressive. By the way, Hokage-sama, I encountered Lady Tsunade's disciple, Roy today. His physique and talent are remarkable, yet he only aspires to be a medical ninja. If the village has the means to intervene, it would be wise to provide him with opportunities in combat. His future should not be limited to that of an ordinary medical ninja. After contemplating, Minato voiced his thoughts. Roy, you say? I am aware of him. Indeed, he is quite a promising talent. Minato, if you have the chance, do try to guide him. After some light conversation, Minato took his leave. Once he departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Minato Namikaze is also a commendable candidate, he mused, nodding, and subsequently filed away the information regarding Minato in his drawer. The following morning, after Roy prepared breakfast, he made his way to the training grounds. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and as expected, Roy was the first to arrive. Roy-kun. Soon, an enthusiastic voice rang out. Without needing to look, he knew it was Might Guy. Roy-kun, let's have a spar first today, and once everyone arrives, you can treat me, and then I shall duel with Obito. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. Getting beaten? That's not something he worries about at all. With an excellent medical ninja like Roy around, all he needed to do was fight wholeheartedly. Youth is about sweating profusely while striving for improvement, all right? Roy nodded. He had no reason to refuse such an eager request for experience. The two engaged purely in taijutsu. Roy was astonished to discover that some of the techniques he had employed yesterday were already being executed by Might Guy today. Moreover, it was clear that he had mastered them far beyond mere appearances. Showcasing various methods of exertion, stances, and force, at his age, it was nothing short of perfection. After enduring for several minutes, Roy sent Guy flying once more, followed by his customary barrage of punches and kicks. Only when Guy could no longer resist did Roy cease. Next came the healing phase. Roy, I have a question. Why do you always beat me to the brink of death before treating me? Is there a purpose behind this? Guy asked, somewhat perplexed. Akati wasn't that he couldn't bear the blows. Rather, he found it somewhat bothersome. When engaged in combat training, if one becomes accustomed to a tranquil fighting style, when faced with actual adversaries, they might struggle to unleash even half of their potential. This is to prepare you mentally for the life and death situations you will encounter on the battlefield, Roy stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Guy's eyes sparkled with understanding. He even felt that Roy had gone easy on him just now. Indeed, even if one is beaten, it is not without significance that Roy-kun truly thinks ahead for me. Seeing the expression on Guy's face, Roy felt a pang of embarrassment. This simple-minded individual was indeed easy to fool. Before long, Obito and Kakashi also arrived, knowing that they were engaged in practical training. The other classmates began to gather around. Initially, they were unperturbed, but once they witnessed Roy pummeling several of them, the children were left in astonishment. Whether it was Guy, Kakashi, or even Asuma Sarutobi, who had previously been on the receiving end of Roy's onslaught. All were regarded as formidable fighters within the class. Were they truly strengthened through such a method? In a moment of impulsiveness, they felt a strong urge to confront Roy. Ultimately, the thought was suppressed as they realized they would be late for school. Upon arriving at the hospital, Roy commenced his routine of gaining experience points. With the war concluded, the number of patients in the hospital gradually dwindled. Thank you so much, Brother Chuanjian. My body has fully recovered. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out, Chuanjian expressed joyfully to Roy. During the battle, it was Roy who had administered emergency treatment to him. Upon returning to the village, it was Roy who had consistently aided him in his recovery, allowing for such a swift recuperation. You are too kind. It is my duty as a medical ninja, Roy replied modestly. However, Brother Chuanjian, I do have a small request. May I challenge you to a duel? Roy lifted his gaze towards Chuanjian Nin, who had survived the battlefield as a frontline soldier. Chuanjian's prowess was evident that a ninja of his caliber could provide significant assistance to Roy. A duel? Very well. There's a public training ground behind a hospital. Let us go there, Chuanjian agreed, albeit taken aback by Roy's request. Upon reaching the training ground, Chuanjian remarked, Roy, as a medical ninja, you need not overly concern yourself with the strength of your abilities. The prowess of Lady Tsunade is a result of years of arduous training. You are still young. Take your time and do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Chuanjian believed that Roy's drive stemmed from his association with Tsunade. and he felt it necessary to provide guidance to prevent Roy from becoming ensnared in a dead end. That I understand, Brother Chuanjian. However, I hope you will not hold back, that I shall get my all, Roy declared, leaping forward with determination. His speed, strength, and technique rivaled those of a seasoned Nin. Thud. Chuanjian blocked Roy's attack, instinctively attempting to seize him. However, he had not considered counterattacking. After all, he was a Nin. Just as Chuanjian extended his hand, Roy executed a swift counterattack with a kunai, slicing through Chuanjian's palm. Brother Chuanjian, if you cannot treat me as an adversary, then we must conclude our duel here, Roy stated earnestly. Stepping back a few paces, Chuanjian recognized that such a reaction was not befitting of a Nin. If his opponent merely intended to accommodate him, then the duel held no purpose. I understand, Chuanjian replied, meeting Roy's steadfast gaze and grasping his intent. Shadow clone technique. Wind release. Air slash. The shadow clone appeared, immediately employing the air slash, while the original Roy launched an assault from the left. Facing an enemy, one must strive to conclude the battle in the shortest possible time. Even a child could face the grim possibility of mission failure and death if ensnared. Clang, Roy unsheathed his massive sword without hesitation, aiming it at the advancing Chuanjian. Chuanjian, wielding only a kunai, managed to block Roy's colossal blade. Your strength and technique are commendable. However, the gap between us remains substantial should you encounter someone of my level on the battlefield. Your first thought should not be to engage in combat, but rather to escape, Chuanjian advised. As he spoke, another Chuanjian appeared behind Roy, kunai poised at his back. Thud. Just as Chuanjian was about to seize victory, Roy transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? This kid? Roy's voice echoed from a distance. Ha! That was my oversight, Brother Roy. I did not expect to learn a lesson from you. With that, Chuanjian adopted a more serious demeanor. Before long, Roy found himself defeated. The full strength of a Nin truly was formidable. Thank you, Brother Chuanjian. I still have much training to undertake. That I will be heading to the hospital now. Roy waved goodbye to Chuanjian before vanishing with a body flicker technique. Chuanjian, still pondering how to articulate his thoughts, realized Roy had already departed. Moreover, he came to the realization that Roy was far from merely a medical ninja. His achievements in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu far surpassed those of his peers. Chuanjian believed that had he been of Roy's age, he would likely have been bested by him. With techniques such as shadow clone and body flicker, it seemed that another prodigy was on the rise in Konoha. Within the Konoha hospital, two small figures darted about, diligently attending to their duties, observing their industriousness. Even some established medical ninjas felt a twinge of embarrassment. Roy and Shizen had nearly attended to all the patients in the regular wards, claiming it was an assignment from Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing this, there were no complaints from the medical staff, though they found themselves with slightly less to do. Meanwhile, Danzo was tirelessly gathering intelligence on Roy, growing increasingly anxious with each passing moment. Why was this versatile, gifted ninja not under his command? Should he manage to recruit Roy into the Root organization, he would undoubtedly become a powerful asset in the future. Orochimaru, you have a good rapport with Tsunade. I asked there any way you could. Danzo's gaze shifted to Orochimaru, filled with expectation. After all, they were both disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi and had fought alongside each other for many years. Perhaps through Orochimaru, he could exert control over Roy. Tsunade would kill me, Orochimaru replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a sense of helplessness. Tsunade's temperament was not one to be trifled with. Lord Danzo, I require the items we discussed. Orochimaru licked his lips, eagerly inquiring. They're prepared for you. However, Orochimaru, this is a critical period. There will be ample time for what you wish to pursue. Securing the position of Hokage is of utmost importance. Danzo reminded him. The research Orochimaru had conducted, if discovered by Hiruzen Sarutobi, would not lead to his execution, but it would certainly hinder his chances of succeeding the title of Hokage. With Hiruzen's passing, the most prominent candidates for the role of Hokage were now Kakashi Hatake and Orochimaru. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Orochimaru was already aligned with him and would undoubtedly support his ambitions that AS for Kakashi. His chances seemed slim. Understood, Orochimaru nodded and swiftly made his way to his laboratory. In the afternoon, Roy, who had intended to return home to prepare a meal for Tsunade, was informed that she had gone out and would not return for several days. "Shizen, are you heading home? Or?" Roy inquired curiously, glancing at Shizen. Unlike Roy, Shizen had her own home. "Kato is still alive, so I need to go home for a bit. Would you like to accompany me?" Shizen shyly proposed. "No, I think I'll take a bath instead. I've been feeling a bit weary lately," Roy replied, waving his hand before parting ways with Shizen. Upon arriving at the hot springs, the proprietor recognized Roy and allowed him entry without charge. This was due to the fact that the owner's son was none other than Brother Chuanjian. Reluctantly, Roy found himself enjoying the largest hot spring for free as he sank into the warm water. A wave of soothing relaxation washed over him. The springs even contained special herbs designed to enhance relaxation. Just as Roy was about to fully indulge in the bath, he noticed a figure lurking in the shadows. Scribbling notes, Jiraiya? Upon discerning the individual before him, Roy felt a surge of unease. When had this fellow returned to the village? Moreover, judging by that rather disreputable appearance, Roy could surmise what he was likely up to. Even rabbits do not nibble at the grass beside their burrows. This guy. "Lord Jiraiya," Roy exclaimed as he rose and approached Jiraiya, calling out unexpectedly. You and I." Jiraiya hastily tucked his notebook away, casting an awkward glance at Roy. Could this Jiraiya be a mere facade? Appearing flustered, perhaps he had not yet developed the thick skin necessary, for at this moment he was still far from being the greasy uncle that "I am Tsunade's disciple." "Roy, a medical ninja. Lord Jiraiya, what you are doing is inappropriate. I shall inform my teacher," Roy declared with an innocent expression. Initially, Jiraiya contemplated dismissing it as trivial, attributing it to the antics of child. However, upon realizing that Roy was Tsunade's pupil and that he intended to report the matter, Jiraiya's composure crumbled instantly. Tsunade, he was acutely aware of who she was. If she were to discover this incident, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Well, Roy, my boy, I am Tsunade's ally. There's something you desire in exchange for your silence?" Jiraiya pondered, articulating his inquiry in the most straightforward manner. The tea first, he perceived Roy as a naive child. But upon witnessing the mischievous smile on Roy's face, he understood that without offering something of value, this matter would indeed reach Tsunade's ears. As for threatening Roy to keep quiet, he doubted its efficacy. "Lord Jiraiya, I hope you can remain in the village for a while. Your strength is formidable, and you possess excellent teaching abilities. Most of the ninjas in the village underestimated their opponents during this recent conflict and suffered the consequences of indecisiveness. I wish for you to assist in training them." Roy articulated his intentions candidly. "Training? Young lad, do you realize that a significant portion of these ninjas are from clans? If I were to train them, I would undoubtedly become the subject of gossip. Their families would not take kindly to it." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Although he had not resided in Konohagakure for long, he had grown up there and was well aware of the exclusionary nature of clan dynamics. He and Orochimaru had once been victims of such ostracism. Had he not grown stronger, the clan ninjas would likely have never regarded him with any respect. This was the reality of Konoha, outwardly united, yet internally fragmented. You could seek the Hokage's assistance. After all, you are his disciple, and he would surely lend his support, Roy suggested with a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Roy's words, Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued. Such sentiments might be expected from Tsunade, who was hardly a reliable ally, but to hear such thoughts from a child was quite perplexing. "Lord Jiraiya, do you know why I aspire to be a medical ninja?" "It is because I fear death. As a medical ninja, I can operate from the rear, tending to the wounded, which is much safer. However, my teacher intends to incorporate medical ninjas into combat squads, and if that comes to pass, I too shall have to join. Therefore, I hope they can become stronger, ensuring my own safety. Ultimately, I desire for everyone to possess greater strength, enabling them to survive," Roy stated earnestly, gazing sincerely at Jiraiya. This display of sincerity quelled Jiraiya's last vestige of doubt. Were Tsunade present, she would have recognized Roy's intentions to ensnare him immediately. But Jiraiya remained oblivious. "All right, the deal is struck. I shall approach the Hokage and discuss this matter. However, if he declines, I am powerless to alter that outcome." At that time, you must not divulge today's events to Tsunade. Jiraiya acquiesced, albeit leaving himself an escape route. For if Sarutobi were to disagree, he would find himself without alternatives. Very well, that I shall take my leave for a bath. Roy nodded emphatically, returning contentedly to the hot spring. Jiraiya, at that moment, had lost all creative motivation. Should Tsunade learn of this, it could pose a threat to his very life. He swiftly changed his attire and departed the premises. Within the Hokage's office, why do you suddenly harbor such thoughts? Sarutobi inquired, bewildered by Jiraiya's request. What had transpired recently? The ever-compliant Orochimaru had claimed to be unwell and required rest at home, thus unable to participate in village affairs. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had consistently resisted orders, had accepted a task to treat the feudal lord's wife. Now, even Jiraiya, the least inclined towards management, had made such a request. Were his 3 students in disarray? Through this recent conflict, I have discerned a troubling issue. Whether from clans or commoners, few ninjas encounter life-and-death battles in their training. In contrast, the ninjas from Mist and Sand villages unleash their power like ravenous wolves. And yet, we, with superior overall strength, have suffered such grievous losses. It pains my heart. Jiraiya launched into a fervent monologue, momentarily moving Sarutobi. Jiraiya, motivated by the desire to prevent the village ninjas from perishing due to underestimation and lack of preparedness, had put forth such a request. Could it be that he had finally matured? Jiraiya, do you intend to undertake this task yourself, or shall you delegate it to the village? Sarutobi inquired, regaining his composure. Well, if the village can assign personnel to assist, that would be ideal. However, if no suitable candidates are available, I would naturally step up, Jiraiya replied, bracing himself. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi fell silent. If Jiraiya were to assume this role, other clans might suspect him of gathering intelligence or harboring ambitions of establishing authority. Thus, someone else must shoulder the burden of any negative perceptions arising from this endeavor. This thought crossed his mind. Another individual immediately came to Sarutobi's mind. Jiraiya, I shall have Hatake Tsukumo assist you. What do you think? Sarutobi inquired slowly. Tsukumo? That works perfectly. His strength is more than adequate. However, I will require a venue for training and combat. I will temporarily commandeer the area surrounding Kaga Lake for the specifics. I shall leave them in your capable hands. Hokage, I shall take my leave now, Jiraiya said, eager to exit, for he was not particularly adept at such matters. Even among the few disciples he had taken, his guidance was more prevalent than direct instruction. Wait, please draft a detailed plan, including the objectives and reasons for persuading the other clans, and have it ready. Since this is your initiative, you must convey the information. Prepare everything, and we shall commence tomorrow, Sarutobi instructed, handing Jiraiya a multitude of tasks before he could depart. Jiraiya felt a pang of regret. Undertaking all these responsibilities seemed less appealing than facing Tsunade's wrath. Nevertheless, he wished to continue living. Steeling himself, he accepted the tasks and left the Hokage's office, feeling a mix of apprehension and resolve that Hokage-sama, I believe Lord Jiraiya possesses such talent, although he has been somewhat unreliable in the past. His performance today was commendable. The head of the Umbu remarked, appearing in the office. Jiraiya, you say? He is indeed my pupil, and I shall not show favoritism. Let us observe if he truly intends to execute this task well and demonstrates a degree of shrewdness. He may be worthy of consideration, Sarutobi replied thoughtfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction, stating that the issues on Tsunade's side were insurmountable. The remaining 2 disciples began to showcase their exceptional talents. For Hatake Tsukumo. He would merely serve as a backdrop. Indeed, at this moment, Hatake Tsukumo had been entirely relegated to the role of a mere tool, accentuating Orochimaru's accomplishments on the battlefield and Jiraiya's reforms within the village. Lord Hokage, do you require our assistance moving forward, or shall we allow him to proceed independently? I have faith in his capabilities, Hiruzen said as he approached the window, gazing out at the streets of Konohagakure. A smile gracing his face. From here on, all that remained was to patiently await the results. This news soon reached Jiraiya, who was not one to subtly engage with individuals. Such tedious endeavors did not pique his interest. After all, in Jiraiya's eyes, This was merely a beneficial development for the village. As for the intricate relationships involved, he was disinclined to address each one individually. Naturally, Hatake Tsukumo, as a tool, was also tasked with promoting this initiative. Jiraiya even visited the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Consequently, the entire village of Konohagakure began to buzz with discussions about this matter. Chapter 33. Training commences, the ruthless Jiraiya, in the span of just 2 days. This news had reached the ears of every ninja. Most were quite exhilarated. It was no jest. The legendary Jiraiya, one of the Sannin and a disciple of the Hokage, had personally come to train them. Such an occurrence was undoubtedly a boon for the village. Many ninjas yearned to enhance their abilities, for only with sufficient strength could one navigate this world and survive. The scars of war had left profound wounds and even instilled a considerable amount of fear. The most effective way to conquer fear was to possess formidable strength. Roy, why is it that Jiraiya suddenly wishes to undertake such an endeavor? And why has he specifically requested you to serve as backup medical support? Do you know something? Tsunade inquired, her expression tinged with suspicion. She understood Jiraiya's character. He had not even participated in the battle against the Sand Village, so what could have prompted him to create such a troublesome situation? I have no idea. Perhaps Lord Jiraiya simply wants to contribute to the village, Roy replied, somewhat dazed. Observing Roy's demeanor, Tsunade felt she might have been overthinking. Though her disciple was a genius, he was still just a child. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, contact me immediately. Now, I must go submit the commission, Tsunade declared before turning to leave. Brother S.H. Ju, what are you up to? Just as Roy was preparing to accompany Shizen to assist Jiraiya with the training, he spotted S.H. Ju sneaking around. It's nothing. I'm just heading to school. If my sister were here, she would undoubtedly send me to train with Lord Jiraiya. I don't want to go. S.H. Ju grumbled. He had previously been subjected to Jiraiya's antics, and the mere thought of that bowl of insect ramen left him feeling quite ill. Not going. I'll break your legs. At that moment, Tsunade's voice echoed from outside. She could hardly comprehend how she ended up with such a feeble brother. Fine. S.H. Ju acquiesced, begrudgingly following ROY.IT was not that he was unwilling to grow stronger. He simply did not wish to train under Jiraiya. Upon reaching the training ground, they found it already bustling with people, most drawn by the allure of Jiraiya and Hatake Tsukumo's reputations. Roy quickly settled into his designated position, preparing the equipment and several beds. Roy, why do we need so many beds? He asked, observing Roy setting up over a dozen beds, with more being added continuously. Aren't we here to train? This is beginning to resemble a public infirmary. Not enough. Jiraiya and Hatake Tsukumo are no ordinary figures. Soon, you will be responsible for basic emergency care. You must ensure your own growth today. Roy replied with a bright smile. At this moment, his smile was not merely superficial. Real, hands-on experience was about to be delivered. He needed to elevate his strength to that of a Nin before the third great ninja war commenced. At the very least, securing his own safety to that moment, Jiraiya and Hatake Tsukumo also appeared on the training platform. This marked the commencement of the first day of training that I will conduct training for over a month each year in the village. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity. I do not wait for anyone who misses it, Jiraiya declared as he took the stage, firmly establishing the timeline. Hearing this, Roy became restless at a month. Hadn't this guy promised him 2 months? As expected, he was utterly unreliable. Once the format is set, I will lead the training. As long as the village does not require me for any missions, I will primarily remain here, Hatake Tsukumo added, exuding confidence. Recently, he had experienced a crisis of purpose, feeling that the village's arrangements for him had become ambiguous. He even feared he might never have the opportunity to truly showcase his abilities. Little did he know, Jiraiya would soon seek him out and offer him such a role. Now, Hatake Tsukumo was brimming with vitality. By the way, there is also the matter of Hatake Tsukumo, Roy thought. Feeling reassured, he continued preparing the beds. A mere 10 minutes later, the participants had already formed their groups. In the Hokage's office, Danzo regarded Hatake Tsukumo standing in the training area with a solemn expression. He had painstakingly managed to extricate Tsukumo from a considerable competitive disadvantage, only for Jiraiya to provide him with such a grand platform. This is that rascal Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, somewhat exasperated. Just days ago, he had remarked that Jiraiya seemed to have finally matured. Clearly, he had not changed at all. All right, the first training session. Impact Resistance Special Training. First group, step forward, Jiraiya announced, instantly vanishing and reappearing in the center of the training area. The first group of 4 swiftly followed suit, materializing at the training center. Consider this a ruse we've arranged. You 4 are to act as a small team dispatched from Konoha, and I will be your adversary. Do not hold back. I am not so weak, Jiraiya said, his chakra flaring dramatically. Sensing the immense chakra emanating from Jiraiya, the 4 participants displayed resolute expressions. Fear was absent. After all, this was one of their own. How could they be mercilessly beaten? Begin. With Hatake Tsukumo's command, the 4 swiftly surrounded Jiraiya. Earth Release. Earthquake Technique. A burly ninja executed, lifting Jiraiya into the air. Fire Release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Another ninja immediately unleashed a fire technique, engulfing Jiraiya. The remaining 2, armed with kunai, charged forward. Although their ninjutsu skills were limited, their taijutsu was commendable. Bang! Before the 2 could reach Jiraiya, a cloud of smoke erupted. Fukusaku appeared, delivering a powerful slap to the 2 charging ninjas. Immediately, Jiraiya lunged toward the ninja who had used the fire technique, landing 10 rapid punches that sent the ninja flying, momentarily rendering him unconscious. The remaining Earth-style ninja stood frozen, unsure of his next move, only to be subjected to a fierce beating from Jiraiya. Chapter 34. Roy, you deceived me. The battle commenced and concluded in less than a minute. Without a doubt, even the 4 individuals who had participated in the training failed to react in time. The skirmish was already over. How swift. You lot, come quickly and assist me in moving the injured, Roy shouted, immediately dashing out with a few smaller companions. Indeed, Roy had summoned several aides. Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai. The reason for not involving the medical ninjas from the hospital was Roy's concern that they might usurp his experience points. He believed he could manage the injuries of 4 individuals on his own. Before long, the 4 were placed on hospital beds that a few with fractures were promptly attended to by Shizen, who began the process of realignment and immobilization. Meanwhile, Roy focused on the 2 taijutsu ninjas who had been sent flying by Fumita. Initiating internal repairs, Roy quickly realized just how ruthless Jiraiya could be. It was nothing short of brutal. The 2 taijutsu ninjas exhibited signs of fractures throughout their bodies. Fortunately, Fumita had not targeted their heads, sparing their lives. Otherwise, in battles of such caliber, Fumita could easily crush them like insects. Roy-senpai, proceed with your usual methods for their treatment. I will handle the rest, Shizen confidently declared. Roy understood that this was Shizen's first time managing such injuries independently. Very well, she nodded, swiftly grasping the hand of the fire-style ninja. Gentle yet firm, pull aligned the joint perfectly. It's done. Shizen beamed with joy, her face radiating confidence. In a matter of minutes, she had successfully realigned all the bones of the 2 patients. One must commend her speed. While Roy could have been faster, this experience was essential for Shizen's growth. At this moment, Roy exhaled a sigh of relief. The injuries sustained by the 2 were no ordinary afflictions. Under such circumstances, he had spent a considerable amount of time, over 10 minutes, treating their internal wounds, achieving a semblance of emergency care. Ding! Congratulations to the host, chimed the system notification, and a smile crept upon Roy's lips. The reward of chakra was astonishingly abundant. Moreover, the enhancement from the 2 provided a boost of 0.9 at this rate. It wouldn't be long before Roy could elevate his skills to the level of employing the red hand technique. With his spirits lifted, he felt invigorated to continue his work. However, Roy refrained from fully healing the 2. If he did so, it would raise suspicions about his capabilities, especially from Tsunade. Furthermore, he feared that Tobi and Orochimaru might covertly seize his people. Roy had no desire to become a target. Additionally, he needed to conserve some chakra for subsequent treatments. Thus, it sufficed to ensure that these ninjas remain alive and that the details were meticulously addressed to avoid any long-term repercussions. Yet, a new dilemma arose. After witnessing Jiraiya's combat style, the second group hesitated to advance. Some ninjas even began to retreat. Seeing this, Roy became incensed. This won't do. If they refuse to engage, how can we proceed? He swiftly approached Rope Tree. Rope Tree, do you wish for everyone to witness that you are also a member of the Senju clan? A true man? He pulled Rope Tree aside and whispered. You want me to set an example, right? I won't go. If no one else goes, I can avoid a beating. Rope Tree quickly shook his head. He could tell that Roy's intentions were not entirely altruistic. Rope Tree, have you forgotten? That night you spoke in your sleep, proclaiming you would become a more outstanding ninja than Tsunade-sensei. And did you not say that the sister you fancy favors courageous men? Roy pressed. Now, if you step up, I've already discussed it with Lord Jiraiya. It will merely be a formality. You won't be harmed, Roy stated earnestly. Hearing this, Rope Tree felt a flicker of motivation. Rope Tree, do you still doubt my abilities? Roy seized the opportunity to stoke the fire of his determination. All right, you're the best that I'll go, Rope Tree resolved, preparing to charge forward. Wait, hold on. Roy swiftly grasped Rope Tree before he could leap into action and softly whispered some instructions in his ear. After all, he was a man of the modern era, well-versed in the subtleties of workplace persuasion. Convincing someone as naive as Rope Tree was effortless. Upon hearing Roy's words, a newfound radiance illuminated Rope Tree's expression. Indeed, his sister's disciple was exceptional. With Rope Tree now brimming with confidence, Roy returned to his position. Lord Jiraiya, we are ready. Just as Roy settled back, Rope Tree leaped forward. Rope Tree, after all these years, you've grown so much. Very brave of you, Jiraiya acknowledged. Wait, I have something to say to everyone. Without allowing Jiraiya to finish, Rope Tree boldly proclaimed, Everyone, we have a remarkable opportunity to experience the harsh realities of battle. Only Lord Jiraiya possesses the audacity to provide us with such a chance. Moreover, we are equipped with a professional medical team. Under the assurance of Tsunade-sama's disciple, Roy, your safety is guaranteed. Look at the injured. Everyone has stabilized. Once they recover, imagine the wealth of experience they will gain. In the future, when we step onto the battlefield, this will be our strength, our means of survival. I, Senju Rope Tree, am willing to accept this challenge. Minutes later, Rope Tree lay upon the hospital bed, having been knocked senseless. Upon regaining consciousness, he glared at Roy with displeasure. Roy, you deceived me, he complained, harboring resentment toward Roy, who had spoken so passionately yet allowed him to endure such a beating. After all, Jiraiya had often been at the receiving end of Tsunade's wrath. As for Roy, he had no time to address Rope Tree's grievances. Rope Tree's impassioned speech had stirred many to action, coupled with the professional demeanor exhibited by Roy and the stories circulating about his exploits. Confidence surged within the others that, hey, as long as we die and there are no lasting repercussions, let us just go for it. Chapter 35. The training of the little ones. The battle concluded in the morning. By the end, the training ground had been carpeted, providing a place for the injured to rest. The hospital, having heard of the situation, arrived promptly. Shizun, are you overwhelmed? A medical ninja inquired with concern. The reason for not consulting Roy was clear. He was too engrossed in his work, smiling as he treated the patients, exuding an almost manic energy. They dared not disturb him. No need. Roy-senpai assured us we can manage, that we have our own protocols. And some special treatments have already been completed. For now, we don't require assistance. Thank you. Otherwise, Roy-senpai might become upset. Shizun quietly gestured toward Roy. Upon seeing Roy's earnest smile, Shizun was filled with admiration. After hearing Shizun's words, the medical ninjas found themselves at a loss. Given the specialized procedures Roy was undertaking, they hesitated to intervene. Very well, Shizun, should you require any assistance, don't hesitate to call us. For now, let's take a moment to rest here. After the medical ninja concluded his remarks, he beckoned his colleagues to take a break not far away. Even in the absence of assistance, it was essential to remain prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As night fell, Roy finally managed to treat all the injuries. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at the changes on his panel, his mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, patients would not come to them. One must seek them out. To achieve rapid improvement, relentless effort was imperative to Roy-kun. It's time for dinner, came the voice of Yuhi Kurenai, resonating in Roy's ears. Sure. Thank you, Kurenai. he replied, picking up his tray and diving into his meal. After a long day, he was undeniably famished. Kurenai had mentioned earlier that she had to leave for a while, presumably to prepare dinner. Others soon joined to partake in a meal as well. "Lin, this is delicious. You should have more." Obito encouraged ever the eager eater. Such sentiments seemed etched into him, and Roy had no desire to alter them excessively. He merely needed to assist Obito in his growth, allowing everything else to unfold naturally. "Yes, do eat more," he added. Once the group of children finished their meal, they gradually departed, leaving only Roy, Shizen, Kakashi, Guy, and Obito behind. "Roy, how about you all engage in some training?" At that moment, Kakashi's father, Hatake Shoma, approached, wearing a broad smile. "Absolutely," the children exclaimed in unison, eager to test their abilities. They had long been accustomed to being soundly defeated during their sparring sessions with Roy. "Good. You all show promise. Come over here," Shoma said, having observed the training from the sidelines all day without an opportunity to engage. It was time to put their skills to the test to better prepare themselves for encounters with other ninjas. "I'll join too," Roy said, having finished his meal, standing up with a bright smile. "Roy, aren't you a medical ninja? I thought you weren't one for combat," Shoma inquired, somewhat puzzled. Earlier, he had asked Kakashi, noting that Roy's aspirations lay not in combat, but in healing. Why partake in training then? "Medical ninjas can be formidable too, can't they? Uncle Shoma, can you guarantee that you would overpower my teacher?" Roy replied confidently. The strength of Tsunade was often underestimated by many, yet Roy had unwavering faith in her prowess. "Indeed, Lady Tsunade is exceptionally powerful," he affirmed. "Roy, your aspirations are commendable, but you must exert yourself even more. Come on," Shoma instructed before stepping into the open area of the training ground, followed by the others. Standing before Shoma, Roy, Guy, Obito, and Kakashi prepared for their first collaborative battle. "Your task is to obstruct Uncle Shoma's line of sight. You must endure long enough to recognize your shortcomings. Otherwise, a swift defeat awaits," Roy whispered, instantly teleporting behind Shoma. The other three swiftly made optimal choices as well. Clang. In the blink of an eye, Shoma appeared before Kakashi. Needing to act promptly, he felt a twinge of concern about what others might say, fearing accusations of favoritism towards his son. After blocking Shoma's strike, Kakashi found his arm dislocated. The intensity of this encounter was far beyond their usual sparring. Instinctively, Kakashi sought to evade, counterattack, exploit the weakness on the right with a vigorous assault. At that moment, Roy's voice echoed in Kakashi's ear. "All right," Kakashi swiftly grasped his knife with his left hand and aimed for Shoma's right side. "Have you forgotten everything you've learned, boy?" Shoma remarked, increasing his force. With a decisive strike, he sent Kakashi's short blade flying, followed by a punch that sent Kakashi sprawling. Unable to rise for quite some time, in the next instant, Roy appeared beside Shoma. With all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch to Shoma's left side. Shoma was taken aback, having sensed none of Roy's presence until now. Meanwhile, Roy was left to ponder whether it was a shadow clone. Before he could gather his thoughts, Guy and Obito charged forward, throwing punches as if they were free. Simultaneously, Roy continued his assault. By the time Shoma regained his balance and prepared to retaliate, the three had swiftly distanced themselves, and Roy's presence vanished once more. Observing this scene, Shoma felt a flicker of intrigue, and he genuinely felt the ache in his waist. With a swift slice, he dispelled Roy's shadow clone and lunged at Obito, whose abilities were notably easier to surpass. Unsurprisingly, Obito was left dazed and confused, while Roy and Guy refrained from direct confrontation, choosing instead to observe. Will your teammates perish, and you choose not to act? Shoma glared at Roy and Guy, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. This training was meant to instill a proper attitude towards comradeship. Act naturally, and you have been accounted for in our strategy. Gathering intelligence is vital in battle, is it not? Roy responded, sending several shadow clones back into the fray. Yet that was the end of it. While the use of shadow clones was effective, the chakra drain was too much for Roy to sustain. Had Shoma been an enemy in that moment, he might have met his demise. Roy wielded Murakumo, yet this did not truly reflect his own capabilities. Consequently, once the shadow clones dissipated, the three were swiftly overpowered and left battered on the ground. Shuma's strikes were no lighter than Jiraiya's. Chapter 36. Shuma's points. Roy's rewards. Well, Uncle Shoma, you do hit rather hard. Shizen remarked with a smile after providing emergency treatment to the group that it was the first time she had seen Roy wrapped up like a dumpling, and she found it amusing. Meanwhile, Shoma approached. Supporting his waist, he lifted his shirt. This is troublesome. While Shuma's injuries were not severe, the location was rather unfortunate. Each of these little rascals had targeted his waist. Had it not been for his decent physique, it surely would have affected him adversely. Shizen retrieved a potion and applied it to Shoma before administering a basic healing technique. Uncle Shoma, you need to maintain today's level of readiness at all times. I understand your concerns, but some things will remain unaddressed unless you confront them. Roy spoke slowly. I could see this point. The only part of him still capable of movement was his mouth, which was certainly better than the others, who had lost consciousness and remained in a state of oblivion. You don't blame me? Shoma asked, somewhat surprised. The reason he had knocked them out was not merely out of revenge for the earlier attack, but rather due to his long-standing experience on the battlefield, facing formidable foes in life-and-death struggles. This form of specialized training was challenging for Shoma to gauge the appropriate level of force. He had initially worried that Roy might harbor resentment, only to find Roy offering him words of comfort instead. Blame you, Uncle Shoma. You think too much. This is specialized training, akin to a battlefield exercise that, at least I still have a chance to converse with you here. Had it been a real battle, I would have already perished. This specialized training is indeed essential. Thank you. But it's too late? Roy exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, yet he inadvertently aggravated his injury, grimacing in pain. Initially, he had intended to calmly reap the rewards of experience, but he ended up putting himself at risk. Although Roy could mend his wounds using his dual mastery, it felt somewhat unnatural. Thus, he decided to grant himself a brief respite. Moreover, the gains of the day had already been substantial. Will you express your gratitude towards me? I understand now. Flagwood Tsukumo appeared to have suddenly discovered a new purpose in life, rising to his feet with enthusiasm. However, the injury at his waist caused him to involuntarily gasp in discomfort. Observing Tsukumo in such a state, Roy felt an inkling that he might have misunderstood something, yet he could not articulate it. After concluding the treatment, Tsukumo noticed that Kakashi remained in a state of unconsciousness. Therefore, he entrusted his care to Shizen and took his leave to attend to other matters. Once Tsukumo departed, Roy sat up from the bed. Roy, your injury. I'm fine now, I'll tend to the others first, he replied, scratching his head and smiling. Red, Shizen, could you perhaps prepare some food for us? Of course, I'll lend a hand, came the reply. All right. Lin eagerly volunteered to assist, and the three girls skipped away from the room. Ding, treatment of Might Guy completed, gained vitality. Ding, treatment of Uchiha Obito completed, gained solid chakra. Ding, treatment of Hatake Kakashi completed. Before long, Roy had entirely healed the injuries of the three individuals, while the rewards were not plentiful. They certainly contributed to his proficiency. By the end of the day, Roy had increased his dual mastery skill level to 12, bringing him closer to utilizing the red hand. There were promising prospects ahead. System, activate the surprise gift pack. Although the three had recovered, they still needed time to rest. Hence, Roy opted to open the gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring Master Roshi's stinky socks from the Dragon Ball world. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the hairpin of the Spirit Moon Fairy, which possesses miraculous effects, from the Inuyasha world. With the system's notifications echoing, a multitude of items appeared before Roy. Unfortunately, the over 40 surprise chests yielded nothing but dismay, with not a single joyous item in sight. System, do these items serve any other purpose? My spatial inventory is almost full. They are useless. I shall discard them. Roy grumbled. The rewards were directly deposited into the system's inventory. With the previous accumulation of items combined with this heap of useless trinkets, there was little space left. Ding, system rewards cannot be discarded, but can be sold. The mechanical notification chimed in sell. Upon hearing this, Roy promptly highlighted Master Roshi's stinky socks. Sure enough, a minuscule sell option appeared at the end of the description. Sell, complaining yielded no results. So Roy proceeded to sell. Ding, selling Master Rashi's stinky socks too, valued at 20 medical points. Confirm sale? Confirm. Congratulations to the host. Gained 20 medical points. As the system's notification resonated, Roy's medical points increased by 20. He paused for a moment, contemplating the increase. This price was rather pleasant. These items were not entirely useless. They were perfect for accumulating medical points. As Roy sold one item after another, his medical points rose to 521. This sum allowed Roy to purchase 5 beginner random treasure chests. Ding, selling the hairpin of the Spirit Moon Fairy, valued at 500 medical points. Confirm sale? At the system's prompt, Roy was taken aback. 500. This price is rather steep. Most importantly, the description merely mentioned a miraculous effect, the specifics of which remained unknown to him. The Spirit Moon Fairy was the mother of Sesshomaru from the Inuyasha world, wielding the powers of the underworld. Yet, it was merely a hairpin, a lovely hairpin, indeed. Just then, Shizen appeared behind Roy. Shizen, what brings you back? Roy turned to face her. Hentishi gone to prepare food? They asked me to come watch over you. In case you needed anything. The cooking task has been entrusted to them. As Shizen explained, her gaze fixated on the hairpin. Oh, you like it? Here. Roy picked up the hairpin and handed it to Shizen. It was something he had no use for. Shizen's hair had grown long, as she had not opted for a shorter style. It was perfect for her. Thank you. Shizen beamed as she accepted the hairpin, joyfully tying up her hair before bouncing off to check on the others. Observing Shizen's delighted expression, Roy couldn't help but sigh. Just like that, 500 medical points vanished. Chapter 37. The brutality continues. Uchiha gets pounded. At the break of dawn, Roy promptly arrived at the training ground. Following the events of yesterday, very few could muster the courage to return today. Only 3 groups had shown up. However, this turnout was anticipated by Roy. After all, those who had been thoroughly beaten the day before were unlikely to rush back so soon. Among the 3 groups was also Shinosuke's team. Shinosuke himself was reluctant to attend, but his valiant display yesterday had garnered attention. The girl he admired approached him for the first time, initiating conversation with a hint of intimacy. Furthermore, Shinosuke realized that after enduring a beating, his strength had indeed improved slightly. Thus, for the sake of his future, he felt compelled to participate. As for the other 2 teams, Minato Namikaze, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Narashikaku were all summoned by Minato. The Uchiha clan members, Uchiha Shu, Uchiha Kishi, Uchiha Naibai, and Uchiha Natsum, were those who had not trained the previous day. They sought to test their mettle, believing that such challenges were worthy pursuits for the Uchiha. One must admit, the Uchiha clan's mindset could be quite eccentric at times. Them. Engaging in tasks that others shunned was a testament to their strength. All right, let's commence today's training, Jiraiya declared as he landed on the training ground. His gaze fixed on Minato Namikaze. Let us begin. The teacher remained formidable. Thus, everyone needed to be prepared. Minato promptly unleashed a flurry of shuriken. These shuriken were specially crafted. Upon witnessing them, Roy sprang to his feet. How long had it been? Had he already mastered the flying thunder god technique? It seemed this battle would be quite the spectacle. Minato, you! Bang! Jiraiya had not finished his sentence when he instinctively raised his hand to block Minato's punch. The speed was astonishing. Jiraiya was momentarily bewildered. He hadn't even seen Minato's movement. It felt as if he had experienced a momentary lapse in time and space. Who was Jiraiya? A veteran of the Second Great Ninja War. He had witnessed countless wonders. His instincts immediately recognized that Minato had mastered an impressive space-time ninjutsu. This is the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage. Teacher, take heed, Minato exclaimed before vanishing once more. Engaging in close combat with Jiraiya was not something he took lightly. Mind transfer jutsu. Yamanaka Inoichi was the first to attempt to seize control of Jiraiya's body. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. In an instant, a frog appeared on Jiraiya's shoulder. The terrifying sound waves surged toward Yamanaka Inoichi. Double expansion technique. Akimichi Choza immediately positioned himself in front of Yamanaka Inoichi to shield him. Bang! The dreadful sound wave attack was more than even Choza could withstand, sending him flying. Just then, a frog descended from the sky, its dual blades aimed at Yamanaka Inoichi. Shadow, binding jutsu. Narashikaku's secret technique was unleashed. ensnaring the frog. Yet this was a colossal spirit beast. Merely restraining its movements caused Narashika's chakra to deplete at an alarming rate. Minato, is this your strategy? Jiraiya charged towards Minato, his fist swinging with immediate ferocity. Bang! As Minato vanished, Jiraiya transformed into a puff of white mist. Shadow clone. Just as Minato reappeared, he witnessed Jiraiya's shadow clone dissipate. In an instant, a fist struck his abdomen. Flying Thunder God, a formidable ninjutsu indeed. However, Minato, your execution is still lacking in finesse. Furthermore, your markers are far too few, making it all too easy for others to exploit your weaknesses. Consider this a lesson for me. Upon finishing his sentence, Jiraiya's fist descended mercilessly. Minato's once radiant and handsome visage quickly resembled that of a grotesquely swollen pig. Jiraiya-sama, are you truly this ruthless? Wasn't Minato merely here to support his mentor's endeavors? I can't help but feel we should perhaps consider surrendering. The three of them swallowed hard, anxiety creeping in that their own disciple was being so thoroughly pummeled. What fate awaited them? Is this truly the standard of a jonin? In an instant, Jiraiya appeared behind a trio, several frogs accompanying him. The training ground was devoid of any other figures. Only the sounds of collisions and anguished cries echoed. Once the frogs evaporated into mist, 4 bodies lay motionless on the ground. Get to it, Roy shouted, and Kakashi, Obito, and Guy sprang into action, swiftly bringing the 4 for emergency treatment. Shungshu, are we still going? Why does it feel like Jiraiya-sama has become even more ferocious today? A Chunin instinctively took a step back. They were all friends of Shungshu and were intrigued to experience it themselves. Yet they hadn't anticipated Jiraiya's brutality. Are we retreating now? Have you forgotten what I told you? If you wish to stand out, this is the perfect opportunity. Shungshu gazed toward a distant female figure, steeling himself, and strode forward decisively. Minutes later, they returned to their familiar resting place. The main event was about to commence. The 4 from the Uchiha clan were all elite jonin of their clan. The 3 Tomo Sharingan activated in an instant at Jiraiya-sama. Let us begin, Uchiha Ryu declared, unleashing a fire release. A massive fireball engulfed the entire training ground in an instant. The other 3 hastily attempted to retreat. Jiraiya's physical prowess and summoned beasts were not to be trifled with. As the flames dissipated, Jiraiya remained firmly in place. Lightning release. Lightning Dragon breakthrough. Noticing the fire release had little effect, the 2 simultaneously unleashed their lightning techniques. Despite the onslaught, Jiraiya refrained from summoning his spirit beasts immediately. The Uchiha Sharingan Jinjutsu was formidable. Aside from Grandpa Shinzaku and Grandma Shima, other summoned creatures would surely be affected. This battle stretched on longer than any prior. Yet ultimately, the 4 were defeated. Jiraiya-sama, your strength is indeed remarkable. We will return tomorrow. Uchiha Ryu bowed deeply, his pride evident. Those who had previously participated in training were now confined to hospital beds, whereas only the Uchiha, the strongest clan of Konoha, could stand to conclude the battle. Indeed, your abilities are commendable. However, combat training is precisely that. Combat. Have you forgotten the most critical point? Jiraiya declared, launching into action. The 4 had yet to react before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 38. The Speech of Hatake Tsukumo. After administering emergency treatment, Roy approached Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, it seemed you truly wish to avoid such matters. This is quite different from what we discussed. Roy smiled at Jiraiya. Upon seeing Roy's smile, Jiraiya felt a shiver run down his spine. Could this kid have seen through him? His actions were impeccably executed. What are you implying, kid? Have I not followed your instructions? Jiraiya replied. A hint of guilt creeping in. I want to mention the time cut, but Jiraiya-sama, employing such methods to hasten the end of training is beyond me. Consequently, my lips may not remain sealed. Roy chuckled. You, Roy, are you suggesting that Jiraiya began to voice his difficulties, lamenting his status as a writer needing to submit work, struggling for inspiration, and seeking out material. However, Roy was indifferent to his excuses. The next month must yield quality results at the very least. He aimed to elevate his mastery to over 50 during this period. Meanwhile, at the training ground, greetings, everyone. I am Hatake Tsukumo. That I trust you all find the current training rather perplexing? Surely, many felt that Jiraiya-sama was excessively harsh. In truth, all of this is for your protection, Tsukumo declared loudly. Initially, many ninjas had gathered merely to observe, but upon hearing Tsukumo's words, they were captivated. They were curious as to how such brutal treatment of fellow villagers could be beneficial for them. Just moments ago, they had questioned whether such combat training was genuinely effective, but now Tsukumo was there to clarify their doubts. The most pressing question should be regarding Jiraiya-sama's methods, correct? Is it truly necessary to summon spirit beasts and engage in overwhelming combat against fellow villagers? Tsukumo inquired once more. Indeed, this combat style has left me feeling a bit hopeless. I am still haunted by the shadows of my recent thrashing. A ninja who had suffered Jiraiya's wrath the previous day confessed. Still grappling with lingering trauma, Tsukumo-sama. What exactly is the rationale behind this? Another ninja boldly asked. Have any of you experienced the battlefield? On the battlefield, the ferocity is 100-fold greater than that of Jiraiya-sama. There, it is not merely a matter of being beaten. Your very lives are at stake. And as for medical aid, that is an impossibility. Consider this. If the previous training had taken place on the battlefield, who among you would have survived? If we do not acclimatize you to such terror in advance, when you arrive on the battlefield, you will be nothing more than fish for slaughter. Would you like to hear tales from the battlefield? Tsukumo concluded, sitting down. Yes, the young ninjas all settled in. For those who had experienced war, the purpose behind Jiraiya and Tsukumo's practical training became crystal clear. I have participated. Tsukumo felt as though he had been transported back to the battlefield. He was once again the commander of this unit. His task was to instill in his subordinates the significance and awareness of combat. On the other hand, Jiraiya found himself thoroughly impressed. That kid Roy was sharper than he appeared. He had originally intended to instill fear in these ninjas, ensuring no one would volunteer, thus concluding his task. Remarkably, on just the second day, the results were promising, yet Roy had seen through his scheme. Roy, I promise you, I will now take the practical training seriously. It's merely a month. I can endure it, Jiraiya conceded. Very well. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, for considering everyone's well-being. Now, I shall return to my treatment duties. Roy departed with a smile. Having resolved matters on Jiraiya's side, he left the ensuing troubles for Jiraiya to tackle. Just as he had frightened them away, he must now find a way to bring them back. What is this? Upon returning to the training ground, Roy was momentarily taken aback. The impassioned speech of Tsukumo Hatake resonated among a large crowd, who listened intently, igniting a fervor within them. The wars of a ninja world have never resembled the exaggerated portrayals of invincible warriors seen in anime. Each conflict could justifiably be described as a massacre, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. Tsukumo Hatake seemed to have grasped the essence of this training, using the lives and futures of the ninjas as bait. What was there to worry about in luring them in? Meanwhile, Jiraiya returned with a bittersweet expression. Fully aware of the implications of Tsukumo's speech, it appeared that any hopes of shirking responsibilities were dashed. As numerous teams were already eager to enlist, a month passed in this manner. The entrance of Konoha, Jiraiya announced, "My teacher has matters to attend to, and cannot come for the time being. I actually hope Jiraiya remains in the village a little longer, as it may provide everyone with opportunities to improve." Roy grinned at Jiraiya. Upon hearing Roy's words, Jiraiya was not easily swayed. Their last brief encounter in the hot springs had cost him a month of time. I want to be returning anytime soon. I intend to travel across the ninja world. By the way, I've taken Minato with me. With Tsukumo here, I feel at ease. With that, Jiraiya vanished in a flash. Roy, keep it up. I still hope you develop into a combat ninja. Your talent is remarkable. Don't let it go to waste. Minato, after a few words, also disappeared from sight. Indeed, it had only been a month since Jiraiya had hastily left the village, taking Minato along. Back to continue his treatment, Tsukumo's methods are rather harsh. Roy mused silently, then turned towards the training ground. That moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office was close to exploding with rage. He had initially believed that Jiraiya had matured, understanding the importance of winning hearts, building networks, and enhancing his reputation. However, he had not anticipated that the man would flee after merely a month. If that were not enough, he had entrusted Tsukumo with the responsibility. Was this not a way of bestowing prestige upon Tsukumo? Jiraiya's actions had completely disrupted the strategic arrangements made during the Second Great Ninja War. His expression was more grotesque than if he had consumed a dead fly. Chapter 39, Red Hand. In the late hours of the night, within Roy's room, the weary Shizune had already succumbed to slumber. Roy, however, was filled with excitement as he activated his panel. Host. Roy age, 7 ninjutsu. 58 physical strength, 198 chakra. 121 total chakra volume. 20112018 ninjutsu techniques. Lightning release. Lightning body, fire release, serpent. Basic chakra extraction technique. Basic healing technique swordsmanship. Supreme swordsmanship bloodline limit. Would release. Dual hand 52 Genin comprehensive score. 10 items. Imperial tool. Demon binding. Imperial tool. 1 strike kill. Muramesa. Surprise gift pack 3. System functions. Personal space 1000 cubic meters holy hand. Benevolent heart LV1. Upgradable can heal any living being. Can obtain a certain value in treatment points. The system's unique currency surprise gift pack wealth. 671 treatment points after more than a month. Roy had finally raised his dual hand to 50 that his basic stats had also seen significant improvement. Dual hand. Roy raised his hands, one glowing red, the other blue, although the blue light was somewhat dimmer. As he had only recently mastered the blue hand, Roy placed his hand on Shizune's head. With a swift motion, he extracted a faint soul from her. This what a soul is. In this world filled with mysterious entities like the Grim Reaper and Yama, the existence of souls seemed entirely plausible. After all, the Shinigami sealed souls within the Shiki F gene. Not to mention, there were realms like the Pure Land that let's give it a try. Roy cautiously began to sift through Shizune's memories. Roy-senpai is so amazing. He can easily treat such severe injuries that Roy-senpai taught me how to handle emergencies. I'm so happy to learn alongside him that Roy-senpai is so handsome. I like him the most flipping through Shizune's memories. Roy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Could this girl not entertain any other thoughts? With that thought, Roy released the dual hand, allowing the faint soul to return to Shizune's body. Although the dual hand could extract information without harming the soul, Roy was still somewhat inexperienced. Using Shizune as an experiment felt somewhat inappropriate. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Roy pondered, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Teacher, sensing the presence, Roy opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Roy, did I wake you? Tsunade smiled upon seeing Roy emerge. As her student, she had provided Roy with a solid platform, yet she seemed somewhat lacking in her duties. Fortunately, Roy's exceptional abilities prevented any mishaps, instead continuously enhancing her reputation, as a significant portion of the prestige Roy earned was transferred to her. Teacher, who is that? Roy asked, glancing at the ninja on the ground, whose face was distorted and sprawled out. That I don't know. He had been tailing me, and I caught him and gave him a beating, Tsunade replied, indicating she was unfamiliar with the individual. I'll treat him first. Then I will interrogate him, Roy declared, rushing to the ninja's side and beginning to cast a healing technique, while subtly concealing the dual hand. Soon, the man regained consciousness, though he was marked with a sealing talisman to restrict his chakra. As soon as the man regained awareness, he saw Tsunade and Roy staring at him, and promptly bit down on a poison capsule, committing suicide. It seems he is no ordinary ninja, likely akin to a dead servant. Tsunade remarked gravely, realizing that this individual had been tracking her within Konoha. What could the mastermind behind this assignment intend? Teacher, I can still interrogate him. Recently, my bloodline limit has awakened anew, granting me a new ability. Soul interrogation. Roy proclaimed, raising his hand as a blue glow manifested in his palm. Bloodline limit awakening. Tsunade was taken aback. One of the legendary Sannin. She understood the significance of a bloodline limit's awakening. Abilities like the Sharingan were known to manifest in such a manner. Yet, Roy was merely 7 years old. How could his bloodline limit awaken so soon? Tsunade was well aware that Roy's unique healing methods were not part of her teachings. Give it a try, Tsunade said, her skepticism evident. All right. Roy lifted his hand and grasped the air. Seizing a soul, he was far less cautious with this soul, quickly rummaging through its memories. Before long, he discovered a clue. Teacher, this Roy turned to Tsunade, a hint of embarrassment on his face. What? Did you fail? Tsunade instinctively sought to reassure him. No, I succeeded. However, I believe you should see the content for yourself. Roy approached Tsunade, leaping onto the railing and placing his finger on her forehead. A flood of information surged into Tsunade's mind. Roots? Soon, Tsunade grasped the full extent of the situation. These individuals had come to surveil her, with the intent centered around Roy. During this period, Roy's abilities had indeed shone brightly. Whether in his routine healing duties or in the training sessions he conducted with a few younger companions, which had stirred a sense of urgency within Danzo. Such a prodigy ought to be integrated into their root organization. Consequently, they sought to investigate Tsunade's domestic patterns, preparing to seize Roy at an opportune moment. To put it succinctly, their aim was solely focused on Roy. These rogues truly displayed an unyielding persistence. Did this old man truly consider my previous words to be mere jest? Roy, what you just did, can it be shown to others? Tsunade's face betrayed no concealment of her fury. It can. Teacher, are you planning to confront the third Hokage? Roy inquired with curiosity. If she were to approach Danzo directly. Given Tsunade's temperament, evidence would be of little consequence. Action would precede deliberation. Present evidence to others would likely necessitate consulting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, this time, I shall see what he has to say. Tsunade nodded and departed with Roy towards the Hokage's office. Chapter 40. Tsunade's Confrontation. Danzo's Apology. Tsunade, what brings you to me at such a late hour? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been employing a crystal ball for a long-range viewing technique, was startled by Tsunade's sudden entrance. He swiftly concealed the crystal ball, along with the alluring images it had displayed. Roy, present the matter's entirety to Lord Third. Tsunade, wishing to minimize dialogue with Sarutobi, directly summoned Roy. Roy nodded and approached Sarutobi. He raised his finger and extended it towards Sarutobi's forehead, transmitting the information upon contact. What is this? Sarutobi expressed his astonishment, not at the content presented by Roy, but rather at the technique he had demonstrated. If such a method were mastered, uncovering the identities of the spies hidden within the village, along with their means of communication, would become a trivial task. It is crucial to recognize that intelligence holds significant value in any era. I require an explanation. Furthermore, should this issue remain unresolved, I shall not continue to reside in the village. Tsunade stated with a grave demeanor. Given that Danzo had become so brazen, Tsunade could not guarantee her constant presence by Roy's side. Moreover, remaining in the village would inevitably lead to her undertaking certain special missions. Should anything transpire, any regrets or desires for vengeance would be futile. Understood, Tsunade. Rest assured that I will ensure that Danzo provides you with a reasonable explanation. However, can Roy's ability be sustained? Sarutobi gazed at Roy, now assessing not merely Danzo's actions, but the worthiness of extending his protection to Roy. Yes, but consumes a great deal of chakra and requires rest. Roy nodded, innocently adding, with a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes. Excellent, Tsunade. I can assist you with this matter. However, I will also need to borrow your disciple for a visit to the Leaf Village's interrogation department. Sarutobi stated his intentions directly. You may discuss this matter with Roy. If he consents, I have no objections. I merely wish to know the outcome of this situation. Tsunade remained resolute, harboring animosity. She had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the Leaf Village. And with this new development, her patience had its limits. Very well. Yoshiro, escort Roy to the interrogation apartment and have Ikaho assign Roy the interrogation challenges. Your responsibilities include ensuring Roy's safety and documenting the information he provides. During this assignment, all of Roy's requests must be accommodated. Sarutobi summoned his bodyguard. Unlike the Umbu, who operated covertly to protect the Hokage, the bodyguard remained consistently by Sarutobi's side. Understood, Lord Hokage, a middle-aged ninja, appeared behind Roy. Responding steadily, he then took Roy away from the premises. Simultaneously, Sarutobi swiftly contacted Danzo. Minutes later, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, you summoned me so late. Is there an urgent matter at hand? Danzo glanced at Tsunade before shifting his focus to Sarutobi. You recognize this individual, do you not? Sarutobi pointed to a root organization member who had lost consciousness nearby, his anger unabashed. Upon seeing the fallen figure, Danzo surmised what had transpired. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Each member of his root organization bore a cursed seal, making betrayal an impossibility, let alone divulging mission details. Is this one of our root members? How did he encounter danger and meet his demise? Is this matter one that requires investigation by our root organization? Danzo inquired, his expression unflinching, even tinged with indignation. Danzo, he was assigned to surveil Tsunade. The intention was to abduct Roy while Tsunade was absent. He has fully confessed. Must you still feign ignorance? Sarutobi's aura suddenly intensified. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Danzo was taken aback. The situation was indeed as described. However, he had detected no signs of the cursed seals being lifted or tampered with. How could they possibly know? Indeed, Sarutobi is attempting to deceive me. Yet, what could be his motive? After all, their relationship was mutually beneficial. Was this an effort to compensate for Tsunade's grievances, or were there other underlying reasons? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Danzo's mind, though none held substantial evidence. Danzo, I now require you to provide Tsunade with a reasonable explanation. Alternatively, you would be wise to recognize your errors and rectify them. Apologies must be offered where they are due. Sarutobi asserted resolutely. At this point, Danzo comprehended the gravity of the situation. Tsunade must have acquired knowledge of the events, and she possessed compelling evidence. Otherwise, Sarutobi would not exhibit such a demeanor. Furthermore, Tsunade had likely presented him with an irresistible incentive. I apologize. It was indeed my doing that I did not intend to harm Roy. Rather, I valued his talents. Roy not only possesses formidable skills as a medical ninja, but also demonstrates remarkable potential in other areas. I believe he will ultimately evolve beyond being merely an exceptional medical ninja into a formidable force that the ninja world will reckon with. Thus, I harbored such intentions. Danzo concluded his explanation and took a step back. Tsunade, my actions were inappropriate. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Moving forward, I assure you that such incidents will not recur. Danzo deeply bowed before Tsunade. An apology ought to be offered with sincerity. Even if Tsunade is his junior, it should not be treated lightly. That I require no apologies from you. Today, I shall make one statement. Should any similar incidents occur in the future, you shall be my enemy. A relentless one, at that, Tsunade declared, then promptly opened the door to the Hokage's office. By the way, allow me to issue a warning. Should I choose to take action against you, my influence may very well rival that of you so-called high-ranking officials of the Leaf. With that, Tsunade vanished from sight. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. He recognized that this was not merely a threat directed at Danzo, but also one aimed at him. Chapter 41. Roy's Intentions. After Tsunade's departure, Danzo straightened his posture. Tell me, what is the reason? Danzo cast a sinister glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, he was secretly engaged in some unsavory activities. However, all these undertakings were in service to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, he found himself threatened by a junior, with Hiruzen's involvement as well. Danzo felt a surge of anger. It was inconceivable. Roy had awakened a unique bloodline limit, capable of reading a person's memories and transmitting those memories to others. Do you understand? Hiruzen had openly revealed Roy's special abilities. Furthermore, he informed that Roy had been assigned to the interrogation department. A special bloodline limit? Hiruzen, this individual shall be mine. Ambition flickered intensely in Danzo's eyes. Such a unique bloodline limit would be immensely beneficial for the Root organization, whether in capturing special members or targeting suspicious individuals within the village. Moreover, Roy could directly use his soul as evidence. It was exceedingly straightforward and crude, essentially eliminating the possibility of errors. Consequently, the reputation of the Root organization would not suffer as severely. I cannot acquiesce to your demands, Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. The potential of Roy was already becoming apparent. At this moment, Roy was not yet 8 years old. One could only imagine how far he would grow in the future. Such a person was not one Hiruzen dared to entrust to Danzo. This fellow had been increasingly reckless of late, incessantly searching various clans for individuals with extraordinary talents. Hiruzen was beginning to doubt the true strength of the Root organization. Our powers are aligned. Hiruzen suggested it would be prudent to quickly solidify the position of Hokage. Once that is established, we can mentor Roy under the next Hokage, thereby deepening his bond with us. That I shall return now. Without engaging in further argument, Danzo simply uttered this statement before turning to depart. Watching Danzo vanish, a grave expression settled upon Hiruzen's face. The next Hokage, you say? Previously, they had discussed two candidates, Sarutobi Shino and Orochimaru. However, during the conflict with Sunagakure, Sarutobi Shino had perished. Thus, the position now rested upon Orochimaru's shoulders. Danzo had repeatedly broached this subject. Could it be that? With this thought, Hiruzen resolved to find an opportunity to meet with Orochimaru. By the way, what has Orochimaru been doing since his return to the village? It suddenly dawned on Hiruzen that Orochimaru had not made an appearance since his return. Logically, given his substantial reputation on the battlefield, he should have continued to present himself before the villagers to maintain goodwill. Yet, this individual had simply vanished. There must be something amiss. Meanwhile, under Yura's guidance, Roy had arrived at the interrogation department. The Wagakure's Hikoga quickly greeted them. Yura, what brings you here at this hour? Hikoga inquired, perplexed, as the personal guard of the Hokage. Leaving at this hour was quite unusual. The Hokage has instructed me to bring young Roy here for interrogation work. You and I are to assist in this endeavor. Yura stated their purpose directly. Oh, I see. So, you're here to participate in the interrogation, Hikoga replied, still confused. What did you say? I'm to assist him. Hikoga was taken aback. As the head of the interrogation department, he had always been responsible for arranging interrogations of various criminals, spies, and external enemies. Now, he was being asked to assist a mere child in such matters. Did this child even understand what interrogation entailed? This is the Hokage's arrangement, and I have no reason to come here at this late hour to jest with you, Yura explained, aware of the gravity of the situation but refraining from disclosing the details. Such matters fell under the highest confidentiality of the village, not something everyone was entitled to know. Understood, but let's proceed. Although Hikoga remained puzzled, the Hokage's orders left little room for questions. Was Roy perhaps a child of high-ranking officials? Or could he be the Hokage's illegitimate son? Hikoga, having spent so much time in the interrogation department, rarely concerned himself with matters outside, thus leading to such wild speculations. At this moment, Roy was also examining the specifics of his dual-wielding technique. Indeed, after its enhancement to over 50, further treatment yielded slow progress that it took an entire week to rise from 50 to 52. However, utilizing the blue hand for soul manipulation would significantly accelerate the advancement of dual wielding. This was precisely why Roy had agreed to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen. It would be foolish to miss an opportunity to gain experience in such a straightforward manner. Moreover, this place could not only enhance his proficiency in dual wielding. Upon entering the interrogation department, an icy chill enveloped Roy. Such a place exuded a palpable aura of dread. Minister Hikoga, you shall take the lead in this collaboration. My role will be to document our findings. Besides, this is your domain, so you should familiarize yourself with it, Yura declared, producing a small notebook as if to indicate he was merely a bystander. But let's start with the simpler cases. Over here, we have individuals accused of stealing village intelligence and selling it to other villages. Although we already possess their specific defection information, we still cannot ascertain the channels through which the intelligence was sold. Until we resolve the core issue with the channels, the problem remains unsolved. Hikoga opened a cell containing 3 individuals, who were now barely recognizable as human. One could only imagine the treatment they had endured. May I treat them first? Roy turned, his expression innocent as he addressed the 2. Both were taken aback. Treatment? Roy was indeed a medical ninja, as Yura was aware. But brother, this is the interrogation department, not a hospital. Your task here is to gather intelligence, not to treat the wounded. Hikoga was even more bewildered, feeling as if he had lost grasp of his own identity. Complete intelligence can only be extracted when they are in a stable mental state, Roy explained, pointing to the 3 individuals with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 42. The Unpredictability of Human Nature. The Might of the Blue Hand. Upon hearing this, Yura finally grasped the situation. However, Hikoga remained utterly perplexed. Extracting intelligence. Wasn't he here for interrogation? I am here to assist. You can proceed as you see fit, Ihikoga replied. Initially, he believed his role was to provide specific guidance or perhaps train Roy in interrogation techniques, but he had not anticipated this outcome, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Roy nodded, placing his hand upon the leftmost man. Ding! Emergency treatment completed, gained 12 chakra points, 2 medical points. Minutes later, the urgent care was concluded. Point 1 could not help but remark on the brutality of the methods employed in the interrogation department. This man had been reduced to a near-death state. Indeed, in every corner of the world, such darkness lurked. As Roy continued to activate dual wielding, the man soon regained consciousness, upon seeing a young child tending to his wounds. He was momentarily stunned. A medical ninja. When did individuals like him receive such treatment? Gazing at Roy's serious demeanor, he was reminded of his own child, who was roughly the same age. Yet, due to his own momentary greed, he now found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, potentially jeopardizing his family's safety. Perhaps his wife and child would also be expelled from Konoha, reduced to wanderers in the shinobi world. Child, thank you. You are here to assist in the interrogation, correct? I will tell you whatever you wish to know. At times, it is merely a fleeting moment when an individual's inner resolve crumbles. In such instances, they no longer wish to persist. The threats posed by others become inconsequential. After all, even if they were to perish, their family would still remain unprotected. Uncle, I yearn to uncover the secrets you have concealed. Speak them aloud. As the saying goes, those who confess will receive leniency. Those who resist will face severity. Perhaps you might even redeem yourself, and the village may offer you a chance to. Roy's face radiated sincerity. My established contact point is the Sanya grocery store. As for the other two, I am unaware of their whereabouts. The intelligence I have sold, the rewards I have received, and the ledger are all hidden in a concealed compartment within my home. Should you require them, you may take me at your convenience. However, I implore you not to let my family learn of my actions. I ask for your agreement on this matter. The man quickly conveyed his words. As if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, his complexion regained some color, and no longer burdened by the need to uphold secrets. This sensation was truly liberating. Immediately, arrange for surveillance of the Sanya grocery store. If any suspicious activity is detected, apprehend the individuals and bring them here. Loka, come here and escort him to his home to retrieve the ledger. Remember, do not alert his family. Although Ihigang was somewhat taken aback. His professional demeanor prevailed. He swiftly made the necessary arrangements. In just a matter of minutes, Roy had resolved the conundrum that had eluded them for half a month. Next came the verification. There is no need for such complications. I shall ascertain the truth with a mere glance. The red brilliance in Roy's hand dissipated. A blue luminescence arose. The man, whose eyes had once sparkled with clarity, now appeared hollow. Within minutes, Roy extracted and replicated all the necessary information from the man's soul. A sphere of light materialized at his fingertips. This fellow had lied. The Sanya grocery store was not the so-called contact point. It was merely a fabrication. For the ledger indeed resided in his home. But other formidable ninjas were present there, and he would likely escape if approached now. Moreover, his wife and children had been abducted and subjected to illusionary techniques. The actual contact point is at the Guangmei Hotel. Roy stated the information with an expression of indifference. The man had just spoken so convincingly that even Roy had believed him. That sincerity had merely been an act. Truly, human hearts are treacherous. How did you come to know this? At that moment, the man regained his awareness, his face betraying a look of terror. He believed his plan had been flawless, meticulously arranged, only to be unraveled by a mere child. Even the channels of his transactions had been exposed. Now, even if he were to escape alive from this place, he would still be eliminated outside. It was over. Contemplating this, the man's face turned ashen. Though his physical injuries had healed, his spirit had succumbed. It seemed this was indeed the genuine intelligence. Investigate this promptly, then return swiftly. Your name is Roy, correct? Take a moment to rest. I shall prepare some delicacies for you. Once you have finished, we will continue the interrogation. After making the arrangements, Ihigang led Roy out of the interrogation room, but he approached his tasks with meticulousness, especially with such peculiar interrogation methods. Simply extending a hand had sufficed to complete the inquiry. Thus, Ihi Gang required precise data to substantiate his belief in Roy. You may eat first. I shall take this intelligence back to Lord Hokage. Sanxia, I entrust Roy's safety to you. After Yu Liang's words, he vanished from the scene. Another ninja emerged from the shadows, silently standing behind Roy. Upon seeing this ninja, Ihi Gang couldn't help but twitch his lips. He hadn't anticipated this individual would also arrive. That it seemed Lord Hokage held this youth in high regard. Sanxia, the captain of the Hokage's first batch of personal guard, in a previous conflict, all the guards had perished. Yet he single-handedly vanquished over 30 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village, ensuring Sarutobi Hiruzen's safe return to Konoha. Such a formidable presence had been summoned. Inside the Hokage's office, is this the entirety of the process? Did you witness him forming hand seals? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired curiously, glancing at the intelligence in his hands. No, I have documented the detailed proceedings as well, and judging by that fellow's expression, it is highly likely that what Roy disclosed is true. I have also examined the memories. Yu Liang spoke slowly. Indeed, is it a bloodline limit? Yu Liang, starting tonight, your primary task will be to safeguard our OY, and O1 must be allowed to harm him. After a brief contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared decisively, until he has clarified certain matters, ensuring Roy's safety is paramount. This unique ability may prove invaluable. Understood, Lord Hokage. Yu Liang nodded and subsequently vanished from the office. Chapter 43. Interrogation concluded. Treatment tomorrow. When Yu Liang returned to the interrogation department, he found Ihi Gang sitting at the entrance, looking somewhat dazed. Ihi Gang, what troubles you? Yu Liang queried, puzzled by Ihi Gang's sudden despondency. It's nothing. I just feel that all my efforts over the years seem futile, that a small child's talent can overshadow our hard work. Reflecting on this brings a tinge of discomfort. Ihi Gang's face was marked by resignation. Roy, is it? Yu Liang gasped in surprise. Even if Roy had managed to extract information from a criminal, it should not have affected Ihi Gang to this extent. Or was there something else troubling him that Yu Liang was unaware of? You should go in and take a look at it. Ihi Gang ultimately refrained from continuing, merely sitting there in a daze. Observing this, Yu Liang sensed something was amiss. He swiftly entered the interrogation room. Lord Yu Liang, your timing is impeccable. Here are the testimonies of 4 individuals. I have verified them and found no discrepancies. That I must attend to the next troublesome case. Their willingness to provide information has made my task considerably easier. Roy stated before heading to the next cell to treat the next prisoner. Sanxia then produced a stack of documents and handed them to Yu Liang. I must admit, this young man is truly a genius. Yu Liang, I find myself quite intrigued by him. May I take charge of his protection? Sanxia regarded Yu Liang with an expression of neutrality. How do you know? Given Lord Hokage's character, he would undoubtedly make such a choice. I will deliver this information to Lord Hokage myself and formally request it. For now, you should remain here. After saying this, Sanxia vanished from the scene. Yu Liang was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected Sanxia to take such an interest in Roy. Ding, basic treatment completed. Ding, treatment complete. Rewards obtained. As the system's notification echoed, Roy ceased his activities. Treating 6 individuals had thoroughly drained his chakra. Correspondingly, the rewards were quite commendable. Lord Yu Liang, I require some rest. That I shall attend to the remaining individuals tomorrow. With that, Roy exited the dungeon and headed toward his residence. After a moment, Yu Liang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, wasn't Roy supposed to assist with the interrogation? Why did he mention returning for treatment tomorrow? Shaking his head, Yu Liang chose not to dwell on it. Regardless of Roy's assertions, the essence of his presence was for interrogation. Have you returned? What did you gather? Tsunade awaited Roy at the entrance. Teacher, I made significant progress. The individuals in the interrogation department were as I had anticipated. They bore not only physical wounds, but also considerable psychological scars. I attempted to heal their mental injuries, and I found that I could do so through my bloodline limit. However, it was rather taxing. Roy openly shared all the gains from this encounter. Can psychological trauma also be treated? Tsunade expressed some surprise. It is well known that amidst the various wars and missions, many individuals suffer wounds that are often not merely physical. Those surviving ninjas bear the brunt of immense mental strain. Many cannot withstand such pressure, leading them to either succumb to sorrow or choose to end their own lives. That it is feasible, albeit with considerable effort, and it depends on the extent of the damage sustained if the situation is dire. I could treat at most 3 individuals at a time. Roy raised his small hand, displaying 3 fingers point 3 people. Tsunade exclaimed involuntarily. Observing her reaction, Roy instinctively took a step back, with a bit of effort and self-compulsion. I should be able to manage for. Roy blinked and cautiously stated. After all, once his strength increases, such treatments should become simpler. No. What I mean is, you were being serious just now, right? I have a few individuals whom I need your assistance in treating, Tsunade said with palpable excitement. Her disciple was not only exceptional, but also possessed a commendable character. Such matters would not lead him to exaggerate or lie for the sake of accolades. Very well, no problem at all. A friend of the teacher. I assure you. Before Roy could finish, he turned to glance at a figure not far away. Tsunade stood beside him, gazing intently into the distance. Have we been discovered? Indeed, I have grown unaccustomed to concealing my presence. After spending so long in the village, certain habits have faded away. Morishita slowly emerged from the shadows. Morishita. Upon seeing him, Tsunade's heart stirred. They had fought side by side in the past. Morishita was 3 years her senior and had aided her in battle. I have already submitted my request to Lord Hokage from now on. I will remain here as Roy's dedicated guardian, that if anyone attempts to approach Roy, I will deal with them accordingly. Although Morishita spoke with a smile, an unwavering confidence radiated from his words. Come in. It has been quite some time since we last met. Join me for a drink. Tsunade extended the invitation. There were few left in Konoha who could still receive such an invitation from her. No, I shall remain outside. It is a perfect opportunity for me to acclimate to the state of a mission, Morishita replied before once again vanishing into the darkness. Compared to earlier, there was now no perceivable fluctuation of presence. Indeed, strength will never betray one. Come, you have worked hard today. I shall prepare dinner. Teacher, allow me to handle it. Roy had initially thought Tsunade intended to reward him with something special, but upon hearing it was dinner, he felt relieved. The meals prepared by Tsunade were not merely food. They were a deadly poison. Half an hour later, Roy finished cooking and served the dishes. After the meal, SHRU voluntarily washed the dishes. While Roy returned to his room to practice the dual-wielding technique, he unlocked the blue hand technique. Roy discovered that the amount of chakra extracted during his training had significantly increased. Moreover, he could now enhance both his mental and physical strength. Truly, it was one of the 8 wonders. As Roy entered a state of cultivation, Tsunade stepped out of her room, bringing along a fine bottle of wine to reminisce with her old friend. Come out. I know you are nearby. Let us drink. Tsunade sat on the ground, filling 2 cups with wine, her face adorned with nostalgia. The next morning after Roy had prepared breakfast, he brought a portion outside. Morishita, it is time for breakfast, Roy announced, placing the food on a stone table before commencing his morning exercises. Soon, the group participating in Roy's morning training began to swell in numbers. Roy, today I will surely surpass you, Might Guy declared confidently, exuding an air of youthful exuberance from every pore. You won't be absent from today's training, will you? My father said that if you're not here, the progress of our special training will be delayed. The efficiency of other medical ninjas is simply too low. Furthermore, I wish to challenge you today. Kakashi joined in, keeping pace with the others. Roy, big brother, what you taught me has been incredibly useful. Could you perhaps teach me something else? Obito, brimming with excitement, managed to keep up with their speed. As for Shizen, Sakura, and Rin, they were busy preparing breakfast for them. After completing 3 laps around the village, everyone's speed began to decline. Only Might Guy still seemed to possess boundless energy. As expected, this fellow was born to practice martial arts. Today, I have a gift for you all. After all, during this time, your assistance has been invaluable to me. Stopping outside a blade shop, Roy smiled broadly. Huh. Roy, haven't you been the one helping us all this time? Yes, boss. Did you just reverse your statement? Roy, what do you intend to give us? The 3 reacted differently. Let us head inside to discuss further. After saying so, Roy led the 3 into the blade shop, The IT is worth noting that all three of them came from families that were relatively well off. They could acquire just about any necessary weaponry. Most of the weapons in the shop were familiar to them and within their purchasing power. What does Roy mean by this? Hello, sir, I need to custom make some specialized protective gear. It should be crafted from the heaviest metal, with each piece weighing at least 20 kg. The size and shape should be as follows. Roy produced a scroll and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, a robust middle-aged man, had forged all the weapons in the shop himself. This protective gear is meant for physical training, is it? Young Roy, my son Nagasawa, is someone you helped treat. He has been singing your praises. I can craft this for you, and I happen to have the materials on hand. There will be no charge for you. The shopkeeper said with a hearty laugh. No, I must pay what is due. Moreover, being a medical ninja is my profession. There is no need for gratitude. Every medical ninja would do the same. Roy replied with a smile. Pulling out a small pouch, he took out a stack of money and handed it to the shopkeeper. Excellent. I will have it ready for you in 3 days. That I will need 4 sets. Roy pointed to the 3 behind him, grinning broadly. Very well. Understood. Come back in 3 days to collect it. The shopkeeper nodded in affirmation. After expressing his gratitude once more, Roy turned to leave the blade shop. Roy, what do you intend to do with these iron weights? Obito was completely bewildered from the moment he entered until he exited. Can such things even be used for training? Surely, we won't be smashing iron weights against our chests. They're for weighted training. The limits of the body are forged through pressure that we are still young. And our bodies have significant growth potential. For a ninja to become powerful, physical constitution is of utmost importance. Roy succinctly articulated his thoughts in the original narrative, setting aside Might Guy, who is an anomaly. Obito initially possessed only average talent and strength as a Uchiha member. However, after sustaining severe injuries and receiving cell transplant from Hashirama, both his physique and chakra capacity underwent a qualitative transformation. Ultimately, he became the figure who declared war on the entire ninja world. One can only imagine how vital physical enhancement is for a ninja. Of course, it is even more crucial that Roy's own physical enhancement has been rather excessive during this period. Without intense training, he would hardly adapt to such improvements. Is that so? Boss, at times I even suspect that your assistance in our improvement is merely a prelude to better thrashing us, followed by treating us afterward. With a grin, Obito spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the other two shot him a disapproving glance. It was evident that such a line of thought was beyond their comprehension. Roy remained silent. It was astonishing that Obito had come to such a realization. After completing their morning exercises, the 3 women brought breakfast. Once they had eaten, Roy and Shizen made their way to the training ground, while the others headed to school. Although they wished to assist Roy, they still had their studies to attend to. Meanwhile, within the Root organization, the atmosphere was tense. After Danzo learned that the ninjas he had dispatched had been captured and thrown into the dungeons, his expression soured. Senju was affiliated with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it seemed that Hiruzen was indeed going to intervene. Was he to simply concede? Danzo was reluctant, as such a versatile genius was not easily found. What was more, Roy lacked any substantial backing. As for Tsunade, Danzo did not consider her a direct influence. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence in the conference room. That moment, a ninja from Root approached with a scroll in hand. Understood. Danzo suppressed his displeasure. Once his plans were fulfilled, he would devise his strategies in due course. Roy was still young. There was time for change. In the Hokage's conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the seat of honor. Joined by Nara Shikaku, Mito, Gate Kitsuya, and Danzo, the remainder of the attendees consisted of various clan heads and elders. To everyone's surprise, Orochimaru and Tsunade also made an appearance. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss the next Hokage candidate. I am growing older and am no longer suited to remain in this position. What thoughts do you all have? Hiruzen posed the central question of the meeting. A wave of confusion swept through the clan leaders. Hiruzen was at the peak of his power and could continue in office for several more years. Why the sudden need to select a successor? Hokage-sama, I believe Orochimaru would make an excellent choice. He is your disciple and has performed admirably in this recent conflict. Mito Gate Kitsuya responded promptly. With the previous candidate, Sarutobi Shino, deceased, it naturally fell to the next in line, Orochimaru. Chapter 45. Sarutobi Hiruzen Hiruzen-esque conspiracy. In that moment, the clan heads began to grasp the reality of the situation. This was not an election for the Hokage. It was clear that the higher echelons of Konoha had already predetermined their candidate. They were merely using this meeting to inform the others that Orochimaru's qualifications and strength, along with his contributions to the village, make him more than capable of assuming the Hokage position. That I also support this. Nara Shikaku expressed his agreement. As for Danzo, he remained silent. This was a matter they had already conspired over. Should any unforeseen developments arise, he could speak then that I believe Kakashi Hatake is a worthy candidate. His performance in this war and his successful assassination of the Wind Shadow were pivotal in bringing it to a close, another ninja stated. This surprised Kakashi, as he had never intended to vie for the position of Hokage. Following the recent turmoil, he had lost his fervor for such ambitions that I too recommend Kakashi Hatake. He excelled in the special training mission, and many issues brought forth were resolved thanks to his insights. His guidance will be invaluable for the village's future development. Another ninja chimed in. Upon hearing such words, Kakashi felt a warmth in his heart. It was truly moving to have his efforts acknowledged. Thank you all for your recognition, but I have no intention of running for Hokage. My desire is simply to contribute to the village in any way I can. As for the position of Hokage, I support Orochimaru, Kakashi stated firmly. After receiving such support, the title of Hokage seemed even less significant to him. He had no desire to thrust himself into the spotlight for the sake of a title he felt unworthy of. Yes, we support you and have faith in you, others echoed. Indeed, Orochimaru is an excellent choice. He would make a fine Hokage. Seeing that Kakashi showed no interest in the position, their attitudes shifted. The overwhelming sentiment soon favored Orochimaru as the next Hokage. At that moment, Orochimaru wore a warm smile, appearing quite sunny. Consensus had nearly been reached when suddenly, Uchiha stood up, interrupting Hiruzen. You wish to run for Hokage as well? Hiruzen asked, taken aback by the Uchiha's boldness. The other ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. For a village, aspiring to become the leader required a significant measure of prestige. While the Uchiha clan was powerful, their historical grievances with other clans hindered their acceptance. Does the Uchiha not have the right to participate in the election? S challenged, a hint of displeasure in his tone. S, the head of the village's security division. He had contributed greatly. Moreover, they were responsible for managing any issues that arose within the village. Thus felt entitled to this opportunity. The founding of Konoha was a joint effort between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Other families had merely joined later. The Senju already had 2 Hokages, and the third Hokage was a disciple of Senju Tobirama. Surely, it was time for the Uchiha to have their turn out. Of course, Minister S. With your sense of responsibility, we fully support you. Thus, the confirmed candidates will be Orochimaru, Uchiha S., and Jiraiya. The next 6 months will serve as your evaluation period, after which a final election will take place. Everyone in agreement. Hiruzen stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the high-ranking officials exchanged peculiar glances. Jiraiya, that man was currently absent from the village, engaged in who knows what. As for merit and prestige, he had none to speak of. Why was he suddenly included? Though they were puzzled, they refrained from voicing their doubts, as they wished to afford Hiruzen some respect. After the meeting concluded, the 4 remained behind. Hokage-sama, why did you include Jiraiya in the list of candidates? Mito Gate Kitsuya asked, perplexed that if I recall correctly, he has been quite close to Uchiha S., even sharing a good rapport with S's eldest son. Uchiha Fugaku. Precisely for that reason, I included him. Those supporting Orochimaru will undoubtedly be the majority. By including Jiraiya, Uchiha S will be less wary, which will facilitate our operations, Hiruzen replied with a cunning smile. Are you suggesting that you intend to assign Uchiha a significant task? Danzo, representing the old guard, sensed the undercurrents at play. Hiruzen was clearly plotting something. Recently, your root organization has had a difficult time. Henceforth, let the security division handle certain responsibilities, Hiruzen declared, producing a scroll and handing it to the 3 that after they reviewed its contents, the scroll spontaneously disintegrated into ashes, should the Uchiha undertake this task. Our maneuverability would increase significantly. Moreover, The decisions would rest with the Hokage. By that time, he would likely be too flustered to even think about campaigning. A smile finally graced the face of Narashikaku. It was indeed rather enjoyable to be aligned with such a cunning individual. Then let us proceed as you suggest, Hokage-sama. Tuanzong, please extend your assistance to Orochimaru, enabling him to swiftly elevate his reputation. Very well, I shall take my leave now. After finishing his words, Mito Minen rose to depart. Min, wait a moment. You and Tuanzong shall be jointly responsible for the matters concerning Orochimaru. Xiaochun, you will assist me in addressing the issues related to the Uchiha clan. This situation must not allow for any missteps. Upon concluding his statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance revealed an unwavering determination that if they execute this task successfully, their standing would be further solidified. Subsequently, Konoha would transform into their domain where their words held absolute sway. In such a formidable village, who could withstand the allure of wielding its control? Chapter 46. Encountering Kat Dian. In the afternoon, the special training continued as scheduled. With Roy's participation, several medical ninjas eagerly took on supportive roles. Although they were already established medical ninjas, they still lacked the exceptional healing abilities exhibited by Roy. Coupled with his title as Tsunade's disciple, Roy's endeavors flourished even more seamlessly. Lord Shumo, we have heard you have abandoned your candidacy for Hokage. May I inquire why? Indeed, we all perceive you as remarkably capable and deserving of the Hokage title. Is there another reason? A group of ninjas inquired curiously, gazing at Hatake Shumo. Upon hearing their questions, Shumo was momentarily taken aback. Had the news spread so swiftly? It had only been hours since the morning meeting, and now everyone seemed to be in the know. There had been no official announcement from the village. Either, becoming Hokage requires not only formidable strength, but also a comprehensive vision and developmental strategies. I find myself lacking in these aspects, perhaps even more so than a child. Hatake Shumo began to elucidate why he had chosen not to pursue the title of Hokage. Beside him, Roy displayed a peculiar expression. The higher-ups of Konoha truly excelled in efficacy, their incompetence unparalleled. The one who leaked the information was undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen. His intention was to completely obstruct Hatake Shumo's path to becoming Hokage. In that case, even if Shumo excelled and garnered immense renown, it would be of no consequence. After all, it was Shumo who had chosen to relinquish the opportunity. By the afternoon, the special training concluded. Perhaps due to a lingering sentiment towards the Hokage position, Shumo's performance wavered today. However, it was not something that the CHNIN of the village could withstand. After finishing the treatment, Roy approached Hatake Shumo. Uncle Shumo, do you truly not wish to become Hokage? Roy inquired with curiosity. Indeed, my initial dream was to become Hokage, yet the role does not suit me, Shumo replied with a bittersweet smile. Not suitable? Roy queried. Perplexed, you are aware of my temperament. A competent administrator cannot be swayed by their emotions frequently. One must consider the broader situation, which I find difficult to achieve. Hatake Shumo was acutely aware of his shortcomings and recognized their potential fatality. Very well. Uncle Shumo, could you share with me what transpired during the meeting? Roy asked with a smile. Noticing the glint in Roy's eyes, Shumo gradually recounted the day's meeting. Upon hearing this, a smile unconsciously crept across Roy's face. That rascal Tuanzong has likely been outmaneuvered without even realizing it, hasn't he? Orochimaru is unfit to become Hokage AS for the Uchiha Valley. That is even less likely. The higher-ups of Konoha will never permit a member of the Uchiha clan to ascend to Hokage. Ultimately, the title will likely fall upon Namikaze Minato, just as it did in the original timeline. After all, Minato is currently out on a mission alongside Jiraiya that if they return with some special commissions, or if Sarutobi Hiruzen bestows upon them some unique honor, Orochimaru's efforts will have been in vain. This is one of the reasons why Orochimaru ultimately chose to rebel. However, it is also largely due to Orochimaru's misplaced loyalty towards Sarutobi Hiruzen after completing the day's treatment. Roy returned to the Senju clan residence to prepare dinner for Tsunade. The two young ladies were, of course, present as well. Upon entering the kitchen, Roy was promptly shooed out. You should rest. Today is our responsibility. They insisted. Yes, Shizen and I can cook now. You should take a break. It's our turn, Shizune and Hong declared, having reached a consensus unbeknownst to Roy, who was thus banished from the kitchen. Truly, my disciples. Their charm is undeniable. How about it? Is your chakra still sufficient? Shall we go treat someone? Tsunade asked with a bright smile that in her eyes. Her disciple was destined to become a heartthrob that I can manage. But who are we treating? Roy inquired, intrigued. Follow me, Tsunade replied, withholding the name and leading Roy away. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. The nameplate revealed the identity of the residents. Teacher, the person you mentioned isn't Kato Dian. Shizune's uncle, is it? Roy asked, looking up with curiosity. Indeed, he has participated in the recent wars. Due to the unique secret technique of their clan, the spirit transformation technique, the damage to the soul is quite substantial. Moreover, my rejection of his affections may have caused him some distress. Tsunade responded with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Roy was taken aback that he recalled that Kato D had been Tsunade's lover during the Second Great Ninja War and had seemingly perished during that very conflict. His presence had inadvertently influenced the timeline of the ninja world, and the experiences of certain characters, HM and IT, should be feasible. But we will have to assess the specific situation, Roy nodded. Although he felt that Kato D was unworthy of Tsunade, he would not interfere with her choices as long as he treated her well. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing Roy's agreement, Tsunade rapped on the door. Upon noticing Tsunade's arrival, Kato D's face broke into a genuine smile. One that was unmistakably heartfelt. The initial impression was decidedly favorable. This is my disciple, Roy. His bloodline limit allows him to heal spiritual wounds that I believe you are in need of his assistance. Tsunade, devoid of her usual boisterous demeanor, appeared somewhat restrained. Clearly, even after rejecting Kato Dian, she held a favorable impression of him. If he exerted a little more effort, he might indeed win her over. Thank you, Tsunade. I shall commence the treatment. We can discuss other matters later. Roy, you may return on your own afterward. Tsunade interrupted Kato D and swiftly departed. It appeared that the teacher's heart was still conflicted as for what was troubling her. Roy could not ascertain, nor was it his place to intervene. Lord Dian, when shall we begin? Roy inquired directly. Now is perfectly fine. Please, step into the room, Kato Dian replied, opening the courtyard gate and ushering Roy inside. How may I assist you, Dr. Roy? Kato Dian asked gently. It must be said that his manner of interacting with others was commendable. Roy felt no discomfort in his presence. Calm your mind, and I will handle the rest. If possible, I would prefer to enter a state of slumber at the conclusion, as it would facilitate my process. Roy nodded and responded with a smile. The technique of spiritual transformation indeed inflicts irreversible damage upon the soul. However, Roy possesses the dual restoration ability, allowing him to rectify any issues related to the soul without difficulty. Very well, that I shall provide the auxiliary medication. He continued, I happen to have the corresponding remedy at hand. After uttering these words, Cat D.N. produced an exquisite small vial. This was a tranquilizing medication that could swiftly induce sleep. After consuming the pill, Roy immediately unleashed his azure energy. Gradually, Cat D.N. succumbed to slumber. With the dual restoration ability activated, Roy raised his hand and gently pulled the faint soul from Cat D.N.'s body. The extent of the soul's damage was minimal. After a simple treatment, it should be perfectly fine. Roy mused silently, subsequently commencing the healing process. Within 3 minutes, he had successfully addressed the hidden wounds on the soul. As the system notification chimed, it signified the completion of the treatment. Yet at that moment, Roy found himself engulfed in confusion. The Cat clan, considered a minor family in Konoha, particularly intrigued him. It was perplexing that someone aspiring to attain the level of Tsunade could possess such minimal soul damage. A person who is meticulous in strategy and imbued with a sense of justice, striving to become Hokage for the sake of those around him. For Konoha, and for peace, such an admirable persona should surely be the result of one's own efforts. Yet the soul's affliction seemed somewhat incongruous. This slight perplexity gave rise to a bold hypothesis in Roy's mind. Could it be that this individual was merely a facade, akin to the celebrities he had witnessed in his past life? Contemplating this, Roy fixed his gaze upon the soul before him. To ascertain the truth of his conjecture, he proceeded to delve into Cat D.N.'s memories regarding Tsunade. After 5 minutes, Roy gently returned Cat DN's soul back to his body. Sitting in place, he fell into contemplation. This individual harbored significant issues. However, under the present circumstances, how could he convey this to Tsunade? Roy, is my condition quite serious? Just as Roy was deep in thought, Cat DN awakened. Greeting him with a warm smile, that moment, Roy felt a wave of nausea at the sight of Cat DN's smile. This man had the audacity to exploit his own mentor. There's nothing too concerning. I have completed the treatment. Should you experience any further discomfort, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Roy replied, adjusting his demeanor and responding with a smile. That's reassuring, by the way. Roy, I've heard Shizen mention you. You possess remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu, and I believe you will become a formidable medical ninja in the future, Cat DN praised in response to such compliments. Roy would have previously offered modest remarks, yet now he felt no inclination to engage. Lord DN, I shall take my leave now. I am feeling somewhat fatigued today. Please rest well, Roy stated as he rose, exchanging a few brief words before departing from Cat DN's residence. Upon returning to the Senju clan grounds, he found Tsunade waiting for him at the entrance. It seemed that his mentor had already been somewhat affected. Roy, regarding DN, Tsunade, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Before Tsunade could finish her inquiry, Roy resolved to divulge the concerning information directly. The implications were far too significant to withhold. Go on. There's something else wrong with DN's body. Even now, Tsunade remained concerned for Cat DN's well-being. This man is truly despicable. He has deceived you. He is not the exceptional ninja he pretends to be. He is not as uncomplicated as he appears. Tsunade, you should see for yourself. Roy raised his finger, a shimmering light appearing upon the sight of this light. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. This Cat DN's memory? I thought Roy was there to treat him. Why has he extracted DN's memories? His soul appeared to have sustained minimal damage. The minor issues likely stem from the burdens placed upon the soul during the practice of spiritual transformation. It was precisely this reason that led me to harbor doubts, prompting me to investigate his soul without permission. I apologize, Tsunade. It was not my intention. Just as Roy prepared to apologize, Tsunade leaned in, allowing her forehead to connect with his fingertip. Tsunade, I believe in you. She maintained her smile, gazing at Roy with tender affection. The more Tsunade acted this way, the more Roy felt a surge of anger towards Cat DN. DN, I assign you a task. Approach Tsunade and endeavor to win her favor. Understood, Lord Hokage. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Lord Hokage, I have successfully established my persona, thanks to your assistance. The merits and prestige from those A-rank missions have further enriched my character. Lord Hokage, Tsunade has shown no aversion to my presence. I will soon win her over. DN, well done. Now that Tsunade remains in the village, you must exert yourself further. She needs someone to rely upon. Understand her well. Fragments of dialogue replayed incessantly in Tsunade's mind. Gradually, she straightened her posture. Roy, Tsunade, allow me a moment of solitude. Without waiting for Roy to respond, Tsunade interrupted him, retreating to the courtyard and sitting in the pavilion. Observing Tsunade in this state, a look of fury crossed Roy's face that he would not forgive those who harmed his mentor. Roy silently took a seat on a nearby flower bed, quietly watching Tsunade's night deepened. Roy retrieved a coat and draped it over Tsunade's shoulders. Tsunade, you still have me and brother Ju. Please rest early. Roy smiled as he spoke, then turned to enter the house, seeing Roy smile. Tsunade inexplicably felt a surge of warmth. Indeed, I still have my brother, and our Tsunade rose once more. The sadness in her eyes vanished, replaced by determination and resolve. Chapter 48. The Tragic Fate of Cat DN. At dawn the following day, as Roy prepared breakfast for Tsunade, he discovered her already seated in the living room, beaming with joy. Moreover, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. What is all this? Roy instinctively swallowed hard. Did Tsunade-sensei wake up early to prepare breakfast? Rest assured, everything is edible. I have tasted it all, Tsunade declared proudly, in stark contrast to her demeanor the previous night. She seemed like a completely different person. Could it be that she is resilient in the face of adversity? This is delicious. Tsunade, your improvement is remarkable. Roy sincerely praised. Setting aside her transformation, at the very least, he was grateful to avoid being forced to consume her infamous culinary experiments. Sis, I'm heading to school. Sis, why did you buy breakfast from XX restaurants so early? Perfect timing. I could use a bite. Bang. Before SH Ju could grab a bun, he was sent flying out of the Senju clan grounds with a flourish. I was merely complimenting my sister for waking up early. SH Ju lamented, his head in a whirl. Although he yearned to return and inquire, he feared he would only face retribution. Forget it. I'll just buy something myself. Watching SH Ju being flung away, Roy felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, the most untouchable beings in this world were formidable elder sisters like her, Tsunade-sensei. What are your plans moving forward? Though Tsunade wore a smile, Roy was acutely aware that this incident had deeply impacted her. Having lost her beloved grandfather, she was soon faced with further upheaval within her entire family. She had persevered alone to reach this point, finally believing she had encountered a worthy companion, only for things to devolve into such a predicament. Any person would inevitably feel the weight of such blows. Not much, now that I am aware. I will simply refuse decisively if he persists. I have my own means of dealing with it. Tsunade's demeanor suggested indifference. Yet the more she feigned nonchalance, the more concerned Roy became. Enough worrying about me. Roy, that I'm not as fragile as you might think. He is merely an inconsequential man. Tsunade lifted her head, revealing her smile once more. Indeed, at first, she was deeply saddened. It was akin to finally acquiring something precious only to discover that it was an illusion, even toxic. Experiencing such sorrow is entirely natural. However, Roy seemed to forget Tsunade's esteemed identity. As the princess of the Senju clan and the granddaughter of 2 Hokages, she had endured her share of partings and losses. Now, she had a rather unappealing younger brother and a remarkably talented disciple who possessed a compassionate heart. These factors served as sufficient solace for Tsunade, allowing her to withstand the weight of her sorrow. Thus, she was able to restore her mental state to normalcy within a single night. Yes, she had stated, he was merely an inconsequential man. Such a person was certainly not worth her descent into despair. Understood, Sensei. Henceforth, regardless of your thoughts or intentions, I shall support you unconditionally. I shall take my leave for morning training now. After speaking, Roy rose and ran toward the outside. Observing Roy's retreating figure, Tsunade's smile broadened. This little rascal, at times, truly was something else. Just as he exited the courtyard, Roy spotted Kato, Dan not far away. This fellow had come to seek out the teacher early in the morning, likely feeling that the events of the previous night had presented him with an opportunity for advancement. Therefore, he had come to find Tsunade at the break of dawn, for what he intended to do. Roy was unaware. Roy the little doctor, so diligent, starting training early in the day, Kato Dan greeted Roy enthusiastically. The previous night, he had confidently researched Roy's background. This lad was evidently held in high regard by Tsunade. It seemed he needed to cultivate a good relationship with Roy. I must be going. Dan. Roy did not linger on Kato Dan. Tsunade was not the type to fawn over anyone. Unlike Sakura, who, despite Sasuke's intentions to exploit her, still followed him loyally even after being hurt. This was one of the reasons Sakura attracted criticism. Watching Roy depart, Kato Dan managed an awkward smile. It appeared that this kid was indeed quite guarded. However, as long as Tsunade acknowledged him, what Roy thought became irrelevant. He muttered to himself, and then turned, striding toward the Senju clan's land. Moments later, bang, a figure was sent flying out from the Senju clan's territory. It was none other than Kato Dan, who had just arrived. He had indeed come to seek out Tsunade, but before he could utter a single word, she had sent him flying with a punch. It was common knowledge that Tsunade had a fiery temper. However, from their previous interactions, Kato Dan understood that as long as he did not provoke her, her straightforward nature made her easy to deal with. But today, what was the cause? This thought led him back to Roy's recent demeanor. Could it be that this kid had been stirring up trouble behind the scenes? Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea. How could a child under 8 be involved in such matters? Moreover, Tsunade would not be so easily manipulated. Although puzzled, Kato Dan decided to postpone seeking out Tsunade for the time being. Time passed, and 2 days went by. Bang! A shadow was once again expelled from the Senju clan's grounds, crashing heavily to the ground. Dan, Have you had a quarrel with the teacher? Roy happened to be present. Looking at Kato Dan with curiosity. Internally, he scoffed. The more this fellow fawned, the angrier Tsunade would become. If this continued, Tsunade would undoubtedly become ruthless. Why did this guy have to play the role of a heart-stealing swindler? It was hard to deny that witnessing such a spectacle was quite gratifying. Indeed, some misunderstanding seems to have arisen between us. I shall take my leave. Kato Dan departed somewhat dejectedly. Roy then resumed his training for the day. In the Hokage's office, do you not understand why? This is quite peculiar. Dan, have you been a bit too eager lately? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his confusion after listening to Kato Dan's report, given their previous developments. The two should have been able to come together swiftly. Tsunade had even taken Roy to treat his soul's wounds. How could such a sudden shift occur? I am uncertain. For the past 3 days, I have not exchanged a word with her. Every time I approach, I am hurled out directly. Kato Dan gestured to his injuries, indicating several broken ribs, let alone other wounds. Calm yourself for now, that I will arrange a suitable task for you later. Let us observe how things unfold. Though Sarutobi was astute and cunning, he could not fathom that such turmoil was entirely instigated by a child. After receiving this response, Kato Dan nodded and exited the office. Chapter 49. The Genin Exam and the Brazen Third Hokage. At the training ground, Uncle Dan, have you gone to see the teacher again? What exactly is going on between you two? Ino was treating Kato Dan's wounds while curiously inquiring. She had always believed that her teacher would be with her uncle. Yet over the past 3 days, Kato Dan had been repeatedly beaten. Sensitive as she was, Ino detected something amiss. Dan mentioned that there was some misunderstanding with the teacher. Ino, your handling here is rather poor. Before we repair the injuries, we must thoroughly examine the affected areas. For instance, Dan's chest is clearly fractured and requires realignment. Crack. As Roy finished speaking, a distinct sound echoed as Kato Dan's rib was forcibly realigned. The excruciating pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Nevertheless, in front of his niece and Tsunade's disciple, he had to endure. It would be too humiliating to cry out at this moment. Look, this arm, crack. And this leg, crack. And this neck, crack. My apologies, the neck is fine. I made a mistake. Crack. As Roy continued explaining, Kato Dan's body resembled a set of building blocks, being continuously dismantled and reassembled. What was initially fine was suddenly found to be problematic, only to be repaired again. Ultimately, when Kato Dan left, his mental state was somewhat diminished. Although his body had been fully restored, the process of recovery had taken its toll. Roy, I've memorized everything. Ino looked at Roy in awe, still adoring him. All right, Ino, we have other tasks to attend to now. The combat training has commenced. Kakashi Hatake was currently engaged in battle with a team of ninjas. Throughout this period of training, everyone's improvement was evident. Not only had their strength increased, but they had also adjusted their mindset regarding how to confront adversaries. Are we going to the ninja school tomorrow? Teacher, can I skip it? Roy expressed his reluctance. It had been months since he last attended school, and now he was suddenly expected to return. I have already applied for the Genin exam for you. Just go through the motions. Afterward, you can participate in the medical ninja assessment. With your current abilities, you are more than capable. Tsunade spoke gently. During this time of release, Tsunade had managed to cast off the burdens that had weighed on her heart. Now, she harbored no resentment toward Kato Dan, only indifference. This was also why Tsunade wanted Roy to take the medical ninja exam, for only upon becoming a genin could he accept missions. Indeed, Tsunade wished to cultivate our OYIS that so. I understand now. As Roy sat in the classroom, he reflected on Tsunade's word from the previous night. The genin exam consisted of the 3 body techniques, some basic cultural courses, and an essay praising the third Hokage's achievements. Upon reading this last requirement, Roy couldn't help but admire the shamelessness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Roy-kun, I have prepared breakfast for you, and I've also packed a lunch for you. Roy-kun, may I come to your house tonight? Roy-kun, after much anticipation, was finally able to sit next to Roy in class, while the delightful little mouth of Yuhi Kurinai chattered incessantly. Roy showed no sign of annoyance, merely nodding in agreement and expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, not far behind, Sarutobi Isuma was not as fortunate. Although he understood that his chances with Kurinai were slim, he still found it difficult to witness the sight of Roy and Kurinai together. It felt akin to tying a dog and beating it, didn't it? By the way, what brings you to school today? Kurenai suddenly remembered that she only knew Roy was coming, but not the reason behind it. I am to participate in the Jonin assessment and subsequently be assigned to Jonin mentor and companions, Roy explained matter-of-factly. Once he became a Jonin, Tsunade would surely take him on missions, although he could gain experience outside. Nothing compared to the comfort of the village, to be candid. Before reaching a certain level of strength, he truly did not wish to leave the village. The dangers aside, there were no corresponding rewards for the risks taken. Jonin, Roy-kun, I recall your birthday is next month. 7 years old. You can already become a Jonin. Kurenai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The other girls also looked at Roy with curiosity, if it weren't for Kurenai's strong presence and her powerful family background. These girls might have approached him as well. I'm not very good at writing this, Roy said, pointing at the examination content on the paper in his hand, praising Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it were a matter of complaints or digging up dirt, Roy would have no issue. But praise. That is something I can handle. Kurenai quickly rattled off a plethora of information regarding the teachings of the third Hokage, such as the Will of Fire, the legacy of the Will of Fire, contributions to the village, and the legendary Senin. Must be said, the indoctrination efficiency of the ninja school is indeed remarkable. Kurenai, if you had to choose between the village and being my friend, you would choose the village, right? Roy looked at Kurenai with a dejected expression. I choose Roy-kun, Kurenai exclaimed, standing up with determination as she gazed at Roy. This declaration left Sarutobi Asuma behind them utterly stunned. This relentless dog abuse, must it be so cruel? Following this brief interlude, Roy was called away by the teacher to a private room. Roy-kun, we will now begin your Jonin assessment. Please demonstrate the shadow clone technique. The Chunin teacher said with a serious demeanor. Understood. Shadow clone technique. Roy simply raised his finger and effortlessly unleashed his shadow clone technique. Mastering the technique, it was as easy as watering a plant for Roy. Soon, this portion of the assessment concluded. Next came the written test. Roy had long memorized the foundational knowledge points, and he easily completed the essay praising Sarutobi Hiruzen. Subsequently, he was informed to wait that moment. In the school office, Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed Roy's various data with a satisfied smile. Most notably, the essay Roy wrote lauding the Hokage's accomplishments spanned several pages, endearing him even more to Hiruzen. Indeed, this young lad could be nurtured as a pillar of the village. With this thought, Hiruzen decided to hasten the arrangements with Tsunade. Unsurprisingly, half an hour later, Roy received the forehead protector issued by the school. This was the mark of his becoming a Jonin. His guiding Jonin, as expected, was his teacher, Tsunade. Chapter 50. Teammates Shursui and Namikaze Kiyuki. After completing the Jonin examination, Roy immediately sought out Tsunade. Teacher, are you planning to leave the village? Roy approached Tsunade earnestly. Given Tsunade's status, there is little need for her to serve as a guiding Jonin. The only possible reason could be her weariness with the village's sordid affairs. Naturally, this was somewhat related to Dan as well, who had not been spared from a few beatings recently. Let us go. I will first take you to undergo the medical ninja assessment, and then introduce you to your companions, Tsunade announced, leading Roy toward the hospital. Indeed, the assessment was conducted at the hospital. To become a medical ninja, one must master foundational knowledge and techniques, but more importantly, practical application was vital, although Roy would undoubtedly perform well. The process had to be followed. Inside the hospital, several seasoned medical ninjas stood idly. Excuse me, esteemed adults, does this mean I have passed? Roy pointed to several small animals on the bed that had already been treated, smiling as he inquired. Yes, indeed. Roy, from this day forth, you are a medical ninja. With your talent, you might one day rival Lady Tsunade. One of the medical ninjas exclaimed excitedly. They became medical ninjas not only due to their innate abilities, but also because they were passionate about the profession. The idols of most medical ninjas are Tsunade. Thus, such praise was considered the highest compliment. Thank you, but I still have a long way to go to match my teacher. I will strive to improve. Roy offered a few polite words. After completing this assessment, he was taken to the training ground. From a distance, he could see two individuals waiting. Ding! Detection of an injured individual. Please complete the treatment promptly. The system's notification chimed as he approached. Roy soon recognized one of them as Uchiha Shursui. When did Uchiha ninjas require a foreign ninja to serve as a guiding jonin? Typically, they would choose to mentor their own clan's ninjas. The other individual, Roy had not met before, but being under Tsunade's guidance, she must have some exceptional qualities. Hello, Roy. I am Uchiha Shursui, and I will be your partner from now on. Shursui approached Roy with a cheerful demeanor, introducing himself and extending his hand. Hello, may I call you Shursui for short? It feels more familiar that way, Roy replied warmly. This prodigy piqued Roy's interest. Shursui was a genuine genius, both within the Uchiha clan and the entire ninja world, albeit a bit too earnest at times. Greetings, I am Namikaze Kyuki. I have been a genin for a year, but I have yet to find a suitable jonin mentor. The other girl timidly introduced herself. Upon hearing her surname, Roy glanced at Tsunade. She is the sister of Namikaze Minato, a remarkable ninja in her own right. She, like you both, graduated early. Thus, she is yet to find a suitable jonin mentor and has not joined the Umbu. So I brought her in. All right, today, I have brought you to the training ground to familiarize yourselves with your partners. Prepare for battle. Your opponent will be me, Tsunade declared, instantly using the body flicker technique to distance herself from the trio. Roy at 7, Shursui at 6, and Kyuki at 7. Among the three, 2 were prodigies, and 1 was less remarkable. T must be said, Tsunade certainly had an eye for selecting members. With such a lineup, if they were allowed a couple of years to grow, they would undoubtedly become outstanding ninjas in the ninja world. Of course, in 2 to 3 years, with the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, that would likely be their moment to shine. However, that is a tale for another time. What lay before them now was the formidable Tsunade. Shursui, how far have you opened your eyes? As the social butterfly, Roy quickly established his presence among the trio. Eager to understand his partner's abilities, that if they merely charged at Tsunade, they would likely be defeated swiftly. Tsunade's intention in having them cooperate was to cultivate their teamwork skills. Double Manjiki Sharingan. In a moment, I can use Genjutsu to restrain her while utilizing Ninjutsu to seal her position. Roy and Bo Fengse may proceed according to their respective combat styles. Shursui did not conceal anything and candidly disclosed the condition of his eyes. Upon hearing this, Roy was somewhat taken aback. At the tender age of 6, he possessed the double Manjiki Sharingan. It is well known that the awakening and enhancement of a Sharingan requires significant psychological trauma, which explains why many members of the Uchiha clan exhibit signs of mental instability after unlocking their Sharingan or Manjiki Sharingan, often resulting in drastic changes in their personalities. That it seems that the injury referred to by the system pertains to Shursui. Roy, if I recall correctly, you are a medical ninja, aren't you? Could you assist us in treatment during battle? Siev voiced her concerns. You need not worry, as long as there is still a breath left in you. I can ensure your swift recovery. For now, let us attempt Shursui's method. It is unlikely we will succeed on the first try, but with some time to acclimate, we can better ensure our safety while on missions. Roy replied, nodding confidently. He hoped this acclimation period would last at least a month. If necessary, they could take on some simpler tasks in the village, such as capturing pets. After all, Roy wished to remain in the village a while longer to accumulate more experience before venturing out. In this perilous ninja world, the more time one could survive, the stronger one could become, thus enhancing one's chances of survival. All right, they both agreed, standing in the most standard formation. At the forefront stood Uchiha Shursui, who had already activated his double Manjiki Sharingan, as the primary attacker. He swiftly formed hand seals, fire style, Phoenix fire technique. With the release of this B-rank fire technique, flames enveloped Tsunade before them. Bo Fengse also began forming seals, summoning shadow clones in an instant. Over 10 shadow clones surged towards Tsunade. Roy observed their combat techniques, confident in their fundamentals. The only concern was how they would approach a formidable opponent like Tsunade. However, it soon became evident that Roy had underestimated the situation. In response to Shursui's fire technique, Tsunade shattered the ground, using the debris to block the flames for the shadow clones charging at her. They were obliterated in mere moments. Tsunade, renowned as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, was exceptional in taijutsu. With a single leap, she closed the distance to Shursui, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. The sound of impact left Sia momentarily stunned. Shirsue's ribs must have surely been broken. Watching Tsunade approach, Sia hastily formed seals once more. Before he could finish, Tsunade's fist descended. Boom! With a resounding crash, Sia was sent flying as well. All that remained was Roy. Teacher, isn't this a bit excessive? We have only just graduated. Before Roy could finish his protest, Tsunade was already upon him. Faced with Tsunade, he had no intention of engaging directly. He immediately unleashed shadow clones and swiftly evaded. Though being struck wouldn't be fatal, it would still be quite painful. Soon, all the shadow clones were destroyed. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Shirsue, who should have been incapacitated, unleashed another powerful B-rank fire technique, surprising Tsunade. That last punch could have incapacitated even a CH Nin. How could Uchiha Shirsue still muster such a potent ninjutsu? Tsunade found the situation amusing. Realizing this, she began forming seals as well. Water style. Water barrier. A massive water barrier emerged, completely shielding Tsunade from Shirsue's fire technique. Yes, she barely caught her breath. A flurry of shuriken whizzed through the air, cutting off all avenues of retreat for Tsunade. Tsunade caught the foremost shuriken and deftly deflected the rest. The assailant was none other than Bo Fengse, leaving Tsunade momentarily bewildered. Did she truly miss her mark just now? Or had the current genin surpassed her expectations? Suddenly, Tsunade recalled a certain individual, Roy, who had consistently avoided direct confrontation with her. He had just lost numerous shadow clones, yet his original form was nowhere to be seen. Shirsue had evidently lost his combat capability, and Sia could not possibly recover in such a short time. Thus, there was only one possibility. Roy had healed their injuries. Her senses expanded instantly, detecting Roy's presence. I've got you! Tsunade propelled herself forward with explosive force, shattering the ground beneath her. Teacher, Bang! Before Roy could plead for mercy, he was met with a resounding punch. This was swiftly followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. Shirsue and Sia attempted to intervene, but were at a loss as to how to assist. A wide-area ninjutsu would harm Roy, while a physical confrontation would likely yield the same result as Roy's, getting pummeled. Before they could contemplate further, Tsunade charged toward them. Minutes later, all three lay on the ground, unable to rise. The entire skirmish had unfolded over a mere span of minutes. Roy, still slightly conscious, hastily employed the duality technique on himself. As crimson light flickered, his internal injuries were effectively mended within minutes. Although he appeared battered, his life was no longer in jeopardy. I will treat the two of you first. Teacher Tsunade, please spare us your reprimands for now, Roy said, unsteadily approaching his comrades to begin their treatment. Observing Roy's condition, Tsunade felt a sense of satisfaction. She held no reservations against him merely because he was her student. In fact, she was even more rigorous with him than with the others. Once the treatment concluded, Roy sat on the ground, utterly fatigued. The recent battle had drained a significant amount of his chakra, and treating himself consumed an additional portion. Now, after healing both of them, his chakra reserves were perilously low. Are you able to move? Your recent performance was quite lacking. Take a moment to reflect on your shortcomings. Tsunade stated with authority that I believe we did our utmost to endure under your guidance. Teacher Tsunade, Roy ventured, attempting to defend himself as he noticed the others remained silent. Shirsue and Sia nodded in agreement. Seeing their assent, Roy felt an urge to relinquish them to Tsunade for another round of punishment. He had stepped in to shield them, yet these two had followed suit to certain doom. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, all three sported large bumps on their heads. They had failed to analyze the enemy's strength and recklessly engaged. When they sensed their opponent's prowess and realized they were unable to resist, they should have prioritized fleeing instead of continuing the fight. Tell me, what I just said was not something you learned in school. Tsunade's expression was one of fury. These issues were merely the surface. There were greater coordination problems to address, considering it was their first collaborative battle. But, teacher, if you had captured Roy, should we simply abandon him and flee? Shirsue raised his head, puzzled to him. Abandoning a companion for any reason was unthinkable. I believe Shirsue is correct, Sia echoed, both looking earnestly at Roy, their eyes brimming with anticipation. I also think. Bang, bang, bang. Before Roy could finish, they received yet another affectionate reprimand. The trio looked pitifully at Tsunade, clutching their heads in dismay. If I were in your position, I would wish for my demise to carry weight, not to serve as bait that lures you into danger. Consider this. If the enemy understands your mindset and employs a severely injured companion as bait, how would you choose to respond? Tsunade inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Roy finally comprehended the situation, that we will indeed choose to proceed in this manner. Roy asserted with conviction, cradling his head. The other two nodded in agreement. Observing the determined trio before her, Tsunade's originally stern expression gradually softened. Indeed, this is the spirit of my disciples. Tasks be damned. Here, camaraderie will always take precedence. You must remember, you are the disciples of Tsunade. This is the ninja way that I require you to uphold for a lifetime. An undeniable expression graced Tsunade's face. The trio nodded vigorously. They understood that any delay in their response could lead to repercussions. Chapter 52. The Roll-Up. After resting for 3 hours, the three of them had nearly restored their energies. Furthermore, Tsunade had already prepared her special military rations. After consuming the rations, the second test commenced. From here on, the focus shifted away from the teachings of the ninja way to pure combat cooperation and the instruction of individual strengths and weaknesses. This continued well into the evening. Tonight, you will not return home. You shall all stay in my residence. I have already informed the clan leader in Minato. Following the training, the trio was escorted to Tsunade's home. Teacher, I seem to have not prepared enough food, Ino timidly remarked as she emerged upon hearing Tsunade and the others returned. It's fine. We're not hungry that I am. Ino, come help me that we can whip up a little more. Shizen attempted to be polite, but Roy interrupted her. They are in their growth phase. How can they not eat their fill? After dinner, the 4 youngsters gathered in the courtyard. Roy, after you become a genin, will you be leaving the village to undertake missions? Ino gazed at Roy with a somewhat pitiful expression. Clearly, the girl had developed a peculiar sense of reliance on him. I'm not sure, but even if we go out on missions, we will return promptly. Ino, you must strive hard. When I come back from my missions, I expect to see evidence of your growth. Roy teased. Yes. Ino nodded emphatically, the atmosphere brightening considerably. Roy, are you planning to continue down the path of a medical ninja? I witnessed your combat training with Kakashi and the others. Are you not considering the path of a combat ninja? Shizun inquired curiously, glancing at Roy. He had joined this class not only because it was a good fit and the clan leader had agreed, but also because he knew there was an intriguing individual named Roy in it. My teacher is also a medical ninja, renowned as the saint of healing in the ninja world. But who could claim that my teacher is weak? A medical ninja is not merely one who can perform healing techniques. Roy raised his hand, a flickering flame appearing at his fingertips. IT then transformed into lightning. Indeed, at this moment, Roy had already mastered both lightning release and fire release. However, in comparison to his other abilities, they were slightly inferior. So that means I will not only have a powerful companion in the future, but also an exceptionally skilled medical ninja. It feels like an incredible bargain. Shizun remarked cheerfully. Hizuki, though silent, watched the two with a beaming expression. She had been brought to Konoha by her senior, Minato Namikaze, 3 years ago. Minato was often busy with his duties, leaving her to spend most of her time with Kushina. Due to Kushina's unique status, Konoha kept a close watch on those around her, restricting excessive contact with members of other clans. This had left her with few close friends. Yet now, it seemed she had found companions of her own. In just a day, an inexplicable bond had formed among the 3 youngsters. After washing up, the 4 settled into a single room. This was also Tsunade's request, not due to a lack of space, but to foster mutual understanding and comfort among them. Such simple habits could enhance their trust in one another during battles and missions. Once Ino fell asleep, the 3 simultaneously entered a training regimen to refine their chakra. Terms like genius and talent are merely external labels. True geniuses are those who strive tirelessly. The following morning, where's Roy? Shizun, upon awakening, discovered that Roy had already vanished. He must have gone to prepare breakfast for us. At this hour, it is about time to rise for breakfast. Ino, roused from her slumber, groggily made her way to the living room. By the time the others emerged, a delightful spread awaited them on the table. "What a wonderful companion!" Hazuki exclaimed, her heart warmed by the sight of the steaming breakfast. "I must finish quickly, then go prepare breakfast for Roy," Ino declared as she began to eat. Prepare breakfast for him? Did he not make this himself? Shizen thought her brain was struggling to keep up. Roy trains every morning, claiming that eating before training is bad for health. After his morning exercises, I prepare breakfast for him. "Where are you?" Before Ino could finish, Hazuki and Shizen had dashed out of the yard, expressing their disappointment at Roy for not waking them. This guy must be the king of diligence. Soon, the two caught up with Roy. "Hey, you two are here too. Perfect timing. We can coordinate ourselves today. In a moment, our combat practice partners will arrive." Without allowing the two to voice their grievances, Roy introduced the upcoming training activities. "Roy, you can't play like this. We can hardly compete with you as it is. Why bring help? Especially with Shizen here. Do you want us to perish?" Obito voiced his dissatisfaction. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he naturally knew Shizen's prowess. This guy is considered a genius even among the gathered talents of the Uchiha. And now he was teaming up with Roy against them. That reasonable. This is great. I feel that such battles will help us identify our weaknesses. Moreover, it's finally not just about being defeated by Roy alone, so the sense of defeat won't weigh so heavily. Kakashi viewed the situation differently, appreciating this form of combat. "A.S. for my guy. Abba. After completing the treatment for the five and finishing breakfast, Roy returned home. "The teacher is out. She mentioned that you all should take it easy today. Tomorrow we will begin accepting some low-level missions for practice. Roy, it seems our teacher is a bit unhappy. Today, some Umbu visited." Ino spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Roy furrowed his brow. Logically, Tsunade should prefer to expedite their basic training and take them out of the village. Her display of anger likely indicated that something was amiss. Furthermore, the origin of the issue was likely within the upper echelons of Konoha. Otherwise, Tsunade would have simply gone to confront them directly rather than express anger. "Lord Morishita, may I ask you a question?" Roy ventured outside. Gazing into the shadows nearby, a figure materialized before him. Chapter 53. Companion shocked, Uchiha discovers a problem. Morishita understood what Roy was eager to learn and promptly informed him that Tsunade had received a mission briefing before her departure. As for the specifics of the mission, he was unaware that a mission directly assigned by the Hokage. It indeed seems to involve that individual. Roy pondered briefly. "Thank you, Lord Morishita." After expressing his gratitude, Roy returned to the courtyard. Morishita vanished like a wisp of shadow. "Roy, you look somewhat troubled," Ino instinctively asked. "It's nothing. The matters concerning the teacher will be handled properly by her. I shall change my attire and then proceed to the training ground." Upon finishing his statement, Roy directly went to change his clothes. Jishuei and Se initially intended to train independently. However, upon hearing Roy's request for assistance, they found themselves successfully recruited. They acted as porters, aiding in the transportation of the injured. With Roy's involvement, the progress of practical training surged forward once more. It is noteworthy that most participants in the training were ninjas of Chunin rank or higher. Within Konoha, Chunin possesses a commendable level of strength. Throughout this training period, everyone evidently sensed a significant enhancement in their abilities. Consequently, the enthusiasm for such practical training was palpable, with nearly all available individuals opting to participate, aside from those engaged in mission assignments. Numerous ninjas from various clans also eagerly joined this unique form of practical training. Soon, two individuals within this group began to gain considerable recognition. The one who benefited the most was undoubtedly Kakashi Hatake. As the primary facilitator, everyone could distinctly feel the care emanating from him. The other was Roy, the prodigious medical ninja, who quickly became a renowned figure in the village. Were it not for Roy, they would never have dared to contemplate the extent of physical harm such combat training could inflict upon them. Simultaneously, this training method prompted a newfound appreciation for the vital role of medical ninjas. The previous request by Tsunade to include medical ninjas in mission teams was swiftly put into action, leading to a noticeable shortage of personnel in the hospital. That evening, outside the interrogation department, "Roy, what are we doing here?" Jishuei inquired curiously, Gazing at the ominous door before them, we are here to provide treatment for the individuals inside and, concurrently, assist in the interrogation process, Roy replied with an expression of calm indifference. Jishui exchanged a glance with Xie, and the two ventured inside. The foreboding atmosphere within the interrogation department was even more intense than outside. Upon seeing Roy's arrival, the stern-faced Hekigaki broke into a broad smile. "Roy, my dear fellow, you have finally arrived. I must tell you, there are a few particularly obstinate individuals here, and the intelligence they possess is of utmost importance. You must assist me." Hekigaki warmly ushered Roy inside. This scene left both Uchiha Jishui and Naruto utterly astonished. Hekigaki, the head of Konoha's interrogation department, could be likened to a figure capable of silencing even the most obstreperous of children. Yet now he treated Roy with such deference. Had they misjudged the situation? After concluding a day of training, the trio returned to Tsunade's residence. Having just washed up and returned indoors, Roy commenced his chakra refinement practice. "Jingyin, has he always been like this?" Jishui asked, swallowing hard, his inquiry laden with difficulty. Jishui considered himself to be quite disciplined and diligent in his training. Otherwise, he would not have awakened the double tomo at such a young age and become a genin. Moreover, his strength surpassed that of several chunin. However, he realized that his efforts paled in comparison to Roy's relentless dedication. This guy spends nearly all his time practicing. Since I met Brother Roy, he has always maintained this regimen unless influenced by extraordinary circumstances. I attempted to keep up for a time, but found it utterly unsustainable. Jingyi nodded, her words betraying her unreserved admiration for Roy. With a resolute heart, Uchiha took a seat and began to refine his chakra as well. Although Naruto remained silent, the determination in her eyes revealed that she belonged to the type who would never concede defeat easily. Meanwhile, in the deep of night within Konoha, a peculiar group began to traverse the village. Judging by their attire, they could be identified as members of the Uchiha clan. What are the members of the guard department doing out here at this hour? Some ninjas, returning from their missions, and having just enjoyed a midnight snack, expressed curiosity upon spotting the patrolling members of the guard department that I am innocent. I am not a traitor. I have not betrayed the village. What do you Uchiha intend to do? On what basis do you arrest people without evidence? Let me see the Hokage. I demand to file a complaint against you. Soon, anguished cries echoed throughout various corners of the village. The Uchiha's sudden actions put the clans and ninjas on high alert. Their notorious ruthlessness was exacerbated tonight, as they indiscriminately apprehended individuals they asked for evidence. They held no authority to demand substantiation from the Uchiha. This moment within the Uchiha clan. Leader, all those appointed by the Hokage have been captured. Every last one has been sent to the interrogation department. Uchiha Shursui wore a smug expression. This level of efficiency was something only the Uchiha clan could achieve. I find this situation somewhat suspicious. The higher-ups in Konoha have always been wary of us Uchiha. Why would they choose this moment, during the election for the Hokage, to provide us with an opportunity to gain prestige? Uchiha Fugaku queried, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This time, Uchiha Fugaku was merely a jonin and not yet the clan leader. Nevertheless, as the vice minister of the guard department, he was widely recognized as the next in line for the position. His concerns were not unfounded. However, this is a direct order from the Hokage, so we need not worry excessively. Uchiha Itachi replied calmly, a direct order. Leader, do we have documentation? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally discerned the underlying issue. Without written orders, the Sandaime Hokage could easily cast blame upon the Uchiha clan, claiming whatever he wished, leaving them unable to produce evidence. Documentation? Uchiha Itachi too began to sense something amiss. The task was assigned without the customary issuance of a mission document. Should any complications arise, it would be all too simple for Sarutobi Hiruzen to redirect all blame onto the Uchiha clan. The following day, the once harmonious village began to experience subtle changes. The Uchiha's frenzied actions instigated concern among several ninjas. Could it be that they are up to something again? Uncle, I would like a bag of buns, having overheard snippets of conversation while out for his morning exercises. Roy found the bun shop owner discussing the Uchiha. After all, a steady stream of ninjas visited daily to purchase his buns, making him privy to various tidbits of information. Roy, my dear doctor, you must exercise caution. The Uchiha have been recklessly arresting individuals in the village. Many families have been taken away. The shopkeeper whispered to Roy. Upon hearing this, Roy's brow furrowed slightly. Why would the Uchiha engage in such behavior at such a critical juncture? Jishuei and Obito, standing nearby, appeared utterly bewildered. However, being young, they were not yet involved in the affairs of their clans. Roy, may we have a word? At that moment, a voice reached Roy's ears. Lord Fugaku. Turning, he saw Uchiha Fugaku standing not far away. The shopkeeper grew somewhat flustered upon noticing the presence of an Uchiha, having just spoken ill of them. Very well. Jishuei, wait for me during today's match. I shall be back shortly. Roy stated succinctly before following Uchiha Fugaku away. In no time, Roy accompanied Fugaku into the Uchiha compound, arriving at Fugaku's residence. Lord Fugaku, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Or perhaps, do you require treatment for your ailment? Roy inquired with a smile. How could he have overlooked such a significant group of experience-laden individuals? If there were places in Konoha where injuries were most prevalent, it would undoubtedly be the hospital and the interrogation department. Yet, who among the clans would dare rival the Uchiha in terms of emotional turmoil? This family, whenever a member awakens the Sharingan, invariably suffers from some degree of mental affliction. Furthermore, ever since Roy set foot in the Uchiha clan's territory, the system's alert notifications have been incessant, continuously signaling the presence of injuries. My ailment. Faik had originally intended to inquire about certain matters with Roy, but he found himself drawn in by Roy's words. Faik certainly did not perceive himself to be afflicted in any way. Lord Faik, I am in the same class as Shursui. Currently, we are comrades. Your issue is akin to his, albeit somewhat more severe, Roy stated matter-of-factly. Shursui is also unwell. Uchiha Faik was taken aback. Not in a physical sense, but rather a psychological one, that you have indeed activated the Manjiki Sharingan, have you not? I can sense that the extent of your mental damage is considerable. Upon finishing his sentence, a brilliant blue radiance emanated from Roy's fingertips. As the light made contact with Uchiha Faik's head, all the spiritual injuries were laid bare before him. Remarkably, despite such damage, Uchiha Faik had not yet succumbed to madness. Indeed, the Uchiha lineage possesses certain strengths. Is it treatable? Uchiha Faik understood that Roy was a genius medical ninja. Though astonished by the possibility of targeted treatment for mental afflictions, he chose to place his trust in Roy. For there was no reason for Roy to deceive him. It is possible. However, the energy expenditure is quite substantial. Moreover, the cost. Roy glanced at Uchiha Faik with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Uchiha Faik's lips. If you can help me recover, I shall reward you with 2 Barank ninjutsu scrolls. Faik generously offered. It must be said that had Roy demanded treatment outright, Faik would have been somewhat skeptical. Yet this shrewd approach completely assuaged Uchiha Faik's concerns. Very well, Roy replied, and immediately commenced the soul restoration process with his dual-handed technique. Uchiha Faik was formidable, and his mental fortitude was commendable. Such damage would have posed a challenge were it not for Roy's considerable experience with his blue hands. Furthermore, he could not rush the process. Maintaining a steady pace, after a grueling 5 hours, Roy finally collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, his spirit somewhat depleted. Nevertheless, his eyes shone brightly, for he had finally upgraded his skills. Ding! Treatment completed, chakra acquired. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Divine Hand's ability has been upgraded to level 2, healing points increased by 20. All healing-related abilities enhanced by 20, and the drop rate for related healing items increased by 508. As this delightful notification chimed in, Roy felt as though his fatigue had dissipated entirely. Roy, are you all right? Faik exclaimed as he helped Roy to his feet, guiding him to a nearby chair, that he could distinctly feel the significant change in his mental state. That newfound clarity assured Uchiha Faik of the effectiveness of Roy's treatment. However, at that moment, Roy appeared somewhat disheveled. I am fine. I merely need a moment to rest. By the way, Lord Faik, you did not summon me solely for treatment, did you? Roy inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Despite his weariness, he redirected the conversation to the main subject. The enhancement of his abilities compelled Roy to swiftly assess his newfound powers. Roy, you were involved with the interrogation department, correct? Uchiha Hatake suddenly recalled the true purpose of summoning Roy. Indeed, is there an issue with the intelligence I provided? Roy's curiosity was piqued, as it was pertinent to clarify matters he had participated in to avoid potential pitfalls, given that Konoha's higher-ups were not to be underestimated. Take a look at this. Uchiha Hatake produced a dossier and handed it to Roy. After scrutinizing the documents, Roy's expression soured. The records contained information on individuals he had provided intelligence about, alongside others who were not included. Most concerning was the presence of individuals Roy was entirely unaware of. Naturally, the interrogation department might have its own sources of information, but this discrepancy was too vast. Judging by IGA's performance, he had likely not acquired any valuable intelligence recently. Then, this dossier, it reflects a disparity that is provided by the Hokage. Roy returned the documents, his expression heavy with concern. Chapter 55, The Inquiry Regarding Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Hatake nodded and stowed the documents away. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This matter could significantly impact the Uchiha clan. Moreover, it was highly probable that the upper echelons were orchestrating a scheme to undermine them. Historically, the higher-ups have maintained a suppressive stance towards the Uchiha. Furthermore, considering the clan leader's involvement in the Hokage election, during such a precarious time, it would be unreasonable for the higher-ups to bestow favorable tasks upon them. Roy, please rest at my home for the time being. I shall return shortly, Uchiha Hatake declared before vanishing from sight. This matter required immediate communication with the clan leader to formulate an appropriate strategy. As for Roy, who was still fatigued, he was accommodated in Hateke's residence. Mikoto, please look after Roy. I will seek out the clan leader. Without waiting for Roy to object, Uchiha Hatake called for Uchiha Mikoto and then disappeared. Let's take a moment to rest. I will prepare a meal, and we can eat together before you depart, Uchiha Mikoto said with a warm smile. Such gentle words made it difficult for Roy to refuse, so he remained. Just then, Roy noticed that after his ability enhancement, the notifications regarding injuries had ceased. In its place was something akin to a radar system. I could see that moment. Uchiha Mikoto appeared on the radar, marked in red. The panel indicated the severity of injuries, with white representing minor injuries and black denoting the most severe. Red, however, was just shy of black. Mikoto, unwell. Roy instinctively inquired, "Is a medical ninja? Such sensitivity was imperative to maintain, lest he be left with regrets. The higher the injury level, the greater the rewards, and this substantial experience package was not to be overlooked. Unwell? Not at all. I am in relatively good health. Perhaps it is due to my pregnancy that you have such an impression." Mikoto responded without anger. After all, Roy was still a child, and a prodigious medical ninja at that. Pregnant, the first child of Uchiha Mikoto was none other than Uchiha Itachi. This individual, often referred to as the god of Itachi, was simultaneously reviled by many. His actions played a pivotal role during the infamous Uchiha massacre years later, compelling Uchiha Sasuke, the favored son, to confront his beloved older brother. Concurrently, Roy pondered another matter, the condition of Uchiha Itachi's body. As a prodigy, Itachi's life was nothing short of legendary yet tragic. Afflicted by a grave illness, he imparted his will to Uchiha Sasuke in his final moments, although Sasuke failed to fully grasp it. This indicated that Itachi's physical condition was indeed compromised. Observing Uchiha Mikoto before him, it seemed highly probable that Itachi's issues were congenital. "Lady Mikoto, I shall take my leave to rest. Once I regain some strength, I hope you will allow me to examine you," Roy stated before collapsing to the ground, succumbing to slumber. The depletion of his chakra and mental energy had been overwhelming. It was not until the evening that Roy gradually roused from his stupor. "Lord Hatake, Lady Mikoto, did I faint?" Roy sat up, realizing he was lying in an unfamiliar room. Before him were Uchiha Hatake and Uchiha Mika. "It appears the treatment took a significant toll on me. Please take a moment to rest," Uchiha Fugaku said gently, restraining Roy, who attempted to rise. "I have already contacted Lady Tsunade, and she will be here shortly." "Understood," Roy nodded and then glanced at his status panel. His chakra had fully replenished, and he felt an increase in his own chakra levels as well. This bout of unconsciousness was likely a result of prolonged high-intensity training, compounded by his exertion earlier today. At that moment, Tsunade entered the room. Upon seeing Roy's weakened state, concern and tenderness flickered in her eyes. "Teacher, I'm fine," Roy said softly, managing a weak smile, "but I'm just a bit exhausted." "You wait," Tsunade replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. "We will address this later. Fugaku, may I take Roy with me?" Tsunade's displeasure was palpable. She had already encountered her share of troublesome matters, and now her most cherished student had fainted, further dampening her spirits. "Yes, of course," Fugaku began, but Roy interjected. "Teacher, I still have some matters to attend to." Tsunade frowned, her gaze fixed on Roy. "Lady Mikoto's health is in grave jeopardy if she does not receive timely care. It could adversely affect the fetus she carries." Roy insisted with determination. "A medical ninja. I cannot turn a blind eye to such a situation." Tsunade was taken aback by Roy's words, while Uchiha Mikoto and Fugaku were both visibly startled. Mikoto's condition was troubling. As her husband, Fugaku had been utterly unaware. Mikoto, in her surprise, felt a sense of confusion as she had not perceived any abnormalities in her own body. "That I will take a look," Tsunade said, moving to Mikoto's side and placing her hand on her back. Yes, she focused her chakra, her brow furrowed in concentration. Neither the fetus nor Mikoto's body exhibited any signs of distress. In fact, the fetus appeared to be in good health. "Why then?" Once Tsunade finished her assessment, she turned her questioning gaze back to Roy. "I will need to conduct a thorough examination to reach a conclusion. Fugaku, could you step outside for a moment?" After Roy spoke, he looked towards Fugaku. "Very well." Without hesitation, Fugaku exited the room. Roy then placed his hand on Mikoto's abdomen, quickly gaining a comprehensive understanding of her condition. The system's diagnosis was indeed correct. However, it was not Mikoto that was the issue, but rather the fetus, specifically Uchiha Itachi. "Lady Mikoto, could you tell me what foods you typically consume?" Roy asked, withdrawing his hand. "Of course, I generally eat a variety of dishes that I prepare myself, so there shouldn't be any concerns regarding cleanliness. That I have also consulted with the hospital, and these foods are known to support the health of the fetus," Mikoto replied. Upon hearing this, Roy identified the root of the problem, that Mikoto's excessive nutritional intake was causing the fetus to overabsorb, compounded by the fact that some of her meals resembled medicinal dishes. As the saying goes, 3 parts poison in every medicine, which would later explain Itachi's serious health issues. Roy soon shared the crux of the problem with Mikoto, emphasizing it to Tsunade as well. Indeed, the fetus is far too delicate. Excessive intake of nutrients or an overabundance of medicinal foods could lead to the situation Roy described. Tsunade felt a sense of helplessness. "Yes, even with the cause identified, I find myself at a loss. The fetus is still small and cannot endure aggressive treatment. If left unattended, complications could easily arise." Caught in a dilemma, Roy spoke up. "I can assist, but I will require some auxiliary herbs." He raised his gaze to Mikoto, determined to earn her trust. Simultaneously, he needed Tsunade's approval to proceed. Any dissent from either would prevent him from acting. "Mikoto, I trust Roy. What about you?" Tsunade asked, her expression serious as she regarded Mikoto. Despite their amicable relationship, such a matter required the principal's decision. "Let him try," Mikoto said, nodding her agreement, just as Fugaku re-entered the room, affirming her decision. "Very well, that I will need bone-strengthening herbs." Roy listed a variety of rare medicinal materials. Tsunade looked at him quizzically. These herbs seem to have conflicting properties. Some are for treating wounds, while others are for detoxification. In essence, they appear to be unrelated. What could Roy intend to do with these materials? Their only commonality was their rarity and high cost. "Not to worry. We Uchiha have those herbs readily available. I will gather them at once. Is there anything else you require?" Fugaku asked eagerly, filled with hope. 10,000 ryo as compensation. Go prepare it," Roy instructed, placing his hand on Mikoto's head. As a blue light enveloped her, the previously anxious Mikoto slowly closed her eyes, after ensuring Mikoto was comfortably settled. Roy took a seat nearby and began to refine his chakra. "Go on and prepare. We will also make our own preparations," Tsunade reminded Fugaku, who stood rooted in place. "Understood," he replied, vanishing from sight. "Young man, "Are you up to something?" Tsunade inquired, directing her gaze at Roy. With Fugaka gone and Mikoto asleep, she felt compelled to voice her doubts. You caught me, teacher." Roy grinned. "Those herbs are intended for crafting other items. Even if they go unused, they can be sold for a profit that I believe it's prudent to have some funds available for future training resources." Tsunade felt a mix of guilt, amusement, and exasperation at his cheekiness. This boy was indeed clever. Although Tsunade wasn't destitute, she hardly classified as wealthy. Her primary income stemmed from her esteemed position as a medical director and mission rewards. The spoils of war often yielded substantial financial gain. Yet a considerable portion was allocated to crafting potions, while the remainder supported her own training endeavors. Given Roy's extraordinary talent, it had slipped her mind that he, too, would require significant resources for his cultivation at such a young age. "Next time you have such needs, speak to me directly. I will accommodate you. Now continue refining your chakra," Tsunade instructed, closing her eyes to rest. Soon, Fugaku returned with the 10,000 ryo and the herbs. But he was quickly ushered back outside, pacing with worry. "Lord Fugaku, the clan leader requests your presence." An Uchiha ninja informed him that my wife is experiencing health issues. "I will be there shortly," Fugaku replied. Uchiha Fugaku anxiously surveyed the room and softly murmured, "Understood." The individual uttered no further words, leaving behind a shadow clone before departing to report to the clan leader. 5 hours later, Roy emerged from the room, looking weary yet relieved. "Everything is fine now. From here on, just focus on resting. Remember, refrain from consuming those excessive medicinal dishes," he said weakly. Tsunade promptly scooped Roy up and vanished in an instant, given the current state of affairs within the village. Lingering too long in Uchiha territory was far from prudent, especially considering the unique statuses of both Tsunade and Roy. Shadow Clone. After leaving a Shadow Clone to care for Uchiha Mikoto, Fugaka hastened to join his kin in meeting the clan leader. "How credible do you find Roy's intelligence?" Uchiha K inquired gravely. Casting a serious gaze upon Uchiha Fugaka, "I believe it to be highly credible. Roy is a disciple of Tsunade Senju, and the issues surrounding the Senju clan have undoubtedly created a rift between her and the third Hokage. She would not assist in undermining our Uchiha clan." Fugaku articulated his thoughts directly. His analysis was not merely influenced by Roy's recent act of saving Mikoto, but was a comprehensive evaluation of all circumstances. "I share your perspective. Therefore, our next course of action should not focus on how to confront the higher-ups, but rather on how to resolve the troubles we have incurred." Uchiha K expressed his frustration. It was critical to address the numerous individuals they had apprehended in such a short span, some of whom wielded significant influence within Konoha. Should these individuals unite against the Uchiha, his aspirations of becoming Hokage would be rendered futile, and the clan's standing within the village could plummet. Thus, this matter must be handled with utmost care to avoid further complications. Chapter 57. Mission, Golden Mark. At that moment, Roy and his companion returned home. "All right, stop pretending. Roy, you better provide me with a satisfactory explanation today," Tsunade said, casting Roy aside with an expression of displeasure. If Roy had already mastered the capability to treat fetuses, he should have informed her sooner, especially since there were numerous expectant mothers in the village facing similar issues. Truthfully, this ability can only be classified as a fundamental medical ninjutsu. However, my bloodline limit allows me to directly apply medical ninjutsu to fetuses, rectifying any issues within their bodies, Roy replied sheepishly. How could he explain such matters without disclosing his system? "Is that so? Very well, you should return and rest. Tomorrow, I will take on the mission." Tsunade decided not to press further and vanished from the scene. Roy let out a sigh of relief, quickly freshened up, and returned to his room. System, panel. With 3 individuals already asleep nearby, Roy summoned his panel. Host, Roy age, 7 ninjutsu, 121 strength, 210 chakra, 138 fixed chakra amount, 19932033 ninjutsu techniques. Lightning release, thunder step, fire release, little serpent, basic chakra extraction technique, basic healing technique, swordsmanship, top tier swordsmanship, bloodline limit. Would release dual full hand genin overall value. 10 items. Imperial gear. Demon ensnared imperial gear. Guaranteed kill. Muramesa. Basic healing potion recipe. Basic stamina potion recipe system functions. Personal space. 1,000 cubic meters. Saintly hands and benevolent heart LV2. Upgradable acquire healing points 20. Enhance all healing abilities 20. Improve drop rate for related healing items 50. Wealth. 712 healing points. Gazing at the newly added items on his panel, a smile crept onto Roy's face. Indeed, the reason he sought those potions was due to the unique items he acquired after leveling up. These special items were potions. While many medical ninjas in the shinobi world could concoct potions, their effects paled in comparison to the rewards he received. Basic recovery potion. Restores 10 health upon use. Stackable. Basic stamina potion. Restores 10 stamina upon use. Stackable. The potions themselves were not particularly remarkable. The real surprise lay in their stackability. This meant that regardless of the severity of one's injuries, consuming just 10 potions would restore one to full health. Such potions could easily be considered divine. Furthermore, upon acquiring the potions, he would automatically obtain their recipes. This was precisely why Roy needed money. Basic recovery potion recipe. 3 chicken blood vines, 3 silver moon herbs. Basic stamina potion recipe. 2 strength bones flowers. 3 vitality vines. Most importantly, as long as he possessed these materials, Roy could directly synthesize the potions using the system's capabilities. With this thought in mind, Roy's enthusiasm for healing surged even higher. As the level of saintly hands and benevolent heart increased, he could potentially acquire even more advanced rewards in the future. He could see that point. Some high-level potions might even alter the entire landscape of the shinobi world. A night passed without incident. The following morning, the 3 boys gathered in the courtyard to Tsunade-sensei. Are we set to execute a mission today? Is it an escort mission or a pursuit mission? Roy inquired eagerly, confident that Tsunade would not assign them trivial tasks. Here are 10 basic missions. You must complete them within 3 days. After 3 days, there will be an escort mission. Whether you can accept it depends on how quickly you complete the tasks. Tsunade explained, handing a scroll to Roy. Lady C.H. Ba's cat has gone missing and needs to be found, with a picture attached. Uncle Gankawa's house is leaking and requires repairs. Upon reading the tasks, the 3 of them were visibly dismayed. During their training sessions, they had anticipated more significant challenges, yet ended up with such menial tasks. Shirzue, your speed is unmatched. You handle the missing pet tasks. Your Sharingan will expedite the process. Hayuki, you are meticulous. You shall oversee the inspection of all the areas that need repairs, and on the final day, we will address everything collectively. That I will first attend to the 3 individuals requiring treatment. Let's go. Upon finishing, Roy, along with Uchiha Shirei and Namikaze's Hayuki, vanished in an instant. Silence. Let us depart, Roy said, leading Shizen along with him. Each of them diligently pursued their respective tasks, and everything progressed smoothly by evening. Roy had completed all 3 medical commissions, albeit with some discomfort, as the tasks involved treating various pets, one of which was even a bear to Roy-kun. Do you have a moment? Is it convenient for us to chat? Just as Roy was preparing to head back, he encountered Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Fugaku, what can I do for you? Roy inquired with curiosity, as he felt he had little connection with the Uchiha clan at that moment, although he still yearned to gain experience from them, as there might be formidable rewards associated with it. Could I have a private conversation with Roy-kun? Uchiha Fugaku requested, and Shizen nodded. I will head back first. Roy Onizen, return early. I will prepare dinner. Despite her occasional annoyance, Shizen's cooking was indeed delightful. Shizen skipped away, leaving Roy and Uchiha Fugaku to enter a nearby ramen shop. Yes, it was evening. Only the 2 of them were present. Handmaid uncle, I'll have a bowl of your signature ramen, with 2 servings of chashu. Roy ordered. Me too. Uchiha Fugaku echoed. Roy-kun, since you are aware of the challenges we face, what do you believe the Uchiha should do to extricate ourselves from this predicament? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, sharing his thoughts. However, Roy fell into silence, for a new injury indicator had appeared on his panel. And it was golden. Roy gazed at the handmade noodles simmering before him, a look of perplexity etched across his face. The golden mark was something he had never encountered before. Previously, the most severe markings he had seen were black. This hue was undoubtedly not indicative of a commonplace injury. Chapter 58. Apology. With this thought lingering in his mind, Roy clicked on the golden panel. System. What does this golden mark signify? After sinking into contemplation, he posed the question directly. Insufficient permissions to query came the system's prompt. Upon hearing this response, disappointment washed over Roy's visage. Indeed, had he surpassed his current capabilities? What do you think, Roy? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's voice pulled Roy from his reverie. Roy looked at Uchiha Fugaku, somewhat dazed. Clearly, he had not absorbed a single word of what Fugaku had just said. I apologize. I was a bit lost in thought. Lord Fugaku, could you please repeat that? Roy offered an awkward smile. After all, he had partaken of their noodles and could not simply brush it off. As I was saying, since you are aware. Fugaku reiterated his thoughts. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Roy was taken aback. Such matters were evidently core issues for the Uchiha clan. Was it truly appropriate to discuss them in such a setting? Especially with a handmade noodle chef present. Was Fugaku so unperturbed? Do not be surprised. What I am saying can only be heard by the two of us, that I have already cast a genjutsu on the chef. Uchiha Fugaku explained, clearly aware of Roy's concerns, for discussing such matters openly was indeed peculiar. I see. Lord Fugaku, you must understand that I am merely a medical ninja. If someone from your clan falls ill, I can offer my assistance, but these matters. Roy's expression faltered. To be frank, he was genuinely reluctant to involve himself in the affairs between the Uchiha and Konoha at this moment. Firstly, it was perilous. Secondly, it seemed to offer him little benefit. That it was important to note that the entire Uchiha clan was composed of formidable figures, with the exception of the naive genius Uchiha Shursui. Most importantly, such matters were mentally taxing. Roy, since you were able to participate in the interrogation, I believe you are more than just an ordinary medical ninja, Uchiha Fugaku asserted. This lad was surely jesting. How could he claim to be merely a medical ninja? In terms of practical combat, he was more formidable than even many combat-oriented ninjas. Might Guy with his taijutsu, Kakashi the swordmaster, and even Uchiha Obito. He had even sparred with Uchiha Shursui in terms of combat talent. None could surpass Roy. How could he dare to claim he was just a medical ninja? Well, to be honest, the issue you face within the Uchiha clan could be resolved most efficiently, yet it has become the most challenging. If I were in your position, I could resolve it immediately. You, however, find it difficult, Roy expressed with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's interest was piqued. He had merely come to test his luck. Yet it appeared that Roy truly had his own insights regarding the situation. Your noodles. The chef placed the bowls before the two. Without awaiting further inquiry from Uchiha Fugaku, Roy began to savor the noodles. Observing this, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to partake as well. Minutes later, Lord Fugaku, I mentioned that the solution is rather simple. However, it is challenging for you. Just apologize, as long as the village confirms there are no issues. A direct apology will suffice, preferably a public one. Once Roy finished speaking, he waved his hand and chose to depart. As for how Uchiha Fugaku would decide to proceed, that was entirely his own affair. An apology? Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing gradually. Indeed, it was the simplest solution. Yet for the Uchiha, it was undeniably difficult. I should return and inform the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku declared, paying for the meal before vanishing from sight. Thank you, and we hope to see you again. The chef smiled as he collected the payment. In the next moment, a change flickered across the chef's countenance. Another amusing little fellow had appeared. It seemed the ninja world was about to become restless once more. The chef gathered the bowls and retreated to the kitchen. What? Apologize. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Nagasawa exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. They had acted according to the Hokage's directives, and now they were being asked to apologize? Even if an apology was warranted, it should be those who provided the information who should apologize, as they were merely executing orders. Indeed, clan leader, our primary duty as members of the security department is to ensure the safety of Konoha. Thus, we have a right to apprehend any potential threats to the village. Even if we make a mistake in capturing someone, releasing them is sufficient. Why should we apologize? This is a possibility we cannot relinquish. Uchiha Shumi added. The remaining clan members echoed their indignation, as if the mere act of apologizing would cost them their lives. Most importantly, Uchiha Yu's expression bore a grave demeanor, clearly disapproving of such a course of action. After all, he was merely a child and could hardly propose a viable solution. Fugaku, let it be that I cannot believe Konoha would impose severe punishment on us Uchiha for such a matter. Uchiha Yu remarked with a dismissive expression. Clan leader, I believe Fugaku is correct. Furthermore, some issues could have been resolved quite simply without complicating matters. I could see that moment. A voice resonated from the corner, emanating from an elderly man with disheveled hair. Elder Kagami, but I merely state my thoughts. Do as you please. Uchiha Kagami rose and chose to leave the gathering. There was no need to prolong such a meeting. The essence of the Uchiha clan was challenging to alter. Regardless of the circumstances, they remained prideful and obstinate, never considering the perspectives of others. This very attitude was the root cause of the Uchiha clan's decline. He was acutely aware of Konoha's upper echelon stance towards the Uchiha. Even now, these individuals persisted in their ways. Indeed, Uchiha Kagami had begun to feel a sense of despair regarding his clan. Chapter 59, A Turbulent Night, Rain Falls. Following Uchiha Kagami's departure, the meeting continued, albeit divided into two factions. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, Kagami wielded considerable influence. Moreover, as the only Uchiha recognized by Senju Tobirama, he provided the clan with a glimpse of a new direction. Yet, this very reason incited Uchiha Yu's ire further. As the clan leader, he had been unable to unify the clan thus far. Very well, let us cease further discussion. We shall proceed as Elder Kagami suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yu's face bore a resolute expression. It was not that he had fully embraced Uchiha Kagami's perspective. Rather, he sought to observe whether this approach could indeed resolve the conflict. If it could not, clan leader, no need to say more. Let it be. Uchiha Yu concluded, waving his hand to dismiss the assembly. Some ninjas who had previously held reservations could only depart in silence upon witnessing the clan leader's demeanor. Fugaku, are you curious as well? Uchiha Yu, somewhat disappointed, observed Fugaku remaining behind as the individual he deemed a suitable successor. It was disheartening if Fugaku could not grasp the underlying intention that IT is not curiosity. Rather, I believe you should take this matter seriously. Clan leader. Moreover, I can take on this task as a representative, Uchiha Fugaku stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tsu was somewhat taken aback. They asked the deputy minister of the Konoha Guard. Uchiha Fugaku holds a significant position within his clan. Should this matter be mishandled, it would be arduous for him to gain the trust of others in the future. Why, then, would Fugaku choose to take such a risk? If you have made up your mind, then go ahead and do it. Tsu did not intervene. Growth often necessitates encountering various experiences, and perhaps this is not a bad thing after all. That moment, Roy sat in the living room, gazing at the records displayed on the panel. These included the injuries scanned today and the treatment records. The golden mark still weighed heavily on his mind. Roy, our mission has been completed. The weather is somewhat unfavorable. I believe we should assist the villagers in repairing their homes now. Uchiha Shursui and Narakiyuki returned, informing Roy of their task status. Indeed, the sooner we finish our tasks, the quicker we can embark on our next mission. Let us go. Roy nodded in agreement. The three youngsters grabbed their tools and set off. In the late hours of the night, the elderly man expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Here are some snacks I prepared. Please have some. After eating, you should return early. Heavy rain is expected tonight. He placed a box of treats on the ground with a benevolent smile. Thank you. It's our duty, Roy replied, accepting the snacks before departing with the two companions. Roy, we have completed all our tasks. Next, we will participate in an escort mission, where we are likely to encounter some adversaries. Most of them will probably be rogue ninjas or wandering samurai. They possess considerable combat experience. So, it will be prudent to prepare in advance. How about we head to the Uchiha training grounds tonight? Uchiha Shursui suggested directly. The public training grounds can be freely used during the day. But at night, it is off limits due to nearby residents. If they were to return home for practical training, it would likely involve Tsunade's participation, which would inevitably result in a thorough beating. This is not merely Shursui's fear of being beaten, but rather a concern for achieving optimal training results. I have no objections. All right, let us go. Roy and Kyuki nodded in agreement, and the trio headed toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Suddenly, is someone there? The three youngsters halted their stealthy approach, quickly concealing themselves in their respective positions. It was already deep into the night, with a light drizzle beginning to fall. Why would anyone be active within Konoha at this hour? Their method of approaching the Uchiha clan was to remain undetected, which indeed proved effective. Remember, we must escort these four out of the village tonight. Be cautious. The Uchiha are not ordinary ninjas, a masked ninja whispered. Understood. The other three nodded, then hoisted a large black bag as they advanced towards the village walls. Upon reaching the Inu Lake, the four men removed the bag from their backs, releasing the four individuals within. Remember, once you leave the village, never return. And if you are pursued or captured, you know what to do. The masked leader stated matter-of-factly, having grown accustomed to such dealings. Understood. Let us move quickly. The longer we linger in the village, the more anxious I feel, a man covered in wounds urged anxiously. The interrogation department's methods were unbearable for him. Had he not known in advance that he would be safe, he might have divulged critical information. The guard shift change would take an hour. They needed to wait, so they decided to remain there, as the deep night would likely deter any visitors. The masked man swiftly ascended to a large tree. That's true, but we must still maintain our guard. The remaining three concealed themselves within the surrounding brush, ready to depart when the time was right. Akira, I didn't expect it to be you. A familiar voice resonated from the treetops. Without allowing Akira to respond, a hand swiftly covered his mouth, and a kunai was driven into his neck. His breath ceased, and he collapsed among the branches. Behind him, a pair of crimson eyes flickered in the lightning's glow. Lightning release. Lightning dragon bomb. As immense chakra surged forth. Terrifying bolts of lightning coursed through the rain, forcing the three men into the open. Run! It's Uchiha, one shouted. I'll stay back to hold them off. You take the others away. Hold off whom? Before he could finish, a figure appeared before him. Uchiha Fugaku. Before the words could leave his lips, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The remaining two were swiftly subdued by Uchiha ninjas. That I must ask, when did the members of the Root organization begin engaging in such activities? Nonetheless, you have displayed commendable bravery in your service to the village, Uchiha Fugaku remarked before unhesitatingly ending the lives of the two captives. The four remaining individuals were utterly paralyzed with fear. Sitting silently on the ground, the rain intensified, and it was clear that this night in Konoha would not be a tranquil one. Chapter 60. An unusual escort mission. At this moment, the Konoha guard and the interrogation department had gathered. Minister Fugaku, this incident is indeed a failure on our part, which led to the current situation. We will ensure stricter oversight in the future, Ihagane expressed, visibly distressed. The criminals from his department had originally been delivered by Uchiha, and now they had escaped, only to be pursued by Uchiha as well. Everyone is working for the village. There is no need to dwell on it so heavily. However, the deaths of these root members are rather suspicious. It would be prudent to inform Danzo-sama, Fugaku suggested. After exchanging a few polite words, he and the members of the guard vanished from sight. Ihagane found himself in a quandary. Although the four had been successfully recaptured, there were still 4 corpses to consider, and they were root members at that. The next day, have you completed your tasks? Tsunade asked, surprised as she looked at the signed commission in her hand. Completing 10 commissions in such a short time seemed implausible for these 3 youngsters. Indeed, those 2 eager for practical training were put to work by ROYT that moment. They were observing Tsukumo Hataki's practical training. Is this the ninja Konoha has assigned to me? A female ninja accompanied by 3 children? Sanada Akira expressed his dissatisfaction. He had issued a B-rank commission, yet this was the ninja he received? Should the mission fail, Konoha will take full responsibility, he declared before vanishing from the scene. Though Akira wished to voice further concerns, he realized Konoha's stance made it unlikely they would replace the assigned ninjas. He would need to rely on these 4 for protection, and thus return to his carriage to depart. Shursui, the reconnaissance task is entrusted to you. You too will protect the merchant convoy. This is a B-rank mission, so do not let your guard down. I will provide covert protection, Tsunade instructed before vanishing in an instant. The meaning was clear. as long as Roy and his companions did not encounter any extraordinary danger. She would not intervene. "Leave this to us," Shursui proclaimed, activating a Sharingan and vanishing ahead of the group, while Roy and Kyuki took positions on either side of the convoy, vigilant. Even Roy felt a twinge of tension. After all, this was strictly speaking his first official mission. The Second Great Ninja War had recently concluded, and the ninja world was still rife with chaos, especially from those ninjas who bore grudges against Konoha and would target its every move. As noon approached, they had already left the confines of Konoha's protective barrier. "Roy, have you noticed something unusual?" During the midday respite of the team, Sia approached Roy, having made an intriguing discovery. However, the specifics of the matter remained unclear for the time being. Some among the group appeared excessively tense, with their chakra leaking, indicating that they were not ordinary cargo handlers, but rather ninjas. It seemed that the escort mission we were undertaking was not merely for simple goods. Roy remarked softly. Indeed, their commission stated that the items being escorted were of considerable value, destined for the land of grass. This close-range Barank escort mission was indeed peculiar, and the cargo owner exhibited an unusual level of anxiety. Upon closer observation, I noted that he, too, was a ninja, and his nervousness stemmed from a profound fear of a life-threatening situation. Sia continued. The client, Sanada, was the only one inside the carriage, while the others were merely ninjas tasked with guarding the cargo, supplemented by the Konoha escort. This combination certainly appeared suspect. We must exercise caution. Should we encounter an overwhelming threat, our primary concern should be our own safety. At the very least, we must hold out until our teacher arrives to rescue us. If combat is necessary, then let us boldly test our abilities, Roy said with a smile. Agreed, Sia did not protest. Half an hour later, Shursui returned, reporting that no ambush or traces of ninjas had been detected ahead. If we maintain a swift pace today, we shall reach our destination in 2 days. With the aid of his Sharingan, Shursui had thoroughly scouted the path ahead. 3 young ninjas. This is the lunch we prepared for you. Do partake, said a kindly middle-aged man, offering food and water. Thank you, sir, be assured. We will protect everyone. Shursui replied confidently, I trust you. Good luck. After leaving the provisions, the middle-aged man departed. Once sufficiently rested, the caravan set off once more, aiming to exit the forest before nightfall. After all, camping in the woods was far from an ideal choice. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Finally, before night fell, they emerged from the forest into an open plain, where the view was expansive and a brook flowed nearby. Sanada chose to rest here, and naturally, the responsibility of night watch fell upon Roy and his companions. After all, it was their commission the clients had paid, and it would be unreasonable to expect them to guard the night alone. As darkness enveloped the land, a few cargo handlers opted to stay awake, choosing to keep watch alongside Roy and his friends. Clearly, Sanada harbored distrust towards the trio. Come, let us sleep, Roy said, pulling the 2 of them to rest. Given their prior lack of rest, and with others already assigned to night watch, there was no need for them to merely occupy space. While the 2 were somewhat puzzled, they refrained from questioning him directly and followed Roy to lean against a large tree, closing their eyes to recuperate in the latter part of the night. The first group of night watchmen completed their shift. It appeared that no issues would arise tonight. That moment, from within the nearby thicket, a voice broke the silence. Roy, what do you intend to do? Sia asked, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Indeed, the figures resting nearby were their shadow clones, who had detached from the group and were trailing them from a distance. After the team rested, the 3 swiftly concealed themselves. Sia struggled to comprehend Roy's choice. As escort ninjas, their duty was to protect the cargo and its owner, and other matters should not concern them. This team is suspicious. What they're transporting is certainly not the goods they claim, Roy whispered. Indeed, the cargo owner may very well be a decoy. Something is bound to happen tonight. Didn't I mention that during my reconnaissance? I found nothing, no traces whatsoever. That in itself is the greatest clue, Shursui interjected. Chapter 61. The first battle, annihilation. At this moment, CS suddenly understood. These 2 had already been plotting during the day without informing her. However, she also acknowledged her own failure to grasp the meaning behind Shursui's words that they're here, Just then, Roy crouched low and whispered sharply. The two quickly readied themselves, grasping their kunai and short blades tightly. Rustling sounds reached the ears of the trio as several dark figures stirred in the shadows. "Prepare yourselves. Once those ruffians make their move, we shall strike at once," Roy instructed, producing a long blade in his hand. Upon seeing the weapon, Shui felt a wave of dread wash over him in that moment. If not for Roy's presence, he sensed he would have detected none of it. The level of concealment was truly terrifying. Thud! As the shadows approached the caravan, Roy launched himself forward. The two swiftly followed suit. The assailants, realizing the trio's sudden movements, rushed to attack. Swoosh! A flash of darkness cut through the air as Roy appeared directly in front of the caravan. Decapitating a man. They are rogue ninjas. Stay vigilant. Their strength is on par with Chunin. Do not underestimate them, Roy shouted, awakening all. The cargo handlers quickly surrounded the carriage, while Shui and Sia engaged in battle. Though both were mere genin, their prowess rivaled that of Chunin. With Shui's Sharingan and Sia's immense chakra, they managed to handle the conflict with relative ease. The ninjas were clearly taken aback. 3 young intruders had suddenly appeared, one of whom had even dispatched their comrade in an instant. The remaining 2 children displayed no signs of fear and were already launching their own assault. "Eliminate all obstacles," commanded the leading ninja, drawing his long blade and issuing the order to attack. 5 shadows lunged at the duo, convinced that even Konoha's ninjas would be no match for mere children. Water release, swamp technique. The man swiftly performed hand seals, transforming the entire plane into a mire. Simultaneously, the advancing ninjas sank in the ground, vanishing from sight. Ninjas from the Mist Village? Roy marveled at the unexpected turn of events. How did these individuals end up here? Ding! Roy raised his hand, deflecting a sunbon that shot up from the ground. He then entered a profound state of focus. Supreme blade technique. Blade realm. Slowly, Roy closed his eyes, his long blade attuned to the subtle shifts around him. First, eliminate these 3 Konoha ninjas. Do not underestimate them simply because they are children. There is something peculiar about these little ones. The leading ninja felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He had noticed that throughout the skirmish, only 3 Konoha ninjas had appeared. According to Konoha's team structure, their guiding jonin had yet to make an appearance. He was convinced that any jonin capable of controlling such formidable young ninjas was undoubtedly a superlative ninja. At that moment, he heightened his senses to the utmost. Should he sense that the adversary was beyond their capacity to confront, he would choose to retreat without hesitation. Swoosh! Just then, a long spear pierced through the body of the ninja. "I was concerned that your swamp technique might allow you to detect my presence. It seems I overestimated you." Roy's figure gradually materialized, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Sir, damn it, when did he use Shadow Clone? Right now, you should be more worried about your own safety." Before the ninja could charge at Roy, Shui's long blade had already rested at his throat. Earth release. Rising platform technique. Shiyu unleashed a powerful earth release, instantly propelling the remaining 4 individuals from mire. With a flurry of shuriken being hurled, the 4 were forced to retreat. Water release. Great torrent technique. The 4 ninjas flew back, simultaneously unleashing a formidable water technique in an attempt to buy time. Lightning release. Lightning bolt. Lightning release. White bug. Shui and Roy promptly unleashed their lightning techniques. Although both were C rank, their ability to incapacitate and hinder these foes was more than sufficient. Realizing they were unable to escape the battle for the moment, the 4 brandished short blades and charged forward. With a swift motion, a shadow reappeared behind them, delivering a strike that wounded 3 of them. The remaining individual, however, was met by Shui, whose blade found its mark in the neck, extinguishing the last vestige of life. The 3 wounded individuals did not endure for long, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The skirmish transpired in a matter of mere minutes. At this juncture, it was not only the merchant convoy that found themselves astonished. Even Shui and Shiyu regarded Roy with expressions of disbelief. Could this fellow truly be so formidable? Moreover, those he had dispatched had merely been wounded, yet succumbed to death. At this moment, both had already taken note of the black blade in Roy's hand. This is Murakumo, that my profession is that of a medical ninja, and I concoct a bit of poison. Is that too much to ask? They were poisoned by me. Observing the curiosity etched on their faces, Roy spoke up. The two refrained from inquiring further and instead extended their hands. Do you desire this poison? Let me clarify. I have not created an antidote. Should you inadvertently harm yourselves, do not seek me out. Yes, he spoke. Roy produced a vial. Upon hearing Roy mention the absence of an antidote and witnessing the swift demise of those earlier foes, it was prudent to decline such a substance. Roy, what are you doing? While the two pondered, they noticed Roy had already begun to examine the corpses. That I am collecting the spoils. These are all ninjas. Let's see if they possess anything of value, he continued. Moreover, if any are bounty ninjas or rogue ninjas, we can exchange them for a reward. Roy swiftly gathered the fallen together. Blades, short swords, explosive tags. Numerous items were meticulously unearthed by Roy. However, the identities of these individuals remained unknown to them, leaving them uncertain if they were indeed rogue ninjas. Found it. This one is a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, a wanted criminal from Konoha, named Gang Chuan Ritian, that he stated earnestly, while the other identities remained unidentified for the time being. Observing the thick stack of bounty notices in Roy's hand, Ji Shuei and Shiyu exchanged glances. Their expressions darkened. How had this fellow prepared for everything? Chapter 62. The matter of the commission at that moment, Sanada Akira approached. Have the enemies been dealt with? He gazed at the trio with a hint of surprise. Even though he had surmised that they were of prodigious talent, he had not anticipated such brilliance. Not only had they dispatched the foes in a short span, but they also exhibited no discomfort in the aftermath. Their prowess and temperament far surpassed that of ordinary children. Yes, they have been resolved. However, Mr. Sanada, as regard ninjas, though we have accepted the commission, should we discover that you are deliberately concealing information regarding the task, we reserve the right to terminate the commission at any moment. Roy regarded Sanada Akira with a calm demeanor. After the foes were felled, Roy had directly utilized the blue hand technique on the leading ninja, acquiring some invaluable information. Understood. Please take a moment to rest. We shall handle the disposal of these corpses. Sanada Akira responded, momentarily taken aback, but quickly shifted the conversation with a smile. Noticing that Sanada Akira had no intention of divulging the truth, Roy chose not to press the matter further. After sealing the corpses within a scroll, he turned and vanished from sight. Sanada Akira cast a glance at the spot where Roy had disappeared. Hesitating briefly before returning to his carriage, My lord, it appears that the ninja named Roy has discovered something. Proceed according to the initial plan. We shall discuss it upon our arrival at the destination. A composed voice relayed the instructions. Most of the transport crew had endured a sleepless night, while Roy and his companions rose early the next morning. Ji Shuei continued his reconnaissance ahead, while Roy and Shiyu followed the convoy. Roy, you all are truly remarkable. Had it not been for you last night, we might not have withstood the assault point, one of the merchants exclaimed. Would you care for some water? Perhaps you could share your training methods with us? During the noon break, could you enlighten us with a summary of last night's battle? In light of their previous performance, the attitude of the group towards the two became notably more cordial. In this world, prowess was revered above all. Although the two were still young, their strength had won the admiration of those around them. Shiyu felt a touch of shyness, merely nodding in response. While Roy appeared composed on the surface, yet internally he was troubled, for he had committed a grave error the previous night. He had single-handedly eliminated all the adversaries. As a medical ninja, his primary role was to remain in the rear, providing healing for his comrades and others. Clearly, had he allowed the others to engage in the fray, he could have accrued valuable experience. A miscalculation indeed. Should a similar ambush occur today, he would need to re-evaluate his strategy. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who was covertly trailing the trio, wore a satisfied expression. Beside her stood another figure, Jiraiya. Tsunade, your disciple possesses quite the talent. Beyond their aptitude as a medical ninja, they also exhibit commendable prowess in combat. What do you think? Have you determined the direction for their further training? Perhaps you could let him accompany me on a journey through the ninja world. Jiraiya offered high praise, simultaneously harboring a desire to take Roy under his wing. In Jiraiya's eyes, Roy exuded the aura of a fated child, though he acknowledged that compared to Minato, the latter seemed more fitting for such a title. Accompany you, Jiraiya, unless you wish to be pursued by me. I suggest you abandon such thoughts, Tsunade retorted, redirecting the conversation. You observed their battle, did you not? What are your thoughts? Their combat styles are quite peculiar, Tsunade remarked. Put simply, they do not resemble Konoha's typical combat techniques. Tsunade, these little ones are indeed intriguing, Jiraiya noted, alluding to the uniqueness of their fighting methods. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade comprehended his implication. Their fighting styles were not taught by me. Jisue, a genius of the Uchiha clan, voluntarily requested to join my team. That she was recommended by your esteemed disciple, so it is likely Minato imparted some guidance as well. As for that lad Roy, I would not be surprised by anything he does. Tsunade smiled, unable to mask her pride. There was no denying the joy of having such exceptional disciples. It was impossible for a teacher not to feel elated. Tsunade, are you bringing me along merely to flaunt your disciples? Jiraiya quipped, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Of course, it's not that simple, Tsunade replied, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Have you not noticed? This mission, Jiraiya's expression shifted, curiosity piqued. Are you suggesting that if it weren't for these three, the only issue would lie with the commission itself? Coupled with what Roy mentioned after the battle, it has drawn my attention. Precisely. The cargo they're transporting likely isn't ordinary goods. There is a significant possibility that it pertains to a special resource. Of course, I do not possess any concrete evidence at this moment. After finishing her statement, Tsunade drew a symbol in the dirt. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya's breath quickened. If it truly pertained to that, it would indeed warrant his presence. Are you planning to ascertain this during the transaction? Jiraiya turned his gaze towards the direction of the team and said in a calm voice, let us wait a moment, since Roy has discovered something. Let us first observe how they intend to handle it. Perhaps it will yield unexpected surprises for us. Tsunade remarked as she continued to follow suit. Jiraiya shook his head. Indeed, when he was with Tsunade, there were certain matters that he could no longer dictate. Before long, noon arrived, and the team halted within the forest. Just like the day before, at this hour, Shursui rejoined the group, leaving no trace behind. It seemed these individuals had likely prepared more than one team. Roy, the enemies we might face next could be even stronger. What should we do? Shursui inquired, having formed a small group with Roy at the helm during their time together. Just wait and see. By the way, if there's fighting ahead, I will refrain from engaging. However, if any of you are injured, return to me immediately for treatment. Roy expressed his intention to hold back from combat. As the medical ninja of the team, he was always at the forefront of battle, which felt somewhat out of place. Chapter 63. Leave the rear to me. Upon hearing Roy's words, Shursui's face was marked with confusion. Roy fights more fiercely than I do. The battle last night would not have concluded so smoothly without him. Why would Roy choose not to engage? Is it to test the new model proposed by Tsunade-sensei? Shursui pondered, suspecting Roy wished to evaluate the role of medical ninjas within the team. Kazetsu looked at Roy and directly stated, indeed, that is the case. Roy had been considering how to excuse himself from the fight, only to find that Kazetsu had already prepared a suitable justification for him. I see. Even if it's just Kazetsu and me, along with the guards and porters of the merchant convoy, we should be able to handle a battle of last night's magnitude. Moreover, we have you, a super medical ninja, supporting us from the back. Shursui smiled as he spoke. As they chatted, the group had rested sufficiently. After lunch, they set forth once more. Their next objective was to traverse a vast forest and reach a small village in the Land of Fire. Ping Village, where they would rest and replenish supplies tonight. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through what had been clear skies. Soon, the forest was shrouded in mist. Chakra fluctuations. This does not appear to be natural fog. Kazetsu and Shursui quickly identified the issue with the mist. Hidden mist technique. It seems the main assailants this time are likely ninjas from the Mist Village. Roy warned, be cautious. In such mist, our sensory abilities will be greatly diminished. Inform everyone to gather together. After speaking, Roy formed hand seals to release his shadow clone, swiftly notifying the members of the merchant convoy. They have triggered the traps I set, and they're only a few minutes away from us. Kazetsu, your sensory ability is the strongest, Stay close to me, Shursui declared before charging ahead. In response to the strange mist, the members of the merchant convoy quickly surrounded their goods. Sounds of battle erupted from within the mist. Roy, why aren't you joining the fight? Tanaka, a fellow merchant, approached Roy. Curiosity etched on his face that I am a medical ninja, and my sensory abilities are not strong. In this mist, my combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced. It is better for me to remain here and support everyone, Roy replied. Mr. Tanaka, you might want to let your people engage. Otherwise, we might truly face dire consequences. Roy regarded Tanaka with a knowing smile. Indeed, after acquiring the memories of Kagawa Haida, I am certain of one thing. Tanaka will not allow this cargo to be compromised. Leave half of the people behind. The rest will assist the Leaf Ninjas in combat. If injured, do not hesitate. Return immediately for treatment. Move out, Tanaka commanded, drawing a short blade and charging forth. It was clear that concealing their identities was no longer effective. Tanaka, being an astute individual, understood that his cover had been blown. Roy's words from the previous night, coupled with Tanaka's current actions, had made the situation evident. Soon, half of the group vanished into the mist. Roy, do you wish to know? A middle-aged man, who had conversed with Roy the previous day, approached him with a smile. I am not curious, nor do I wish to know. That I simply dislike being deceived. As for the rest, it is merely a task, Roy replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. The man nodded in silence and returned to his position. Before long, Kizetsu returned. My arm is poisoned, and the bone is injured, she reported, looking quite worse for wear with a purplish-black wound on her arm. Sit tight. Healing technique. Roy immediately initiated the healing procedure, taking a small knife to incise the wound on Kizetsu's arm. Dual healing. After staunching the bleeding, he quickly released the dual healing technique. The toxin was swiftly extracted, and the wound began to heal rapidly. So fast, Kizetsu exclaimed, astonished by her rapid recovery. This is a special potion I developed. It restores a certain amount of stamina and replenishes the blood you just lost. Use it to fight in peak condition, Roy explained as he handed Kizetsu 2 vials. You developed this potion? It won't kill me, will it? Kizetsu teased, yet she promptly swallowed both vials. As the effects took hold, a look of terror spread across her face. She had anticipated a gradual recovery, but instead, she felt revitalized instantaneously. Without any discomfort. I know what you want to say. I have more of this potion. Take it to Shursui. Remember, if you're injured, return at once. I will be here for you, Roy said, handing over 3 more vials. Understood, Kizetsu replied before disappearing back into the mist. The Berserk Potion, indeed, had a heightened chance of acquisition after the enhancement of the Sacred Hand's benevolence. Berserk Potion temporarily enhances all attributes with no side effects. The description was straightforward and to the point. Roy, my hand is severed. Can it be reattached? Not a problem. Leave it to me. Roy, I was shot in the butt by 1,000 needles. It hurts, a minor issue. Just endure it. Roy and his shadow clone began a frantic healing process as the members of the merchant convoy gathered around. So quick? I feel ready to fight again. One exclaimed, Is this the work of a medical ninja? It seems we need to recruit a few more medical ninjas for our team. Sale of potions? What is this? As the healing commenced, Roy began to sell his potions as well. A bottle of restorative potion for 8,000 Rio, a bottle of stamina potion for 8,000 Rio, a bottle of berserk potion for 5,000 Rio, and a bottle of detoxification potion for 5,000 Rio. Upon learning of their effects, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. The prices were indeed within an acceptable range, and if the potions performed as described, their market value would certainly exceed mere expectations. Consequently, the potions Roy had offered were quickly snapped up, distributed among several guards for testing. Indeed, this is the essence of a merchant. They possess an absolute sensitivity to trade. Chapter 64. I am a medical ninja. What malicious intent could I have? At this moment, Tsunade found herself both amused and exasperated. This fellow was selling potions even amidst the commission process. Most astonishingly, he sold out in an instant. Roy, your disciple is quite something. Moreover, did you partake in the concoction of those potions he prepared? Jiraiya cast a curious glance towards Tsunade. No, this is likely something he devised on his own, that I wondered why he sought out materials from the Uchiha clan. It turns out he was engaged in such endeavors. Tsunade reflected with a hint of nostalgia. The art of potion making is not merely the amalgamation of various herbs. It encompasses complexities that cannot be succinctly articulated. It appears this young man has experienced his own fortuitous encounters, acquiring unique formulas for potions and the like. Meanwhile, not far away, several ninjas from the Hidden Mist village wore expressions as grim as if they had ingested excrement. Can anyone elucidate what is transpiring with these individuals? Why do they repeatedly emerge, and those who are injured seem to recover swiftly? Is this the intelligence you gather beforehand? A gaunt man, with slanted eyes betraying a sinister glint, questioned as the leader of this operation. He had received no indication of such bizarre ninjas in his reports. Their purpose for sending 5 elite shinobi was to stall one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade. Yet, she had yet to make an appearance while the battlefield was already in disarray. Those ninjas and guards were like indomitable cockroaches. They vanished for a time after sustaining injuries, only to reappear once more. Such tactics are beyond even Tsunade's capabilities, let alone the unique poisons they wield, which she cannot neutralize in a short span. Lord Hira, there is a ninja who has yet to show himself at IT is Roy, a disciple of Tsunade, and also a medical ninja. It is highly likely that the unusual phenomena we are witnessing are due to the presence of this medical ninja. A shinobi appeared before Hira, handing him a scroll, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Roy, Tsunade's disciple, merely 7 years old, has already passed the medical ninja exams and is hailed as a prodigious talent who may surpass Tsunade. He possesses specialized medical ninjutsu, enabling him to heal injuries and dispel toxins in a remarkably short time. Upon reviewing the information, Hira's expression darkened further. Indeed, it is due to this little brat, isn't it? You, Lona, go eliminate this medical ninja. Hira was determined not to let this mission fail. Success could yield substantial benefits for their Hidden Mist village, and he had sworn an oath to ensure its completion. Understood. The two nodded and vanished in an instant. 2 elite shinobi dispatched to deal with a mere genin. This should be a simple task. Utilizing the techniques of the Hidden Mist, they swiftly approached the merchant convoy. Meanwhile, Scherze and Kyuki were entirely engrossed in the unfolding battle. Soon, the two appeared before Roy. Who are you? Clang. Before Roy could utter a word, they launched their attack. However, their kunai were intercepted by a brilliant force. Is this a puppet? The 2 mist ninjas were momentarily stunned at the sight of the mechanized figure before them. Such a puppet indicates the presence of a hidden puppet master nearby. Yet it seemed there were no reports of such a puppeteer in Konoha. Who says a medical ninja cannot be a puppeteer? Roy chuckled softly, raising his hand once more to unleash an attack on the two. This so-called puppet was none other than the manifestation of Roy's bound by evil spirits technique. Indeed, Roy had been pondering how to explain this phenomenon, and he finally settled on the idea of puppetry. As for its origin, caves, tree roots, or simply something he stumbled upon. Faced with Roy's onslaught, the two found themselves in disarray. The spear wielded by the puppet danced around them like a specter, entwining itself at their sides. Of course, Roy had infused his mastery of advanced swordsmanship into the spear, rendering it far beyond the capabilities of these lesser ninjas, coupled with the unique ability of bound by evil spirits to become invisible. Even the techniques of the Hidden Mist could not shield their ninjas from peril. Soon, their bodies were riddled with wounds, blood loss rendering them dizzy and disoriented. If the battle continued in this manner, they would certainly perish. However, retreat was impossible. The puppet would not allow it. As for forming hand seals, that was out of the question. The puppet's speed was astonishingly quick, leaving them no time to perform the necessary seals. Which is precisely why some taijutsu masters can dominate ninjutsu specialists in battle, in genuine combat. If one cannot leverage their physical prowess to suppress or distract their opponent, they may find themselves unable to unleash even a single ninjutsu. Of course, if one can execute ninjutsu with remarkable speed, that is a different matter altogether. Clearly, the two before Roy were not adept at forming seals swiftly. After several minutes, they fell beneath the point of his spear. What do you intend to do now? You asked in a panic as he witnessed Roy approach them step by step. This fellow was smiling. Indeed, at that moment, Roy's smile became a nightmare for the two. I am a medical ninja. What malicious intent could I possibly harbor? I simply cannot resist the urge to treat the wounded when I see them. Please bear with me. I am merely eager to experiment with my medical ninjutsu, Roy declared, his hands glowing with a red light as he initiated treatment on the two. Simultaneously, he rifled through their memories. In a haze, Roy administered several bottles of stamina potions. Indeed, these stamina potions could restore a portion of chakra, which explained Roy's keen interest in potions. All right, your bodies have been restored. Roy stood up, stepping back slightly. It truly healed. You could scarcely believe as he assessed his physical condition. Roy had just taken so long to defeat them, and now he had healed them as well. What sorcery was this? Yet there was no time for curiosity. They needed to relay this intelligence back. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Before you could make a move, Roy, cloaked and bound by evil spirits, launched another surprise attack. This time, due to the stealth, the battle concluded in under 10 minutes. How careless, to be injured again. Roy approached the two with a smile once more. Chapter 65. The Marvelous Use of Transformation Jutsu. Half an hour passed. Why have these two not returned yet? Hira felt inexplicably agitated, even beginning to sense a foreboding. However, sending two elite shinobi to eliminate a mere genin should pose no problems. Lord Hira, may I go take a look? A cautious ninja inquired. No need. If they haven't returned, they have likely encountered Tsunade. We must advance together. Hira instinctively thought of Tsunade. Moving in such a manner would only lead to their demise. One after another, the four vanished in an instant. That moment, the battlefield had devolved into a crushing defeat for the hidden mist forces, most of their ninjas having been vanquished or slain. The techniques of hidden mist began to dissipate due to the failures of these shinobi. Soon, the four arrived at the merchant convoy's location, witnessing Roy treating the two fallen ninjas on the ground. Hira felt his worldview shatter once more. Tsunade was not present, and the two elite ninjas he had dispatched lay gravely injured. Most astonishingly, this medical ninja was actually treating them. Was he still dreaming? You are the orchestrators of this attack, aren't you? Hold on. Let me finish treating them first. Roy glanced at the four without a hint of panic, continuing his ministrations that moment, upon seeing Hira and his companions. The two ninjas displayed no emotion whatsoever. They lay motionless on the ground, devoid of struggle. Ding! Treatment complete. Earn 4 treatment points, solid chakra 12, stamina potion X1. Ding! Treatment complete. Earn 4 treatment points, solid chakra 11, stamina potion X1. As the system notifications chimed, Roy slowly rose to his feet. Roy, where is your teacher? Upon seeing Roy rise, Sheila inquired immediately that he still believed that it was Tsunade who had defeated the two of URU. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a voice resonated from behind the four, but hearing Tsunade's voice, the four swiftly turned to look, instantly gripping their kunai. Though it posed some trouble, it was necessary to temporarily incapacitate you. Let us make our move, Tsunade declared, propelling herself directly toward the fort. Faced with Tsunade's sudden assault, their expressions shifted dramatically. They quickly repositioned themselves to avoid a direct hit from her. Water release. Water barrier. Sheila was the first to unleash a water technique, blocking Tsunade's attack. The other 3 followed suit, releasing powerful water jutsu that bombarded Tsunade. For a moment, she was engulfed in a torrent. However, among them, the sensory ninja had already collapsed, motionless on the ground. Thus, the 4 were unable to ascertain Tsunade's current status. Their coordination was commendable, yet their strength was somewhat lacking. You don't truly believe such an attack could harm me, do you? At that moment, from behind one of the ninjas, Tsunade's mocking voice echoed once more. Attack! She's behind you, are you? Sheila shouted, and numerous water shurikens materialized around them, shooting directly at URU. The other 2 swiftly hurled a barrage of kunai and shuriken. One must admit, this was the overwhelming presence characteristic of the legendary Ascent. In a brief span, they had suppressed the 4 before them. Once the trio's assault concluded, Tsunade's figure vanished again. A.S. for URU. He lay severely injured on the ground, a casualty of his companion's overwhelming attack. Kid, what do you intend to do? Seeing Roy approach URU step by step, Sheila felt a surge of anger. yet with Tsunade's figure now absent. She was acutely aware that the danger still lurked nearby. For a moment, she dared not act rashly. I am a medical ninja. Naturally, I must tend to the wounded. Should you desire his demise, feel free to prevent my actions. Roy stated matter-of-factly. Kneeling beside you are you to commence treatment. Sheila harbored doubts, yet Roy's actions were undeniably that of a healer. This bizarre battlefield rendered even Sheila, a veteran of the Second Great Ninja War, feeling somewhat absurd. Hey, even in battle, you still have the capacity to ponder other matters. Is this the level of the ninja from the Mist Village? Tsunade appeared behind Sheila, her fist swinging out instantaneously. The terrifying impact sent Sheila flying. With just a single blow, her internal organs suffered damage, causing her to involuntarily spew blood. At the tea that moment, Sheila was drenched in cold sweat. Had she not reacted swiftly, she likely would have been felled by Tsunade's punch. The six-man team had been assembled to confront Tsunade, yet now they had not even grazed her garments before suffering 3 casualties. Sheila herself was injured. If this continued, it seemed all would perish here. Damn it. A ruthless expression crossed Sheila's face. You too, restrain Tsunade's movements while I prepare that special rank jutsu. Upon finishing her words, she produced a scroll, simultaneously beginning to form hand seals. The two, recognizing her intent, swiftly dispersed to locate Tsunade. Why is it that I've just begun to warm up, and you're already preparing to unleash your trump card? At that moment, Tsunade materialized before Sheila. Seeing her sudden appearance, the other two rushed forward without hesitation. They had to contain Tsunade, otherwise Sheila would face the backlash. All right, I won't play with you any longer. Such fluctuations in chakra are beyond the capability of a mere genin to handle. Sensei, Tsunade declared, transforming into a cloud of smoke, taking on Roy's appearance. Transformation technique. Realization dawned on Sheila. They had not been battling Tsunade, but rather a genin from Konoha. Faced with this revelation, Sheila felt as though she might vomit blood. Tsunade's unexpected appearance had left them on edge. In the heat of battle, they found themselves somewhat timid. Moreover, you had not been severely injured by Tsunade, but rather by friendly fire, huffed in a fit of frustration. Sheila's hand seals became chaotic, resulting in a large spurt of blood as she was sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, she lost consciousness. Damn it, how dare they toy with us? Die. The remaining two, burning with rage, launched an assault on Roy. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a massive figure materialized before Roy, instantly sending the two flying. Roy even heard the sound of bones shattering. Not bad, that transformation technique was superb. You truly astonish me. When we return, let me know what reward you desire, Tsunade proclaimed proudly. After all, he was her disciple. With that, she vanished once more. Chapter 66. Transaction. As the last three were defeated, the mist-hidden technique was thoroughly dispelled. A gentle breeze swept through, illuminating the forest. Roy, these are the Uchiha Shursui. He found himself beside Roy, observing the 6 individuals lying neatly on the ground. A look of confusion etched across his face. They're the masterminds behind this attack, seemingly elite ninja from the Mist Village. They were defeated by my teacher, Roy replied, lifting his gaze before continuing with his treatment. These fellows are living experience packages. I must thoroughly exploit this opportunity. Indeed, Tsunade-sama did take action that I sincerely apologize for the previous distrust. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, sincerity evident in his demeanor. Sanada Akira, he said, handing over a plaque from his waist to the middle-aged man. So you are the employer? Shursui remarked, taken aback. Although Roy had mentioned it before, Shursui had not anticipated that the genuine employer would be mingling among the transport workers. Yes, I am Sanada Akira. This is the cargo you are to escort. Sanada declared, producing a piece of metal and handing it to Shursui. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Roy, who was currently absorbed in his healing. Chakra metal. Shursui's expression turned one of astonishment. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he had access to numerous resources. Yet, this chakra metal, even among the Uchihas, was exceedingly rare, and no wonder it attracted so many ninjas. But wait, where did these individuals acquire such an abundance of chakra metal? Indeed, it is chakra metal. Our merchant association happened upon some chakra metal, and to ensure the safe completion of the transaction, we used a B-rank escort mission as a cover, Sanada explained with a look of guilt. Sure, Sway, come here and seal these individuals' chakra with a scroll. Upon the task's conclusion, return them to Konoha. Kiyuki, you too come here. I shall treat you. Just as Shursui was about to say something further, Roy's voice rang out. With curiosity, the two approached Roy's side. Shursui, your temperament is ill-suited for dealings with merchants. Leave it to me. Kiyuki, extend your arm. You're injured so severely yet still trying to hold on, Roy remarked, rolling up Kiyuki's sleeve and commencing treatment. Half an hour later, Roy approached Sanada. Sanada understood that among the three, Roy was the cornerstone. The commission and the commission details do not match. Konoha refuses to continue the commission. The payment will not be refunded. The remainder of your journey is yours to navigate, Roy stated before turning to leave. Follow me. Kiyuki, though curious, found Shursui choosing to trust Roy and followed along without hesitation. Point 3, gentlemen. We can immediately adjust the commission to an A rank. Moreover, we are willing to offer additional compensation, Sanada exclaimed, flustered. With over a day remaining, there was no doubt that more ninjas would appear to ambush them. Should Roy and his team depart, it would signify Tsunade's exit as well. At that point, not only would the cargo transaction fail, but they themselves would likely perish here, though we demand 1/10 of the chakra metal. Roy turned around, raising a solitary finger. Impossible. Wait, can I substitute it with something else? I can pay. Fine, just 1/10, Sanada, initially inclined to negotiate further, was taken aback as the trio turned to leave after his refusal. Because you hesitated just now, my demands have increased that I need to know the source of this chakra metal. Roy turned back, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he regarded Sanada. Observing Roy's determined demeanor, Sanada felt as though he had been outmaneuvered by a child. Yet this little fellow employed a straightforward tactic, laying his demands and the offerings upon the table for Sanada to choose from. Regardless of Sanada's choice, it was of no consequence to Roy, which perpetually placed him at a disadvantage in this negotiation. Of course, I won't simply divulge the origin of this chakra metal without compensation. I recall that your merchant association holds considerable clout, that I could provide you with exclusive items that you desire. What do you think? Upon finishing his statement, Roy extended his hand, producing a vial of potion. The sight of the potion in Roy's hand genuinely astonished Sanada. Initially, he had merely perceived this young lad as somewhat clever. But now he regarded Roy as an equal. Just a few words had allowed him to deduce the issues surrounding their cargo escort. Merely a fleeting glance at the potion had led Roy to propose an irresistible condition. All right, however, can you truly handle the source of this chakra metal by yourself? If not, speak up. I'm here. Before Sanada could finish, Tsunade appeared behind Roy. Well, with Lady Tsunade present, there are no issues then. However, I believe we should clarify matters first. How much of this potion can you provide me? Is it a fixed quantity, or can I obtain it as needed? Can we sign a cooperation contract now? Sanada declared, producing a contract. Indeed, having witnessed Roy's sale of these potions, he had already commenced preparations that a competent merchant would never allow such an opportunity to slip through their fingers. Thus, he had promptly prepared the contract within a brief span of time. Now, I must clarify, I won't provide you with the potion in its entirety. The ninjas of Konoha will require it, and I will sell it to them at internal rates. Rest assured, it will only be sold when necessary, and it won't interfere with your business. Roy glanced over the content and stated matter-of-factly. Excellent. This scroll contains all the information regarding the chakra metal. Upon signing, I will provide you with 1/10 of the chakra metal along with the scroll. Sanada was equally resolute. One must admit, he possessed considerable audacity. Although it seemed he was at a disadvantage, exchanging such vulnerability for trust and protection was indeed worthwhile. In business, Sanada even felt he had profited. All right, after signing the contract, Roy also left his name as a guarantor. One must acknowledge that at this moment, Tsunade still held a considerable reputation within the ninja world. Sanada tucked away the contract and handed over a fist-sized piece of chakra metal. Chapter 67. Free Treatment. Strange boy. After completing the transaction, Roy led the two to clean up the battlefield. Those shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags were all worth money. As for selling the potions, it wasn't out of financial necessity, but rather to gain experience. Indeed, as long as someone utilized the potions Roy sold, he would receive a certain amount of medical points in return. This information was obtained during the recent battle. Thus, Roy made such a choice. As for who would sell them, it mattered little to our OY as long as the potions circulated. He had no further concerns. After clearing the battlefield, the merchant caravan was restored to its optimal state and set off towards its destination. On the journey ahead, Roy felt somewhat disappointed. There were, surprisingly, no attacking ninjas. Indeed, to gain experience, one must be in a village. By the following evening, they arrived at their destination. After receiving the commission receipt scroll, the trio found accommodations. Intending to rest for a night before returning, Lady Tsunade instructed us to rest in the village for 2 days before heading back. Roy revealed a note, which Tsunade had given him after receiving the receipt scroll. Indeed, Tsunade had passed by a gambling house, and that was where the story ended. It was evident that her penchant for gambling was quite pronounced. If so, can we explore the village then? This is my first time out on a mission. Sia exclaimed with delight. With the task concluded, the tension had dissipated. Given her relaxed interactions with Roy and Shui, Sia reverted to her innocent demeanor. Sure, tomorrow let Shui accompany you. For shopping, I have matters to attend to. After saying this, Roy sat down to begin refining chakra. The next morning, Shui was promptly whisked away by Sia. Meanwhile, Roy commenced his leisurely stroll around the village, the most enigmatic of nations, the land of grass. It was renowned as the final destination for wandering geniuses. Excuse me, sir, your arm appears injured. I am a medical ninja and can provide you with treatment free of charge. Yes, indeed. No charge out of course. Roy's intent was not to seek out geniuses, but to gain experience. The elevation of his healing hands level made Roy acutely aware of his objectives. He aimed to amass experience, enhance his abilities, and subsequently reap rewards from the medical point system, allowing him to indulge in the medical marketplace. The mere thought of achieving freedom with medical points fueled his motivation. Roy traversed the streets, treating every patient detected by the system. Whenever chakra ran low, he simply utilized recovery potions. Have you heard? There's a medical ninja offering free treatments. Should we check it out together? Free. When has a medical ninja been so generous? I heard he is a child from Konoha, likely out for training. But his medical ninjutsu is genuinely impressive. As Roy treated more and more patients, his reputation gradually spread throughout the village. By noon, he found a secluded corner to begin targeted treatments. Indeed, there was no longer any need for him to seek out patients. Even individuals without ailments approached, eager for Roy's attention. A line formed down the street. After all, this young doctor had announced that he would only be in the village for 2 days. As evening approached, there were still a dozen people waiting. Everyone, I also need to take a break. If you wish to continue treatment tonight, there will be a charge of 1,000 yen for overtime. Roy raised his finger. This caused several opportunistic individuals to withdraw, while 1,000 yen remained quite affordable for the average person. Particularly after the fee was introduced, some patients who had previously harbored doubts began to trust the young healer. The queue continued to grow. Sure, Shui, should we assist Roy? He appears quite busy. Sia, who had spent the day shopping, had heard about Roy's endeavors. One must admit, his dedication was truly commendable. Neither of us are medical ninjas. We can't be of much help. Sure, Shui, Sia, come help me collect the fees and take notes. Before Sure Shui could respond, Roy's voice rang out. Indeed, as long as one was near Roy, the notion of returning home for a restful sleep seemed a distant dream. This busyness persisted until noon the following day. Finally, the first batch of patients was treated. Sure Shui, take this money to the teacher at the gambling house. Sia, rest for a moment while I prepare the food. I anticipate completing treatments for another 10 patients this afternoon and evening, after which I will rest for the night before returning. After Roy finished speaking, he went to prepare lunch for Shizuki. He took the several tens of thousands of yen in his hand to seek out Tsunade. At that moment, a small boy appeared behind Roy, following him into the restaurant. Come out, Roy said. Once seated, he glanced towards the entrance. I'll have a bit to eat first. Your body is too frail. Any treatment must wait until you feel better, Roy said with a warm smile. Hearing Roy's words, the small boy stood hesitantly in place. No charge, he added. This boy had manifested in Roy's perception during the night, but had never approached. Roy understood that he probably couldn't even produce 1,000 yen. Nonetheless, Roy found him intriguing. According to the system, the boy's physical condition was marked in red. Indeed, such a color indicated a significant problem that a small boy with such severe bodily injuries likely had congenital issues. In the ninja world, those with congenital problems were generally not ordinary individuals. After their meal, Roy took the small boy back to the spot where he had previously treated others. Hizuki, have something to eat. I'll take a look at this boy first. Roy handed the food to Hizuki and placed his hand on the small boy's. The meridians are damaged to such an extent. Feeling the boy's internal condition, Roy furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, if one's meridians were damaged to this degree, they would have long since perished. Indeed, this little fellow harbored secrets. What is your name? Roy asked directly. I am called Chinyan. Am I about to die? Chinyan asked calmly, as if he had long been aware of his body's issues. Could you tell me why your body is like this? If I can identify the cause, I might be able to help you. Roy expressed his thoughts while posing his question. Chapter 68. Sage Energy. Perils abound upon hearing this. A hint of sorrow flickered across the boy's calm face. I am the genius of my clan. By the age of 2, I had already mastered the transformation of sage energy. However, as Chinyan spoke, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. He then recounted his entire story to Roy. The Chihuahua clan? Sage energy? A look of astonishment crossed Roy's face. He had a general understanding of sage energy, which was likely natural energy needed for sage mode. Such energy could only be harnessed by exceptional beings like Zhongwu. Aside from practicing sage arts and sage lands, was this boy before him truly a member of Zhongwu's clan? According to Qin Yin, the members of the Chihuahua clan possessed the ability to absorb sage energy. Generally, the earlier one completed the transformation of energy, the greater their future achievements. However, their clan also bore a significant flaw, akin to a bloodline limit disease. The power brought about by their unique bodies felt like a curse. After completing the transformation, members would perish within 20 years. The so-called genius, Qin Yin, had already begun to exhibit signs of illness shortly after the energy transformation. In just over 3 years, his body had deteriorated severely. Had he not left his clan's territory and distanced himself from that energy, he likely wouldn't have lasted even 3 years. If you cease to absorb that energy, will your meridians continue to deteriorate? Roy pondered quietly. Qin Yin, I cannot guarantee success, but may I attempt to help? Roy extended his hand gently. That would be fine. Qin Yin nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Despite all he had endured, he was still a child with dreams and expectations for the future. Dual healing hands. Roy activated his chakra and unleashed the dual healing hands technique. As the ability took effect, the injuries within Qin Yin's body began to heal swiftly. The previously damaged meridians were also starting to mend at that moment. After a few minutes, a notification chimed. Ding! Treatment complete. Treatment points 12, chakra capacity 21, vague hints of special sage land. As the system alert sounded, Roy was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had thought this unique injury would be challenging to treat. Yet he hadn't expected it to be resolved so effortlessly. Of course, it was only because Roy had mastered the dual healing hands. Other medical ninjas would find it difficult to treat meridian issues so easily. Moreover, the rewards caught Roy's attention. Vague hints of special sage land. As Tsunade's disciple, Roy intended to request a contract for the Wet Bone Forest once he reached a certain level, being one of the 3 great sage lands. The Wet Bone Forest also offered a method for training in sage mode. This so-called special sage land was likely an unknown 1.my body has truly healed, Qin Yin remarked in disbelief, even questioning whether he was merely experiencing a delusion on the brink of death. For now, it is considered healed. However, your body still contains a dense amount of sage energy. If you cannot find a suitable way to guide it, your body may still encounter problems, Roy stated matter-of-factly. This was an issue Roy had discovered during the treatment. Immediately after the healing, Qin Yin's body began to be eroded by that energy. Although the pace was slow, the danger still loomed, that I understand. However, this is already a significant improvement. At this rate, I can endure for several more years, provided I do not use this energy. That I will cherish the time you have given me and strive to be an ordinary person. Qin Yin said brightly. With a glimmer of hope for the future, He aspired to become a traveler and explore the ninja world. Indeed, this was a dream belonging to a child just over 5 years old. It's alright. You can always seek me out. I can still resolve your bodily issues. However, next time, there will be a fee. Roy smiled, stating, for Roy, Qing Yin represented a perfect opportunity to repeatedly gain experience, while the energy issue remained unresolved. The physical problems could be easily managed. That I know you are merely comforting me. If my body suffers another episode, I will certainly perish. Qing Yin replied with nonchalance. At this point, he felt there was nothing worse that could happen to him. I would never deceive you. Now, I must attend to other patients. I am a ninja of Konoha. Should you need assistance, don't hesitate to find me. Roy waved goodbye and continued his treatments. The next day, Tsunade-sensei still refused to return, insisting that they make their way back on their own. Roy, do we have to stay here any longer? Uchiha Shizuki asked helplessly. Tsunade-sensei transformed entirely when in a gambling mood. No matter what was said, Tsunade was determined to stay, primarily because she kept losing. Let us go. We'll report our mission. Tsunade-sensei is not irresponsible. She will certainly return after we return to the village. Perhaps this is her way of training us, Roy said with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Hizuki and Shizuki nodded in agreement. After breakfast, they departed the village. In the shadows, the 3 little ones from Konoha had already left the village. Tsunade had also been successfully delayed and would not leave anytime soon. It's time to act. A tall, lean ninja smirked maliciously. They had grasped clues about chakra metal, along with a piece of chakra metal. However, they needed to resolve the battle quickly to avoid detection by Tsunade. Tonight, we will deal with those little brats. It should be no problem to exchange them for hints about chakra metal. Moreover, the items that Guy sold us are incredibly useful. Another female ninja produced several vials of potion, her confidence apparent. Let us go. Those little brats have decent mobility. The lanky ninja, having concluded his remarks, instantly vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, the trio advancing towards Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. As figures departed from the village, a familiar presence emerged from the shadows at the village's entrance. It seemed that assistance was required. After murmuring this thought, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and disappeared from his original location. That moment, Jiraiya slowly made his way out. Perhaps Tsunade's concerns need not be my burden to bear. Having said this, Jiraiya silently walked towards a nearby bathhouse. Chapter 69. Preparations in advance. At noon, Roy was the first to land on a cliff. Following him was Uchiha Shursui, then Naruto. That I truly cannot fathom your training methods. Not only are you formidable in combat, but your medical ninjutsu is equally impressive, and your taijutsu is exceptional. Shursui mused, slightly breathless and flushed with excitement. It is important to note that, as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he often felt an intense solitude. His perceived superiority was not a matter of disdain for others, but rather an inability to integrate with them. The proud demeanor of his clan members only exacerbated his isolation, as they often regarded Shursui's attempts at camaraderie as mere displays of arrogance. This inherent rivalry within the clan made it exceedingly difficult for him to cultivate friendships. Furthermore, Shursui's naturally gentle disposition only heightened his sense of alienation. Thus, in this brief period spent with Roy, he had finally found companions to call his own, which filled his heart with joy. Is it truly necessary for you two to be so exceptional? Am I to be rendered obsolete? Kyuki quipped with a hint of exasperation. She had previously considered herself a moderate genius, with keen perception, a robust chakra reserve, and remarkable ninjutsu talent. Yet in comparison to the two in her company, she felt rather ordinary. We are comrades, and that is what matters most. Now, let us partake in a meal before we continue our journey to the village. I suspect the road ahead may not be entirely smooth. Roy replied with a smile. However, I have yet to sense the presence of those adversaries. Akati seems they are biding their time, perhaps out of fear of Lady Tsunade, waiting for us to distance ourselves from the village before they strike. Kyuki remarked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, they had already resolved to ambush us upon leaving the village. Yet, after half a day has passed, their caution remains, and they have yet to make a move. This is a positive sign. If they refrain from attacking, we need not engage in battle. Shursui noted, not particularly eager for conflict. His dream, if he could choose, was for world peace. Let us eat, and then prepare the traps we have set, for we must offer them a surprise, Roy declared, producing a barbecue grill and igniting a fire to commence cooking. In the distance, a slender man remarked, "Sir, they have halted their advance. However, it appears they are preparing to have lunch." And it seems to be a barbecue. Sensory-type ninja stood before the lean man, sounding somewhat perplexed. After all, even a low-ranking ninja would have learned in the academy that one should avoid lighting fires during missions to prevent revealing one's location. Yet these three youngsters, remarkable in combat, also displayed an astonishing lack of basic caution, showing no signs of vigilance. They're igniting a fire and barbecuing. It appears our assumptions were correct. These three youngsters are undoubtedly under the protection of formidable allies. Expand the search radius to ensure our actions go unobstructed. If they are guarded by Konoha's elite ninjas, we shall abandon the pursuit, the lean man stated decisively. It was not fear of Konoha's elite that motivated him, but rather the potential consequences of being ensnared by them, which could lead to an encounter with Tsunade or other powerful figures. Moreover, there is the possibility that these three were merely bait, designed to lure them out for capture. As a seasoned operative in the ninja world, he remained cautious. Understood. The sensory ninja vanished, and they began to approach Roy and his companion's location cautiously, ensuring they remained undetected while also not losing track of their quarry. "Sir, they exhibit no defenses and have commenced their barbecue. That IT appears to be quite delectable," the sensory ninja reported, a hint of longing in his voice. Having been on mission for nearly a month, he had not savored barbecued meat even once, subsisting mostly on military rations. Witnessing the three youngsters enjoy their feast was almost unbearable. "Prepare yourselves. Once this mission concludes, we shall return. You may indulge in whatever you desire," the lean man instructed. "Approach slowly, and when night falls, if no protective ninjas are present, we will take action." With that, he vanished like a fleeting shadow. Boom! As they followed in Roy's footsteps, an explosion echoed through the air. Explosive tags. Damn it. Have we been detected? The lean man emerged from the dust, his face covered in grime. This was indeed their doing. I neglected to mention that they intended to practice trap making, and it seems they have begun. The sensory ninja said, a touch of guilt in his tone. "Not to worry. It is merely a few explosive tags. You go ahead and mark all the traps ahead, but be sure not to trigger them. These youngsters likely possess a sensory ninja among them," the lean man commanded, continuing to approach the direction of Roy and his companions. Meanwhile, on Roy's end, Kiyuki exclaimed, "Roy, we have company," sensing the activation of her traps. Her face alight with excitement. "Yes, prepare for battle. Their sensory-type ninja should possess considerable strength. Escaping them will be impossible. We must strike unexpectedly and seize the initiative, or we will be in a precarious position." Roy replied, a smile gracing his lips, his body tingling with anticipation. Previously, with Tsunade's presence nearby, Roy felt secure knowing she would safeguard them. However, this time was different. Tsunade was absent, and they would face the enemy's ambush entirely on their own, potentially encountering numerous Chunin or even Jonin. Given their current strength, a direct confrontation was clearly not in their favor, necessitating the use of cunning tactics. After all, even someone like Naruto, the Chosen One, would resort to strategy to secure victory against formidable foes like Zabuza. Soon, the trio entered a dense forest, where the light was scarce and the terrain convoluted. It would not be an easy task for the pursuers to locate them here. Upon entering the woods, they swiftly utilized shadow clones to disperse their chakra signatures and prepare for the incoming ninjas. Chapter 70. The Crimson Shadow. Shortly thereafter, a group of ninjas arrived at the forest's edge. Lord Guzma. They have not exited the forest. Instead, they have utilized shadow clones to conceal their true selves. "Our pursuit has been detected," the sensory ninja reported, a tone of resignation in his voice. They had believed they were well hidden, but in truth, they had fallen into Roy's expectations. The trio's actions, while unable to defeat their pursuers, had nonetheless created significant inconvenience for them. "Since we have come this far, Let us conduct a thorough search. If these three little rascals managed to slip away right under our noses, it would certainly be a testament to their skill. The slender face of Guzma, the ninja, revealed a playful expression that if today they truly allowed these three little rascals to escape, then they would no longer have a place in the ninja world. As Guzma issued his commands, several silhouettes dashed into the forest. The expanse of the forest was not particularly vast, and they soon encountered Roy's shadow clone. Whoosh, 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 shurikens incessantly whizzed through the air, yet the ninja dodged with ease. Immediately, he lunged towards Roy, seeking to capture him directly. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion echoed behind the ninja, the violent shockwave toppling him over. Indeed, Roy had affixed explosive tags to the shurikens. This kid indeed possesses some interesting tactics. However, such trifles are commonplace on the battlefield. The real body. It seems I am rather fortunate, the ninja remarked, charging once more towards Roy. Hey, you aren't the sensing-type ninja among this group, are you? Even if you're not, haven't you noticed something amiss? Arrogance can be fatal. Upon finishing his words, Roy clenched his hand and swiftly pulled back. The threads in his grasp yanked the previously launched shurikens back towards him. Oh no! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Given that he had just lunged at Roy, he was unable to redirect his strength or unleash any other ninjutsu in such a brief span of time. Moreover, he had never regarded Roy as a serious threat from the outset. He was entirely unprepared for shadow clones or substitution techniques. Thus, he could only defend with all his might, just as the ninja raised his hand to shield his vital points. Numerous shurikens and kunai pierced through his arm and thigh. Originally intending to capture you, it seems you'll have to endure more than anticipated. Lightning release. Explosive obsidian. The ninja exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals. A powerful lightning release surged forth. Bang! Caught off guard, Roy was grazed by a bolt of lightning and instantly dissipated into white mist. Shadow clone, is it? This kid must not fall into my grasp. The ninja continued to explore deeper into the forest. The other ninjas similarly faced the same fate, only encountering shadow clones. Moreover, these were merely the shadow clones of three little children, yet they had still sustained injuries. One by one, the ninjas began to feel a rising agitation. After all, being defeated by someone stronger than oneself elicits no emotional response. The IT is simply a matter of skill. But now, being toyed with by three children. I've already shattered 3 shadow clones. Where on earth could the real ones be? One ninja, with injuries marring his face, spoke in frustration. He silently vowed that if he captured Roy and the others, he would ensure that these 3 little rascals would not escape unscathed. I have incapacitated 2, yet my wounds are no less severe than yours. My arm and thigh are already showing signs of infection. This fellow has definitely tampered with his weaponry. The lightning ninja gritted his teeth and said, indeed, they had all suffered to some extent at the hands of the 3 shadow clones. Come out. At that moment, a strange aura emerged not far away, and no need to shout. I shall reveal myself in due time. You should all be prepared for death, yes? An aura of terrifying chakra instantly spread out. Everyone be cautious of this chakra. Hiss. Before the sensing-type ninja could finish his warning, his throat was already slit. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The remaining ninjas were taken aback, for they had not even caught a glimpse of the assailant. They hadn't even seen the movement clearly. Bang! As the crowd stood in astonishment, a creature with crimson skin materialized before them. An oversized hand, utterly disproportionate to its body, slammed one of the ninjas to the ground. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. The ninja instantly lost all ability to move, his insides virtually obliterated. Flee. The remaining 3 did not even think of fighting. Their first instinct was to escape. They hastily retreated at full speed. Yet their pace was far too slow compared to the red creature. Mere moments later, all 3 collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. The crimson figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the distance, Sia's complexion turned pale. Roy, sure, a massive chakra has emerged in the forest, and it has wiped out all the pursuing ninjas. We must leave at once. Sia trembled as she spoke. That chakra was simply too terrifying to eliminate their pursuers in such a brief period. If it were to target them, They would surely be in peril. You two retreat first. I will send a shadow clone to investigate. After saying this, Roy released a shadow clone and vanished from his spot. Indeed, Roy intended to see for himself. Moreover, there were several experience packages ahead. He had to collect them before departing. After moving out of Shirzue's line of sight, Roy activated his malevolent spirit and entered a state of invisibility. Thus, even if he encountered some terrifying presence, escaping would not be a problem. Shirzue, Roy. Trust him. Let us go. Without further ado, Shirzue's composed character emerged as he pulled CL along and headed towards Konoha. Soon, Roy arrived at the site of the recent battle. Gazing upon the grim scene, even he could not help but gasp in shock. 4 individuals lay on the ground, all severely injured. Are there still 4 alive? The lingering aura was thick, yet no living presence could be sensed in the vicinity, that we must treat them first. Roy murmured quietly, then began to heal the fallen ninjas. If he did not act, these 4 would likely perish swiftly. Chapter 71. The Redemption of the Medical Ninja. Meanwhile, outside the forest, puffed. A corpse was tossed before Guzma. Even Guzma could only perceive a fleeting crimson figure and feel that aggressive aura. Immediately, the red figure vanished. Myuk, Guzma swiftly scooped up the fallen ninja and, after sensing, discovered he was already deceased. Is this a threat? Guzma, that figure's aura does not belong to those 3 little rascals. It is likely one of Tsunade's arrangements to protect them. We should abandon the mission. An entity capable of instantaneously eliminating Myuk would be beyond our capacity to withstand. Let's leave. Although the female ninja beside him felt reluctant, she urged him to reconsider. If they encountered disaster here, all their previous plans would come to naught. 4 more. Go retrieve them. Even if they are corpses, we cannot allow them to rot in the wilderness. If the enemy seeks to obstruct even this, then let us fight, Guzman declared, charging into the forest. This mission had culminated in utter failure. Before long, they arrived at the site of the battle. You are Roy? Guzma froze upon seeing Roy, the very ninja they had been pursuing. He was actually tending to his injured companions. Most notably, the ninja Roy was healing had already stabilized his aura somewhat. The remaining 3, however, exhibited a more erratic essence. What? Are you planning to attack me now? Roy did not even raise his head, merely uttering the words languidly. With the aid of his shadow clones and the malevolent spirit, escaping from this battlefield posed no challenge. No, we have abandoned our previous plans. I implore you, save them. I shall provide a reward that will surely satisfy you. Guzma spoke and immediately knelt upon the ground, forcefully striking his head against the earth. Roy was somewhat taken aback. This fellow appeared to be the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. His surprise. However, such a display of fraternal loyalty was unfolding. I am a medical ninja, and it is my duty to tend to the wounded. Although you are not ninjas of Konoha, I can ascertain one thing. You are not our enemies at this moment. Naturally, I hope that in the future, you will remain so. The chaos brings only suffering and pain. Please do not disturb me further. Roy responded tersely before resuming his treatment. He prepared both stamina potions and restorative elixirs. He must never entrust his life and safety to others, especially not to ninjas who had previously been targets of his plans. Roy was neither a saint nor a gentleman. He understood the necessity of being cautious. Simultaneously, Roy's shadow clone was searching for the entity that had attacked these ninjas. That a few minutes later, Roy sat down and began to refine his chakra. The ninja before him had regained consciousness. The injuries he sustained were internal damage caused by a shockwave. In simpler terms, it was damage within. Such injuries could be swiftly resolved under Roy's capable hands. The reason for refining his chakra was to ensure that after treating the last patient, he would still possess ample chakra to confront the impending challenges. Roy, why have you stopped? Is your chakra insufficient? Guzma inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. I have a special potion purchased from the trading guild that can quickly restore stamina. If you need it, I can provide it. Guzma's excitement was palpable. He could afford to wait. But the 3 individuals lying on the ground could not. For them, time was of the essence. A special potion. Roy glanced at the vial Guzma offered, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was all too familiar with this substance, having previously given it to Shinada. To his astonishment, it had circulated among ninjas in such a brief period. I need it. Thank you. This potion is quite effective. As I have used it before, that IT can swiftly restore stamina, and it seems there are other potions available as well. Roy inadvertently promoted the potion while consuming it himself. After all, free goods, even if they were once his own, were undeniably appealing. After a few minutes of recuperation, Roy commenced treatment on the second ninja. Within an hour, all the ninjas had regained consciousness. Although they were still somewhat disoriented, Roy had no intention of using Blue Hand to address their mental issues. Rest well, refrain from combat for the time being. Otherwise, you may suffer lingering effects. Just as Roy was about to finish and depart, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the area. Guzma and the others displayed expressions of panic. For they recognized this aura. It belonged to the crimson figure they had encountered moments ago. Why? A mournful and terrifying voice echoed through the forest. The dim light within the woods grew even darker with the sound. The crimson figure slowly materialized before them. Upon seeing the creature, Roy immediately recognized its identity. Qing Yin. Having treated this individual moments earlier, he had the relevant identification information recorded in his system. Any patient he treated would have their identity automatically logged. To be displayed upon subsequent injuries, that it was evident that this being had been afflicted by natural energy, a state remarkably similar to that of Zhongwu, albeit stronger. Roy silently lamented. He had previously suspected that this so-called Qi Luo clan was connected to Zhongwu, and now he was even more certain. Roy, leave this place. This being is beyond your capacity to confront. As compensation, we shall stand against it. Contrary to Roy's expectations, Guzma did not flee, but instead positioned himself before Roy. Alongside several other ninjas, he opened the potions and consumed them directly. These were stamina potions and restorative elixirs. They intended to face the impending enemy in their most complete state. They are no longer enemies. Let us go. Roy did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and spoke softly. The crimson figure paused, its gaze revealing a hint of complexity. However, ultimately, the fury in its eyes subsided into calm, and it vanished from sight. Chapter 72. The Melancholy of Shizen. After Qing Yin's departure, Guzma and the others regarded Roy with peculiar expressions. It was evident that he recognized the crimson figure, yet they had all sensed the hostility it had exhibited moments ago. This situation felt rather strange. Roy, thank you for putting aside past grievances to treat these individuals. Should you ever require our assistance, I require it now. Just as Guzma was about to exchange pleasantries before departing, Roy interrupted him. Then, please speak. Guzma was momentarily thrown off balance but could only respond in kind. You have sustained injuries. It would be best if they were of different types. The more severe, the better, as I wish to practice my medical ninjutsu. Roy laid forth his request. The group exchanged bewildered glances, finding the request somewhat odd, yet oddly reasonable. Fear not, for my medical ninjutsu is quite proficient. Just look at them. Did I not heal them perfectly? Roy reassured them further, sensing their apprehension that moment. Guzma was nearly at his wit's end. This was not a matter of trust. It felt foolish to willingly inflict severe injuries upon oneself. However, in the face of Roy's earnest gaze, he ultimately relented. 4 hours later, having completed the treatments, Roy departed from the area, leaving the others still in a state of shock. By the way, do you not find something amiss about the entire situation? Guzma felt a discomfort akin to an injury he could not pinpoint. Let us leave this place. That monster may not abandon its pursuit of us based on Roy's words. The female ninja shared a similar sentiment. Yet, the more they pondered this feeling, the more unsettling it became, prompting a swift change of topic. As evening fell, Roy caught up with Shirzue and the others, who had been waiting for him. Did not Lord Jiraiya go to find you? Why did you not return together? Shirzue inquired curiously as he observed Roy approaching alone. Lord Jiraiya? I did not see him, Roy replied, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated Jiraiya's arrival. Likely summoned by Tsunade after confirming Roy's safety, allowing him to depart. After all, Jiraiya had been preoccupied with gathering materials during this time. The Paradise of the Heart was due for an update soon. After navigating through minor tribulations, the trio successfully returned to the village. Following the completion of their mission, Shirve expressed a desire to return home, while Kazuki intended to check in with Minato. Roy, however, made his way back to the Senju clan's territory alone. "Brother!" As soon as he opened the door, a small girl rushed in, embracing him tightly. "Shizen, why did you not go to school?" Roy asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Typically, Shizen would be at school or assisting at the hospital during this time. I missed you." Shizen tightened her grip on Roy's arm. Observing her state, Roy's brow furrowed. While Shizen had a degree of dependence on him, this was excessive. "Let us go inside and I shall prepare something you enjoy." "I'm quite hungry myself." Roy gently patted Shizen's head, smiling as he spoke. With a soft nod, Jingyin followed Roy into the house. Soon, Roy emerged carrying a tray laden with food. After their meal, although Jingyin smiled as she listened to Roy recount his experiences from the recent mission, the clouds of worry still lingered between her brows. "Roy, I can't seem to sleep," she confessed, lying on her bed. Observing Roy refining his chakra beside her, she couldn't help but speak up that "I've always been here," he replied. Roy opened his eyes, gazing at Jingyin with a gentle expression. This warmth caused her, burdened with her own troubles, to leap into Roy's embrace. "That I don't know what to do. Why does Uncle want me to handle such matters? It's between him and the teacher, and I have no idea how to proceed," Jingyin explained, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Kato-dan?" At the mention of the name, a heavy look crossed Roy's face. One that bore an edge of ferocity. "Oh, not worry. That is a matter for the adults. What can you, a child, do? We only need to focus on studying and growing stronger," he reassured, placing his hand on her head. The activation of his blue hand quickly calmed Jingyin's emotions. Perhaps due to the tension she had been under, once she voiced her concerns, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. "Kato-dan, if you choose to stir trouble," Roy contemplated as he gazed at the sleeping Jingyin. He began to plot some strategies of his own. Tsunade was not inclined to return to the village, which likely had something to do with this individual. Thanks to Sir Toby Hiruzen, Kato-dan had become akin to a loathsome toad, unpleasant yet harmless. The following morning, Jingyin groggily opened her eyes, feeling an odd sensation and warmth. "Roy," she blushed suddenly, "It must be said, children in this world mature remarkably quickly. You're awake. I'll go prepare breakfast. You should get ready too. And next time you sleep holding me, no drooling allowed," Roy teased lightly before rising to cook. Jingyin, disregarding her shyness, hurried to wash up and change, the weight of her earlier worries lifted by this simple exchange. By the time Jingyin finished and entered the living room, Roy had prepared breakfast. "You eat first. I'll go for a morning workout and then accompany you to the training ground," he said, ruffling her hair and offering a bright smile. Feeling the warmth of Roy's smile, an inexplicable sense of calm settled within Jingyin. She nodded eagerly, a satisfied look on her face as she pounced on the food. Indeed, Roy's breakfasts were the most delightful. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be to maintain such a life forever. Her cheeks flushing once more tea that moment. Roy was already out on the street, engaging in his morning exercises. Before long, he encountered Kakashi and his team. It must be noted that they indeed possessed considerable perseverance. It was no wonder their future achievements would be significant. "Roy, you're back," Kakashi called out. "I want to fight you again," he added, "on the journey of youth. You must be there, Roy." Chapter 73. Soothing Jingyin. Information brought by Minato. As it was the weekend, after completing their morning exercises, the four of them arrived at the training ground. But there's no practical training today. Roy felt a bit disappointed. He had originally planned to finish the morning workout and take Jingyin to the practical training grounds. Has the rule changed in just a few days? "Well, on weekends, everyone also needs to spend time with their families," Kakashi replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Although Shikaku occasionally shared insights about the ninja world, they remained somewhat vague. After chatting for a while, Roy decided to return alone. Jingyin's matters needed to take precedence. It would be too late to regret if anything happened later. As he approached the courtyard, Roy noticed the gate wide open that he distinctly remembered closing it when he left. Most importantly, Jingyin was not the type to leave the gate ajar. Someone has arrived. Realizing this, Roy swiftly appeared at the entrance. "Jingyin, we need to go to the hospital," he called out cheerfully, spotting someone he despised. Kato Dan, this pawn of Sir Toby Hiruzen, aimed at Tsunade, had the audacity to show up here. However, Roy had no intention of clashing with him on the surface. Dan, I didn't expect to see you here so early. Are you planning to take Jingyin somewhere? Roy approached them with a smile. Jingyin, feeling a bit shy, stood behind Roy. Roy, so diligent, out for a morning exercise so early. I just came to check on Jingyin, to see if she needed anything, Kato Dan replied, his cheerful demeanor coupled with a handsome face creating an impression of refined gentility. Well then, Jingyin and I will be on our way, Roy said, taking her hand to leave. Noticing Kato Dan's bewilderment, Roy curiously added, "Aren't you staying to help us keep watch?" "I should be heading back too," Kato Dan replied, somewhat awkwardly, and reluctantly departed. After closing the gate, Roy led Jingyin away. Watching the two children disappear, Kato Dan's face was etched with confusion, coupled with a hint of displeasure. He felt as though Roy was deliberately targeting him. Yet, Roy was merely a child. Why would he single him out? Unable to comprehend this, Kato Dan chalked it up to a mere illusion. It seemed pressing Jingyin further was unwise. He decided to seek out the Hokage instead. After pondering, Kato Dan resolved to inform Sir Toby Hiruzen about the situation. Currently, he couldn't even get close to Tsunade, let alone see her. In fact, after this mission, only Roy and his companions returned. Within the hospital, Roy inquired, "Jingyin, tell me, what did Dan specifically ask you to do?" While he knew Kato Dan was here for Tsunade, the specifics remained elusive. After all, Jingyin's capacity to assist was quite limited. "Uncle asked me to investigate why the teacher is ignoring him. He wanted me to mention some of his good qualities," Jingyin replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. This was indeed a family matter for her, involving some sensitive issues. Most importantly, after Tsunade had expressed her disdain towards Kato Dan, Jingyin felt rather awkward. Fortunately, Tsunade and Roy's attitudes toward her remained unchanged. However, now Kato Dan had made such a request that I see that as a matter for the adults. We need not concern ourselves with it. Besides, regardless of the situation, you will always be my junior, right? Let us go. We have work to do, Roy stated, pulling Jingyin into the ward. Although such words were simple to utter, without someone to guide her, it was easy for Jingyin to become overwhelmed. Moreover, her inherently dependent nature compounded the issue. With the soothing influence of Roy's blue hand, the furrowed brow of Jingyin began to relax. As the afternoon approached, a familiar voice reached Roy's ears that it was the brother of Kyuki, Minato Namikaze. "Roy, I'm afraid I must trouble you again. Brother Minato, are you off on another S-rank mission?" Roy asked, examining Minato's condition with curiosity. Previously, he had imparted the Flying Thunder God technique to Minato, which should have significantly enhanced his abilities. How could he have sustained such severe injuries? It was merely an A-rank mission. I encountered a few rather troublesome foes. When Sia brought me over, she mentioned your mission, and I was taken aback that your first task achieved an A rank. However, with Lady Tsunade leading the team, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Given the gravity of the situation with Minato Namikaze, Roy and the others are undoubtedly exceptional talents. With Tsunade's guidance, they will soon evolve into the backbone of Konoha. I even find myself reminiscing about my own days in school. By the way, Roy, has Lady Tsunade informed you about the recent joint mission? After a brief chat during a lull in Roy's treatment, Minato Namikaze inquired with a smile, "That a joint mission? Which faction is it targeting?" Roy asked, intrigued. The Second Great Ninja War has just concluded, and the relationships between the villages are quite delicate. At such a time, a united front likely aims at certain unique entities. Yet, such actions could easily attract the attention of other villages, which is far from ideal. The Land of Rain. Minato Namikaze revealed a specific location. Upon hearing this, Roy's eyes twitched slightly. The Land of Rain? The current leader, there should still be Hanzo of the Salamander. Right? That man, often referred to as a demigod. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization has begun to make its presence felt, also targeting this nation. Could this be part of that conspiracy? It is essential to remember that Konoha's previous intervention in the Land of Rain ultimately led to the emergence of Pain, a figure who would later challenge the entire shinobi world. Most crucially, according to Roy's recollection, such matters should have been orchestrated by Danzo. Tsunade-sensei hasn't returned yet, so I'm currently unaware. Roy shook his head. Well, since the mission isn't set to commence for another half-month, there's no need to rush. By the way, the land of rain has its peculiarities, so when we go, please refrain from acting recklessly. If possible, stick with us, Minato continued. By the time Minato Namikaze departed, Roy had grasped the essence of the mission. He had overthought it. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend for them to cause trouble, but rather sought to create an opportunity for Kato Dan. If that is the case, perhaps some matters could be resolved during this mission. Chapter 74. The Special Criminal Sarutobi Hiruzen's Scheme. After concluding a day of work, Roy returned home with Shizen Dada. We've arrived. Roy, are you up for some extra training tonight? Jishui and Sia had been waiting at the door for a while. Upon seeing the two return, they greeted them with warm smiles. I'm heading to the interrogation department tonight. Why don't you join me? The public training grounds are closed, Roy suggested slowly. After finally returning, one would surely be eager to grind for experience. As for training, it simply served as a means to integrate the abilities one had acquired. Of course, there was also the possibility of dealing them a few blows and racking up some experience points. The interrogation department? Aren't you a medical ninja? Sia inquired with curiosity. The methods employed by the interrogators at the department have no correlation with those of the medical ninjas at the hospital. Right? Surely, the interrogators wouldn't require treatment while torturing suspects, would they? Indeed. Their methods towards suspects are excessively brutal, often leading to death without garnering any intelligence that I can assist them by providing treatment, allowing the interrogation to continue. Roy stated flatly. Upon hearing this, both Sia and Jishui felt a chill run down their spines. This was far worse than simply killing the suspects. Just imagine, after enduring such torment, they might finally pass out or die. Only for a medical ninja to intervene and force them to endure that horrific interrogation once more. Did I think I'll pass? Jishui can go with you. Shizen, let us head inside, Sia said, pulling Shizen into the courtyard. Although Jishui also wished to avoid witnessing such scenes, it seemed he had no choice but to comply with Roy's gaze. After changing into a different outfit, Roy took Jishui to the interrogation department. Roy, you've returned. I came looking for you earlier, but I heard you were at the hospital, so I didn't want to intrude. We have a rather troublesome individual here. We can't seem to pry anything out of him. Care to give a shot? Kinga greeted Roy enthusiastically. Sure. By the way, this is my partner, who has come to assist me. He is from the Uchiha clan. Is it all right if I bring him along? Roy introduced Uchiha Jishui. Kinga paused momentarily. While it would be acceptable for members of other clans, the Uchiha clan was different. No problem. Let us go. Your partner will undoubtedly be a formidable ninja. As the head of the interrogation department, Kinga quickly regained his composure and welcomed the two into the department. Soon, they were led to a special room filled with various sealing talismans. It appeared that the individual held here was far from ordinary. This individual has stolen relics from the first Hokage. Currently, the relics have yet to be recovered, so we must act swiftly, otherwise we may never retrieve them. Kinga eagerly conveyed the situation to Roy, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. The relics of the first Hokage? Does the teacher know about this? Roy asked, intrigued. Of course. The first Hokage was Tsunade-sensei's grandfather and was quite fond of her. Just for that reason, I am determined to recover these items. We haven't informed Lady Tsunade yet. Moreover, the loss of such items is indeed the responsibility of the guards. The Hokage's intent is to recover them without alarming Tsunade. Kinga replied somewhat evasively. However, the immediate concern was not to dwell on this, but rather to obtain information as quickly as possible. Once certain items enter the black market, even knowing their whereabouts makes them exceedingly difficult to reclaim. With this thought, Roy gazed at the cell adorned with talismans. Open it. I'll give it a try, Roy stated with a calm demeanor. All right, but Roy, please do not remove his talismans, otherwise it could become quite troublesome. Kinga cautioned, producing a special key. With the talisman affixed, a passage appeared before the door. Understood, Roy acknowledged before stepping inside. I could see that moment. Jishui found it hard to articulate his astonishment. It was noteworthy that Kinga, as the head of the interrogation department, often interacted with members of the Uchiha clan. While he might not possess the same strength as Uchiha Fugaku, he certainly would not exhibit such a demeanor towards the clan leader. Yet now Roy, as a peer, was receiving such treatment, which was somewhat surprising. Jishue, right? I've heard the Hokage speak highly of you. You're quite the exceptional ninja. Training under Lady Tsunade, your strength will surely grow rapidly, making you a pillar of the village. IHA Kanga smiled at Jishue. However, his naturally fierce countenance made the smile seem somewhat peculiar. Thank you, Minister IHA Kanga. Jishue refrained from inquiring further and followed IHA Kanga to a nearby room where they sat. After a brief conversation, IHA Kanga excused himself for official duties in the Hokage office. Hokage-sama. Roy has proceeded with the interrogation. Uchiha Jishue has also accompanied him. He has not divulged any information regarding the Uchiha clan. Should we still allow Roy to interrogate that individual? IHA Kanga promptly reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Jishue, you say, that child embodies the will of fire. If possible, the result from the interrogation can be shared with him. However, you know what to disclose. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with an air of nonchalance. This sense of strategic maneuvering was something he relished immensely. What significance does genius hold? In Konoha, it is only under his guidance that one can truly flourish. After all, this world has never been devoid of prodigies. Moreover, judging by the performance of Roy and his companions during this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt quite satisfied. Roy's innate talent in medical ninjutsu was fully applied to healing, and he exhibited none of that arrogant superiority. Instead, he always seemed harmless. As for the earlier conflict with Sarutobi Asuma, to Hiruzen, it was merely a trivial dispute among children, one that could easily be reconciled. Understood, Hokage-sama. Heshing nodded before vanishing from sight. Chapter 75. The Third's Helplessness, Quality Elite Monster. After Aichika departed, a shadow emerged from the darkness to Hokage-sama. May we commence our actions? The individual inquired. To restrain Tsunade, it does not necessarily have to be done through Kato-dan. Roy is also capable. Furthermore, should this person mature, having him assist Orochimaru would likely prove more beneficial than Tsunade. Indeed, the one who stepped forth was Danzo. At this moment, his face radiated with ambition and desire. Yes, I am aware. However, if Kato-dan can handle Tsunade, it is best to let him do so. For now, I prefer not to sever ties with her. Have Orochimaru prepare. There are matters he can intervene in. So let him take action. He must not remain cooped up at home. If this continues, he may soon be forgotten by all. Upon hearing Danzo's remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured. During this period, Hatake Tsukumo had been diligently conducting practical training. Many ninjas, having improved, had developed considerable trust in Tsukumo, and his reputation was rising steadily. If this trend continues, coupled with certain individuals stirring trouble, their preparations would likely suffer significant repercussions. That I understand he should make a move in the coming days. After Danzo spoke, he disappeared into the shadows. Once Danzo had left, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the window. Gazing at the familiar street below, a peculiar expression crossed his face. If only you had chosen another path. Hiruzen murmured before turning to don his attire, preparing to return home. In the Sarutobi clan grounds. What? Impossible! I absolutely refuse to engage with him. Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen returned, he instructed Asuma to reach out to Roy. Ideally, he hoped they would become friends. However, how could Asuma possibly accept such a notion? That individual not only had taken his crush, but had also physically assaulted him, humiliating him in front of many. Now, to ask him to actively engage with Roy was something he would vehemently oppose. Asuma, I understand your feelings, but you must remember, you are my son. If you only ever focus on immediate benefits and your pitiful pride, you will never grow. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated calmly, devoid of anger. Whether it was Sarutobi Shinzo or the present Sarutobi Asuma, Hiruzen believed their future achievements would be limited. Previously, he had devoted considerable effort into nurturing Sarutobi Shinzo, even contemplating passing on the position of Hokage to him. Yet, Shinzo had succumbed to Danzo's manipulation, causing chaos over trivial responsibilities, ultimately meeting his demise on the battlefield. As for Asuma, he had been spoiled by his mother from a young age, harboring unrealistic ambitions to succeed without relying on his Hokage father, yet never taking tangible steps to do so. Father, I will prove to you that I can become an exceptional ninja, even without relying on anyone. I will succeed, Asuma declared as he pushed open the door and dashed out. Perhaps it was premature to voice such sentiments. He was still a child who should be joyfully learning at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Mikisa regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a hint of reproach. The death of Shinzo still weighed heavily on her heart, intensifying her affection for her younger son, which in turn exacerbated Asuma's obstinate nature. What do you know? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. His wife was admirable in many ways, yet she exhibited excessive leniency in their children's upbringing. Head of the family, all you do is shout at me. Do you truly know nothing about Shinzo's death? You are the Hokage, yet you merely watch your child perish without taking action. If I do not care for Asuma, who will? Sarutobi Mikisa responded with frustration. After a brief interlude, they returned to the interrogation department. Roy observed the man before him, his expression revealing confusion. The remarks made by Aichi Gang had led Roy to mistakenly believe this individual belonged to the Uchiha clan. To his surprise, he was merely an unfamiliar-faced, there no one in the interrogation department. Allowing a mere child to enter, ha. The man, disheveled and slightly deranged from prior interrogations, regarded Roy with a mocking gaze. His injuries were not severe, and his recovery ability was formidable. His mental state remained uncertain, yet there appeared to be no significant issues. Well then, I shall begin, Roy declared, releasing the dual healing technique to commence treatment. What are you doing? Are you treating me? The ninja initially felt irritated but quickly sensed Roy's actions. This little brat was employing medical ninjutsu on him, and he could feel the rapid healing of both internal and external injuries. Ha. Do you actually think that healing my wounds will lead me to submit? Such tactics may work on children like you. Even if you completely heal me, I will not divulge a single piece of information. The ninja scoffed derisively. However, Roy paid him no heed. Under the dual healing technique, the man's injuries healed swiftly. Ding! Congratulations! Host has completed physical and mental damage repair, earning 21 healing points, 32 chakra points, and lightning release. Thunderclap. As the system's notification chimed, a smile spread across Roy's face. The rewards from this individual seemed quite favorable, and he had obtained a B-rank lightning release. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Upon release, it converts chakra into lightning release, enhancing speed and attack penetration. All done with the treatment. Now we shall commence the interrogation. After reviewing his rewards, Roy smiled at the man before him. Indeed, Roy did not intend to extract memories directly using the dual healing technique. Such a high-quality elite monster deserved to be engaged with multiple times. Ha. You little brat, can you not use a different technique? Lightning release. Thunderclap. Without waiting for the man to finish his sentence, Roy unleashed the lightning release. A C-rank ninjutsu would hardly inflict significant harm, yet the electric assault would undoubtedly bring considerable discomfort. Coupled with Roy's prior mental restoration, the opponent's senses were now heightened, meaning he fully endured the onslaught. That all. Ha. Your methods pale in comparison to Aichi Gang's. Is this all you can muster? Lightning release. Thunderclap, Chapter 76. Special interrogation. You brat, can you not switch tactics? Lightning release. Thunderclap. ZZ, such a rudimentary ninjutsu could scarcely harm me. Lightning release. Thunderclap. ZZ. The next hour unfolded amidst similar exchanges, due to the low damage inflicted by Thunderclap and the man's robust physique. The hour-long barrage did not yield substantial harm. However, the verbal exchanges merely scratched the surface of physical injury. I could see this moment. Upon seeing Roy form seals, the ninja's face twisted in fear, not due to any mental instability, but rather the opposite. His mental acuity was exceptionally keen. Before me stands a so-called medical ninja, yet he is nothing more than an interrogator, is he not? His methods, capable of reviving the spirit, have transformed a man's initial disdain into sheer terror, all within the span of a mere hour. Shadow clone. Just as the ninja's face contorted with fear, Roy unleashed his shadow clones. What do you intend to do? I assure you, even if you torture me to death, I will reveal nothing. The man, now teetering on the brink of madness, felt the oppressive weight of psychological torment, causing his mind to unravel even before any physical assault had commenced. Why is my mind faltering again? Allow me to heal you first. Roy placed his hand upon the man's head, swiftly restoring his mental state. You see, my bloodline limit allows me to extract your memories directly. However, I prefer to conduct the interrogation myself. The things obtained through my own efforts hold far greater significance. Would you not agree? Puppet technique. Evil spirit entanglement. Upon uttering these words, Roy raised his hand and performed a gesture. The hidden Roy, who had unleashed the evil spirit entanglement, emerged to commence a series of physical assaults upon the trembling ninja. Please stop. I will tell you whatever you wish to know. The man could no longer endure. It was not the fear of death that gripped him, but the agony of survival. Even the prospect of mental collapse eluded him, for Roy remained by his side, ready to heal him at any moment. He was likely the first in history to face interrogation in such an optimal state. Is this truly all you can withstand? You had best lie to me. Should I discover discrepancies in the memories I extract, I shall deliver the most exquisite punishment. With that, Roy produced a scroll and began recording everything the man divulged. He even confessed to having spied on the third Hokage during his bath. Upon completing the record, Roy conducted a brief search of the man's memories. Wait, everything you said is true? Roy felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, he was a remarkably kind individual. Now that the man had confessed, Roy could not simply concoct an excuse to inflict harm upon him. Very well. Rest well. I shall take my leave. Roy once more employed the dual healing technique, ensuring the man's spirit was comfortably restored before he succumbed to slumber. This information is rather intriguing, Roy mused as he exited the cell. All done. Although Gang was aware that Roy would surely find a solution, he had not anticipated it would transpire so swiftly. It had only been a matter of hours, after all. He had spent 2 days and nights interrogating that fellow. Yes, I have verified the information contained herein. Roy handed the scroll to Gang. Roy, I knew you would come through. Thank you, Mukwan. Please take Roy and his companions to grab something to eat. That it's on me. With that, Gang departed, clutching the scroll, for the contents within required immediate attention. Jisue, what would you like to eat? Roy inquired with a warm smile. Let us have some grilled meat. Afterward, we can train at the clan's training ground together. How does that sound? Jisue replied cheerfully. Excellent. Mukwan, please take Jisue to the barbecue restaurant. I will return shortly with a few friends. I trust you won't mind? Roy jested. Mukwan quickly waved his hands in assurance, indicating it was no trouble at all. After all, the esteemed Roy was so well regarded that even their superior treated him with utmost respect. Besides, this meal was courtesy of Gang. He was merely tasked with escorting them, but a mere 10 minutes later, a group arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuvikanai, Yamanaka Ino, Kato Shizen, Roy, Narashino, Uchihise, and Uchiha Bito. Totaling 10 individuals. Roy, is this your reward for the mission? Treating so many of us to grilled meat won't break the bank, will it? Uchiha Bito expressed concern, though his actions betrayed him as he eagerly piled grilled meat onto Ino's plate. It is worth noting that in the ninja world, there is no such thing as dieting. During their training, they expend significant energy, and given their rapid growth, their appetites are substantial, and no need to worry. Today, Gang is treating us. Feel free to indulge. However, once we finish, you must join us for training at the training grounds, Roy said with a smile. Training? Roy, you truly are the guiding light of youth. This is indeed the food of vitality. Might Guy declared with tears of joy as he devoured his meal. Meanwhile, Kakashi maintained his aloof demeanor, slowly eating while occasionally lifting his mask to take bites. Over an hour later, the group departed the restaurant, heading toward the Uchiha clan's grounds. After all, aside from the privately owned training grounds of prominent clans, other public training areas were no longer accessible. Boss, can I settle the bill tomorrow? I didn't bring enough money today, Mukwan lamented. The following day at the training grounds. Roy, I feel as though even a Chunin would stand no chance against you. Are you truly a medical ninja? Uchiha Bito, still recovering from Roy's earlier defeat, spoke with a hint of grievance. His recent improvements have been significant, and he initially intended to showcase his prowess before Ino, only to find himself outmatched once again by Roy. Indeed, he was utterly overwhelmed. The same sentiment was shared by Kakashi, Might Guy, and others, who who had also faced Roy's might several times and were now awaiting treatment. Had they known, they would have refrained from indulging in that barbecue feast. Chapter 77. Preparations begin. After receiving treatment, Roy was eager to continue training. The accumulation of physical strength and chakra was simply delightful. Roy, Hizuki, Jisue. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside the training grounds. Brother Minato? Roy gazed in astonishment at the golden-haired man before him. Was he devoid of tasks, arriving here so early? Moreover, as the grandchild of the third Hokage, his presence in the Uchiha clan felt somewhat inappropriate. Did it not? Lady Tsunade has returned that we need to discuss the joint mission in detail, Minato stated, revealing his purpose. Understood. Jisue, I leave everyone in your capable hands. This is your Uchiha territory. We shall take our leave now. After addressing Jisue, Roy followed Minato away. As expected, the boss trusts me the most. The ensuing training will proceed according to my rhythm. Kakashi, what do you wish to do? Guy, you are a straightforward person, so you won tea. The moment Roy departed, Obito found himself in Roy's stead, besieged by the others. Upon returning to the Senju clan's compound, Tsunade sat in the courtyard. Teacher, the three greeted her simultaneously. Enough, it's not a particularly difficult task. You all seem quite pleased. Tsunade's expression bore a hint of dissatisfaction. She had genuinely wished to decline this mission. However, their team had already been assigned, and if she did not return, Roy and the others would still be dispatched to fulfill their duties. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen or that loathsome Kato Dan interfere with Roy and his companions, she could not allow that to happen. With this thought in mind, Tsunade decided to return. Lady Tsunade, I have provided you with the mission information. I shall take my leave now. Minato, sensing the tension, made a hasty exit. It was no jest. If it were anyone else, Minato might not have been concerned, but this was Lady Tsunade. If she were to strike him, he would find no refuge to complain. Kurenai, Shizen, could you please prepare lunch? Roy glanced sideways at the silent Een and the setting sun, smiling as he spoke. Roy, are you hungry? Brother, are you indeed hungry? The two ladies in unison inquired, exchanging a glance before promptly retreating to the kitchen. Master, do you have something to discuss with us? Roy turned his gaze towards Tsunade. This mission had left Roy with an unsettling feeling. They were to go to the Land of Rain for a joint operation. Yet there seemed to be no apparent issues currently plaguing that region. The specifics of the mission were only vaguely outlined to him, indicating that they were to negotiate an alliance with the Land of Rain, showcasing Konoha's stature as a great village. Thus, the younger generation, including exceptional ninjas like Minato Namikaze and Dan Kato, were to accompany them. Meanwhile, Roy and his companions were designated as the lower-ranked ninjas to represent the new generation of Konoha. It sounded straightforward, yet Roy sensed an underlying problem that, don't you realize why? Tsunade remarked with an air of disdain directed at her. My disciple is exceptional in every regard, possessing great talent, yet he is far too perceptive. However, in this world, one cannot afford to be overly naive. Master, you truly understand me. I have obtained some information regarding the first Hokage, Roy stated, handing Tsunade a scroll. Grandfather? Tsunade asked, puzzled, as she unrolled the scroll. Soon, her breath became unsteady. Master, please do not be angry. You know that if it could be resolved simply, I wouldn't resort to this method of communication. Roy approached Tsunade, swiftly employing a calming technique to stabilize her emotions. I understand now. Roy, here are the detailed mission parameters. You shall arrange them. I will return before your departure, Tsunade declared before vanishing from the scene. Master, Roy began, but Jisue interjected, could you discuss something I can comprehend during your next conversation? Jisue wore an expression of helplessness. He was somewhat aware of the context, having been to the interrogation department. Meanwhile, Hiyori stood bewildered, still lost in thought, even after Tsunade's departure. Some matters concerning our teacher are not suitable for us to meddle in. Nor do we possess the strength to intervene, Jisue remarked. Hiyori, here is the mission information for this time. Take a look. Once we arrive in the Land of Rain, it is likely we will be drawn into combat. Therefore, we must train diligently during this period. After stating this, Roy passed the mission scroll Tsunade had given him to the two. Upon reading the contents, a smile crept onto Jisue's lips. while Hiyori appeared equally exhilarated. This is no joke. Being involved in such a mission signifies the village's recognition of us. Unlike Roy, they were unaware of the village's true nature, particularly Jisei, who remained blissfully trusting of the village and aspired to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village with his own strength. Hiyori was no exception. Her admiration for Minato made her equally naive. While our cooperation in the previous mission was commendable, there remain many areas needing refinement. During this time, I will make it a priority to master that powerful Jinjutsu. While Hiyori, you must ensure your support and disruption capabilities are on point. Jisue glanced at Roy with a peculiar expression. For some reason, he felt that regardless of their progress, Roy would seamlessly adapt to their growth. This fellow's training methods and unique talents differed from theirs. Let us set aside training for now. Jisue, I need you to assist me. Roy concluded, handing Jisue a scroll. Can I participate? Jisue examined the scroll and then glanced at Roy. If you can remain discreet, you may join. Roy nodded in affirmation. Very well. Jisue grasped the scroll and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Hiyori remained lost in thought. Eventually, it was only when Hong called them for dinner that Hiyori snapped back to reality. At the Uchiha clan grounds, I asked this what Roy wanted you to give me. Uchiha Fugaku observed the scroll in his hand with surprise. Indeed, Jisue confirmed with a nod. Excellent, Jisue. You have done well. You shall now partake in this mission. It will serve as valuable training for you. Here is a temporary identification from the security department. Keep it safe. Uchiha Fugaku wore a satisfied expression. Most importantly, this incident likely served as a signal released by Tsunade. Chapter 78. An apology from the Uchiha. After becoming a temporary operative, Uchiha Jisue also joined in executing the mission. Uchiha Fugaku led him to the exterior of a clothing store. What are the security department personnel up to this time? Haven't you heard? The owner of this store was previously arrested, accused of being a spy. It was merely Uchiha speculation, and he was later released when proven innocent, but it was said he had endured harsh interrogations. Aren't the Uchiha part of the security department? How could they act in such a manner? Upon seeing the Uchiha appear, many began to murmur among themselves, albeit quietly, while they disapproved of the Uchiha. They dared not confront them openly. Among the onlookers were several members of the Root organization, subtly orchestrating the narrative. Mr. Fujin, could you step out for a moment? Uchiha Fugaku paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. If he allowed himself to become enraged, it would only play into the hands of those provocateurs. Deputy Minister Fugaku of the Security Department. Fujin Kozo stepped out, visibly flustered. I apologize. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku raised his voice. Bowing deeply to Fujin Kozo, I apologize. It was due to a miscommunication in our intelligence that you were brought to the interrogation department. The purpose of the interrogation department is to extract information. And we collectively extend our apology for the harm you suffered. We sincerely hope you can forgive us. After all, we acted for the safety of the village. Moving forward, we will conduct our investigations with greater caution to ensure such incidents do not recur. Following his lead, several individuals behind him also expressed their apologies, and Uchiha Fugaku revealed the purpose of their visit. In that moment, not only Fujin Kozo, but even the surrounding ninjas were left dumbfounded. Is this really the Uchiha? Historically, they have been synonymous with arrogance and disdain. Yet here they are, publicly apologizing. It's quite all right. I understand that the security department has a duty to protect the village's safety. Moreover, it was not your clan that interrogated me, so there is no need for you to apologize. That I forgive you. Fujin Kozo felt a mix of gratitude and unease. He had been born and raised in Konoha, and he was all too familiar with the Uchiha. For such a clan to come forward and apologize was the highest form of respect in his eyes. In fact, at this moment, he felt that the grievances he had endured were insignificant. Thank you for your forgiveness. We must extend our apologies to a few others as well. So we shall take our leave. I kindly request you provide us with 100 training uniforms. As per this design. Uchiha Fugaku finished, handing over the blueprint before leading his group away. Fujin Kozo was so moved he felt tears welling up. It seemed he had established a connection with the Uchiha. The training uniforms they requested would undoubtedly bring him considerable income, and this form of compensation made him feel respected. He hurried back inside to begin preparations for production. Meanwhile, those observing began to spread the news rapidly. And soon, apart from the ordinary villagers, members of various ninja clans were also made aware of the situation. The crowd of onlookers swelled significantly. In the Hokage's office. What is the Uchiha planning? Have they submitted? It is indeed somewhat embarrassing. Dans learned of the situation at the first opportunity and boasted with a smug expression by the window that, in his view, this plan regarding the Uchiha had already succeeded. Not only had it tarnished their reputation, but they had also committed such a disgraceful act. Embarrassing? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat speechless. He was well aware of Dan's machinations. However, the actions of the Uchiha were not a matter of disgrace, but rather a significant advantage. A simple apology cost them nothing that would only elevate the Uchiha standing. Moreover, it had even altered the prior perception of the villagers towards them. This was merely the perspective of ordinary villagers. What about the ninja clans? The strength of the Uchiha was widely acknowledged throughout Konoha. If the Uchiha were to change their demeanor and become more agreeable, they would become very reliable allies. If such a transformation were to occur, then the previous oppression of the Uchiha would be rendered utterly futile. Dans insisted that a Wahashi also issue an apology, subsequently halting all actions against the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a moment before stating directly, "This period is crucial that we cannot allow the Uchiha any chance to rise. Otherwise, the upcoming public election will encounter problems." "What? Hiruzen, what are you thinking?" Dans questioned. Somewhat perplexed, he had meticulously orchestrated these events, and now they would be halted. He even had other plans in motion that had already begun. Could he not see? The Uchiha were leveraging this situation to gain momentum. If they continued down this path, their response would certainly differ from before. Though you understand what I mean. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. His greatest concern had indeed materialized. He feared not the strength of the Uchiha, nor their disobedience. What he dreaded was their transformation. Such a powerful entity, if it were to treat others kindly and garner support, would be truly terrifying, and I understand. Dans quickly recognized the issue at hand. He had been blinded by his previous rigid perceptions of the Uchiha. After acknowledging this, Dans departed. Throughout that day, the Uchiha were engaged in apologies, simultaneously, due to Dan's prior designs involving some of the more reputable merchants and elders within the village. Uchiha Fugaku not only received their forgiveness, but also entered into cooperative agreements with them. In just one day, many began to reassess their views on the Uchiha. There even emerged claims that the so-called Blood Red Eyes were the strongest guardians of Konoha. Upon receiving this feedback, the joy on Uchiha Itachi's face was unrestrained, and the ambition in his gaze grew ever stronger. Previously, his campaign for Hokage had been somewhat influenced by personal emotions, but now, everything was different. He might become the first Hokage from the Uchiha clan. In Tsunade's small courtyard, Uchiha Shursui looked somewhat displeased as he regarded Roy. "What? Are you not happy to be involved in such matters?" Roy observed Shursui with a hint of amusement. This fellow, despite his apparent dissatisfaction, seemed out of sorts. "It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that there are some things I haven't fully grasped." Shursui replied, retracting his emotions as he sought counsel. He even felt that Roy had a deeper understanding of the Uchiha situation than he did. Chapter 79. The Fundamental Issues of the Uchiha. Seeing Shursui's demeanor, Roy realized that if he did not clarify things, Shursui might become quite distressed. "You wish to inquire why the Uchiha are capable of such a transformation. Am I correct?" Roy said casually. "Yes," Shursui nodded earnestly. Since he began his education at the age of 5 and encountered the Will of Fire, Shursui had a clear vision of his future endeavors, to lead the Uchiha clan towards peaceful coexistence with the village. As time passed, he was hailed as the clan's prodigy. Yet, this title brought him little convenience. Instead, it unveiled the myriad conflicts between the clan and the village, bearing such dreams and the mantle of genius. Shursui relentlessly honed his skills. Yet today, it felt as though everything was mocking his efforts, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. The answer is quite simple. It is all about interests. The discord between the village and the clan fundamentally stems from conflicting interests. The proud Uchiha clan would never willingly remain subservient. The ambitions of the third Hokage would prevent him from relinquishing power easily. With that said, you should understand now, Roy pointed out the crux of the issue. But hasn't he the Third already announced the election of the next Hokage? Shursui questioned, perplexed. He had considered what Roy mentioned. But now that Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to relinquish power, the fundamental conflict should no longer exist. Why then was there still such tension between the clan and the higher-ups of Konoha? Observing Shursui's clear and perceptive eyes, Roy moved closer to him. The candidates include Lord Orochimaru, a disciple of the Third, and Tsukumo Hatake, who has voluntarily withdrawn. Then there is also Jiraiya, another disciple of the Third. And lastly, the remaining candidate is the head of the Uchiha clan. Do you still not see? Roy expressed his exasperation. The Third relinquishing power. If that old man were truly so willing to abandon the position of Hokage, then there wouldn't be any incidents of Orochimaru inciting a coup against his mentor. You mean to say that regardless of who becomes the next Hokage, the true leader of Konoha will still be? Shursui was astute that in fact, he was quite clever, but perhaps a bit too naive. After Roy laid out the specifics, Shursui promptly grasped the situation. Exactly. The reason the Uchiha apologized today is that this apology holds value. Their pride remains intact. Roy had long perceived the Uchiha as a group of fools. With their immense power, they failed to capitalize on it, succumbing instead to internal strife, harboring ambitious thoughts of armed rebellion. Had any of the Uchiha leaders possessed a modicum of resolve, they would not have faced the fate of being annihilated by Uchiha Itachi. Of course, both the present Shursui and the future Itachi were similarly foolish. This indicates that the fundamental issue persists. Shursui was no longer perplexed, but increasingly concerned. Such a situation would be challenging to navigate alone. I can assist with this matter, Roy said, somewhat reluctantly. In truth, many were unaware, even the Uchiha themselves, of the root cause of their issues. It lay within the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's current reputation was primarily a result of their Sharingan. Whether it was their unique Jinjutsu, dynamic vision, or even the advanced Manjiki Sharingan and various forbidden techniques, these had both elevated and doomed them. Their power largely stemmed from the accumulation of negative emotions, leading to their inability to harness this sudden influx of strength. The ancient Izanagi technique had earned the Uchiha the moniker of a mad clan. That period marked the darkest era in Uchiha history, during which countless prodigies fell victim to the allure of power. Simultaneously, it had significantly weakened the Uchiha's prowess. Thus, the root of their ailment lies within their very souls. Roy, is there something you need my cooperation with? Uchiha Shursui gazed at Roy with anticipation. He had already acknowledged that he lacked Roy's intelligence and often failed to see the bigger picture. Of course, I will need your cooperation. I require a test subject to assess whether my methods are effective for your clan. Roy had initially intended to wait for Obito to awaken his eyes before proceeding. However, it now appeared that Shursui was also a suitable candidate. All right, Shursui readily agreed without hesitation. What can I do to assist you? At this moment, the inconspicuous Hayu stepped forward, her face alight with anticipation. Although she was uncertain why the two were embroiled in the affairs of the Uchiha clan and the high-ranking officials of Konoha, it felt like a momentous occasion. As a member of their small trio, Hayu yearned to contribute in some way. Hayu, you indeed have something to offer. Please coordinate with Brother Minato. I will require his assistance with certain matters. Roy remarked, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he contemplated various thoughts. Brother? He is also to be involved in these matters. Hayu was taken aback. It was essential to note that Namake's Minato was a disciple of Lord Jiraiya, making him directly connected to the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen. Most importantly, Hayu felt that it was merely a playful endeavor among a few children, posing no significant threat. However, if Minato were to join, the dynamics would shift considerably. Being an outsider to Konoha, Hayu was acutely aware of her brother's precarious position within the village. Many situations were far from simple. No, the assistance I require from him pertains to a different matter. Roy then handed Hayu a scroll. May I take a look? Hayu inquired curiously, her interest piqued. Certainly. However, Hayu, once you have perused its contents, you must ensure utmost confidentiality. You must stand by my side. Otherwise, Roy threatened. All right. Hayu disregarded Roy's intimidation and promptly unrolled the scroll. After absorbing its contents, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Additionally, there's one more stipulation. You must not reveal anything. Remember, you must act as though you know nothing. This is a fundamental lesson for a ninja. Roy stated, leading Chevy into the house. Conducting experiments required a degree of discretion at that moment. Hayu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. This intelligence was beyond her capacity to contain. Merely reading it had ignited a simmering fury within her. When the time comes, indeed, Roy had entrusted Hayu with information regarding Cat Dan Chapter 80, Issues Within the Soul. Upon entering the room, Roy retrieved another scroll. Release, he channeled chakra, dispelling the scroll's seal, and a modest barrier enveloped the two. This barrier was granted to me by Lady Tsunade, as some patients require a tranquil environment during treatment. Those outside cannot see or hear us. He explained. Shirzue, are you prepared? Roy inquired earnestly. Yes, Shirzue nodded, a look of resolve crossing his face. Dual-wielding technique, Roy extended his hand, directly extracting Shirzue's soul. In that instant, Shirzue fell into a state of disorientation. Roy's mastery of the technique grew. So did his control over the soul. This soul, though he had his suspicions, still astonished Roy. The trauma present was far more severe than that of the individuals he had previously interrogated in the treatment department. The tender age of 6, Shirzue had awakened his two-tomo. It seemed he had endured far more than Roy could have imagined. With a long exhale, Roy suppressed the urge to delve into Shirzue's memories and began to mend the soul's wounds. As he proceeded with the repairs, a grave expression settled on Roy's face. These injuries could indeed be healed by the dual-wielding technique. Yet a strange aura soon emerged, beginning to interfere with the soul, causing the wounds to reappear. After the awakening of the Sharingan, would this invasive force continue to assault the soul? Roy halted his actions momentarily, deep in thought. The Sharingan, as a Kekkei Genkai, had originally been inherited from the Sage of Six Paths. If such a grievous flaw truly existed, the old man would undoubtedly have been aware of it. First, we must treat it, Roy declared, waving his hand to summon chakra. Soon, Shirzue's soul injuries were completely healed. Although the bizarre aura persisted, its speed was not particularly alarming. That should suffice. Roy returned Shirzue's soul to his body, allowing himself a sigh of relief. The peculiar sensation that accompanied the soul seemed akin to being scrutinized. Roy, what is the matter? Have you exhausted yourself? Shirzue's voice broke through, drawing Roy back to reality. It's nothing to be by the way. How do you feel? Roy waved his hand dismissively and inquired gently. The treatment had been completed, but the results remain to be seen. That I don't feel any significant difference. I just feel a bit more spirited, Shirzue replied, assessing his current state. There are no notable changes. The trauma to the soul differed from that of the body. It did not yield overt sensations. Shirzue, can you tell me how you awakened your eyes? Roy asked, fixing his serious gaze upon Shirzue. The previously curious Shirzue's expression shifted to one of gravity as he met Roy's gaze. If it is difficult, then I will not press you to why Sharingan awakened when I was 4 years old. Shirzue promptly recounted the events leading to this revelation at the age of 4, while practicing ninjutsu. He had inadvertently caused a fire technique to strike his companion due to a lack of control, resulting in severe injury. It was from that moment on that his comrade became a stranger, and he was viewed as an outcast. Under such circumstances, Shirzue awakened his double tomo. Indeed, Roy had successfully extracted Shirzue's soul. As Shirzue recalled these events, the mysterious aura intensified its assault. Should he erase this memory? Roy hesitated. After all, it felt somewhat unjust to use Shirzue as a test subject without prior experimentation. Manipulating the soul, particularly through such memory-erasing techniques, could inflict damage. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's primary source of power lay within the Sharingan. Such actions could potentially jeopardize Shirzue's future. After a moment of contemplation, Roy chose to heal the injuries once more and return the soul to Shirzue's body. Seal. Roy raised his finger, retracting the barrier back into the scroll. All right, there should be no significant issues now. Shirzue, should you notice any marked changes in the future, be sure to come to me at once. We should also rest now, Roy concluded, settling down to begin refining his chakra. Following the treatment, the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Initial soul repair complete. Reward. Indeed, the system's prompt indicated not healing, but initial restoration. This confirmed that Roy's earlier deductions were correct. There were issues with the Uchiha soul. As for the specific nature of these issues, he remained uncertain that if only he could find an Uchiha who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan to experiment with, perhaps. At this thought, Roy couldn't help but chuckle at himself. It seemed that very few Uchiha possessed the Manjiki Sharingan in the present day. At least, Uchiha Fugaku had yet to unlock it. Shaking his head, Roy resumed the refining of his chakra. After all, he was preparing for a journey to the land of rain and could not afford to be complacent. Observing Roy immersed in chakra refinement, Shirzue began his own practice as well. Just as Shirzue entered the state of chakra refinement, he was astonished to discover that his chakra extraction speed had surged dramatically, an increase of at least 50%. Was this effect a result of Roy's recent treatment? Without further thought, he quickly fell into a meditative state. The following morning, awake, as Shirzue opened his eyes, he was greeted by Roy's figure at the door. Yes, now let us wash up, have breakfast, and then head to the training ground. Roy interrupted Shirzue's words and headed to the living room with breakfast in hand. After consuming his meal, Shirzue increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Typically, after completing chakra refinement, he would experience a certain weakness in the morning. After all, the energy of chakra is derived from the union of body and soul, which inevitably entails some degree of exhaustion. Yet today he felt unusually invigorated. This what Roy referred to as the reaction following treatment. Of course, it was merely one day, and Shirzue chose not to voice his thoughts. Wishing to observe any further developments before making a judgment, that moment, Sierra returned, appearing as if she had not slept well throughout the night. The dark circles under her eyes resembled those of a surf-loving youth. Sierra, you should eat something first. You didn't stay awake all night, did you? Roy inquired with curiosity, suspecting that she was overly agitated due to Tsunade's matters. Sia wearily sat at the table, picking up a bowl of porridge. Roy, if something like this happens again, please don't involve me. I'm feeling quite anxious, she said, her expression reflecting her distress. The sensation of harboring secrets was utterly tormenting for her. All right, Roy replied simply, nodding in agreement, but I also feel uneasy about you all going off on missions without me. Roy, think of a way. We should go now, Sia urged, but before she could finish, Roy interrupted her. This girl was rather too earnest. Much like Minato, it seemed. Roy, you're headed to the training ground, right? I want to go too. Just as they were speaking, Minato arrived, seemingly confirming Roy's suspicions as he too bore panda-like eyes. However, recalling Minato's fate in the original story. Roy understood. Such earnest individuals often faced minimal issues with enemies, yet their shortcomings became evident when handling internal matters. Yes, let's go together. Shirzue, come join us for breakfast as well, Roy said with a smile. Noticing that Minato was so preoccupied, he and T even noticed Kushina following him. They were truly endearing. Kushina, upon hearing the name, Minato turned towards the door, and indeed, a hint of crimson appeared in his line of sight. Roy, I heard you can treat mental issues. I think Minato might need some help, Kushina stated earnestly, her eyes filled with concern. All right, after we finish eating, I'll provide him some treatment, Roy replied, as he ladled out 2 more bowls of porridge. After their meal, Roy utilized his healing techniques on Sia and Minato, alleviating the tension in their nerves. Soon, the group arrived at the training ground, where Kakashi had already gathered that moment. Roy noticed a peculiar figure had also made an appearance. Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, Roy greeted politely as the legendary ninja approached. That IT was no joke. The most unique presence in the entire shinobi world was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Not to mention, he was a close friend to Tsunade. Roy, have you truly considered becoming my disciple? Orochimaru asked with a smile. To be fair, he didn't come across as overly sinister at this moment. His smile possessed a certain alluring charm. I'll consult my teacher. If she agrees, I wouldn't decline, Roy quipped before heading to the medical area. Orochimaru said nothing further, instead moving beside Kakashi to discuss matters quietly. Soon, Roy understood why Orochimaru was present. He would be participating in the upcoming training as well. The involvement of two exceptional ninjas from the Second Great Ninja War excited many others. The pace of improvement during this training period far exceeded their expectations. Most importantly, this training was not merely about numerical enhancement. It was comprehensive, enhancing both strength and practical combat skills. After training concluded, Kakashi and some ninjas who had already received treatment departed early. Orochimaru, however, chose to remain, waiting for Roy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's training. With the final system notification, Roy considered his training accomplished for the day. Are you heading back? Orochimaru inquired softly to know. I still have more training to do. Tsunade will have dinner ready for us when we return. Right now, we're off to the Uchiha training ground for practical combat training, Roy revealed candidly. Such information would be easy for Orochimaru to investigate. Mind if I join you? Orochimaru asked, intrigued. He had been deeply engrossed in his research lately, and, having just faced a setback, was called by Danzo to handle matters. Had he not known Roy would be partaking in this training, he might have declined. Indeed, in Orochimaru's eyes, Roy appeared to be more interesting. This disciple of Tsunade surely concealed something intriguing. Welcome. Shirzei, go call the others. We'll wait for you at the training ground. Obito has likely already arrived, Roy instructed, taking Seiya with him as they departed. With Orochimaru trailing behind, the Uchiha training ground, Orochimaru expressed surprise at the number of participants. Typically, geniuses like Roy would not engage excessively in training with others, as their pace of progression was on a different level entirely. While he could understand Shirzei and Seiya's presence, given their own genius status, the performances of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito were somewhat disappointing. However, it wasn't too long before Orochimaru witnessed a group of extraordinary children. Their combat skills were far beyond that of typical students, already rivaling the abilities of freshly graduated genin. Kakashi, in particular, had surpassed some genin, demonstrating capabilities suitable for the battlefield. Despite Might Guy lacking ninjutsu, his physical prowess was indeed formidable. Uchiha Obito, though appearing somewhat simple-minded, still exhibited commendable performance in battle. Orochimaru admitted that his previous assessments had been erroneous treatment. Soon, Orochimaru discerned another issue. The reason their combat training appeared so thrilling was that they all fought without fear of injury. With Roy, the medical ninja, assisting them in rapid recovery, they were able to continue participating in practical combat training. Orochimaru's face lit up with delight at this realization. Such an arrangement might prove beneficial to him, possibly granting him more time. The combat training persisted until 10 o'clock. As the group bid farewell, smiles adorned their faces, with not a single complaint about the rigors of training. Would you like to join us for dinner in my home? Roy approached Orochimaru with a smile. No. I have some matters to attend to, Orochimaru replied. Roy, you are quite impressive, he complimented once more before disappearing in an instant. With Orochimaru's departure, Minato also appeared. Roy, your relationship with Orochimaru isn't particularly close. At least for now. Let us go, he said, sensing the concern in Minato's eyes that seemed Minato was aware of certain matters. Of course, there was no need to bring those issues to light. Chapter 82. The First Hokage's Physical Body. In the Hokage's office, this the training method you devised. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed curiously at the scroll in his hands, casting a glance at Orochimaru. This fellow seldom engaged in the training of the village's ninjas. His involvement this time was merely a consequence of a need to seize the prestige of Hatake Sakumo. Now, the materials Orochimaru had brought were indeed surprising to Hiruzen. This method of training was undoubtedly the quickest way to enhance a ninja's capabilities. Yet it was not typical of Orochimaru's character. No, it was Tsunade's disciple, Roy, who was currently undergoing such training that I went to observe it today. The results of the training, as well as the mindset of the trainees, were commendable. That IT not only allowed them to engage in impact resistance training and practical combat, but also fulfilled Tsunade's earlier proposal. Orochimaru had pointed out the advantages within this approach, although it had been obtained without cost from Roy. Orochimaru was capable of promoting it throughout the village. Indeed, this is the advantage conferred by one's status. That I'll leave this matter to you. I shall not partake in it, Hiruzen declared. Orochimaru, have you truly considered whether you wish to assume this position? He stowed the scroll away, his gaze intensely fixed upon Orochimaru. To be honest, I do not desire this position. However, if it is required by Lord Hokage, I can comply, Orochimaru replied ambiguously before turning and vanishing from sight. As Orochimaru departed, Hiruzen let out a sigh. Indeed, he had already discerned Orochimaru's answer. Danzo had overstepped certain boundaries. After speaking, Hiruzen retrieved a confidential document. The Hokage-sama, an Umbu member, appeared before Hiruzen. Deliver this document to Jiraiya. Inform him that it must be completed. Upon concluding his orders, Hiruzen took a deep puff of smoke. A week later, teacher. After finishing his morning exercises, Roy returned home to find Tsunade seated in the courtyard. Thank you, Roy. Before he could respond, Tsunade enveloped him in a tight embrace. The immense pressure left Roy unable to resist, almost rendering him breathless. Teacher, what is this? Roy managed to speak in fragmented breaths, fearing he might suffocate. Most of the items have been recovered, although some were lost. Nonetheless, it is a significant improvement, Tsunade replied, appearing like a helpless child. Teacher, things will get better. Have you missed my breakfast these past few days? Allow me to prepare one for you. Roy swiftly changed the subject and ushered Tsunade into the living room. After preparing breakfast, the emotional turmoil on Tsunade's face had dissipated, replaced by a smile as she gazed at Roy. Teacher, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Roy inquired curiously, placing a bowl of noodles before her. What do you think about my desire to become Hokage? Tsunade asked abruptly. Hokage? Roy was momentarily taken aback. Tsunade had indeed become Hokage, albeit the fifth. Did his presence incite her ambition to assume the role prematurely? Of course, he set aside thoughts of Minato for the time being, but Sarutobi Hiruzen would never allow Tsunade to ascend to the position. Whether out of ambition or fear, it was evident that the disappearance of the Senju clan was closely linked to him. Am I truly unfit? I am aware, given both my temperament and my experiences, that this position is likely not meant for me. Yet, I desire to become Hokage, Tsunade mused, staring at the noodles in a daze. If you wish to pursue it, I will wholeheartedly support you, Roy asserted resolutely. Indeed, as a traveler from another world, what harm could come from instigating change? Although his own strength might not contribute significantly, Roy was confident in his ability to strategize. After all, he possessed the memories of his past life. Thank you, Roy. In truth, the position of Hokage is not my primary concern, but I wish to reclaim my grandfather's body, Tsunade stated, lifting a noodle to her mouth. Roy stood frozen, finally comprehending the source of Tsunade's fervor. It was the remains of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This entity was a tremendous boon in the entire ninja world. Whether it was Danzo's transplantation of Hashirama's cells to control numerous Sharingan or Uchiha Madara's fusion of Hashirama's cells to enter Sage of Six Paths mode, they all underscored one fact. Hashirama's cells were exceptionally potent. Previously, Roy had wondered if Hashirama's body had been buried following his death. After all, when Orochimaru had utilized Edo Tensei on the first, he must have unearthed Hashirama's grave. Reflecting on it now, it appeared that Orochimaru had acquired samples of Hashirama's body while transplanting his cells to Danzo, that Tsunade's desire to become Hokage stemmed entirely from her wish to reclaim the body of Senju Hashirama. The item lost in this instance was likely that very body. Teacher, if you trust me, allow Jiraiya to handle this matter. After all, he is also one of the candidates, Roy proposed after a moment of contemplation. Jiraiya, at the mention of his name, Tsunade's skepticism arose. If it were anyone else, she might feel more at ease. However, Jiraiya was notoriously unreliable. A powerful shinobi, he neglected his training and missions, failing to contribute to the village while seeking materials to write his novels. Though his abilities were commendable, they hardly qualified him for the role of Hokage. Jiraiya has another disciple, Roy said with a smile. Are you referring to that young man, Minato? Tsunade furrowed her brow, beginning to ponder. As one of the legendary three ninjas and the sole medical ninja among them, Tsunade possessed a keen intellect. This was why, upon receiving just a hint from Roy previously, she could quickly regain her composure. Perhaps we could give it a try. However, he is still quite young, and I have my reservations, Tsunade conceded, still a bit concerned. How would Minato withstand the cunning of those old foxes? His accomplishments were not particularly noteworthy, especially when compared to Danzo, Uchiha Obito, and Hatake Tsukumo. Elevating him to the position of Hokage would pose significant challenges that I believe Lord Minato will excel in this mission, that I have faith in him. Roy declared confidently. Chapter 83. Do you want me to hit you? Due to today's practical training, Roy discussed these matters with Tsunade before changing into his training attire and heading to the training ground. Observing Roy's departing figure, Tsunade felt the weight of her previous distress gradually lift. This fellow had just made a move against me, hadn't he? Tsunade smiled faintly. In recent days, she had felt a sense of aimlessness. It was known that Senja Hashirama had cared for her deeply. Striving to calm herself had proven futile. Yet, Roy's brief remarks, coupled with a shift in focus, had alleviated some of her burden. Does he also believe you are unfit? At that moment, Jiraiya emerged slowly. Indeed, upon hearing of Tsunade's endeavor to reclaim the first relics, Jiraiya had hurried back immediately. Thus, the two returned to the village together. Are you suitable? Well, Roy was likely attempting to divert my attention. If I were to become Hokage, I might inadvertently lead the village into chaos. What are your thoughts, candidate for Hokage? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued as she withdrew from her reverie. A tea present. The reasons behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's selection of Jiraiya as a candidate remained unclear. Yet it certainly was not a testament to Jiraiya's capability to manage the village. This old fellow must be concocting some schemed it would suffice for him to withdraw during the elections. Moreover, I believe that Roy's suggestion holds merit. Let us give Minato a chance. That Jiraiya's lips curled into a slight smile. What a jest! If he were to become Hokage, wouldn't he end up selling the largest number of books in the village? Given his personality, he is truly ill-suited for such endeavors. The primary factor, however, lies in the prophecy from the Toad Sage. Are you jesting with me? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Minato is exceptionally talented as a member of the new generation. He surpasses even those from established clans. Moreover, Minato possesses an additional advantage. He is the boyfriend of Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet he is still exceedingly young. The candidacy merely served to provide him with a title that encourages him to strive for growth. The old man will not resign anytime soon. It is likely to take several more years. Granting him such an opportunity is not without merit. After Jiraiya spoke, he gazed into the distance. Perhaps his choice was indeed the right one. Minato is, after all, the so-called child of destiny. This evening fell, and matters at the combat training ground were concluded. Roy received the summons to assemble. Soon, a group gathered in a clearing within Konoha. Besides Shursui and Kaizuki, several other ninjas were present. Among them were Namikaze Minato and Cat Dan Lord Hokage. They greeted. Once everyone had gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen also appeared. Although this mission appeared straightforward, it would determine our standing within this alliance. The overall commander of this operation is Tsunade, with Minato and Cat Dan as her deputies. Go forth, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated succinctly, handing a scroll to Tsunade. Within it were the agreements and regulations that both parties must adhere to. Understood, Lord Hokage. The group responded, promptly vanishing toward the village outskirts. After their departure, Danzo emerged from the shadows. Third Hokage, may we commence dealings with the Uchiha? He inquired, his tone somewhat ominous. Yes, I have assigned a task to them. For now, we merely await their actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, nodding before disappearing from sight. The land of rain was not far. At full speed, it could be reached in merely 2 days. Such an extravagant entourage would deter any ordinary ninja from seeking trouble. Ensuring a smooth passage, Tsunade, would you care for some water? During a brief respite, Cat Dan approached Tsunade with a water bottle, his expression gentle. No need, Tsunade replied flatly, her demeanor cold. Akati had been some time since her attitude toward him had shifted. Despite Dan's persistent efforts to mend their relationship over this period, he had made little progress. After all, each time he drew near, he was met with a beating. This time, due to the mission, Tsunade restrained her impulse to strike him. Yet it was inconceivable to expect her to show him any semblance of kindness. Tsunade, I wish to understand why. Cat Dan's agitation was palpable. How had the woman who was once on the verge of becoming his girlfriend changed so dramatically? Furthermore, he believed he had done nothing wrong. This frustration compelled him to confront her. Why? Tsunade retorted. Cat Dan, please mind your words. Why should I owe you an explanation? With that, she turned and walked toward Roy and the others, fearful that remaining with him would lead her to unleash her pent-up rage. This man truly played the victim. Were it not for having seen his memories, Tsunade might have even thought she was the one in the wrong. Dan, before Kat could utter a word, Minato appeared at his side. Minato, what brings you here? Dan was puzzled. Their relationship was not particularly close. It seems there's a misunderstanding between you and Lady Tsunade, and my own experience with her has shown that when she encounters difficulties, she seldom listens to my explanations. She often resorts to violence. It's best to endure it, Minato said with a smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at Minato's words, Dan realized that his predicament had begun to circulate throughout the village. Yes, I am aware. However, the issue now is that even when I want her to hit me, she refuses to acknowledge my presence. Dan lamented with a shake of his head, expressing his frustration. You wish to be hit by me? At that moment, Tsunade appeared before the two, gazing at Dan with an odd expression. Tsunade, you are willing to speak to me first. Before he could finish, Tsunade's fist came crashing down. The surrounding ninjas instinctively turned away, unable to bear the brutality of the scene. Even Minato slowly retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. After several minutes, Tsunade turned to leave, while Dan lay buried in the ground, immobilized. Minato, help me pull him out, he exclaimed. Honestly, couldn't we resolve their issues back in the village? Roy added, I can treat him. We shouldn't let the teacher's capriciousness affect our mission. With that, he grasped one of Dan's legs, and Minato joined in to assist. Don't move, crack. Before Dan could finish his sentence, his leg was broken. The pain compelled him to grit his teeth, suppressing any cries that threatened to escape. Chapter 84. Attention from various factions. I apologize, my medical ninjutsu is adequate, but my technique for setting bones is somewhat lacking. Let me try again. It should be like this. Crack. After Roy misaligned Dan's bones 4 times, Dan could no longer stifle his screams. The last person to endure such treatment was Mike Guy. And after that, Guy never allowed Roy to set his bones again, that he either got treated directly or dragged himself home to seek his father's help. Hence, Roy's experience in bone setting left much to be desired. Roy, why not call Tsunade over to assist me? I'm afraid. This time, I assure you, it will be flawless. Crack. The agonized cries rang out once more. Finally, after the 7th attempt, Roy managed to correctly align the bones. Once that was accomplished, the rest became manageable. Under the care of the dual-wielding healing technique, Dan's injuries swiftly healed. Lord Dan, should such a situation arise again, I will ensure I set your bones promptly. I have gained valuable experience from this, Roy said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Dan felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he glanced in Tsunade's direction, initially intending to approach her once more. However, upon hearing Roy's words, he hesitated, deciding it best to wait for a more opportune moment. After sufficient rest, the group set out again. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Land of Grass, a ninja reported, Lord, the ninjas from Konoha have departed, led by Tsunade. Among the J-nin are Kat Dan and Namikaze Minato, while the CH-nin include Yamanaka Shimi and Akimichi CHZA, with Tsunade's 3 disciples as the genin. A ninja entered a room to relay this intelligence. Tsunade, you say? Understood. If possible, we must sabotage their alliance, came the low response. You may withdraw. Report any developments immediately. Yes, Lord Chikatsu, the ninja replied, vanishing in an instant. Lord Chikatsu, that Tsuchikage instructed us to investigate the movements of Konoha and the Land of Rain. He did not authorize us to take action. Should we still report? Indeed, replied another. These individuals are from Iwagakure. Upon learning of the alliance between the Land of Rain and Konoha, they hastened to investigate. Leading them is Chikatsu, the brother of the Tsuchikage, Oanoki. Though he does not command the dust release technique, he is nonetheless a formidable figure, having clashed with Jiraiya and Orochimaru during the Second Great Ninja War, forcing them to retreat, and Oni to return with a report. A mere Tsunade is not worthy of our concern. Prepare yourselves, should the princess of the Senju clan perish in the Land of Rain. It would certainly make for an entertaining spectacle, Chikatsu remarked with a sinister grin. Understood, Lord Chikatsu. The ninja behind them also vanished, retreating to gather the hidden forces in secrecy. Meanwhile, the duo from the Cloud Village, AB made their appearance in the Land of Grass. Similar to the Rock Village, they had learned of the alliance between Konoha and the Land of Rain, and sought to gather intelligence as the host of the Eight Tails. Karabi, alongside the son of the third Raikage, Fuzila, who is known as the fourth Raikage, their mere presence underscored the Cloud Village's stance on the matter. Brother, why must we involve ourselves in this affair? The war has concluded. Should we not be focusing on recuperation? A cloud ninja with a bronze complexion inquired curiously, glancing at Fuzila. Indeed, he was the second son of the third Raikage, Gular. The Land of Rain has chosen this moment to ally with Konoha. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Fuzila asked with a composed expression. I suppose they seek to establish a peace treaty to stabilize the current situation. Once these two formidable powers unite, any village contemplating war or stirring conflict would surely be deterred. Gular replied earnestly, convinced of his analysis. Primarily, in light of this situation, their alliance poses little threat to the Cloud Village. Why should we interfere? You are still too young. Both the Land of Rain and Konoha harbor grand ambitions. If we do not obstruct their alliance, we may soon witness a singular dominance in the ninja world. Once they consolidate their power and turn their gaze upon our Cloud Village, what odds do you think we would have? Fuzila questioned gravely. Gular found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, young boy, heed your elder brother. There's no need to concern yourself with such matters. Once we accomplish our mission, they shall falter naturally. Karabi interjected with an eccentric rap to persuade. Very well, I understand. So, how shall we proceed? We cannot simply strike at the ninjas of Konoha, can we? Gular nodded and directly inquired. There is no need for haste. We are not the only ones pondering this. The Rock Village and the Sand Village will likely take action as well, that if they do engage, we need not intervene, Fuzila replied with a smile. Beneath his robust exterior lay a mind of considerable acumen. In situations involving multiple factions, it is most advantageous to observe from the sidelines, perhaps even allowing for a scenario where the clam and the snipe vie for the benefit of the fishermen. Simultaneously, the group from Konoha, now under the scrutiny of multiple forces, arrived in the Land of Grass the following morning. Their designated meeting point was at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. They planned to rest during the day, with their rendezvous set for the evening. Everyone is free to explore for 3 hours. Then we shall reconvene, Tsunade declared before vanishing from sight. Roy, what is Tsunade up to? Kato Duan approached Roy. A look of confusion etched upon his face. 3 hours of rest has turned into free time. She must have gone to the gambling house. Duan, I advise against approaching her while she is gambling. Otherwise, before Roy could finish, Kato Duan had already disappeared. The thought of Kato Duan fanning the flames after Tsunade lost money crossed Roy's mind. Roy, we are being watched. Several of the traps I said have already been triggered. Do you think it's the people from the Land of Rain? Hayuki whispered as she approached Roy. Interesting individuals have decided to involve themselves in this matter, and no need for concern. As long as we have yet to engage with the Land of Rain, we should encounter no significant issues, Roy replied with a calm demeanor. Chapter 85. Confrontation with Minato. The alliance between the Land of Rain and Konoha was of great concern to Hanzo of the Salamander. Despite their considerable conflicts during the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo recognized the strength of Konoha, boasting numerous exceptional ninjas and a formidable new generation. Thus, when he received the invitation for an alliance from Konoha, he readily accepted. The reason for the delay in their meeting was due to his ongoing domestic affairs, compounded by the emergence of the Akatsuki and pre-existing discord within the Land of Rain. His promise to the people was that an alliance with Konoha would lead to a more stable life, in essence. During this tumultuous period, the primary concern was not Konoha's delegation, but rather the internal strife of the Land of Rain. Should anyone dare to stir trouble, Hanzo would ensure they faced dire consequences. Should we not take action? Shirzue approached with a hint of worry. After all, they were being followed, and neglecting this could pose a threat. Take action? Shirzue, do you not grasp our identity? Among the ninjas present, who is not stronger than us? Not to mention, Yamanaka Shitomi is undoubtedly aware of the situation. Why has he not reacted? Roy inquired, glancing at the serene figure of Yamanaka Shitomi. Seemingly unfazed, Shirzue was momentarily taken aback. Given his experiences and upbringing, he felt compelled to remain vigilant in such circumstances. Rest assured, we are not here merely to undertake a mission. There are certain matters you ought to be aware of. Roy placed a reassuring hand on Shirze's shoulder, activating his blue chakra to calm him. You mean Shirze recalled certain details? Indeed, if this mission was not simply about completing a task, but rather something more significant. Thus, our objective is to adhere to the original plan and execute our responsibilities diligently. Above all, we must safeguard our lives. That is of utmost importance. Roy's expression turned serious as he spoke softly. Exactly. Those matters are beyond our jurisdiction. The challenges we face now are not akin to those encountered in our previous mission. Should other villages seek to intervene, they would at least deploy ninjas of Tsunade as caliber. Such elite fighters are beyond the reach of Roy and his comrades at present. Understood. Shirze, now composed, quickly grasped the implications. Shirze, you must maintain your composure. Come, let us prepare for battle, Roy declared, leading Shirze and Hayuki away. Tingzo, you and Shitomi go grab a bite to eat. I'll keep an eye on those three little rascals. Minato followed suit. Minato, are you joining us for battle? Roy inquired expectantly as Minato approached. If you wish to test your skills, I'm open to it. However, it must not interfere with our mission. Before Minato could finish his sentence, Roy had already flung a shuriken. He swiftly retreated behind his comrades. Shirze stepped forward, activating his Sharingan. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The moment Roy launched his attack, Shirze began forming hand seals, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Hayuki summoned her shadow clones, charging forward. The trio's coordination was seamless. As though they had rehearsed countless times, bang! A plume of white mist erupted, revealing a piece of wood where Minato had just stood. Substitution technique. Hayuki, be cautious, Roy called out sharply, having released her shadow clones. Hayuki moved closer to Roy. Concurrently, Shirze executed a swift maneuver to position himself defensively behind Hayuki. Your reflexes are commendable, yet still a touch sluggish, when faced with a foe more powerful than yourselves. Learn to flee at the first opportunity, rather than engage in fruitless entanglements, unless you have reinforcements arriving swiftly. Bang! With a resounding thud, Minato landed a kick on Shirze. Bang! Shadow clone, as the white mist dissipated. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized when Shirze had unleashed his shadow clone. Boom! Before Kakashi could ponder further, a tremendous force struck him at his waist, sending him flying. Kakashi, even we cannot afford to underestimate you like this. Upon hearing the voice, Kakashi instinctively lifted his head that a pair of Sharingan appeared before him. Countless thorns rapidly emerged around him, ensnaring him completely. Jinjutsu, release! Kakashi was taken aback and quickly dispelled the illusion cast by Shirze. At that moment, he found himself somewhat disheveled, wishing to retreat from the battlefield first before contemplating how to counter the three-boom. Just as Kakashi began to withdraw, another powerful force struck him in the same spot as before. Most importantly, he felt no fluctuations in the air from this attack. It was this ghostly kind of assault that truly vexed Kakashi. I hadn't intended to use this technique against you. But, whoosh, as Kakashi spoke. He swiftly drew some specially made shuriken and hurled them in all directions. Be careful. This is the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage that a moment's inattention could lead to grave consequences. Roy warned seriously. The three immediately positioned themselves back to back, effectively fortifying their defense against any of Kakashi's attacks. I already told you, when facing a foe more powerful than yourselves, you should prioritize retreating. Engaging directly like this, boom! At that moment, another attack descended. Yet Kakashi turned around and countered with a punch at that moment. A mechanized puppet appeared before Kakashi. Puppet technique? This is before Kakashi could express his astonishment. The puppet vanished once more. Seeing this, Kakashi turned to the three. My chakra is depleted. I am unable to continue fighting. I concede. Roy raised his hands, an expression of helplessness on his face. Bang! As soon as he uttered those words, the three transformed into white mist and disappeared. All three were shadow clones. Kakashi's face revealed a look of disbelief. It turned out he had been battling three shadow clones all along. More importantly, when had these three slipped away, and he had felt nothing? Chapter 86. The surgical fruit. Just as Kakashi was perplexed, the three emerged from a distance, a sealing scroll. Upon seeing the scroll in Shursue's hands, Kakashi was utterly astonished. These three little rascals had managed to conceal themselves using ninjutsu during their very first encounter with him. The ones he had been fighting were merely their shadow clones. Kakashi had no idea how many clones there were, but he could ascertain that the trio's first choice had been to hide rather than confront him directly, unless one possessed exceptional sensory abilities to detect chakra fluctuations at the moment they activated the scroll. Their battle plan could be deemed flawless. You three were all within the boundary of the scroll's release. Then who is it that struck me? Kakashi inquired curiously, rubbing his slightly pained waist. The force from those two recent attacks had been substantial. It was Roy's puppet, Sierra replied with a grin. Indeed, the one most pleased in this situation was undoubtedly Kakashi's younger sister. Having a genius brother who shone like a comet brought her considerable pressure. A puppet? Roy, you rascal! Kakashi's expression turned peculiar, momentarily a loss for words. A genius medical ninja, excelling in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu, even surpassing contemporaries like Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui. Now, he also wielded such formidable puppet techniques. The strength of a puppeteer largely depended on the strength of the puppets and their own manipulation skills. The sudden assault from the puppet had left Kakashi still in awe. Not that exaggerated. Kakashi, let me treat you. Roy stepped forward and invoked a healing technique. Such simple swelling and bruising could be treated with his proficiency in the technique, which had already risen to a remarkable level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the healing and received 4 healing points, 7 solid chakra, and a surprise gift package. As the system's notification chimed, Roy withdrew his hand. This surprise package has yielded 10 more. It's about time for a 10-fold draw. System, open the surprise package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a destruction Pokeball from the Pokemon world. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the surgical fruit from the One Piece world. Rules are astonishing. Side effects nullified. A special reward materialized. Roy lost interest in the subsequent notifications. The surgical fruit? Gulp. Even Roy could not help but swallow hard. Roy, are you all right? Kakashi, noticing Roy's dazed expression, inquired with concern. I'm fine. The recent battle depleted my chakra significantly. I'm going to rest for a bit. With that, Roy vanished in an instant. Watching Roy leave, Kakashi sensed something amiss but chose not to voice his suspicions. Shursui, go check on Roy and remember the time for assembly. After instructing the two, Kakashi went off to find Dingzu and the others. Meanwhile, Roy landed atop a large tree, holding the surgical fruit in hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the fruit whole. Instantly, a nauseating, peculiar taste flooded his mouth. Even though he had prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the flavor. This thing was truly unpalatable. Buzz! Roy raised his hand, and a force field manifested as he infused chakra into it. The spatial force field gradually expanded. Whoosh! After a few seconds, Roy withdrew his hand. The consumption is quite significant. This moment, Roy was panting, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just that brief experiment had drained the remaining 13 chakra he had left from the battle. In other words, even in peak condition, he could only sustain it for less than 20 seconds, and the range would not be vast. Roy, are you okay? Shursui and Sia approached, noticing Roy's pale complexion. Indeed, the recent battle had taken a toll on him. However, it was understandable. Managing to hide from someone like Kakashi while inflicting damage was no small feat. I need to recover, and I'm fine, Roy replied as he settled cross-legged on the tree branch, taking out restorative and stamina potions. Indeed, using the surgical fruit not only consumed chakra, but also stamina. Now he understood why Roy always seemed to be left drained after using the fruit. With the help of the potions, Roy was back to full strength in half an hour. All right. Here, you both should take some as well. Roy extended his hand, offering the 4 bottles of potions that he still had some supplies left. But it was dwindling. Just days prior, he had received a message from Sanada, saying that his potions were sold out and inquiring when he could restock. Roy, is there truly no issue with Tsunade-sensei? Sierra expressed her concerns. After learning of the circumstances, Sierra could fully empathize with Tsunade's feelings. Given the special nature of this mission, she worried for her that it's nothing. Even if someone were to die, I could bring them back in a jiffy. Let us go. We should check in. After saying this, Roy headed in the direction of the casino. Before the three could reach the casino, they spotted a figure writhing on the ground not far away. Lord Duan, Roy strode forward with great urgency, swiftly assisting Kato Duan to his feet. It hurts, Roy. Just let me lie on the ground and treat me there, all right? Bang! As Roy released his grip, Kato Duan collapsed once more onto the ground. Overcome by a lack of breath, he fainted instantly. With a complete recovery, Roy, despite his disdain for Kato Duan, acknowledged the necessity of accruing experience points. Upon completing the treatment, he surprisingly received 39 medical points. It was truly unavoidable.